The defeated Sakai and Makino Haruaki returned to Japan with their remaining troops. The heavy losses shocked and angered the Japanese daimyo. In their eyes, Deu had been far surpassed by their firearms. In their eyes, Deu was just a piece of meat waiting for them to share. But the Battle of Ryukyu was like a slap in their face. How could they not be angry and humiliated? This is a disgrace for the samurai. General, it's not that we're afraid of death, but the King of Chi's firearms are not much different from those of the Dutch. This is the real reason for our failure. In the almost stagnant atmosphere, Sakai nervously explained the details of what happened on the battlefield. In addition to flintlock rifles, the King of Chi's army also had a large number of artillery pieces, and a large number of our soldiers were killed and wounded in the process. Makino Haruaki also explained. Sakai then said, General, this is the flintlock rifle we snatched from the King of Chi's soldiers. This is our proof. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the daimyo mansion was a sturdy man in his 50s. He was wearing a kusatsu haori and a black wind-folded hat on his head. Under his thick eyebrows were a pair of tiger eyes. He was Yamada Nobunaga, the leader of the shogunate. After 10 years of conquest, he unified the country and made many daimyo submit to him. In order to control the country, he ordered the construction of Yamada Castle, which is now a large city with a population of 500,000. His general's residence is in Yamada Castle. Taking the flintlock rifle from Sakai, Yamada Nobunaga leaned over and looked at it carefully. This is definitely not a Dutch flintlock. You're not lying. Yamada Nobunaga slowly put the flintlock down, his brow furrowed. This King Chi is truly extraordinary. How much do you know about him? When Sakai was working as a mercenary for the Dutch, he got information about the King of Chi from the Dutch. He said, General, the King of Chi is the 7th prince of Deu Kingdom. 3 years ago, he was just an ordinary prince. However, after a serious illness 3 years ago, this prince's personality suddenly changed drastically, and he continued to implement all kinds of strange policies and skills. It was also thanks to him that Deu Kingdom drove the Golden Horde from outside Chu City to outside Shanhaiguan. His fiefdom is west of Dengzhou, which is where we plan to land, Sakai said. He was able to arm such a large musket army in just 3 years, Yamada Nobunaga said in disbelief. Sakai nodded. The Emperor of Deu also expressed doubts, but the King of Chi said he once studied with a missionary from the West. How is that possible? We have missionaries in our country too. Why can't they bring such a big change to us? Sakai shook his head. We don't know that, but the Dutch and the general share the same idea. They don't believe that the King of Chi could develop his kingdom to this level in just 3 years with the help of missionaries. But given the facts before us, we have no choice but to believe it. Yamada Nobunaga closed his eyes, as if pondering a profound question. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and said, This King of Chi will surely be a serious threat to us in the future. If so, we must change our original plan and occupy Goryeo first. Goryeo, the other daimyo started discussing this, and one of them said, General, Goryeo is now a vassal state of the Golden Horde. If we attack Goryeo, it will inevitably incur the wrath of the Golden Horde. That's right, the Golden Horde is much stronger than the Deu Kingdom, another daimyo said. Upon hearing this, Yamada Nobunaga suddenly raised his hand to stop the other daimyo from talking. He said, Today's Golden Horde is not the same as before. Now their most important enemy is the Great Yu Kingdom. Faced with the threat of the King of Chi, they will not fight on 2 fronts, so we can take this opportunity to occupy part of Goryeo's territory. I think the Golden Horde will definitely be forced to admit this fact. After a pause, he continued, moreover, Goryeo is mountainous and not very suitable for cavalry combat. The Golden Horde was defeated by the Chi King's musket team, and they may not be able to defeat us with their infantry. All the daimyos nodded when they heard this. Yamada Nobunaga's words made sense. With a domineering smile, Yamada Nobunaga continued, As long as we can occupy Goryeo, we can slowly deal with the Great Yu Kingdom. Moreover, the entire Great Yu Kingdom is just a unit of excellent firearms owned by the King of Chi. Don't forget that our soldiers are all equipped with matchlock rifles. General, the King of Chi is equipped with a flintlock rifle. The range and loading speed of this type of rifle are not comparable to our matchlock rifles, Sakai reminded. Makino Haruming also echoed, Yes, General, we have fallen out with the Dutch now. They are unlikely to teach us how to make flintlock rifles. Why don't we just imitate the flintlock rifles of the Deu Kingdom? Mentioning this, Yamada Nobunaga's face suddenly turned grim. He said, Do you really think we craftsmen can't make flintlock rifles? Even though we don't have the machines the Dutch mentioned, we can still make them with the number of craftsmen we have. It's just that we don't have flint. Sakai and Makino Haruaki lowered their heads upon hearing this. They finally understood why they had been producing matchlock rifles, even though they had the ability to manufacture flintlock rifles. After discussing the flintlock rifle, Yamada Nobunaga changed the subject. his gaze sharpening as he addressed Sakai and Makino Haruaki. Even so, your defeat is still a disgrace to the samurai. However, since you still have some use, I will grant you 1 finger each. Sakai and Makino Haruaki were overjoyed. They had thought they were doomed, but now Yamada Nobunaga gave them a chance to survive. Thank you, General, for not killing me. Sakai and Makino Haruaki simultaneously drew the short swords from their waists. Facing a group of daimyos, they cut off their fingers without hesitation. Blood flowed down their fingers and all over the floor. Sakai and Makino Haruaki gritted their teeth. Yamada Nobunaga glanced at the 2 men's fallen fingers and said, "The sea routes are now occupied by the Dutch and the King of Chi of Dayu Kingdom, but this should belong to us. Even if we fail in Ryukyu, we can't let them have it so easy. From now on, you can attack any merchant ships belonging to Dayu Kingdom and the Netherlands." "Yes, General," Sakai and Makino Haruaki responded. With a wave of his hand, Yamada Nobunaga let Sakai and Makino Haruaki leave. At this time, a famous figure asked in confusion, "General, why do we have to conquer Dayu Kingdom?" Yamada Nobunaga then looked at the world map hanging in the hall. It was a gift from the Dutch. He pointed at the map and said, "Our country is surrounded by the sea and its territory is very narrow and long. When I see this map, I always feel that one day our country will sink to the bottom of the sea. We are a superior nation and should not live here. What we need is the land of Dayu. The lowly Dayu people do not deserve to live on that rich land. They only deserve to be enslaved by us." The stagnant air suddenly began to flow, and a burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the hall. The daimyos exchanged glances and agreed with Yamada Nobunaga's words. Judging from the map, their territory was too small and could not satisfy their desire for land. The fighting and killing in the country in recent years was nothing more than for farmland. Now, with Yamada Nobunaga's ambition, they turned their attention to the huge land opposite. After reaching an agreement, the other daimyos left one after another. At this time, Yamada Nobunaga left behind a young man who looked gentle and refined. He said, "Although the daimyo all agree with my opinion, I am afraid I need a reason to convince the soldiers." The young man said calmly, "General, it's actually very simple. We can make up a reason. According to ancient records, we were sent here by Qin Shi Huang, which means we are the legitimate residents of that land. The people of Dayu have been ruled by foreign races many times, and their bloodline has long been impure. Therefore, we are the true masters of this land, and even if they are killed, they don't deserve sympathy." "Ha ha ha, good, tell this to the daimyo and soldiers." Yamada Nobunaga was very happy. Now he had sufficient reason to declare war on the Dayu Kingdom. But before that, he needed to occupy a piece of Goryeo territory to help them gain a foothold. Kingzhu Prince Chi's palace. Xiao Mingzheng, Fei Yuer and the other 2 were eating the candied peaches cooked by Po Ding. The sticky sugar wrapped around the peach flesh made them taste very sweet. The green radish had her mouth stuffed full, and her eyes were fixed on the candied vegetables on the plate, wishing she had 2 mouths. Fei Yuer and Ziyuan ate elegantly, but they had no resistance to such delicious dishes and kept eating. Xiao Huan had a worried look on her face. Her teeth had been swollen for the past 2 days, so she could only taste the delicious food with both pain and joy. "Your Highness, I didn't expect that there are so many ways to eat white sugar. This really makes me realize it." Fei Yuer smiled softly. Xiao Ming was also satisfied. The sugar-coated food reminded him of the taste of modern times. Patting his full stomach, Xiao Ming stood up and said to Fei Yuer, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. I'll prepare some delicious food for you when I have some free time." The 4 of them burst into laughter when they heard this. Fei Yuer was a little worried. He asked, "Your Highness, are you planning to go out of town again?" "That's not the case. I'm talking about the steam engine," Xiao Ming said. Mentioning this, Luluo, whose mouth was full of candied fruit, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She swallowed the food in her mouth with great effort and then said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, I forgot to tell you about this. Lin Wentao has been trying to figure out how to use a steam engine to drive the looms in the textile workshop these days. However, in my opinion, this new loom is already very good." Xiao Ming nodded. It would take a process to put the steam engine into practical use in factories, and Lin Wentao was now realizing this process. He said to Luluo, "Cooperate with Lin Wentao. If their steam engine is really combined with a textile machine, your weaving efficiency will increase a lot." Luluo nodded obediently. Although she didn't understand these things, the output of cloth in their textile workshop had increased several times from the previous textile machines to the current ones. If the efficiency of the textile workshop continues to improve, as Xiao Ming said, then the fabrics they produce may be able to meet the needs of the people in Chu City. Ziyuan looked at Luluo with some envy and said, "Luluo can now make a lot of money for his highness, but I, a servant, sing and dance all day long and can't earn a single penny." Speaking of this, Aster pouted. Xiao Huan said, "You are all doing well. My wife and I have nothing to do all day long. It's very boring." Ziyuan said, "Your Majesty is of noble status. How can you be busy in the market like us? As long as your Majesty can continue to draw new underwear, it will be fine." After getting along for a while, Fei Yue became familiar with Liu Liu and Ziyuan. She also knew that they were people around Zhenfei and that she had a gentle personality and was very kind to her servants. The four of them play and have fun together when they have free time. Fei Yue smiled gently. She looked at Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, Xiao Huan has spoken up for me. Why don't you let me share some of your responsibilities?" Xiao Ming shook his head. It was said that these three women were a drama, and he had seen it. However, he did have something that needed these women to do for him, and that was the issue of Qingzhou Army's uniforms. Ever since he created the Qingzhou Army's German-style uniforms, the more he looked at the Qingzhou Army's shoes, the more he disliked them, because just a pair of shoes could greatly reduce the image of the army. As the saying goes, military uniforms also represent combat effectiveness. He felt that he could not continue like this. This time, he not only wanted to add leather boots to the army, but also steel helmets to the Qingzhou Army. He came from the modern era, so he naturally understood that helmets were very helpful in reducing casualties among soldiers. In the current era, few countries' armies would be equipped with steel helmets, and even those in Europe only wore ordinary cloth hats. Once the Qingzhou Army is equipped with steel helmets, the death rate in musket fire will definitely be greatly reduced. After all, the protective effect of the helmet has been tested on the battlefield. The lack of steel helmets was the military workshop's responsibility, but the leather boots were Liu Liu's responsibility. Moreover, because of the establishment of the Supervisory Council and the Guard Station, he also wanted to develop a set of uniforms for these two independent institutions. At the same time, Bowen College and the public officials of various states and counties also need a batch of student uniforms. This is not a one-time effort, but the beginning of formalization and professionalization. Thinking of this, he told Fei Yue about these things and asked her to be responsible for the design of the uniforms. Fei Yue had become quite addicted to clothing design during this period. Upon hearing this, she immediately became excited and said, "Leave the clothing to me." "The leather boots belong to me," Liu Liu said with a smile. Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. For him, he had to mobilize all the labor force in the closed country. It was said that women held up half the sky, so he naturally had to make use of women's labor force. And since he was on the road of reform, he naturally could no longer play the trick of saying that women are virtuous because they are not talented. So he said to Fei Yue, "Princess, I have an idea. Now that the public school has been established, can we also allow women to attend school?" "Girls are enrolled in school," Fei Yue was shocked. After all, this matter was too shocking. Although Qingzhou was different from other places, the idea of male superiority and female inferiority had not fundamentally changed, and the habit of women not being allowed to go out of the main door or the second door was also firmly ingrained in the hearts of the people. Xiao Ming noticed Fei Yue's expression and said with a smile, "Don't worry, princess. I don't want women to join the imperial court. Instead, I hope that princess can recruit some smart women to teach them." "Your Majesty," Fei Yue said in surprise. "That's right." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. In modern remote areas, there are still strong feudal remnants. Today's Qingzhou has only slightly enlightened its people, but it is still far from being civilized. So he wanted to recruit some smart girls in the name of Fei Yue and set up a girls' school privately. This way, he could attract some people to send their daughters to the school and relieve the boredom of Fei Yue's daily life. After all, he came from the modern era and understood one fact. If a person has nothing to do, he will become nosy and overthink things. Although Fei Yue has a calm and elegant temperament, she will inevitably become worldly in the long run. Moreover, in this way, she can pass on her knowledge to the girls in the school. Since he is with Fei Yue every night, he has plenty of time to use the technology crystals to teach Fei Yue knowledge, which means he is indirectly teaching these girls. After explaining this idea to Fei Yue in detail, Fei Yue gradually showed a hint of enlightenment. She had been studying since she was young and was quite open-minded, so she said, "Your Highness's idea is not bad. In this case, I will give it a try. Then I will let the newspaper publish this news. How about setting the initial enrollment limit for the school to 200 people?" Xiao Ming asked. "Well, not too many, not too few, just 200 people. But this school must have a name. Since your Highness intends to let women serve in the government, why not call this school the Women's School?" Fei Yue smiled as she said this. Ziyuan then echoed, "Your Highness, this is a good name. As the saying goes, women are as capable as men." "Ooh, that's great." Liu Liu stuffed the last piece of candied food on the plate into her mouth. Xiao Huan was full of pride. She said to Fei Yue, "Your Majesty was a famous, talented woman when she was in Changen. This is nothing special." The three girls' words made Fei Yue feel a little embarrassed. If she were in Changen, she would not dare to stand out like this, but the different atmosphere in Qingzhou made her bolder. Moreover, talented people are also extremely proud. She saw that Liu and Ziyun could stand up for Xiao Ming, so how could she, a princess, lose to them? Xiao Ming was naturally happy that Fei Yue agreed to this matter. Now that the fiefdom's political affairs and the army are on the right track, universal education is the next important strategy, because in this way, he can fully utilize the advantages of the technological crystals. After deciding on the school, the two discussed some details of the operation. After the discussion, the two decided to set up the school in Bowen College. Because Bowen College was originally built to be much larger than the actual demand, there are still many vacant classrooms in the college, especially in the back half of Bowen College. So, adhering to the spirit of diligence and thrift, Xiao Ming planned to separate the backyard with a wall and allocate it to the girls' school. Now that they had a place to study, Fei Yue took the three maids back to draw the uniforms for the supervisory office and the guard station. However, she left Liu alone at this time because this girl had a very important task. Your Highness, have I done something wrong again? Liu opened her eyes wide with some fear. During this period, whenever Xiao Ming summoned her alone, he would criticize her for things related to the textile workshop. Xiao Ming admitted that he was a little impatient during this period. Now Dayu was facing domestic and foreign troubles, and the complexity of things made him a little depressed. After returning from Ryukyu, he gradually adjusted his mindset. He said, "Foolish creature, have you forgotten what I told you about leather boots? Do you know how to make cowhide?" Liu suddenly realized what was going on and said embarrassedly, "I don't know." Xiao Ming shook his head. Originally, he didn't have such a deep resentment towards leather boots, but after seeing the Dutch Army's standard military uniforms similar to tuxedos and shiny black leather shoes, he suddenly lost his composure. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Perhaps he was approaching Europe in military weapons, but he still had a big gap in daily necessities. So after he came back, he planned to manufacture leather shoes to improve the current external image of the army. Moreover, the manufacture of leather shoes is also very simple. As long as the cowhide is boiled, the remaining problem is cutting, which is not a problem for the female workers in the textile workshop, so he focused on the part of making soft cowhide. After scraping off the meat and hair, the most important part is to add concentrated sulfuric acid, water, and sugar, which is the potion in the cowhide process. Liu only had some understanding of the method of boiling cowhide. The part she didn't understand was of course the concentrated sulfuric acid, but he didn't need Liu to understand. He could just ask Lu Tong to send someone to teach her when the time came. Your Highness, if that's the case, should I set up another workshop specifically for the production of leather boots? Liu said with a slight frown. Now there is a bedding workshop in addition to the textile workshop. In her opinion, leather boots are another kind of craft and cannot be mixed with them. Well, if we really can't spare the manpower, we can build another leather boot workshop. Xiao Ming said. With the refinement of industrial classification, the splitting of this workshop is inevitable. Liu nodded slightly when she heard this. Xiao Ming wanted to explain some details, but suddenly he noticed that Liu looked thinner than before. He swallowed his words and said, "I've been asking you to do this and that for me lately. It's really hard for you and Ziyun." Liu was stunned for a moment. Xiao Ming's tone was now filled with a hint of tenderness. Her face was a little hot, but her heart was warm. "Your Highness, this is too polite. Sister Ziyun and I are your servants. Whatever we do is our duty." Xiao Ming smiled softly. He had to say that Liu and Ziyun were both very sensible. No wonder concubine Zhen gave them to him. He said, "Even though I say that, I still feel I should reward you. If you have any wishes, please tell me." Liu's expression suddenly became a little gloomy, but after struggling for a while, she said, "Your Highness, I don't have any wishes. As long as I can stay by your side, it is enough." Xiao Ming noticed the struggle in Liu's eyes and said, "You are lying. Tell me the truth. Are you going to tell me about your brother?" "Your Highness," Liu's face turned pale. She never thought about her brother before, but now that she knew that she still had relatives alive, she always felt a little worried. Biting her lip, Liu knelt down in front of Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, Liu has been visiting my brother often recently. I always feel that he is telling the truth. He is not a spy from Japan, and he said that he is willing to use any means to prove his innocence." Xiao Ming frowned slightly. It seemed that Meng Yuliang had been imprisoned in the prison for some time. During this period, the secret guards had been observing him and had questioned him several times. Generally speaking, Meng Yuliang had no problem, and he also confirmed the Japanese attack plan from Claire's mouth, so he said, "In this case, I will meet your brother." "Thank you, Your Highness." With a big smile on her face, Liu bowed to Xiao Ming, revealing 2 rows of white little teeth. Nodding slightly, Xiao Ming indicated that Liu could go to Fei Yue, while he took Xiao Long and Zhao Hu to Qingzhou prison. Passing through the dark and damp passage, Xiao Ming met Meng Yuliang in the deepest part of the prison. Although Meng Yuliang was imprisoned in the dungeon during this period, His food, clothing, and other necessities were different from those of other prisoners, and he did not suffer any injustice at all. After all, even the jailer knew that he was Liuliu's brother, and Liuliu was the maid of King Qi. Meng Yuliang had already met Xiao Ming in Dengzhou. When he heard the footsteps of Xiao Ming walking towards him, he immediately climbed out of bed. "The criminal Meng Yuliang greets your highness," Meng Yuliang said nervously. Xiao Ming looked at Meng Yuliang. He was wearing new clothes and had new bedding. He lived in a single cell. There were leftovers on the table, a bowl of rice, a plate of pickles, and a plate of green beans. "You're having a good time in prison," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Meng Yuliang smiled wryly and said, "Thank you for your grace, your highness. Otherwise, how could I have received such great favor? The person you should be most grateful to is your sister. She sent these things to you through someone else." Xiao Ming snorted coldly, "But you are so cruel that you have never cared about her life or death." Meng Yuliang's face darkened, and he looked a little sad. He said to Xiao Ming, "Your highness, I know I have wronged her. If I hadn't been impulsive, she wouldn't have sold me out. I have been regretting it all these years." "You still have some conscience," Xiao Ming snorted coldly. "It's no accident that I came to see you today. Liuliu has done a lot for me recently. I felt sorry for her and wanted to reward her. I never thought she still cared about you, her brother." This silly girl, Meng Yuliang felt even more distressed upon hearing this, his voice choking with sobs. He suddenly knelt down and said to Xiao Ming, "Your highness, I am absolutely not a collaborator with the Japanese. I beg you to be clear-minded and release me. I am not doing this for myself, but only to use the rest of my life to make amends to Liuliu." After a pause, Xiao Ming said, "I have confirmed the news you brought. Japan does have plans to attack Dayu. However, you have been among the pirates for so long and have injured many fishermen in Dengzhou. It is hard to believe your misdeeds." Meng Yuliang lowered his head and said, "Your highness, I had no choice but to do this. The Japanese pirates forced me to do this. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't be able to infiltrate the pirates and find my enemies. But I always left room for maneuver." Shaking his head, Xiao Ming said, "I now believe that you are innocent, but if it is true as you said, I don't want to shame a man who has made great contributions. In addition, Liuliu requested it, so you are free now." "Can we go now?" Meng Yuliang couldn't believe his ears. "Yes, after you get out of prison, find a job to make a living and live a stable life," Xiao Ming said lightly. Meng Yuliang was stunned. This sudden change made him unable to react for a moment, but when he came to his senses, he suddenly said, "Thank you, your highness. It's just that I am used to making a living by the sea, and I don't want to be charged with collaborating with the Japanese. I beg your highness to give me a chance to prove myself." "Just like when you proved that you were sincere about becoming a Japanese pirate," Xiao Ming asked teasingly. This Meng Yuliang really made him feel conflicted. Meng Yuliang's face flushed crimson, and he suddenly sighed deeply as he opened his mouth. "One misstep leads to eternal regret. I really deserve it." But, just when Meng Yuliang was secretly regretting, Xiao Ming suddenly changed the subject. Meng Yuliang raised his head suddenly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. "I hope your highness will make it clear." Xiao Ming thought for a moment and said, "If you really want to prove yourself, there is a way. Now that I have controlled the coastal routes and defeated the Japanese pirates in Ryukyu, the Japanese pirates will inevitably retaliate against me at sea. After all, they are numerous and have been roaming the seas for many years. They will not be so willing to lose to me. In my opinion, the way to deal with pirates is to be pirates. If you want to prove yourself, why not eliminate the Japanese pirates who are rampant at sea for me?" "Eliminate the Japanese pirates at sea," Meng Yuliang said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Your highness, there are a total of 80,000 Japanese pirates. They are scattered across the sea, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing. They are difficult to deal with. How can I, a commoner, eliminate these 80,000 pirates?" "It is precisely because of the difficulty that your value can be proved. However, the word pirate seems a bit inappropriate. What I asked you to do is actually privateering. You have been traveling on the sea with the Japanese pirates for so many years. Have you ever heard of privateering?" Xiao Ming asked. Meng Yuliang understood and said, "I understand. I have indeed heard of privateers. In fact, they are just a group of pirates. However, they rob enemy merchant ships and attack enemy pirates for the country." "That's right, it's this kind of pirate. Since you have been on the sea for so many years, you can't be unable to pull up a boat full of people, right?" Xiao Ming asked seemingly unintentionally. "Your highness, I can raise a boatload of people. Many of the pirates are actually fishermen from the coastal areas, and some are merchants. The actual number of pirates is only over 30,000. I have met quite a few people at sea over the years." "In that case, I will give you a ship and let you become the first privateering ship captain of Dayu Kingdom. How about it?" Xiao Ming said with a smile. In fact, Xiao Ming said these to Meng Yuliang today not on a whim, but he had been thinking about it for a while. In the next few years, the number of his naval warships will not be able to compete with the real European powers at sea. And according to what Claire said, the European powers have been supporting privateers or piracy. On the one hand, this is to supplement the insufficient strength of the Navy. At the same time, when one's own merchant ships are attacked by privateers from other countries at sea, privateers can also be used to retaliate and plunder the other party's merchant ships to recover losses. After all, in the era of the survival of the fittest and the absence of international rules, merchant ships that have been robbed cannot obtain compensation through formal channels. Of course, you can also choose to refuse and live the life I described, Xiao Ming added. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Yuliang said, Your Highness, I am willing to be the captain of a privateer, but what if we encounter the Dayu Kingdom's fleet at sea? Yue Yun still hates me very much. That's quite simple. The Chamber of Commerce will issue you a letter of marque, and from now on you will be my hidden power on the sea. In the dim prison, Meng Yuliang's face flickered in the flickering candlelight. As if he had thought of something, his gaze became more determined. Xiao Ming looked at Meng Yuliang deeply. If Meng Yuliang really had no connection with the Japanese, it would be appropriate to give this job to him. After all, experience at sea was very important these days. If Meng Yuliang really colluded with the Japanese, then it would be a relief. I wouldn't have to show mercy to him next time I see him. Besides, I only lost a ship, which is not a big deal. If you have thought it through after you get out of jail, you can take my superstition to Dengzhou to find Yang Chengai, the governor of Dengzhou. He will give you a Japanese Anjai ship. These ships were seized during the Ryukyu War. I will keep them for you. Xiao Ming continued. Meng Yuliang nodded. He knew that it was impossible for him to get the warship he saw last time, but the Ataka ship was already a top-level warship in Japan, and he thought it was already very good. After explaining this, Xiao Ming continued, Luluo is waiting for you outside. If you have anything to say, just say it now. After saying that, Xiao Ming turned and left, and the jailer following behind Xiao Ming stepped forward and opened the cell door for Meng Yuliang. As Xiao Ming followed closely out of the prison, Meng Yuliang immediately covered his eyes. The bright light made his eyes sting in the dim underground. Liu was waiting outside the door at this time and was excited when she saw Meng Yuliang come out. You two brothers and sisters can just talk. I won't disturb you. Xiao Ming smiled at Liu, mounted his horse and left. Meng Yuliang and Luluo saluted Xiao Ming at the same time. Seeing Xiao Ming leaving, Meng Yuliang looked at Luluo excitedly and said, Sister, I'm sorry. Liu sighed softly. Why bother talking about this now? The past is over. I just hope that brother won't associate with the Japanese pirates again. Otherwise, you and I will no longer be brother and sister from now on. Sister, why don't you believe me? My parents died at the hands of the Japanese pirates. Even if I am a cruel person, I would never surrender to them. I have endured humiliation all these years just for revenge. If the news about Japan's attack on Dayu Kingdom was not extremely important, I would not have exposed my identity. But now I can still become a pirate to avenge my parents, Meng Yuliang said excitedly. You still want to be a pirate? Liu raised her eyebrows, her body trembling slightly. She shook off Meng Yuliang's hand that was pulling her arm and said angrily, Go away. I'll pretend I don't have a brother like you. Meng Yuliang finally realized what was happening. He added, Sister, you misunderstood. This time, His Highness asked me to captain a privateer. This is different from being a pirate. I am serving His Highness. Serve His Highness? Liu asked in surprise. Meng Yuliang nodded and told Liu what Xiao Ming had said to him. After hearing the news, Luluo breathed a sigh of relief, but she turned to worry about Meng Yuliang. She said, But why are you doing this? His Highness gave you the opportunity to live a down-to-earth life. Why do you still want to risk your life at sea? If I hadn't found you, maybe I would have lived a peaceful life as an ordinary citizen from now on. But sister, I feel sorry for you, so from now on I will protect you with my life, Meng Yuliang said, and this is the reason for his firm belief. Without waiting for Luluo to speak, Meng Yuliang continued, I heard from the jailer in the prison that my sister is now His Highness's, but I don't want her to be a slave for the rest of her life. So I want to serve His Highness and be relied upon by him like Yue Yun. In this way, maybe my sister can become a concubine in the future. Liu was terrified when she heard this. She said, Brother, please don't talk nonsense. How can I, a mere servant, become a concubine of the royal concubine? Everyone in the palace says that His Highness has a bright future and that this concubine must be from a prominent family. You'd better not overthink it. Since you're going to serve His Highness in Shanghai, saving your life is the most important thing. Meng Yuliang wanted to continue explaining, but seeing Liu's expression, he decided not to say anything. However, he stubbornly believed that as long as he could be like Yue Yun, this would be possible in the future. The two talked for a while in front of the prison door. At this time, Zhao Long suddenly returned and handed a letter to Meng Yuliang. His Highness said that the letter is in your hands. It's up to you to choose whether to go or not, Zhao Long said before mounting his horse and leaving. Holding the letter tightly, Meng Yuliang said to Liu, "Sister, I will definitely pay you back." After saying this, Meng Yuliang gritted his teeth, turned around and left without looking back, leaving only Liu with a complicated look. Watching her brother disappear in the crowd, Liu's eyes turned slightly red. She sighed and walked towards the palace. It was not that she didn't want to stop him, but that he couldn't stop him at all. She understood her brother's character. Once he made a decision, there was no turning back. That was why she had left him and gone to sea. Now that he was back at sea again, she didn't know what this would bring him. She returned to the palace in a daze, and as soon as she entered, she saw Xiao Ming waiting for her inside. Seeing this, she wiped her tears and walked in. "Your brother is gone," Xiao Ming asked. Green Radish nodded. "You don't blame me, do you?" "I dare not." Liu knows her brother well. "Even if your highness doesn't give him this opportunity, he will still return to the sea. Instead of fighting for revenge on the sea, it is better to fight for your highness." There was a trace of determination on Liu's little face. The softest person is also the strongest. Liu has always been timid and weak, but at this moment she also shows her inner strong side. Nodding slightly, Xiao Ming said, "As long as you understand." After briefly explaining the matter, Xiao Ming asked Liu to go back and rest. For Meng Yuliang, he was just the right person at the right time. As for whether he has real ability, he doesn't know, but privateering must be put on the agenda now. The greater significance of Meng Yuliang to him is that this is the beginning of Dayu's privateering plan. As a supplement to the navy, privateers can not only prevent pirates, but more importantly, they can prepare sailors for the future navy. Of course, in history, many privateers eventually lost their way in the crazy looting and became real pirates. But Xiao Ming was not worried about this. He allowed legal privateering. If these privateering ships became pirates, they would become the targets of Yue Yun's strangulation. Because of this, he was not worried at all that Meng Yuliang would betray him one day. Given Yue Yun's prejudice against him, he would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. In this way, they can check and balance each other. After all, Meng Yuliang's privateers are a powerful armed force. If they are equipped with gallant battleships, they will be a standard navy, Shenheiguan. While Xiao Ming was planning the privateering plan, his order to attack the barbarians had already arrived here. When Lei Ming read the military order from Qingzhou, he suddenly burst into laughter. A group of Guaning Iron cavalry officers gathered around him, looking puzzled. A captain asked, "What on earth could have made Commander Ru so happy?" Lei Ming carefully put away the military order with the seal of the King of Qi and said, "The Grand Commander said that His Highness ordered us to go out and kill the barbarians. Finally, the war is about to begin. Hee, our hands are itching to fight." "That's right, now the barbarians are being disobedient again. It's time to teach them a lesson. Give them a good beating and let them know how powerful our Guaning Iron cavalry is." The generals shouted louder and louder. Lei Ming gestured for the generals to quiet down. He said, "It's been 5 days since this order was issued. However, according to the governor, we need to know when to stop this time. We can't fight the barbarians to death. We can retreat when we gain an advantage." The excited generals suddenly became depressed. One general said, "So we are not going to continue to attack north." "What? You're overthinking it. If we had continued to attack north, the Qingzhou army would have already stationed at Shenheiguan." "Who said that we can only defeat them with the Qingzhou army? Did we, the Yuzhou army, train them in vain?" "We have trained, but our Yuzhou army only has 3,000 muskets in total. This is not enough." The generals began to discuss again, and finally everyone looked at Lei Ming. "Commander-in-Chief, our Yuzhou army's equipment is truly terrible. Could you please raise this with the Grand Commander-in-Chief? Otherwise, how can we defeat the barbarians?" Lei Ming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had raised this question to Qingzhou more than once. It was just that they had only received 3,000 muskets during this period of time. However, the Yuzhou army now had 20,000 musket soldiers trained after careful selection, not including the Guaning Iron cavalry, which had expanded to 2 people. That's not the case. Didn't Qingzhou just send us 10,000 war horses a few days ago? These war horses are all from King Zhao's fiefdom. It can be seen that His Highness still favors our Yuzhou army, Lei Ming explained. What he feared most was that the generals would ask him for equipment. Upon hearing this, the general immediately felt that it made sense. Only half of the 20,000 war horses were given to the Yuzhou army. It was precisely because of this that the Guaning Iron cavalry expanded to 20,000 people. Clearing his throat, Lei Ming's expression grew serious. He said, "We must immediately carry out the order from Qingzhou. Gather your men and set up an ambush outside the city. If any barbarian scouts come to investigate, kill them immediately." Yes, all the generals responded in unison. After the order was issued, all the generals left. After a while, a rumbling bell suddenly rang in Shenheiguan, and the cavalry in the camp quickly gathered. Then they set out outside the customs to carry out their plan of attacking the barbarian scouts. Lei Ming did not lead the troops this time. He was standing on the city wall of Shanhaiguan and watching the 5,000 cavalry disappear on the vast grassland. Behind him, the city wall that had been destroyed in the war had been repaired, and it had become much larger and thicker than before. Today, not only is the north side of Shanhaiguan difficult to break through, but the weak south side is also difficult to break through. The granaries in Shanhaiguan now have 3 years' worth of food stored, which means the soldiers in Shanhaiguan no longer have to worry about going hungry. At the same time, the soldiers can receive monthly wages, which makes the soldiers more enthusiastic. However, this is only one of the reasons. The deeper reason is that Xiao Ming promised them that just like in Yuzhou, if they seize an inch of land, the land will be distributed to the soldiers in the future. And just as Xiao Ming promised, after retaking Yuzhou, they distributed land to the Yuzhou soldiers. These lands were all fertile fields near Yuzhou. This alone made the soldiers very grateful to the king of Qi. For this reason, the soldiers and generals were looking forward to fighting, because there was said to be a very vast land outside Shanhaiguan. Even if you don't farm the land yourself, you can make a lot of money by selling it to merchants. After watching the soldiers leave, Lei Ming went down the city wall. He still had to think about building a bastion 100 miles away from Shanhaiguan. At night, the cavalry who had been out of the city for a day returned. The purpose of the cavalry leaving the city this time was to kill the scouts and create conflicts, which was a very simple task for the Guaning Iron Cavalry. After all, with Lei Ming's personality, he would send soldiers to harass the barbarian tribes even if there was nothing to do. He is now very familiar with this area, and he even drew a map for it. The map shows the locations of various terrains and barbarian tribes. Commander-in-Chief, we have ambushed a team of scouts outside the city. As per your instructions, we deliberately let one of them escape to report back. Well done, Lei Ming nodded with satisfaction. Although they didn't understand the purpose of Xiao Ming's order, for them, all he needed to do was obey it. Just as he was about to send the battle report back to Qingzhou, a large number of barbarian cavalry appeared 60 miles northwest of Shanhaiguan. The leader was none other than Gultai, the leader of the Hainshu tribe who had once lived in Yuzhou. Captain, we were ambushed here, the escaped scout said to Gultai. Looking at the hundreds of corpses of barbarian soldiers on the ground, Gultai's eyes seemed to be able to spit out flames. Lei Ming, you are going too far, Gultai said angrily. He now knew that the general in Shanhaiguan was Lei Ming. Since Shanhaiguan was lost, the Guaning Iron Cavalry would enter the grassland every now and then to harass the tribes on the grassland. During this period, they had victories and defeats against the Guaning Iron Cavalry. However, this alternating wins and losses not only did not make them feel balanced, but instead made them even more worried, because in their opinion, the Guaning Iron Cavalry was growing too fast. In the past, no cavalry could fight against their cavalry on the grassland. Captain, do we have to continue to endure? If we continue like this, our tribe will have no way to survive here, said a captain of 10,000 men. Gultai looked towards Shanhaiguan and said, Coward, what's there to be afraid of? The Grand Taiji said that the Emperor of Deu is dying. Once he dies, Deu will surely be in chaos. Now the Prince of Liang has secretly sent people to meet the Khan, proclaiming his loyalty and acknowledging him as his father. They are just waiting for chaos to break out so they can use our cavalry to seize the throne. Then we can kill Prince Liang and the second prince, and Deu will be ours. Upon hearing this, all the generals burst into laughter. The green grass was stained with blood, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. The smell of blood seemed to awaken the savagery and violence in the barbarians' bones. They temporarily forgot the dead soldiers in front of them, and only had the fantasy of slaughtering the people of Deu in their minds. Captain, are we just going to endure this all the time? Asked a captain of 10,000 men. Gultai said, Of course we must endure. Shanhaiguan is now in the hands of the Deu army. Only when Deu is in chaos can we take advantage of the fact that King Liang is borrowing troops and destroy Deu once and for all. When that happens, our fallen soldiers will be compensated with Deu's lives 1,000 times over. When that day comes, I will devour the king of Qi alive. Speaking of this, Gultai's eyes were full of cruelty. Glancing hatefully in the direction of Shanhaiguan, Gult Ma headed towards the tribe. He thought the cavalry from Shanhaiguan were going to attack their tribe again. But from the current situation, it seems that this army is only intended to kill this team of scouts. Ever since Beishan was defeated in the Battle of Jizhu, the Hainshu tribe has been valued again, and the Grand Taiji Wajugu has been given even more importance, and it seems that the position of Heavenly Khan will definitely be his. Because of this, not only was he cleared of the crime of the Battle of Kangzhou, but Wajugu also sent 50,000 elite cavalry under his command, so that he could guard the grassland outside Shanhaiguan and prevent the King of Qi's army from penetrating into the grassland and posing a threat to the Golden Horde. The other barbarian generals looked in the direction where Gultai left, sighed deeply, and asked other soldiers to bring back the scout's body. The barbarian cavalry gradually moved away like a torrent. Outside the ambush site, Yuzhu scouts were observing the movements of the barbarians with binoculars. In the past, after fighting with the barbarian cavalry would always shout and curse for a while before reaching Shanhaiguan, but today these barbarian cavalry were a little abnormal. Seeing this, the scouts turned and headed towards Shanhaiguan. They wanted to tell Lei Ming the news. Shanhaiguan, military governor's office. Lei Ming was writing a battle report. After a while, a scout came and told Lei Ming about the unusual behavior of the barbarians. "This is strange. When did the barbarians change their temperament?" Lei Ming frowned, and then he wrote this news into the battle report and sent someone to deliver it to Qingzhou at full speed. 3 days later, the battle report from Yuzhu arrived safely in Qingzhou. Upon receiving the news, Niu Ben immediately delivered the battle report to the Prince of Qi's palace. At the same time, he and Pang Yukun went to the palace again to discuss the matter. "Your Highness, this time Lei Ming killed 300 barbarian scouts outside the pass. The only difference is that this time the barbarians did not come to the pass to provoke us like they did in the past," Niu Ben said. "Xiao Ming has been busy with Qingzhou's political affairs these days." After the three of them discussed this plan, they thought that the barbarians would definitely go outside the pass to make some noise in revenge, luring the Guaning cavalry to fight, but they obviously predicted wrongly. "This is indeed very strange. Could it be that the barbarians have learned to be cowards?" Xiao Ming said doubtfully. Although the barbarians were driven out of the pass by him, they were more arrogant outside the pass than inside. They often sent people to block the pass and insult the soldiers on the city walls. They had been using this method of provoking the enemy since the fall of Shanhaiguan. Every time Lei Ming went out to beg for money, the barbarians would only become more annoyed, and sometimes they would even make preparations to attack Shanhaiguan. They had a lot of fun playing tricks on Lei Ming. The barbarians are savage and brutal by nature, but also very cunning. Perhaps they just set a trap to let the Guaning Iron Cavalry go deeper and destroy them, Pang Yukun said. Niu Ben said, "Based on my understanding of the barbarians, they must be plotting something. The reason they've been so arrogant and reckless in recent years is that they thought they could easily annex Deu. Now that they've suffered repeated losses at our hands, I'm sure they'll resort to the same schemes and tricks as before." Back then, Shanhaiguan was breached by the barbarians from within. Xiao Ming nodded when he heard this. "In that case, we must strengthen our defenses. Now that my father is seriously ill, the court could fall into chaos at any time. What I fear most is that the barbarians will take advantage of the opportunity to invade." Niu Ben continued, "Your Highness, in this case, we must accelerate the advancement of the fortress strategy. Next, we must focus on equipping the Yuzhu army and allowing it to form combat effectiveness." Pang Yukun echoed, "That's right, Your Highness. I suggest that Your Highness postpone overseas expansion. Now that the sea routes are in our hands, we only need Yue Yun to maintain them. We cannot fight on two fronts at this time, otherwise we will not be able to cope. As the old saying goes, a country may be great, but it will perish if it is warlike. Once this war starts, people's livelihood will be in decline. I am afraid that the accumulation of Your Highness's hard work over the past 3 years will be wasted. Therefore, Your Highness must not act on impulse. Now is the time to make friends with distant countries and attack those nearby, and to implement the strategy of forming alliances. Your Highness handled the Dutch issue very well. If the war can be eased, it should be eased to provide time for Qingzhou's development." Xiao Ming deeply agreed with this. Now as the lord of a feudal state, he naturally understood this point even more. He didn't dare to say that he could beat 100 people alone. That would be courting death. Even in modern times, the United States relies on many allies rather than fighting alone. After figuring this out, Xiao Ming said, "Pang Changxi's statement is the same as Zhan Xingcheng's. I know my limits. From now on, I will implement a strategy of forming alliances and making alliances. Now we should act according to the plan and send this battle report to the court. The longer my father stays, the more time we have to prepare." The two looked at each other and nodded at the same time. In front of Niu Ben and Pang Yukun, Xiao Ming personally wrote a memorial. In the memorial, Xiao Ming deliberately exaggerated the battle between the barbarians outside Shanhaiguan and the Guaning Iron Cavalry. At the same time, he asked Queen Xiao and the Crown Prince to take good care of Xiao Wengshuan. After preparing the memorial, Xiao Ming handed it to Pang Yukun, who sent someone to deliver it to Changen. Then the three of them discussed the current situation before going back. After seeing off Pang Yukun and Niu Ben, Xiao Ming looked towards the northwest, which was the territory of King Yang. What he was most worried about now was coal and iron, and both of these were in abundance in King Yang's fiefdom. If the Deu kingdom really fell into civil strife, the first thing he would do is to ensure his sources of these two materials, otherwise it would seriously affect the development of Qingzhou. As for saltpeter, he was not too worried now. According to Claire, although they were at war with Britain, trade had not stopped, and they could obtain high-quality saltpeter from India. As for sulfur, given the shortage of resources in Japan, they may have to sell it to him in exchange for other resources. He was lost in thought when a servant suddenly came into the main hall from outside and said to him, "Your Highness, the craftsmen from the equipment department have brought you a bell." "Bah, what kind of funeral is this?" Immediately, Xiao Ming's face turned green, and he raised his foot and kicked the servant in the butt. "Your Highness, the people from the equipment department were indeed talking about Zhang." The servant looked aggrieved. Xiao Ming was very strong, and the kick made his butt burn with pain. Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. Ever since Li San joined the secret guard, there had been no smart servants left in the palace. He said, "Let them in." The servant walked out rubbing his butt. After a while, Chen Wenlong came in, followed by two craftsmen who were carrying a pendulum clock that was as tall as a person. "Your Highness, we have delivered this pendulum clock," Chen Wenlong said with a smile. Seeing this ancient-style pendulum clock, Xiao Ming's mood immediately became cheerful. To him, it was not just a pendulum clock, but meant that Qingzhu's industrial system had made further progress. In 1657, Dutch physicist and astronomer C. Huygens invented the pendulum clock using the isochronism principle of the pendulum. Although it was more than 100 years later than Europe to produce the pendulum clock, Xiao Ming believed that Qingzhu's pendulum industry would soon surpass Europe. After all, he had already handed over the design drawings of various pendulums to the machinery department. The pendulum clock was officially born, and the plan of the equipment department was to break through the pocket watch technology. Once the pocket watch technology was mastered, Qingzhu's watchmaking industry would completely surpass Europe. Today, Qingzhou has a complete range of lathes, and steam engines are beginning to show their potential. He believes that the miniaturization of clocks and watches will not be a big problem. After all, sometimes it is not a lack of industrial capacity, but a lack of ideas. "Not bad, not bad." A big smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. At this time, the pendulum clock was also called a chime clock. Every time a certain time came, the pendulum clock would make a metallic knocking sound. The pendulum clock in front of him was embedded in a red wooden frame. In the middle of the frame was a round glass cover. The hour, minute, and second hands were rotating inside. At the bottom, a spoon-like metal was swinging back and forth. Every time it swung, the second hand would move one grid. 11:36 minutes and 12 seconds. Xiao Ming glanced at the readings above. Now that the pendulum clock has come out, he will promote the timing standard. After all, this timing standard is relatively accurate. Chen Longwen and his fellow craftsmen had mastered the pendulum clock's timekeeping method, memorizing the hours, minutes, and seconds. He then said, "Your Highness, now that you have this device, it will be much easier to keep track of time. You won't need to appoint a dedicated person to tell the time." Of course then, not only that, working hours can also be strictly required in the future. Xiao Ming walked around the pendulum clock. In fact, the craftsmanship of clocks and watches has basically not changed much since its invention. He remembered that when he was a child, his rich neighbors used pendulum clocks. At that time, he only felt that the pendulum clocks were very high-end. Now with a pendulum clock in front of him, that familiar feeling came back. "Can it be mass-produced now?" Xiao Ming asked. "Pendulum clocks are absolutely high-tech in this era. If you don't make some money now, when will you?" Chen Wenlong said, "Your Highness, the principle that the equipment department adheres to now is to mass-produce the things we develop. So just like with the clocks and guns, we also first produce the parts and then assemble them." Xiao Ming nodded. "Well, you are all making rapid progress. How about this? Let's immediately set up a watch workshop and train a group of watchmakers." "Yes, Your Highness," Chen Wenlong responded. The two talked about the topic of pendulum clocks for a while, and Chen Wenlong took the craftsman back to take care of the clock workshop. If the clock workshop was established, his various clock drawings would be put into the clock workshop, and the clock workshop would be responsible for the research and development from then on. After Chen Wenlong left, Xiao Ming couldn't wait to ask someone to call Fei Yuer over. "Your Highness, what is this?" Fei Yuer looked confused when she saw the pendulum clock for the first time. Xiao Ming smiled proudly and told Fei Yuer the function of the pendulum. "Can it accurately record time?" Fei Yuer shook her head. She smiled softly and said, "Your Highness, please don't tease me. How can this thing record time? If it were a solar corona, it would be almost the same." "This is much more accurate than the solar corona," Xiao Ming said. "If you don't believe me, Princess, you can ask the night watchman to come and ask." Fei Yuer still couldn't believe that this thing could be so magical. She said to Xiao Huan, "Go call the night watchman over and ask him. If it's true, then our Highness has created something shocking again." Xiao Huan's eyes were fixed on the strange pendulum clock. She nodded and trotted to the palace to call the night watchman over. After a while, the night watchman was led into the main hall by Xiao. Fei Yuer asked, "What time is it now?" "Your Majesty, it's noon now," the night watchman said curiously. "The sun is right above our heads now, and we can tell by looking up at the sun." Xiao Ming glanced at the pendulum clock and said, "To be precise, it's the 12th of noon." Normally, the night watchman would only announce the specific time. At this point, he nodded in surprise and said, "Your Highness, your foresight is remarkable. Almost a quarter of an hour has passed." Fei Yuer was shocked. She also looked at the moving metal bars on the pendulum clock. These metal bars kept turning. She asked, "Your Highness, how do you tell the time from this pendulum?" Xiao Ming was waiting for Fei Yuer to ask this question. The popularization of timekeeping had to start from the palace, so he told Fei Yuer the principle of the pendulum clock and the specific method of how to tell time. Fei Yuer's big eyes blinked. This magical thing was beyond her cognition. She was once again shocked by the changes happening in Qingzhou all the time. After learning how to tell time, Fei Yuer was like a naughty child. Every time the pendulum clock rang, she would call the night watchman to ask the time. After 4 trips back and forth, she finally had enough fun. Xiao Yuan also joined in the fun, and the two of them circled around the pendulum clock. "Your Highness, this pendulum clock is so magical. I wonder how crazy the nobles and merchants will go if they see this thing," Fei Yuer said. She had to admit that even she was moved this time. Xiao Ming always had a smile on his face. For him, this was just the beginning. Next would be the time when all kinds of goods from Qingzhou would cover the country of Deu. After all, he had been preparing for these days, and it was time to earn back the money he had invested. He said, "Since the princess has said so, if I don't use this pendulum clock to make a fortune, I will be letting down the craftsmen who worked so hard to make it." But now he thought it was still a bit early. After all, this was the first pendulum. It would take some time for Chen Wenlong to organize craftsmen to produce the pendulum, but he couldn't be idle during this period. He thought he could use this time to promote the pendulum clock, and this pendulum clock is the real thing he is promoting. What's this? In the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce, a group of businessmen looked at the pendulum clock standing in the middle of the hall with confused expressions. After appreciating the pendulum clock with Fei Yuer in the palace, Xiao Ming had the pendulum clock delivered to the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the pendulum clock arrived, it immediately attracted the attention of the businessmen. Li Kaiyuan stood in front of the pendulum clock, which had just been delivered from the palace. He didn't know much about the use of this pendulum clock, but he had heard about the machinery department making pendulum clocks some time ago. Now he finally saw the real thing. However, in order to make him understand the function of the pendulum clock, Xiao Ming specially asked the night watchman of the palace to come over. After some explanation, he understood how to use the pendulum clock to tell time. "It is truly a masterpiece of art," Li Kaiyuan exclaimed sincerely. Many businessmen who came to the Chamber of Commerce to apply for business licenses gathered around Li Kaiyuan. They also learned how to use the pendulum clock and understood that the pendulum clock was another commodity in Qingzhou. And judging from the complex style of this pendulum clock, its price must be very expensive, and the more expensive it is, the more terrifying the profit will be. Indeed, if this pendulum clock were to be released, it would surely astonish the world. Vice President Lei, did His Highness tell us how much it would cost, and how much it would cost? A businessman from Changen almost put his entire body on the pendulum clock. The function of this pendulum clock is not only magical, but also very exquisite in appearance. Not to mention the exquisite carving of the wood on the outside, even the whole piece of glass is very expensive. Li Kaiyuan's mouth clenched behind his ears. He had to admit that the pendulum clock was the most amazing Qingzhou industrial product he had seen in the past 3 years. Just think of what in the Deu Kingdom could record time accurately to the second. "Stay away, stay away." Li Kaiyuan drove away the Changen merchants like flies. Recently, there are more and more new faces in this Chamber of Commerce. For the Chamber of Commerce, this is a sign of prosperous business. At the same time, with so many businessmen, the Chamber of Commerce is also difficult to manage. Merchants of varying character often do some troublesome things in the Chamber of Commerce, and some merchants from other places are even highway robbers. When they learned that Qingzhou's goods were making huge profits, they were inevitably tempted to come and purchase. However, these robbers were hard to change their nature. Some of them even robbed other merchants of their purchased goods in the Chamber of Commerce, hoping to do some knockoff business. This month, the soldiers guarding the Chamber of Commerce killed a few daring and reckless people, so to be on the safe side, he didn't want anything to happen to the pendulum clock. After all, this pendulum clock was the only one in Qingzhou. Originally, the King of Qi wanted to keep it for himself, but he sent it to the Chamber of Commerce for publicity purposes. The nearby merchants were driven away. Li Kaiyuan then said, "To be honest, this thing is called a pendulum clock. Your Highness had the instruments department carefully manufacture it. Its function is very simple, just to record the time of a day. When Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce was built, it was divided into two parts. One part was the official area, which was similar to the front desk of a bank, and the other part was the product display stand, commonly known as the exhibition stand. At first, Li Kaiyuan felt uncomfortable with these unfamiliar words, but he got used to them over time. Now, he would feel it was inappropriate if other words were used. The function of this booth, as the name suggests, is to display the goods currently sold in the Chamber of Commerce, including soap, fine wine, perfume, glassware, mirrors, salt, etc. As long as it can be found at the booth, the Chamber of Commerce will sell it. The merchant stared at the pendulum clock with wide eyes. Some merchants had already learned from the night watchman how to tell time through the pendulum clock, while some merchants who didn't know much about the pendulum clock were eager to ask other merchants. After hearing about the pendulum from other people, they looked up in the direction of the pendulum and easily found out the time from it. 3:15, a businessman exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, this pendulum clock is truly amazing. If I bought one and put it up at home, wouldn't everyone envy me?" That's right, this pendulum clock can not only tell the time, but also looks very exquisite. It is very suitable for displaying at home. Unfortunately, I don't know how much it costs, said a businessman. It looks like it's very expensive. I estimate a pendulum clock would cost at least 50,000 taels. So expensive, how many people can afford it? Someone exclaimed. Hey, with the exquisite craftsmanship of this pendulum, someone will buy it for 50,000 taels. Even if there are only 1,000 people in the entire Dayu kingdom who want to buy it, that would be 50 million taels of silver. When these words were spoken, the businessmen took a deep breath. There was a hint of enthusiasm in their eyes when they looked at the pendulum clock. If they could make a pendulum clock, wouldn't they become rich overnight? Alas, in my opinion, all the wealth in the world will fall into the hands of King Qi. The merchants finally let out a sigh that was not sure whether it was jealousy or sadness. Li Kaiyuan was beaming with joy. The merchant's discussions did not escape his ears. He quietly admired the pendulum clock in front of him. He believed that there would be more and more commodities in the future. These businessmen had never seen a steam engine, and they would be shocked if they saw it with their own eyes. In his opinion, now that they can make steel monsters like steam engines, what strange things can't they make? He smiled inwardly with pride and looked at the merchants. Everyone, His Highness said that there is only one of this pendulum clock now, but a second one will be available soon. This pendulum clock is just for you to see how it looks like. When you return, you can consider purchasing a pendulum clock. As for the price, His Highness hasn't decided yet, but considering the magic of this pendulum clock, it will definitely not be cheap. If you want it, please prepare it. The merchants nodded when they heard this, and some wealthy merchants began to make plans. This pendulum was made specifically for the powerful and wealthy. There were many wealthy families outside the fiefdom of King Qi, and there were always a few wealthy families who liked to show off, and this pendulum was just right for them. Thinking of this, some businessmen turned around and left. They wanted to tell the news of the pendulum clock to the powerful people who were their vassals, while some businessmen directly discussed cooperation. Just as everyone was shaking with excitement due to the pendulum, servants from the palace arrived at the Chamber of Commerce. They carried a basket of white sugar to the center of the booth and said to Li Kaiyuan, Vice President Lei, His Highness asked you to tell us about the white sugar. Because the joy of the pendulum had not yet passed, the appearance of white sugar once again made the merchants nervous. They felt a little overwhelmed. What was going on in Qingzhou these 2 days? One commodity appeared after another. Li Kaiyuan knew about white sugar. After all, he was the first to know about any new products. So he said, Everyone, this white sugar is really a good thing. White sugar, what is this? Some merchants who were about to leave stopped abruptly and returned to the booth. After being shocked by the pendulum clock, the merchants' fragile nerves were tense again. They were ecstatic in their hearts. Today was truly a day worth celebrating for them, because the more products Qingzhou launched, the more money they would be able to make. Li Kaiyuan's face was filled with smiles. He really enjoyed the feeling of being admired by everyone. Compared to the pendulum clock, the white sugar didn't shock him that much. He said, This white sugar is very sweet. According to Your Highness, white sugar, like salt, will become a food ingredient that the people of Dayu will buy. The future is very good. Same as table salt, the merchants looked at each other. This salt has always been a government-run business, which shows the huge profits from it. A businessman said in disbelief, Vice President Li, you're exaggerating a bit. This thing does look a lot like table salt, but can it really be compared to table salt? Li Kaiyuan sneered and explained further, saying to the merchant who raised the question, If you don't believe me, you can try this white sugar. Although it's not as necessary as salt, it's also something that people need in large quantities. You must have tasted this maltose, right? It's 100 times stronger than maltose. All businessmen are smart people, and they certainly won't let their money go to waste. So the businessman who asked the question stepped forward and put some white sugar into his mouth. As the sweet taste melted in his mouth, the businessman's expression became more and more exciting. How Li Kaiyuan said lightly. Amazing, absolutely amazing. The merchant gave a thumbs up and said, I'm truly impressed by Kingju's merchandise. Every piece is uniquely crafted. Upon seeing this, other merchants rushed over to taste the white sugar, and exclamations of surprise immediately echoed in the Chamber of Commerce. Vice President Li, how much is this white sugar? The businessman asked anxiously. The more anxious the merchants became, the calmer Li Kaiyuan became. He said calmly, this white sugar is not for sale. Your Highness, please grant us mercy. We can buy the technology to produce it like we did with soap. As soon as Li Kaiyuan said this, the businessmen were immediately excited. After the Chamber of Commerce opened up soap production, soap workshops in Kingju sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. In just 1 year, there were more than 100 soap workshops outside Kingju City. After these soap workshops were established, the Chamber of Commerce even sold its own soap workshops and only provided caustic soda to the soap makers. Now there is obviously another opportunity to get rich in front of them. All the businessmen in Kingju know that those who run soap factories are now wealthy and rich. Vice President Lei, I'll buy it, a businessman shouted immediately, fearing that he would be overtaken by others. Another merchant pulled him behind him and said, Brother Xiao, please don't join in the fun. Everyone knows you only have 500 taels of silver. How can you afford this white sugar technology? This soap technology is 10,000 taels, and this white sugar will cost even more. Brother Li, that's not right. You can borrow money from Kingju Bank now. I can just go and borrow some. It's not a problem to make up for it. I'd be a fool if I missed this chance to make a fortune. While the two were talking to each other, the other businessmen suddenly reacted and squeezed towards Li Kaiyuan one by one. Li Kaiyuan, who was standing on the booth, was pushed 3 or 4 meters away by the crowd. Faced with the temptation of getting rich, these businessmen went completely crazy. Their eyes were red and they were shouting at the top of their lungs. Vice President Lei, please give me this opportunity. I'm willing to give you 20 of the profits. I'll give you 30. Vice President Lei, my daughter is 28 years old. If you are willing, please accept her. Waves of noise came and Li Kaiyuan almost felt dizzy. He immediately shouted, Guards, guards. As his voice spread, the soldiers guarding the door immediately stepped forward to block the crazy merchants. In front of the guards' cold weapons, the merchants retreated back to the platform, looking at Li Kaiyuan eagerly, waiting for his decision. Li Kaiyuan looked extremely worried. He had not expected that the production technology of white sugar would cause such a sensation. If the technology of the pendulum clock was made public, these merchants would have eaten him up. After straightening his messy clothes that were pulled by the merchant, Li Kaiyuan angrily said, What are you doing? If His Highness sees you being so unruly, you will all forget about this skill. Vice President Li, we are also anxious. Since His Highness said that this white sugar technology is for sale, we must at least give you a chance to buy it, said a businessman. Li Kaiyuan didn't keep the secret any longer. He said to the merchants, His Highness said that, just like with soap, this time the white sugar technology will only be sold to members of the Chamber of Commerce. Those who haven't joined the chamber should forget about it. In addition, there is no limit on purchases within the Chamber of Commerce. As long as the money is in place, you can get the technology. However, His Highness also asked me to remind you not to be too blind. Otherwise, if the white sugar production is too large and cannot be sold, our Chamber of Commerce will not be held responsible. The merchant nodded when he heard this. Your Highness truly cares about us, even reminding us of this. It was a good decision to come to Kingju this time. His Royal Highness the King of Qi really values merchants, said a businessman who had just come from another place. He was considering settling in Kingju. After stating this request, Li Kaiyuan said, If you want to purchase it at the Chamber of Commerce, please register and pay the money. The Chamber of Commerce will organize you to study in the workshop. As soon as Li Kaiyuan finished speaking, the merchants immediately ran to the registration office. Adhering to the principle of first come, first served, all the merchants wanted to seize this opportunity. The merchants here were extremely anxious, and at the same time, the merchant servants who were stationed in the Chamber of Commerce to gather information were already on their way back to inform their masters. As the news spread in Kingju City, more and more merchants came to the Chamber of Commerce impatiently. Then the people of Kingju saw an astonishing scene. The shopkeeper who was selling cloth in the shop seemed to be crazy and rushed out without even asking for money for the cloth. The butcher dropped his butcher knife and ran away, and for a moment the merchants in Kingju City were in chaos. The unusual movements in Kingju City naturally attracted the attention of the government office. When Pengu learned that the Chamber of Commerce had launched 2 new products, he smiled helplessly. He examined the commercial taxes collected in the past few months, which totaled 160,000 taels of silver. Looking towards the direction of Prince Chi's palace, Pengu sighed, "Your Highness is truly farsighted. It seems possible that commercial taxes will exceed agricultural taxes." "Your Highness, I was almost eaten by merchants these past few days." In the main hall of Prince Chi's mansion, Li Kaiyuan handed over the Chamber of Commerce's account book with both hands, complaining. Xiao Ming smiled. He had also heard about these two things. The merchants almost broke down the threshold of the Chamber of Commerce because of the white sugar issue. However, he was mentally prepared when he was about to release the white sugar technology. After all, the success of the soap factory made many businessmen jealous. Moreover, the White Sugar Chamber of Commerce has never even sold it in Dayu country, which means that white sugar will be a brand new commodity. Compared with the soap that the Chamber of Commerce has already made a lot of money from, the profit of this white sugar will definitely be higher. This is why businessmen are so eager to obtain the white sugar production technology. "I won't eat you, but I might give you tens of thousands of taels of silver notes and pick a few concubines for you," Xiao Ming said with a smile as he took the account book from Li Kaiyuan. Li Kaiyuan cried and said, "Your Highness, please don't slander me. I have always been honest." Of course, Xiao Ming was just joking. He gave Li Kaiyuan a very high salary in order to keep him honest. If he were outside the fiefdom, Li Kaiyuan's position would probably be fought over. With a teasing smile, Xiao Ming looked at the account book, which recorded the merchants who had purchased white sugar production technology in the past few days. 378 people. Xiao Ming was a little shocked when he saw the number of people in the account book. "That's so many, that's right. I have been reminding them not to buy technology too blindly, but they just don't believe it." Li Kaiyuan shook his head. "Since we've warned them, let them be. Whether they make a profit or a loss depends entirely on their own fate. But even if there are more than 200 people, I'm afraid they will make a profit in the early stages." "Think so too. This white sugar has never appeared on the market. The sales volume on the market will be very large. Moreover, now that the sea trade routes are opened, merchants can also sell white sugar to Goryeo in Japan," Li Kaiyuan said. Xiao Ming nodded when he heard this. This number seemed huge, but it was only because the white sugar workshops were concentrated in Qingzhou. It was like a modern town with only one small shop, but there were tens of thousands of them across the country. Similarly, if these more than 300 white sugar workshops were evenly distributed throughout the Great Yu Kingdom, it would be like a drop in the ocean. Moreover, now that he wants to open up private capital, he cannot interfere too much with the behavior of these merchants. Doing business means there will be gains and losses. He only needs to control the overall business operations of the entire feudal state, and the government will take care of the specific details. With over 3 million taels in the sale of sulfites, the White Sugar Chamber of Commerce is making a net profit. Not bad, not bad. The numbers in the account book made Xiao Ming smile happily. In fact, he was the one who made the most money. He could sell both sugarcane and chemicals, which meant that the merchants had to give him a portion of their profits. In addition to white sugar, the pendulum has not been sold yet. Once it is sold, it will be another huge income. The finances that have been strained by the crazy military expansion will finally be relieved. Li Kaiyuan's eyes narrowed with laughter, but he suddenly remembered something and said, "Your Highness, there is something I almost forgot. After purchasing the technology, these merchants have been complaining that they can't find enough craftsmen to take charge of production. Slaves in the Qingzhou market are also in short supply, and there are simply not enough for the merchants to share. This question of mine will cause some problems for the development of commerce." "Yeah, you're right," Xiao Ming nodded. He had to say that Li Kaiyuan had a very accurate view of this issue. In fact, he was also thinking about this problem. Now he obviously could not compete with Europe for the slave trade, and it was very difficult to conduct slave trade in Asia. After all, neither Japan nor Goryeo existed in a tribal form like Africa. However, he already had a specific replacement plan in mind, so he said, "You can talk to the merchants and ask them to recruit craftsmen from outside the enclosed country." Recruit craftsmen from other places. Li Kaiyuan's eyes rolled around, and he suddenly laughed. "Your Highness, this is a really clever idea. This way, whether these merchants buy from outside or cheat, they will increase the population of Qingzhou." There was a sly smile on Xiao Ming's lips. This was exactly what he wanted to achieve. After his instructions, these businessmen would inevitably traffic people from outside the sealed country to Qingzhou in pursuit of profits to meet the population shortage in the industry. In his opinion, this situation is similar to European businessmen trafficking African people in pursuit of profit, except that his method is more civilized, similar to modern labor export. "That's right, so you can secretly remind the businessman after you go back," Xiao Ming said. Li Kaiyuan nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness, I will prepare for this matter when I return." After seeing Li Kaiyuan off, Xiao Ming asked someone to prepare a horse as he was going to the military workshop. The situation in Dayu Kingdom could take a turn for the worse at any time, so he had to prepare in advance. Therefore, he had not been idle these 2 days, but was considering replacing equipment for the armies of various states. After discussing with Niu Ben, he felt that the focus should now be on replacing equipment for 3 armies, with the Yuzhu army naturally being the first. Relatively speaking, the Yuzhu army is now the largest among the feudal armies, with 20,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry, totaling 40,000 people. The second is the current Dengzhou army. As Dengzhou's position became more and more important, he expanded the Dengzhou army from 10,000 to 20,000 people. The last one was the Yunzhu army, which currently has only 10,000 people. This army was prepared for the resources of King Yang's fiefdom. If war broke out in Dayu Kingdom, he would have to use this army. As for the armies of other states, Xiao Ming only left a standing army of 1,000 people. It was not that he did not want to expand the army, but his fiefdom had a population of only 2 million. The armies of Yuzhu, Qingzhou, Yunzhu, and Dengzhou combined had a total of 90,000 people, which was already the limit that the fiefdom could bear. This meant that 1 out of every 20 people was a soldier, a very high ratio. Even so, he could not mobilize all 90,000 troops at once. After all, the logistics of an army of 100,000 would require 500,000 to 600,000 civilians. If he continued to fight like this, his fiefdom would be finished. So after thinking about it, Xiao Ming felt that he could only improve the equipment level of the army and balance quantity with quality. Because of this, he decided to go to the military workshop to check on the equipment and speed up production. At the same time, he asked Chen Qi to deliver the stockpiled equipment to the armies of various states. When he arrived at the military workshop, he heard the sound of metal knocking. Xiao Ming had not been to the military workshop for 2 months since his last trip to sea. Thinking of the rifle that Song Champing had given him, he first went to the gun workshop. In the gun workshop, Song Champing was earnestly teaching a craftsman how to rifle. A noisy sound was heard. He looked outside the door and saw that it was Xiao Ming. Song Champing was stunned for a moment, then turned and walked towards Xiao Ming. "Your Highness," Song Champing bowed to Xiao Ming with a smile on his face. "I have been looking forward to your return for a long time." "Really? That means you must have made some progress on your rifle. Otherwise, I will scold you when I get back," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Before leaving, he told Song Champing about the problems with the rifle and asked him to improve it. He didn't know how Song Champing improved it in the past 2 months. Song Champing was also a rather reserved man. He chuckled twice and said to Xiao Ming, "Your humble servant has been busy. Your Highness, please see this. This is the current rifled rifle bullet." "What?" Song Champing spread out his hand, and on his palm was a conical bullet. This was the mini bullet of later generations. The invention of this bullet changed the shortcoming of the flintlock rifle that it was difficult to load bullets. "Mini bullet, you made it," Xiao Ming said in surprise. Song Champing nodded. "With your Highness's instructions and the blueprints in the books, if I can't make it again, I can go home and farm." "Yeah, that's true. After so long, you should have made some progress." Xiao Ming said, "Bring me a rifle now. I want to test the power of this rifle and the mini bullet." Song Champing immediately asked his craftsman to get a rifle for Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming took the rifle to the training ground of the military workshop. At Fort Zealandia, Claire had used a rifle to intimidate him, but now his rifle was much more advanced than theirs. Placing the rifle vertically on the ground, Xiao Ming loaded the gunpowder in order, and finally successfully stuffed a bullet with a caliber slightly smaller than the barrel into the barrel. This is the advantage of mini bullet over lead bullet. After loading the ammunition, Xiao Ming raised the rifle. Like a cannon, today's rifles also have a front sight and rear sight. Through the rear sight and front sight, he can aim at the target in front. "Your Highness, our rifle can fire at a distance of 500 meters, and the effective range can reach 300 meters, so Your Highness can directly shoot at the target 300 meters away," Song Champing said confidently. 500 meters. This number made Xiao Ming happy. This range was equivalent to half the distance of the mini rifle. He was very satisfied with this data. Bang! Aiming at the target, Xiao Ming pulled the trigger. After a burst of fire and white smoke, the bullet flew towards the target 300 meters away and drilled a hole outside the first ring. After the gunshot, the craftsman in charge of checking the target quickly sent out a flag signal, 1 ring. Song Champing then said, "Your Highness, how about this rifle?" "Interesting." Xiao Ming picked up the bullet and reloaded it, saying this, but he was already extremely surprised. The biggest difference between a rifled gun and a smoothbore gun is accuracy. Compared with the deviation of smoothbore bullets, soldiers can use rifled rifles to accurately kill the enemy after training, which is absolutely terrifying in this era. Bang! Xiao Ming's shooting was more accurate this time, and the bullet landed outside the 7th ring. Your Highness, are you satisfied with this rifle? Song Champing's face became more and more confident. Xiao Ming nodded. He had to say that this time the rifle had reached the standard he required. Although the range was a little shorter, this was the maximum range possible before progress was made in gunpowder. After all, the more violently the gunpowder explodes, the higher the requirements for the barrel's ability to withstand it, so alloy technology must continue to improve. Satisfied with the gun, the next point is the production speed of rifled guns. He said, the gun is good, but how about the production of the bullet and the gun? Song Champing's expression became a little awkward when he spoke of this. He said, Your Highness, this bullet is nothing special. It can be made by simply casting a mold. However, rifling is really laborious. In the past 2 months, I have only produced 120 rifled guns. We can produce 4,000 to 5,000 smoothbore rifles a month, Xiao Ming said. With the increase in orders, the number of craftsmen in the gun workshop has increased a lot, which has also greatly increased the production volume of the gun workshop. Compared with the number of smoothbore guns, there are really too few rifled guns. After a pause, he continued, but don't worry, you will be able to overcome the rifling problem soon. Overcome? Song Champing asked doubtfully, does Your Highness have any other solution? Xiao Ming nodded. He was naturally talking about the steam engine, but he didn't want to say it now. After all, the application of the steam engine had to wait. He said, we'll have a concrete plan soon. How about this? You send all these rifles to the Qingzhou army. Also, how many flintlock rifles are left in this warehouse? Your Highness, ever since I sent 3,000 flintlock rifles to the Yuzhou army last time, I have been stepping up production according to Your Highness's instructions. Now, there are 9,000 flintlock rifles accumulated in the warehouse. Give 5,000 to the Yuzhou army, 3,000 to the Dengzhou army, and the remaining 1,000 to the Yunzhou army. Xiao Ming divided them according to priority. Now the armies of various states are clamoring for weapons, and the military workshop's output cannot keep up. Thinking of this, he feels that the steam engine must be put into operation as soon as possible, otherwise the production capacity of the fiefdom will soon be out of touch with demand. The two were talking about guns when Chen Qi, seemingly attracted by the sound of gunfire, walked out of the artillery workshop. Your Highness. Seeing Xiao Ming and Song Champing together, Chen Qi immediately ran over. Compared to 2 months ago, Chen Qi's face looked a little haggard. Xiao Ming asked, what's wrong? You look like you've had a hard time these past 2 months. Your Highness, it's because of Song Champing's pressure. The rifles he produces now have a range of 500 meters, which is almost catching up with artillery. I can't lose to him, so I have been thinking about how to increase the range of artillery during this period. Chen Qi said. Oh, what do you think? Xiao Ming said. Chen Qi continued, Your Highness, I'm wondering if rifle barrels can have rifling, so why can't artillery have rifling? If artillery has rifling, can it increase its range? It will definitely improve, Song Champing said to Chen Qi. The rifle has proven it. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi looked at Xiao Ming again. Being stared at by Chen Qi, Xiao Ming said, You can study this aspect, maybe you can succeed. According to historical records, in the early 17th century, Tsarist Russia manufactured a bronze Pishali cannon with a caliber of 3 Russian inches and 10 spiral grooves in the barrel. Throughout the 18th century, both Germany and Britain conducted experiments on rifled cannons, and some of them were breech-loading cannons. Although these guns were small in caliber, they were very effective. In 1776, a British 2-pound breech-loading rifled gun deflected only 2 feet at a range of 1,300 yards. Based on these records, Xiao Ming felt that Chen Qi should also study rifled cannons, because Europe might have already partially equipped them. Your Highness, in that case, I will proceed to develop a rifle based on its design. In the military workshop, Chen Qi strengthened his determination with the encouragement of Song Champing and Xiao Ming. Try it boldly. Artillery is extremely powerful and cannot be replaced by muskets. Field artillery will become more and more important on future battlefields, Xiao Ming said to Chen Qi. During this period, Chen Qi suddenly felt that the status of artillery seemed to have declined, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, and felt that his research was of little value. And now Xiao Ming's words once again ignited the surging motivation in his heart. After assigning Chen Qi the direction for future artillery development, Xiao Ming asked, Let's put that aside for now. How many field guns have you produced? The army is clamoring for more equipment every day, and the situation is so unpredictable right now. I need the army to begin practicing the coordination of field artillery and infantry. Your Highness, we have already produced 96 6-pound field guns and 42 12-pound field guns. As for naval guns, we have also been producing them to meet the needs of the warships that are about to be launched. In addition, there are city defense guns needed by various prefectures and counties. During this period, we provided 200 guns to Yunju City, 300 guns to Dengzhou, and 180 guns to Yizhou in the south. In addition, there are export-oriented guns. Chen Qi listed them all. Xiao Ming was slightly satisfied with the output of artillery. One thing he was very confident about was that his current artillery casting technology was definitely more advanced than that of Europe, because Europe was still using wax mold casting technology. This technology requires the continuous manufacture of molds, but his iron mold casting cannon technology omits this, allowing the cannon to truly achieve assembly line-like production. For this reason, he believed that his artillery production would not be worse than that of European countries. 36 6-pound field guns and 12 12-pound field guns will be left to the Qingzhou army, and the remaining field guns will be sent to the Yuzhou army, Xiao Ming said after a moment of hesitation. The Qingzhou army can be said to be his personal guard, so Xiao Ming naturally has to pay attention to it. The Yuzhou army faces the barbarians directly and also needs special attention. As for the Dengzhou army, the coastal defense artillery is enough to resist the Japanese pirates and attacks from Goryeo, and Yunju basically does not have to worry about Qingyang. After all the arms in stock were distributed, Xiao Ming talked to the two of them about production before returning. Now that the number of his troops has reached its limit, the next focus will be to replenish their equipment. After all, except for the Qingzhou army, the armies of the other states are basically pure cold weapon troops. These cold weapon troops do not have much advantage in the event of a war. The reason why he came here in person today was because he was anxious. Although the military workshop did not slack off at all, the equipment still could not meet the needs of the armies of various states. The situation in Dayu Kingdom is not very good now, and perhaps the war is not far away. Just as he was worrying about the future, his battle report finally arrived in Changen. When the Qingzhou post commander was delivering the memorial from Qingzhou to the palace, he was stopped by the imperial guards. "This is a memorial from His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. Why are you stopping it?" the postmaster said angrily. Xiao Wengshuan once promised Xiao Ming that he could send the memorial directly to the imperial study instead of going through the layers of review by the secretariat. That was why the post commander was so angry. The palace guard frowned upon hearing this. He said the emperor issued an edict yesterday, ordering His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to take over as regent from this very day. From now on, memorials from the vassal states must pass through the Eastern Palace before being forwarded to the emperor. The Crown Prince is acting as regent. The postmaster was slightly surprised, but remembering Prime Minister Pang's words before he left, he took out the memorial and said, "In that case, please submit this memorial to the Eastern Palace." Before leaving, Pang Yukun told him to be careful in Changen to avoid causing trouble, and this memorial was originally intended for Queen Xiao and the Crown Prince to see. The general of the Imperial Guard took the letter and nodded. After delivering the memorial, the postman rode away. At this moment, a eunuch, accompanied by a group of eunuchs, approached the palace gate. They stopped at the gate, and the leading eunuch asked softly, "What happened just now?" The Imperial Guard was startled to see the newcomer. This was Wang Zai, the most sought-after official in Changen, Minister Wang, a close friend of the Empress. He immediately bowed and said, "Minister Wang, this is a memorial from Qingzhou." A memorial from Qingzhou. Wang Zai narrowed his eyes, turning his triangular pupils into a line. Yes, the general of the Imperial Guards presented the memorial with both hands. Wang Zai took the memorial and tore off the outer envelope. After glancing at the contents, Wang Zai's expression turned grim. He said, "I will give this memorial to the Empress." A layer of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the Imperial Guard general. He smiled obsequiously and nodded continuously. Putting the memorial into his sleeve, Wang Zai walked towards the palace with his head held high. The emperor was now seriously ill in bed, and all the affairs of the court were handled by the empress. Without the emperor's supervision, the prince indulged in sensual pleasures every day and did not bother to pay attention to the ministers. Watching Wang Zai's figure disappear into the palace gate, the guard general breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little worried. From Wang Zai's performance, it seemed that he didn't care about the king of Qi at all, and now everyone knows the status of King Qi in the kingdom of Dayu. In the palace, Wang Zai took the memorial and went directly to Queen Zhao's residence, where Queen Xiao was dressing up. "Your Majesty, I met a postman from Qingzhou delivering a memorial to the emperor at the palace gate, so I stopped the memorial." Wang Zai's expression instantly changed from arrogance to flattery. The memorial from the Prince of Qi, Queen Zhao's body trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was in a state of great emotional upheaval. "Show it to me." "Yes." Wang Zai walked over with a smile, drove away the palace maid who was combing Queen Zhao's hair, and started combing Queen Zhao's hair himself. After taking the memorial and glancing over it, Empress Xiao suddenly laughed. The barbarians' attack on Shanhaiguan is quite timely. I'm afraid the barbarians are fake, and the real reason is that they have their own troops. That's right. In my opinion, the King of Qi is clearly threatening the Queen and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He deserves to be killed. Wang Zai said indignantly while carefully combing his hair. Empress Zhao sighed. Since the Emperor's illness, all the princes have become restless. I think this letter of surrender is just a piece of waste paper. Your Majesty, I think this letter of allegiance is still useful. If it is announced to the world, these princes will be considered disloyal and unrighteous if they have ill intentions. Wang Zai said with a smile. It's just that the prince's rebellion is disloyal and unjust. If the prince wants to kill other princes in the future, wouldn't that be disloyal and unjust as well? Queen Zhao frowned. Wang Zai continued, Your Majesty, this is simple. We can then accuse these princes of treason. Wouldn't that violate the Pledge of Allegiance? In short, this Pledge of Allegiance will only benefit us in every way. I took this into consideration when I came up with this idea. There really is a reason why my father sent you to my side. Queen Zhao smiled and looked at herself in the glass mirror. She was no longer as beautiful as she used to be. There were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and even a white strand in her hair. Wang Zai then took up a golden hairpin and held Empress Zhao's head in his hand. He said, Your Majesty, I am indeed a very clever old servant. How can I compare to your wisdom? However, Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi is now guarding Shanhaiguan, and his army is very capable and adept at fighting. This is indeed a hidden danger. Perhaps the Prince of Qi will not dare to take the risk of rebellion because of his Pledge of Allegiance, but there is no guarantee that his descendants will not rebel. I have been thinking about this too. The reason why the King of Qi defeated the barbarians twice was because of firearms. I think the court should focus on developing firearms now. If the King of Zhao's army and imperial guards are all equipped with firearms, what capital will Xiao Ming have to fight against the court, and what will he have to fear from the barbarians? Queen Zhao said thoughtfully. Wang Zai chuckled twice when he heard this. He walked up to Queen Zhao and said, Your Majesty, I have brought you the method of forging firearms. What? Queen Zhao exclaimed. She looked at Wang Zai and said, Now is not the time to talk nonsense. Wang Zai said seriously, My lady, I am not talking nonsense. As the saying goes, a valiant man will always be brave under a great reward. I have been asking a blacksmith to research the forging method of the matchlock gun, and he actually found a way to make it. Really? Queen Zhao looked shocked. Now Xiao Ming has monopolized all firearms trade in Dayu Kingdom. The huge profits have made everyone greedy, so the imitation has never stopped since the emergence of firearms. In fact, many princes had different intentions in purchasing weapons from Xiao Ming. One was to equip the army, and the other was to imitate them. Your Majesty, I dare not speak nonsense. This craftsman really forged a matchlock gun. Although its power is not as great as the matchlock gun in Qingzhou, its appearance is basically the same, and it can still kill people after being loaded with gunpowder, Wang Zai said. Queen Zhao was very excited. She asked, Does anyone else know about this? No, only this old slave knows. Very good, now you must immediately give the method of forging the matchlock gun to my father and let him imitate it. There are many complicated forces in Changen City now. In the end, I am afraid that only my father can lead the troops into Changen to consolidate the prince's throne, Queen Zhao said. Yes, Your Majesty, Wang Zai nodded. He had seen the imitation matchlock gun with his own eyes. According to the craftsman, he used 2 pieces of rolled iron to forge the gun barrel, with a layer of rolled iron inside and a layer of rolled iron outside. The iron coils are staggered to prevent gunpowder leakage, but the production of this matchlock gun is very slow. A barrel needs to be forged repeatedly, and it takes a month to make a matchlock gun. It has been more than half a year since Xiao Ming sent the matchlock gun to Changen. Now that it has been successfully imitated, Queen Zhao feels relieved. Although he didn't say it, Xiao Ming is now her biggest worry. As long as Xiao Ming is not eliminated, the prince's throne will not be stable. The matchlock gun is no problem. If the cannon can also be imitated, we will no longer be afraid of Xiao Ming. After the excitement, Queen Zhao suddenly sighed slightly. Wang Zai was also quite troubled by artillery. Last time, Xiao Wengxun had sent people to imitate the matchlock gun, but the final result ended in failure. King Xiao also asked craftsmen to imitate cannons, but the cost of making these cannons was even higher than the cost of the purchased cannons. Moreover, the power of these imitated cannons was not as good as the Qingzhou cannons. So after weighing the pros and cons, the princes decided to purchase Qingzhou artillery. After all, it saves money and effort. Your Majesty, there's nothing I can do about the artillery. But if the firearms division is brought under your command, won't we have enough artillery? Wang Zai said. Queen Xiao agreed, but she said, "The commander of the firearm battalion is Luo Hong now. If we attack Luo Hong, we will offend Luo Quan and his son Luo Xin. Moreover, Luo Quan and the king of Qi have always been on good terms, which will offend the king of Qi. Your Majesty, as long as we get the firearms battalion and add our matchlock rifles, what's there to fear from the Prince of Qi? Before the crown prince ascends the throne, we must eliminate the Prince of Qi's influence in Changen and leave no hidden dangers." A sinister glint flashed in Wang Zai's eyes. Not just the Prince of Qi, but also the second, third, and fourth prince's influence must be eliminated one by one. For the crown prince to ascend the throne smoothly, Your Majesty must not have too many concerns. Queen Zhao was somewhat moved by Wang Zai's words. After a brief moment of contemplation, she immediately said with caution, "It's fine for the other princes, but if the king of Qi allows the barbarians to enter the pass, then the world will be taken over by the barbarians." Speaking of this, Wang Zai laughed triumphantly and said, "Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. His Royal Highness the Prince of Zhao has sent someone with news. He has sent an envoy to the barbarian tribe. The barbarian Khan has promised Your Majesty that if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince resumes the annual tribute after ascending the throne, they will help His Royal Highness conquer the world." Barbarians, is father confused. This is like inviting a wolf into the house. It's ridiculous. Queen Zhao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Wang Zai said calmly, "Your Majesty, you are wrong. How did the emperor ascend the throne? How did he use the barbarians to get rid of King Kang? If the emperor did it, why can't the crown prince do it? It's just that the King Kang has become the king of Qi. Although the people are different, the events are the same. No, the emperor has been feeling guilty about this ever since he ascended the throne. If it weren't for his momentary change of mind, he wouldn't have allowed the barbarians to seize Yuzhou. He has lived in fear ever since. I don't want the crown prince to bow down to the barbarians like the emperor did. Your Majesty, is the whole world more important than your temporary face? The barbarians only want some land in the north. What can we do to them? Dayu is a country with vast territory and abundant resources. This little land is nothing. Besides, once the position of the crown prince is consolidated, we can also take it back with the help of firearms, Wang Zai advised. In the past, King Zhao sent him into the palace, and he stayed with Queen Zhao to pass on messages and give her advice. To him, his master is King Zhao, not Queen Zhao. Everything he does now is for the Zhao family to rule the Central Plains, which is what the Zhao family has been planning for generations. Now that Prince Zhao finally sees hope, how could he change because of Queen Zhao's thoughts? So he continued, "His Royal Highness Prince Zhao has said that Your Majesty must cooperate with his plan. Only in this way can the position of Crown Prince be secure. Otherwise, Your Majesty and the Crown Prince will be on their own." As Wang Zai finished speaking, Queen Zhao's face suddenly turned pale. She angrily asked, "Are you trying to threaten me?" "Your Majesty, how could the Prince of Zhao, as your biological father, threaten you? Everything His Highness did was for you and the Crown Prince." Wang Zai smiled as he inserted the last golden hairpin into Queen Zhao's hair. Queen Zhao sneered twice, and a trace of fatigue suddenly appeared on her face. She said to Wang Zai, "You can leave now. I want to go visit His Majesty." Yes, Wang Zai still had a faint smile on his face. With the help of the palace maids, Queen Zhao turned and walked out of Fengeming Palace and went directly to Bishui Pavilion. After Xiao Wengxuan became seriously ill, he had been recuperating in Bishui Pavilion, and concubine Zhen had been taking good care of him. Logically, this should have been taken care of by her as the queen, but at this time Xiao Wengxuan ordered him to recuperate in the Bishui Pavilion. This made her as the queen embarrassed, and because of this, there were more rumors in the palace. The rumor that made him most angry was that the emperor's serious illness was directly related to her. Thinking of this, she felt angry. "My ladies." When they arrived at the Bishui Pavilion, Queen Zhao went straight into the inner hall. Seeing Queen Zhao come in, concubine Zhen bowed. Queen Zhao nodded, and the sisterly intimacy in her eyes was no longer there. When Xiao Wengxuan, the person who maintained the shame between them, fell, the concubines in the palace revealed their true colors. They used all their means to start planning for the rest of their lives. "Go out, I have something to say to the emperor," Queen Zhao said to concubine Zhen in an imperative tone. Zhen Fei wanted to say something, but when she saw Queen Zhao's cold eyes, she finally sighed and walked out. Lying on the bed, Xiao Wengxuan's face was yellow, his lips were pale, and he looked so weak that he couldn't even utter a word. At this moment, he stared at Queen Zhao with extremely complicated eyes, but he still didn't say a word. "Your Majesty, why is this happening?" Queen Zhao looked at Xiao Wengxuan with confusion and bewilderment in her eyes. She had never disliked concubine Zhen before, but because of this incident, she hated her more than ever before. Xiao Wengxuan's eyes turned, and his expression suddenly became a little fearful. He didn't dare to look into Queen Zhao's eyes, but desperately looked for concubine Zhen's figure. Empress Zhao's heart suddenly felt sad. Her eyes reddened slightly as she said bitterly, "Has our decades of love been less than what it was with concubine Zhen? Even if I'm old and ugly, and you don't want to pay attention to me, you shouldn't treat me like this, even for the 13th prince." When the 13th prince was mentioned, Xiao Wengshuan's eyes suddenly became hazy. He looked at Queen Zhao and said weakly for the first time, "I'm afraid my life will fall into the hands of you and the 13th prince." "Your Majesty, the 13th prince is but a baby. How could he possibly want to take your life?" Queen Zhao said sternly. "Does your Majesty hate me so much that he won't even give me a decent excuse?" Heh. Xiao Wengshuan suddenly laughed hoarsely, but his smile was full of despair. 2 months ago, Queen Zhao gave birth to the 13th prince. That day was the happiest day for him in recent years. This joy even exceeded the day when Xiao Ming captured Shenheguan. Over the years, he and Queen Zhao have a very close relationship and have always supported each other. Queen Zhao's children are his favorite children. It is for Queen Zhao's sake that he has always supported the incompetent prince. But he never expected that his life would one day fall at the hands of Queen Zhao and her son. Ever since Queen Zhao gave birth to the 13th prince, the crown prince has been sending bloodbirds' nests to Queen Zhao as a sign of filial piety. Because there were so many bloodbirds' nests, Queen Zhao would always send a bowl to Xiao Wengshuan to nourish his body. After all, he is old now and his health is deteriorating. But he didn't expect that after drinking it for a month, his body became weaker and weaker, until one day he suddenly fainted on the ground. After that, his health got worse day by day, until finally he could only lie in bed and couldn't get up. After thinking about it, he became more and more suspicious that there was something wrong with the bird's nest, because only the blood bird's nest did not come from the imperial kitchen. Thinking of this, he asked Feng Desui to investigate secretly, but Feng Desui never came back after that, and since then he found that his imperial order could not leave the Bishui pavilion at all. At this time he finally despaired. In his opinion, Queen Zhao must be impatient to let the prince ascend the throne, because he once jokingly told her that when the 13th prince grew up, he would make him the crown prince. After all, the 13th prince was also the son of Queen Zhao and the legitimate son. "Your Majesty, you must be sick and confused." Queen Zhao felt more and more sad. Xiao Wengshuan was simply unreasonable to her now. Ahem. Xiao Wengshuan coughed violently twice. He felt his body was getting weaker and weaker during this period. He was afraid that he didn't have much time left. Looking at Queen Zhao, he pleaded, "You want me dead and I can't say anything, but please don't implicate innocent people. The Prince of Qi is the only one who can stop the barbarians from advancing south. If you send concubine Zhen to Qingzhou, the Prince of Qi will surely be grateful for your kindness. Even if he doesn't support the crown prince, he won't let the barbarians in." Empress Zhao became increasingly confused. She said, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about? How could I possibly want your Majesty to die?" Xiao Wengshuan looked at Queen Zhao intently. Ever since he fell ill, he had been wary of her and had never spoken to her. Now that Queen Zhao's words were so true, he suddenly had an idea and asked, "Let me ask you, where did Feng Desui go?" Feng Desui, Empress Zhao was suddenly startled. She said, "Didn't Feng Desui retire and return home?" "Retire and return home," Xiao Wengshuan sneered. "I sent him to investigate the blood bird's nest incident, and now he has suddenly disappeared. Do you think he is retiring and returning home?" Queen Zhao's expression became more and more ugly. When she thought of Wang Zai's face, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. During this period of time, it had been Wang Zai who had been conveying government orders, and everything she heard was said by Wang Zai. Looking back now, it seems that things became different after she gave birth to the 13th prince, and the blood bird's nest that Xiao Wengshuan mentioned was exactly what he asked Wang Zai to deliver. In the past, Wang Zai was very honest around her, but now Wang Zai seemed like a different person. "This is what Wang Zai and I said," Queen Zhao said after hesitating for a moment. Hearing this, Xiao Wengshuan's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. He realized that Empress Zhao was probably innocent in this matter. He said, "It's too late. It's too late to do anything now. He has already made his move. Wanrong, believe me. This is all your father's conspiracy. Listen to me. Take concubine Zhen and the 13th prince to Qingzhou to seek refuge with the Prince of Qi. I will now make the 13th prince the crown prince." "Father, you really want to make the 13th prince the crown prince?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the inner hall, and the prince walked in with a gloomy face. Queen Zhao was no fool. She had already guessed something from Xiao Wengshuan's few words. She angrily said, "So it's you, the rebellious son. Your father suddenly fell ill. It turns out it was all you and Wang Zai secretly colluding with. You're committing regicide." The atmosphere in the Bishui pavilion was so oppressive that it seemed difficult to breathe. Outside the inner hall, Lialai supported Zhenfei, and they heard every word of the conversation in the inner hall. Zhenfei was so shocked that she almost couldn't stand. In the inner hall, the crown prince's face twisted. "Father, you are so cruel. I've been the crown prince for 30 years, and yet you're still thinking of deposing me. I should have believed my grandfather long ago and not waited until today." Bastard Queen Xiao's body trembled with anger, and she raised her hand to slap the prince. The crown prince instantly grabbed Empress Xiao's hand. He angrily pushed her backwards, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. He sneered and said, "From now on, none of you can order me around. This great Yu kingdom is mine, and I am the future emperor." Rebellious son Xiao Wengshuan coughed violently, his face flushed red. The crown prince looked at Xiao Wengshuan and suddenly laughed mischievously. He said, "Father, don't you want to know the truth? I will tell you the truth. You guessed right, I had Wang Zai poison you. This poison is a chronic poison. Over time, it will cause your body to collapse. But don't worry, you won't die yet. After all, you're still useful. Once I have eliminated all other forces in Changen City, you can die." "Also, don't you want to know where Feng Desu went?" the prince suddenly said viciously. "Your son chopped him into pieces and fed them to the dogs, ha 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 ha." Rebellious son, Xiao Wengshuan struggled to get up, but his body was too weak to get up. In extreme anger, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty," Queen Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The crown prince sneered at Xiao Wengshuan. He looked around the Bishui pavilion and continued, "Father, you can just rest and recuperate here. From today on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the Bishui pavilion without my order." After a pause, he looked at Queen Xiao and said, "Mother, if you support me, the position of Grand Empress Dowager will remain yours, and I will forgive you for what happened. If you are as stubborn as my father, don't blame me for being unfilial." "You rebellious son," Queen Xiao lay on Xiao Wengshuan and cried bitterly. But when his eyes met Xiao Wengshuan's, he saw a familiar look. In an instant, she suddenly stopped crying and said, "Now that the situation has been decided, I have no choice but to save your brother's life." "So the Queen Mother supports me," the prince laughed softly. Queen Xiao nodded with difficulty. The prince was overjoyed. He said, "In that case, the Queen Mother should return to the palace. This place will be left to him and Xiao Ming's humble mother." Queen Xiao turned around and looked at Xiao Wengshuan again. Then she turned around and walked out without hesitation. The crown prince sneered at Xiao Wengshuan and left with Wang Zai following Empress Xiao. Passing by concubine Zhen, the crown prince said teasingly, "Don't be afraid, concubine Zhen. You're very useful. I'm counting on you to let Xiao Ming enter Changen." Your dreaming Zhen Fei raised her eyebrows and spat fiercely. The prince didn't care. He was now in high spirits and smiled smugly. He said, "I will let you see Xiao Ming die in my hands with your own eyes." After that, he said to the guards outside the Bishui pavilion, "From today on, just give them some simple food. If I see a piece of meat in their food, I will chop off your heads." "Yes, your highness," the guard said tremblingly. Nodding with satisfaction, the prince looked at Du Heng standing outside the door and said, "General Du, the safety of this palace is now in your hands." "Don't worry, your highness. I know exactly where the rat hole is in this palace, and I won't make any mistakes," Du Heng said loudly. The prince nodded with satisfaction and then walked out of the palace with Wang Zai. As he walked out, Wang Zai glanced back at Du Heng and said to the crown prince, "Your highness, I've always felt uneasy with Du Heng. Du Heng has always been loyal to your majesty and has a close relationship with the Prince of Qi. His son Du Boyuan and Xiao Ming are even closer friends. I'm afraid something might go wrong if I ask him to monitor the emperor. Minister Wang is overthinking it. Yang Zhen is also a close confidant of the emperor, and he's serving under my command now. The emperor's life is hanging by a thread, and these generals and officials see it clearly. My ascension to the throne will come in a few months, or even a year or two. Du Heng, like those generals, is just a fence-sitter. He only leads 3,000 soldiers from the palace, so he's nothing to be feared." "Your highness is wrong. This palace is the center of Dayu Kingdom. Whoever controls the palace controls the world. I advise your highness to replace a general to take charge of the palace guards," Wang Zai advised. "Don't say any more. If that's the case, what will those generals who have defected to me think? Isn't this just destroying the bridge after crossing it? Don't forget that the third and fourth princes have been trying to win over officials and generals. I can't let others down because of such a small matter. Besides, Du Heng is only in charge of the inner palace. The outer palace is all ours. Even if he is just pretending to defect, killing him will only take the blink of an eye." Wang Zai frowned. What the prince said seemed to make some sense, but he still felt uneasy. However, thinking that King Xiao was going to lead his troops into Changen today, he did not mention the matter again. In the Bishui pavilion, the palace maids serving Zhenfei kept sobbing. They kept crying after the prince left. "Why are you crying? If you want to cry, go outside." Liulai looked at the palace maids angrily. Zhenfei was sad because of this matter, and these palace maids did not try to persuade her but made things worse. A palace maid said, "How can we not cry? We have all heard what the prince said. This means we all know the secret. How can we live after knowing such a thing? That's right, whoever tells a secret like regicide will die. Woo. Leoli was speechless when she heard that. Zhen Fei said at this time, I am sorry I have caused trouble for everyone. If you had not served me, I would not have let you suffer with me. Here, I apologize to you. Empress, the palace maids were shocked and immediately helped Zhen Fei up. A palace maid said, Your Majesty has been so kind to us. How could we possibly accept such a generous gift? We are simply heartbroken, but we will certainly stand by Your Majesty's side. Concubine Zhen sighed. Now that such a huge change had taken place in Changen City, the most important thing was to spread the news. Otherwise, if Xiao Ming was kept in the dark, it might be disadvantageous to him. If he had been told the news, Xiao Ming would have been able to prepare in advance. Faint sobbing sounds were heard from the Bishui pavilion outside the courtyard. The guards at the gate exchanged glances. The captain in charge of guarding the Bishui pavilion said to Du Heng, General, we're all here. As long as we're here, concubine Zhen won't be able to escape. Well, there must not be any mistakes. You heard clearly what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ordered. Du Heng's expression was cold, and his eyes swept over Zhao Yuji, who was the deputy commander of the inner palace guards. After explaining this matter, Du Heng turned and walked out of the palace. It was already late, and Zhao Yuji was in charge of keeping watch tonight, so he could go back and rest. Seeing Zhao Yuji's figure disappear at the end of the stone path, Zhao Yuji, who had originally had a respectful expression, suddenly revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At this time, one of the soldiers said, Captain, why hasn't His Royal Highness handed over the inner palace guards to you? Du Heng is a close minister to the emperor, and he is a cause for concern. Zhao Yuji said coldly, It's precisely because of this that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent us to guard the Bishui pavilion. It's clear that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince doesn't trust him either. However, he's the only one who can mobilize the inner palace guards. If he were to move at this time, there would be a massacre. Moreover, Du Heng, like Yang Zhen, voluntarily surrendered to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is also suspicious. I used to think that Du Heng was a loyal minister, but I didn't expect that he was just a fence-sitter. Another soldier laughed. Loyal ministers? How many loyal ministers are there in the Dayu Kingdom? The real loyal ministers are those who can keep their status and wealth, Zhao Yuji said lightly. At first, according to the plan, they wanted to kill Du Heng and seize the inner palace. However, they never expected that Du Heng would take the initiative to join the prince, and because of this, they successfully took control of the inner palace. It's a pity that I'm one step too late. Zhao Yuji felt a little annoyed. He was only one step away from becoming the commander of the inner palace guards, but now he had to be inferior to others. However, he believed that he would not have to wait too long. Once the prince ascended the throne, Du Heng would surely die, so he should show his face in front of His Royal Highness the Prince now. Thinking of this, he looked towards the Bishui pavilion and said solemnly, Everyone, keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Not even a fly can enter, or you will lose your head. Yes, the guards at the door said in unison. Outside the palace gate, Du Heng mounted his horse and headed home. At this time, Changen City was still prosperous and peaceful as usual, with no sign of anything unusual, and the people were unaware of it. But what they didn't know was that great changes had already taken place in the palace. Turning from Zhuke Avenue to Fang Street and then entering Minfang, Du Heng instinctively felt a sense of danger when passing an intersection in the square. Just as he reined in his horse and prepared to escape, 16 people suddenly appeared in front and behind him. He looked at the 16 faces warily, 5 of whom were actually Changen residents who had been living in this area. Who are you? Du Heng drew his sword and shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out, General Du, my prince treated you well. Why did you defect to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? This is really disheartening. Du Heng looked towards the source of the voice. At this moment, the young man made way for him, and a man walked out while stroking his chin. Li San. Du Heng was shocked to see the person coming. That's me, Li San smiled strangely. General Du, let's talk. You should understand what they are holding. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, it will be useless. Du Heng's eyes swept over the hands of Li San and others. These were all short stick-like weapons, and he immediately understood what they were. Munitions. Du Heng knew that he could not resist at all. He had seen the power of these firearms, and armor could not stop them at all. Li San gestured, and a member of the secret guard immediately covered Du Heng's eyes with a cloth. Then Du Heng only felt that he got on a carriage and walked a long way. When he could see things again, he found himself in a woodshed and Li San was facing him. General Du, let's cut to the chase. What's the current situation of the emperor and concubine Zhen? Li San asked coldly. Now he had to use all means to rescue concubine Zhen. Du Heng stared at Li San. He didn't answer Li San's question, but said, I didn't expect Yang Zhen to be right. This secret guard really exists. Yang Zhen. Li San showed a trace of disdain. Yang Zhen from Lijingmen, what a scoundrel who only follows the wind. That's wrong, whether you are a traitor or a loyal minister. Everyone is trying to survive in this chaotic world. Du Heng's voice was a little hoarse. Li San said disdainfully, so General Du and the traitors in the court are just the same kind of people. If that's the case, I can kill you with peace of mind. After saying that, Li San raised his short-barreled musket and pointed it at Du Heng. If you kill me, who can rescue concubine Zhen and the emperor from the palace? Du Heng looked straight at Li San, as if he had guessed what he was thinking. Li San suddenly laughed when he heard this, then he slowly put down his rifle. General Du is indeed a smart man, but sometimes his cleverness backfires. Do you think I couldn't rescue concubine Zhen without you? If that's the case, why did you come to me? Du Heng still looked confident of victory. Li San said slowly, it's to purge the emperor's entourage and get rid of corrupt officials. As soon as he finished speaking, Li San raised his rifle and pointed it at Du Heng's forehead. General Du, you should have expected this day to come. Wait, just as Li San was about to pull the trigger, Du Heng suddenly spoke. What, General Du, do you have any last words, or are you scared? Li San said contemptuously. Du Heng looked at Li San, seemingly determined. He said, if the emperor asked me to pretend to surrender to the crown prince, would you believe it? The emperor asked you to pretend to surrender to the prince. Li San's expression changed slightly. Du Heng sighed slightly. He didn't want to tell this secret, but now Li San forced him to tell it. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of Xiao Wengxuan if he died before achieving his goal? What's going on? Li San looked confused. Du Heng then slowly spoke. Ever since the emperor fainted the first time, he's already suspected the crown prince and the empress. When he woke up, he summoned me for a private discussion. The emperor knows full well that the crown prince must have been fully prepared to act this way, and that there must be men planted by the crown prince among the inner palace guards. To control the palace, the crown prince will surely kill me. Rather than that, I might as well pretend to surrender to the crown prince and perhaps save my life, waiting for the opportunity. After a pause, Du Heng continued, and no one knows a son better than his father. In the eyes of the emperor, the crown prince is incompetent, ambitious, and self-willed. After I defected, the crown prince was indeed very happy and did not give me any trouble. However, the emperor's real concern is not the crown prince, but Prince Xiao. The conspiracies and intrigues within the palace are all linked to Prince Xiao. Once Prince Xiao enters the capital, he will be powerless to reverse the situation with his cunning and shrewdness. Although I really want to see Secretary Fei and General Luo, Yang Zhen has defected to the crown prince, and Changen City is full of his spies. I am also the person he is closely monitoring, so there is no way for me to pass on any information. Yang Zhen. Du Heng's words made Li San frown. He looked into Du Heng's eyes carefully, trying to determine whether Du Heng was lying. After a pause, Li San said, if you want me to believe you, show me the evidence. Du Heng sneered and asked in return, how can I trust you? You and Yang Zhen are both people walking in darkness. If Yang Zhen can betray the emperor, you may not be able to betray the king of Qi. Li San was stunned when he heard this. He was actually stumped by Du Heng's words. General Du, Li San's words are unbelievable. But can I trust my words? A voice suddenly rang out as the two stared at each other. Du Heng glanced out the doorway, a slender figure catching his eye. He was startled and exclaimed, Your Highness, what's going on? Why is Your Highness with Li San? The visitor was none other than Princess Pingyang. She sighed slightly and said, I know everything that's going on in the palace. Yang Zhen let it slip last night when I was drunk, otherwise I would have been kept in the dark. Humph, this prince is simply treasonous. Du Heng was shocked. In his opinion, Princess Pingyang's influence in Changen was far greater than Xiao Ming's. Overjoyed, he shouted, Your Highness, only you can save the emperor now. General Du thinks too highly of me. After all, I'm just a woman, who would be willing to risk their life for a woman at a time like this. Furthermore, the king of Zhao's army will soon arrive at Changen. How can I turn the tide? In my opinion, the only way to save my life is to stay away from Changen. Li San looked at Princess Pingyang and nodded. This was the result of their discussion all night. Last night, when he was planning to rescue concubine Zhen, Princess Pingyang suddenly arrived at his residence, led by a secret guard from Changen. He was so frightened that he almost shot Princess Pingyang with his gun, but when Pingyang explained her purpose and she told him what was happening in the palace, he hesitated for a moment and decided to cooperate with Pingyang. Because his purpose this time was only to rescue Zhenfei, Xiao Wengxuan was no longer included, and Princess Pingyang asked to rescue the emperor as well. At this time, he naturally could not say that Xiao Ming's order was only from Zhenfei, so he had to nod and agree, because although his plan would be perfect with the help of Princess Pingyang. Tonight, Princess Pingyang asked the coachman to drive Yang Zhen's carriage to help him capture Du Heng. Although there were many spies in Lijingmen, no one dared to monitor Yang Zhen. After all, Yang Zhen didn't want anyone to know about his secret meeting with Princess Pingyang. In order to rescue Zhenfei and the emperor, the two planned to kidnap and threaten Du Heng, but they did not expect Du Heng to say what he had just said. I will be in Beijing soon. Du Heng's face was ashen. He said, there is indeed the shadow of King Xiao in this. It's too late to talk about Prince Xiao's affairs now. Let's think about how to rescue the emperor and concubine Zhen. But Du Heng, can I trust you now? Princess Pingyang asked hesitantly. When she learned from Yang Zhen that the prince had attempted to assassinate the king, she was horrified. The prince poisoning Xiao Wengshuan was a small matter, but the prince falsely conveying the imperial edict to summon King Xiao's army to the capital was a big deal. She was born in the royal family, so she naturally understood what was happening in the court. In her opinion, the real threat now was not the prince but King Xiao. When the crown prince ascends the throne, the world will still be named Xiao. However, if Prince Xiao enters the capital, the world will be named Xiao from then on, and the crown prince will probably not live long. In the end, he will become the infant 13th prince supported by Prince Xiao, while he controls the entire court behind the scenes. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Prince Xiao took control of Changen, her current status and dignity would be gone, and she would probably end up becoming a prostitute in the Jiaofeng Bureau. Because of this, she thought about it for a moment and made up her mind to help Li San rescue Zhenfei. Ever since she experienced the comfortable life in Qingzhou last time, she has been fascinated by that place. She had no enemies or friends in the court, and now she liked her nephew Xiao Ming very much. So after she learned the residence of a secret guard from Yang Zhen, she went to find the secret guard and asked the secret guard to take her to Li San's residence. Your Highness, I have a secret letter on my chest from the Emperor, addressed to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. However, due to the large number of spies within the Lijing sect, I have no way of delivering it. Secret letter. Upon hearing this, Li San reached out and rummaged through Du Heng's clothes, and indeed found a letter. Princess Pingyang looked up at the handwriting on the envelope and nodded. This is indeed the Emperor's handwriting. To be on the safe side, Li San opened the letter again and took a quick look at the contents. The handwriting was consistent with that on the envelope. Only then did he slowly nod his head. The situation in Changen is very complicated now, and Li San dare not trust anyone easily. This secret letter is indeed addressed to King Qi, because in the letter Xiao Wengshuan explained the situation in the palace to Xiao Ming very clearly. General Du, I was reckless. Li San called a secret guard and handed him the secret letter, asking him to deliver it to Qingzhou. Du Heng sighed and said, it's okay. The situation in Changen is complicated right now, so it's normal for you to be cautious. But time is running out, and how can the three of us save the Emperor and concubine Zhen? General Du, what we are most worried about is the inner palace. That is why we took the risk to capture you. Now the lives of the Emperor and Zhenfei are in the hands of the inner palace guards, so we dare not act rashly, Li San said. Princess Pingyang nodded. We have already informed General Luo Quan and Secretary Fei of everything that has happened in the palace. As long as General Du can protect the Emperor for an hour, the firearm battalion will be able to work together to rescue the Emperor and concubine Zhen. Firearm battalion, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in Du Heng's eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh that Xiao Wengshuan was really thoughtful and farsighted. Before this matter, he had handed over the firearm battalion to Commander Luo Hong. In his opinion, perhaps Xiao Wengshuan had already had some doubts in his heart, but he did not expect that his beloved prince would kill the king. After a pause, Du Heng said, in that case, we must rescue the Emperor and concubine Zhen before Prince Xiao enters the capital. However, the city defense camp is in the hands of the crown prince. Even if we rescue the Emperor and concubine Zhen, how can we escape Changen? Li San chuckled at this time and said, you don't need to worry about this matter. I naturally have a way. General Du only needs to withstand the attack for half an hour. Du Heng looked at Li San and saw that he was very confident. So he said, Li San, this matter is of great importance. We are all risking our lives. We must not make any mistakes. In the woodshed, Li San looked serious. General Du, Li San is willing to guarantee it with his life. Princess Pingyang then said, don't dawdle any longer, General Du. Even without you, we'll still have to take the risk tomorrow morning, but with you, we have a better chance of success. In that case, I will cooperate with Her Royal Highness the Princess until death, but I still have one request for Her Royal Highness the Princess, Du Heng said after hesitating for a moment. General Du, please speak. I have now put my life and death aside. The only thing I am worried about is my wife and children at home. I hope that Her Royal Highness the Princess can bring my son and wife to Qingzhou tonight to seek refuge with His Royal Highness, the Prince of Qi. Du Heng's eyes were filled with determination. Princess Pingyang sighed and said, I will agree to your request. Du Heng nodded and said, in this case, I will have no regrets. I will just wait until tomorrow morning to work with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Then you will stay at the princess's residence tonight. If you return alone now, it will arouse suspicion. I will send someone to escort you to the palace tomorrow morning." After saying that, Princess Pingyang took Li San out of the woodshed. When the two of them got outside, Princess Pingyang said to Li San, "I will send someone to take you back now. I will rely on you for the rescue tomorrow." "Yes, Your Highness," Li San bowed and replied. At this time, Princess Pingyang called the coachman from the palace, and Li San got on the carriage and went to his residence. The carriage was shaking and moving away. Li San fell into deep thought. Ever since he came to Changen, he had been planning to rescue concubine Zhen to avoid any accidents, but he didn't expect that there would be such a major change in the political situation, so that he had to rescue Zhen now. However, being in Changen and alone, he knew very well that his plan was risky, but he could not bear any risk at all, because if he failed, he might face the death of concubine Zhen. So when Princess Pingyang found him, he weighed the pros and cons and quickly decided to cooperate with Princess Pingyang so that his plan would be more secure. However, despite this, he did not completely trust Princess Pingyang and Du Heng. He was prepared to sacrifice himself when he came to Changen this time, and this was his final plan to kill himself. He was well aware that he was being watched by the Legend Gate when he entered Changen. He was using himself as bait to confuse the Legend Gate, and the secret guards had a separate rescue plan besides him. The addition of Princess Pingyang was just the icing on the cake. I'm afraid many people will die tomorrow. Li San looked at the Changen streets that were gradually shrouded in darkness, his expression gloomy. In the princess's mansion, Princess Pingyang went straight back to her bedroom after Li San left. At this time, Yang Zhen had woken up with a panic on his face. "Your Highness, why is this?" Yang Zhen was tied up at this time, and Aoyang Mu stood in front of him like an iron tower, with the sword in his hand pointing at his chest. Why Princess Pingyang's usual charming demeanor was gone, her expression as cold as winter. "You betrayed the emperor and joined the crown prince. Isn't that enough for me to punish you?" Yang Zhen's head still hurt. He tried hard to recall what happened last night, and finally remembered that he had told Princess Pingyang everything that happened in the palace after getting drunk. "You put a drug in the wine." "Of course, otherwise why would you tell me everything?" Princess Pingyang sneered. There was a hint of panic in Yang Zhen's eyes, but after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, "Your Highness, a wise man knows how to deal with current events. The emperor has been poisoned deeply, and his life is only being saved by medicine. He won't live much longer. Moreover, the troops of Prince Xiao will soon enter the capital. If you obey me, I will guarantee you a life of wealth and prosperity for the rest of your life. Otherwise, your fate will be miserable. The soldiers of Prince Xiao are like wolves and tigers. Your Highness cannot serve them." Bastard Aoyang Mu was furious when he heard this and kicked Yang Zhen in the chest, sending Yang Zhen flying 2 meters away. Princess Pingyang was so angry that her face turned pale, but she understood that Yang Zhen could not die now. She needed Yang Zhen to transfer all the spies near the firearms camp. Aoyang Mu was extremely strong, and this kick caused a trace of blood to flow from the corner of Yang Zhen's mouth. Princess Pingyang said, "Yang Zhen, you've misjudged me. Do you really think I'm just someone who's after pleasure? And do you really think I'm interested in you? Whether I can escape from the Prince of Xiao is my own business, but I won't live to see him." Yang Zhen's face changed. He was extremely regretful at this moment. He didn't expect that he would be ruined by Princess Pingyang. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. You must immediately order the withdrawal of the spies near the firearms camp," Princess Pingyang said. Yang Zhen immediately realized something. "Get ready to start a rebellion. You have committed such treasonous acts. You should have expected this day to come," Princess Pingyang said sternly. "Give the order, or I will kill you right now." As if in response to Princess Pingyang's order, Aoyang Mu slightly exerted force on the sword against Yang Zhen's chest. Yang Zhen felt a sharp pain, and the fear of death made his heart seem as if it was being pinched. "Princess, you can't defeat King Xiao." Yang Zhen was still unwilling to give in and continued to persuade her. Princess Pingyang remained indifferent. She said to Yang Zhen, "You still don't understand. I never get involved in the fights between the princes simply because no matter who wins, the kingdom of Deu will still belong to the Xiao family. But Prince Xiao's ambitions are known to the world. How can I live under his power? I'll give you one last chance. Even if you don't withdraw your spies, the firearms battalion will still rebel. I can't stop it." At this point, Yang Zhen finally understood Princess Pingyang's intentions. "I didn't expect that even the princess would remember the royal ancestral precepts. Fine, I'll have the spies monitoring the firearms battalion withdrawn." "Give him paper and pen," Princess Pingyang said coldly. At this time, the servants of the princess's mansion immediately placed paper and pen in front of Yang Zhen. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhen picked up the pen and wrote a handwritten order to withdraw the spies and handed it to Princess Pingyang. Your Highness, are you satisfied now? Yang Zhen asked. After glancing at the contents of the handwritten letter, Princess Pingyang nodded slowly. I will send someone to deliver the letter. You, the Legend clan, are full of tricks. To prevent any accidents, you must remain here. Yang Zhen nodded dejectedly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck and then lost consciousness. Liao Mu withdrew his hand and said to Princess Pingyang, Your Highness, what's the point of keeping Yang Zhen around? It's better to kill him. No, it's still useful to keep it, Princess Pingyang said with a frown. She was risking everything to rescue Zhenfei and the Emperor this time, but she also had to leave a way out for herself. In the night, Changen was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. At this time, a dark shadow came out of the princess's mansion and headed towards the location of the firearms camp. Holding Yang Zhen's handwritten order, the servants of the princess's mansion went to the firearms camp after several rounds of inspection by the patrol soldiers. At the same time, Li San had returned to his residence. Unlike the streets outside the Minfang, there were no soldiers patrolling in the Minfang. When night fell, Li San blew out the candle in the room. Groping in the dark, Li San lifted up his bedboard and saw a faint light from under the bed. There was a secret passage underneath, which connected the mansions of Luo Quan and Fiji. After the secret guards entered Changen, this secret passage had already begun to be dug so that Fiji and Luo Quan could secretly discuss the changes in Changen City and how to deal with them. Because Luo Quan's mansion and Fiji's mansion were only 200 meters apart, digging the secret passage was not difficult. However, even so, this secret excavation took almost 3 months. The secret guards in charge of digging every day would always pretend to be grain merchants to store grain and then transport it out, but in fact what was transported out was just the soil in the secret passage. Following the secret passage, Li San went to one end of the secret passage, which was Luo Quan's mansion. Boom, 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 boom. When they reached the exit, Li San knocked 6 times in a row. This was a secret signal between them. After the sound was heard, the exit was opened. The housekeeper from the general's mansion was guarding nearby. Commander Li, the general has been waiting for a long time. Please come in, the old butler said in a serious voice. Li San nodded and followed the old butler to the main hall of the general's mansion. He saw Luo Quan wearing armor and a sword hanging at his waist, looking at the map of Changen on the wall. General Li San bowed. Changen was now extremely corrupt. The only people he could truly trust in the city were Luo Quan and Fei Zhongshu. After all, one of them had a son in the Qingzhou army, and the other was the father-in-law of the king of Qi. Luo Quan turned around and looked at Li San, asking, How's Du Heng? Did you kill him? No, General Du claimed that he was ordered by the emperor, and he is still in the princess's mansion. Li San said. Luo Quan frowned upon hearing this. It's hard to tell what's true and what's false at this moment. We can't just trust him. The general is right. To prevent Du Heng from leaking secrets, the princess kept Du Heng in the princess's mansion. Now there are secret guards watching secretly in the princess's mansion. If anything unexpected happens, I have people there. Then neither Du Heng nor the princess will survive, Li San said. Out of caution, he did not expose the secret guards in the princess's mansion, but let the secret guards monitor the princess's mansion all the time. Just as Luo Quan said, no one can be trusted at this time. Well, as expected of the king of Qi's men, they're truly meticulous. Luo Quan looked at the map of Changen City again and said, the firearms battalion currently only has 8,000 musketeers, while the right guard has 50,000 soldiers and the outer palace guards 20,000. It's just that the outer palace guards are quite formidable. It's a pity that the Jinwu guards are stationed outside the city. If they had their help, we wouldn't have to worry. Upon hearing this, Li San said, General, our goal this time is only to rescue concubine Zhen and the emperor. Breaking into the palace is secondary. Our real goal is to attract the inner and outer palace guards. Moreover, with the artillery of the firearms battalion, the city gate can be blown down in an instant. Luo Quan sighed, you are right. This time, as long as we can rescue concubine Zhen and the emperor, we can make a comeback with the support of His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi. For this, I will not hesitate even if it means sacrificing my own life. Don't be afraid, General. There are still people accompanying you. At this moment, a voice sounded, and it was Fiji walking towards the two of them. Luo Quan said, It's urgent now. Why did you come just now? I have to create chaos in Changen City. Otherwise, how can I take the opportunity to rescue the Emperor and Empress Zhenfei, Fiji said. Li San already understood everything. He explained today, Secretary Fei wrote a letter in his own hand to inform the third and fourth emperors of what happened in the palace. They've been suspicious for a while now, but now that Secretary Fei has told them personally, and with the firearms battalion attacking the city tomorrow, they can't help but believe it. Well, that makes sense. Many of the generals in Zhu Wuwei and Kai Niwei are the men of the third prince and the fourth prince. Even if they don't want to help tomorrow, they will definitely run for their lives. Once Prince Xiao enters the capital, they will have no choice but to become hostages. Luo Quan said. Fiji then said, we cannot control the actions of the third and fourth princes. The most reliable people are ourselves. I have gathered all the guards at home and are waiting to attack the city together with the firearms battalion tomorrow morning. The guards in my house are all ready. Luo Quan's face was full of determination. He then looked at Li San and said, Li San, our family is now in your hands. Li San's expression became serious and he nodded heavily. After this, the three continued to discuss tomorrow's siege, and then agreed to spread the news of the prince's regicide in Changen City tomorrow morning to create chaos. While the three of them were discussing this matter in secret, the third and fourth princes were also like ants on the hot pan. They were already suspicious of Xiao Wengshuan's serious illness, and now Fiji's superstition made them panic. Third brother, we should help each other this time. The crown prince killed the king and usurped the throne. He will definitely kill you and me next. The king of Xiao's 100,000 black-armored cavalry are about to attack the city. It will be too late if we don't take action now. Today, the fourth prince stayed in the third prince's mansion under the pretext of a banquet, and the two of them had been discussing this matter. Pacing back and forth, the third prince said impatiently, why are you so anxious? What if this is Xiao Ming's conspiracy? You and I should just sit back and watch. Concubine Zhen is trapped in the palace, and the one who is most anxious is Xiao Ming. If he doesn't move, we can't move either. The fourth prince's face remained anxious upon hearing this. He asked, what if it's true? How will we cope from now on? How should we deal with this? With the king of Xiao entering the capital, I'm afraid the world may be named Xiao instead of Xiao. You and I will have no choice but to return to Yan and Chu, respectively. Yan and Chu, the fourth prince noticed the change in the third prince's words. He understood what he was thinking. He said, our mother is also in the palace. Even if we go our separate ways, we must take them with us. After all, this is our mother's family home. The third prince nodded. That's why I said we should just sit back and watch until Xiao Ming's men make their first move. That way we'll have a chance of winning. In that case, let's continue to wait. The fourth prince sighed, then he sat down and stared at the burning candle. As time passed, the night gradually faded away. Just when the two were very sleepy, a burst of artillery roars suddenly sounded. The third and fourth princes stood up at the same time. The third prince said, you and I will each dispatch our troops to attack the palace. When the first cannon shot rang out, the East Palace was thrown into chaos. The prince woke up from his bed with a start. He shouted, what's going on? Where does the sound of cannon fire come from? Your Highness, we don't know either. This sound just happened a while ago. The palace maid serving in the bedroom said in a delicate voice that ever since Xiao Wengshuan was bedridden, the prince had become reckless and had abducted all the beautiful palace maids in the palace to serve him in the East Palace. These days he has truly experienced the unscrupulousness of being an emperor. Because of this, he has become more and more obsessed with the supreme power. As long as he can ascend the throne and become emperor, no one in the world will be able to restrain him from then on. This country will be under his feet, and all the wealth and beauties in the world will be in his arms. He will live an unscrupulous life and no longer have to worry about being scolded by Xiao Wengshuan. But at the same time, he was increasingly afraid of losing everything, and this fear had woken him up from his dreams several times in recent days. Pushing away the naked body on the bed, the prince ran out in dishevel. Although he was incompetent, he knew that something big must have happened when the cannon sounded. He had just rushed out the door when Wang Zai hurried over. Seeing the crown prince, Wang Zai panicked and said, Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The firearm battalion has rebelled. What? The prince was shocked. Where's Yang Zhen? Why didn't he notice it in advance? Wang Zai said bitterly, Your Highness, Yang Zhen of Lijiang Gate hasn't returned home in 2 days and 2 nights. No one knows where he's gone. Your Highness, I warned you not to trust Yang Zhen and Du Heng. They are indeed treacherous. This news made the prince feel violent and angry. He felt so betrayed that he wanted to kill Yang Zhen and Du Heng right away. However, he knew that this was not the time to worry about these things. He said, You must immediately inform the right guard to quell the rebellion and have the city defense battalion close the city gates and not allow anyone to enter or leave. Only open the gates when the king of Zhao's troops arrive. Yes, Your Highness. Wang Zai walked out after hearing that. After giving the order, the prince was still worried. He called his personal guards and ordered the outer palace guards to immediately close the palace gates and not allow anyone to enter the palace. However, the personal guards' words made him terrified. Du Heng has entered the palace, the prince exclaimed angrily. Kill him immediately. At this time, Du Heng, who had arrived at the palace in Princess Pingyang's carriage in the morning, had already entered the inner palace. He knew very well that after he defected to the prince, he was no longer worthy of others' trust. Princess Pingyang took him in for one night because she was wary of him. But unlike Yang Zhen's betrayal, He pretended to surrender to the prince because he was indeed following orders, and now he will use his actions to prove his innocence. General Du, you're here really early. Zhao Yuji yawned. He and his men had been guarding the door all night. Du Heng smiled and walked to Zhao Yuji as usual to prepare for the handover. Just when Zhao Yuji was not prepared, he suddenly drew his knife and slashed at Zhao Yuji's throat. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the 100 guards at the door were suddenly shocked. One soldier came to his senses and shouted, "Du Heng is plotting treason, he must be put to death without mercy." The guards reacted immediately and rushed towards Du Heng. At this moment, a whoosh sound was heard, and hundreds of sharp arrows shot towards the guards at the door. There were howls of agony, and half of the guards outside the Bishui pavilion fell down. The remaining guards looked in the direction where the arrows came from, and saw the inner palace guards wearing black armor rushing in from all directions, like a torrent of steel. The crown prince is plotting treason and regicide. The emperor has ordered that all the crown prince's accomplices must be killed without mercy, Du Heng said in a loud voice. The remaining guards in front of the Bishui pavilion suddenly realized that Du Heng had never been loyal to the prince. They looked at each other, neither surrendered nor met the enemy, but turned and rushed towards the Bishui pavilion. They also carried secret orders on them, and if any accident happened, they would immediately kill everyone in the Bishui pavilion. Kill the rebellious guards shouted and rushed into the Bishui pavilion. The sudden sound startled the palace maids in the Bishui pavilion. Seeing more than 50 guards rushing towards them with machetes in hand, the palace maids' faces turned pale with fright. Liulai was standing in front of 30 palace maids at this time. She was trembling in front of these guards. After all, she was just a woman. How could she not be afraid facing such a scene? But behind her at this moment were concubine Zhen and the emperor. Just as the rebel guards rushed in front of them, Liulai suddenly shouted in a clear voice, "Shoot." After saying that, she suddenly took out a short-barreled musket from her sleeve, and with a bang, the guard rushing in the front fell down. The other palace maids also raised their muskets tremblingly. In order to survive, they overcame their fear of muskets and pulled the trigger one by one at the guards rushing towards them. Bang bang, a series of sounds rang out, and half of the rebellious guards fell down. The remaining guards were shocked when they saw this and hesitated for a moment. At this moment, Du Heng arrived with his men, and the two sides immediately started fighting. Relying on his superb martial arts in large numbers, Du Heng quickly killed the rebellious guards. At this time, Du Heng looked at Liulai in surprise, who was still holding the short-barreled musket and refused to put it down, and said, "Miss Liulai, I am here to protect the emperor." When the prince broke into the Bishui pavilion that day, Liulai knew that this time was very dangerous. As Zhenfei's confidant, Liulai and Li San naturally had many contacts outside the palace. While Prince Qi was sending gifts to concubine Zhen, Li San sent a box of muskets to the palace and ordered her not to use them unless it was a critical moment. Now the lives of concubine Zhen and the emperor were in danger, so she could only take out her muskets and teach the palace maids how to use them. "You have already surrendered to the prince. You are lying," Liulai scolded. Du Heng gave a bitter smile. Now he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Liulai let him in. Suddenly, concubine Zhen's voice rang out. At the door of the inner hall, concubine Zhen supported Xiao Wengshuan and walked out. If he wanted to kill us, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. "Your Majesty," Du Heng looked excited when he saw Xiao Wengshuan. The rumbling of cannons outside the city seemed to be getting closer and closer to the palace. At this time, Xiao Wengshuan said, "It seems that Luo Quan has already known what happened in the palace. I am really blind. I have believed the slander of treacherous people all my life and let down my loyal ministers. Your Majesty, not only General Luo, but also His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi's men are in the city. They are preparing to rescue your Majesty and concubine Zhen." Du Heng said, "According to the agreed time, they will arrive in less than half an hour." Xiao Wengshuan coughed violently twice and said, "No, you just need to take concubine Zhen and my will and escape. I will buy you some time." "Zemperor." Du Heng and Zhen Fei were horrified. Xiao Wengshuan's words shocked them too much. "I know my body well. Even if I escape Changen, I can't withstand such a long journey. Moreover, the crown prince wants my life. If I don't die, he will pursue you relentlessly." At this moment, Xiao Wengshuan's weak body suddenly became straighter. He had thought a lot during these days lying in bed and had made a decision in his heart. Du Heng said anxiously, "Your Majesty, the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. If your Majesty does not leave, the world will be in chaos." "Your Majesty, General Du is right. As long as there is life, there is hope. If your Majesty can escape Changen and reach Qingzhou, and gather troops from all directions to support the king, you will surely be able to quell the rebellion of the Crown Prince and Prince Xiao." Ahem, you think too simply of King Xiao. Since he took this risky move this time, he must have had absolute support. Besides, the other vassal kings of different surnames also have their own ulterior motives. Now that King Xiao has rebelled, they will definitely take the opportunity to establish themselves, Xiao Wengshuan said. Concubine Zhen said, Your Majesty, there are no princes of different surnames, but we still have Prince Yang, Prince Wei, and Ming'er, and they are still loyal to the royal family. Yes, they are there, but I'm afraid I can't wait for that day. Xiao Wengshuan suddenly started coughing violently, and a trace of blood suddenly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Your Majesty, Zhenfei became more flustered when she saw him. Xiao Wengshuan spat out the blood from his mouth and sneered, It seems they've calculated my death exactly. You don't need to tell me anymore. Du Heng, no matter what, you must send concubine Zhen to Prince Qi. Otherwise, Prince Xiao will use her as a threat. If Prince Qi rescues her, he'll be putting himself in danger. If he doesn't, he'll be cursed as unfilial by the world. This is my final order. Du Heng had tears in his eyes. He had followed Xiao Wengshuan for 20 years, from the days of war to the unification of the country. He understood that many people in the Dayu Kingdom scolded him as a tyrant, cowardly, and incompetent. However, after accompanying Xiao Wengshuan for these years, he also understood that the problems in the Dayu Kingdom were so deep-rooted that even he, the emperor, was powerless to do anything about it. He thought that if it weren't for Xiao Wengshuan's efforts over the years, the Dayu Kingdom would have been divided into 7 countries. Of course, he also admitted that Xiao Wengshuan was not a perfect man, and he had his own shortcomings. It was his obsession with the throne that led him to allow the barbarians to enter the pass in a moment of confusion. Yes, Your Majesty, even if it costs my life, I will send concubine Zhen away safely, Du Heng said firmly while kneeling on the ground. While the three were talking, suddenly a shout of kill was heard outside the Bishui pavilion. Du Heng stood up suddenly. He understood that the outer palace guards had arrived. Xiao Wengshuan also looked outside the Bishui pavilion at this time. He picked up a sharp sword from the ground and slowly walked towards the outside of the Bishui pavilion. Then he said to Du Heng, Remember what you promised me. Du Heng nodded vigorously and said to the soldiers behind him, Protect concubine Zhen. Zhenfei originally wanted to go out with Xiao Wengshuan, but was immediately stopped in the yard by Du Heng and his soldiers. Looking at Xiao Wengshuan walking towards the battlefield step by step with difficulty, Zhenfei's tears flowed down. The crown prince outside the Bishui pavilion had arrived with the outer palace guards and launched an attack with more than 6,000 outer palace guards. The sound of artillery fire outside the city was getting closer and closer. This was a signal that the firearms battalion was getting closer, so he had to kill Xiao Wengshuan before the firearms battalion broke through the palace. Whoever takes Du Heng's head will be granted the title of Marquis of Wanhu and a reward of 10,000 taels of gold. The desire for the throne has driven the prince crazy. He shouts at the top of his lungs like a raging beast. The soldiers shouted and rushed towards the inner palace guards guarding in front of the Bishui pavilion. The soldiers, who were heavily rewarded, were equally crazy. They kept attacking the battle formation formed by the inner palace guards. The double number of people boosted their morale. Casualties continued to occur, and the inner palace guards kept retreating in the face of enemies that were twice their number. Although they were equally brave, the numerical disadvantage was sometimes irreparable. While the palace was engaged in a fierce battle, the city of Changen had already become a mess. The city defense camp closed the gates of Changen City at this time to prevent any army other than King Xiao from entering the city, while a multi-party melee broke out in Changen City. The right guard, dispatched by the prince, quickly rushed to Zhuge Street and launched a charge against the firearm battalion, but was defeated step by step under the fierce attack of the firearm battalion. At the same time, the news of the prince's regicide spread throughout Changen City with the shouts of scouts. After confirming the news, some generals and ministers joined the firearms camp without hesitation, while some ministers were busy packing up their belongings and preparing to escape, and more ministers were trembling with fear. They prayed that they would not be affected and prepared to congratulate the new king. Fire! Bang, bang, bangs. Luohang commanded the musket team to advance steadily towards the imperial city. The training in Qingzhou had enabled him to master how to command the musket troops. Under the continuous firepower of the three-stage shooting, the rushing right guard soldiers fell down one after another, but 10 times as many enemies rushed over again and again, as if they could never be killed. Luo Quan and Luo Hong stood together. He was shocked by the power of firearms. If it were in the past, how could the people from the firearm battalion defeat the people from the right guard so easily? As they were engaged in battle with the right guard, they saw a commotion behind them, followed by a large number of troops charging in from the west. Luo Quan immediately took up his telescope to observe, and then he was overjoyed. It's the third and fourth prince's men. Fiji was right behind Luo Quan. He said, "This third prince is really too cautious. If we hadn't attacked first, he would have waited forever. The king of Chu is an old fox, and he is just a little fox." Luo Quan cursed, and then he said to Luo Hong, "We should defeat them immediately now." Luo Hong nodded. Now that the right guard was being attacked from both sides, it was the time to defeat them in one fell swoop. He immediately ordered his soldiers to attack fiercely. Under the pincer attack of the Zhu Wuwei and the firearm battalion, the Yu Wuwei soon fell into chaos, and a large number of soldiers fled without fighting. The imperial city was right in front of them. After the joint attack, the Zhu Wuwei and the firearm battalion seemed to have a tacit understanding and headed towards the imperial city. At the same time, a group of ministers shouting, "Save the emperor," also rushed out with their own soldiers and generals. When they arrived in front of the imperial city, the soldiers of the Zhu Wuwei immediately launched an attack. The soldiers climbed up the city wall with ladders. At this moment, a burst of artillery fire suddenly rang out, and the cannons on the inner palace wall spewed out flames and poured down shells. Luo Hong was shocked. He immediately shouted, "Pull up the cannons and smash open the city gates. Quick." "Your Majesty, why do you install cannons in your inner palace?" Luo Quan also jumped up and down. Part of the artillery that Xiao Wengshuan bought from Qingzhou was deployed outside the city gate, and another part was deployed in the palace for guarding. Now these artillery have become the biggest obstacle for their siege. Boom, boom, boom. 30 cannons on the city gate bombarded the soldiers below the city indiscriminately. Every time a shell flew out, blood splattered below the city. Luo Quan was very anxious. The outer palace guards were the elite among the elite, and now they had artillery while defending the city. It would take a while for them to break through the city wall. The situation in the palace must be very urgent at this time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Where did Li San run to? Didn't he swear that he could rescue the Emperor? Luo Quan looked for Li San everywhere, but he couldn't find any trace of him. Fiji could not remain calm at this time. If this plan failed, they would be doomed. Just when the two were like ants on the hot pan, suddenly a violent explosion sounded on the south side of the imperial city. The soldiers attacking the city could even feel the earth shaking. That direction is the royal garden. Luo Quan suddenly realized something. Fiji nodded, smiling wryly. Li San is such a jerk. He's tricked them all. It turns out he had a complete plan all along. This time, they're simply using our frontal assault to draw out the outer palace guards. Now the defenses in the direction of the imperial gardens must be empty. Just as the two thought, the secret guards in the direction of the royal garden had already launched an attack on the imperial city. Under the power of 10 gunpowder barrels, the city gate in the direction of the royal garden was directly blown to pieces. 300 secret guards followed the blown-open city gate towards the Bishui pavilion. Almost all of them were holding short-barreled muskets. Beside Li San were 2 soldiers holding rifles. The guard at the city gate was shot and killed by these 2 people. Bang bang, the sound of guns continued to ring out. Because a large number of soldiers headed towards the main gate, there were only a few soldiers guarding the garden. Under the fire of muskets, the soldiers who came to stop them quickly fell down. Before implementing this plan, Li San learned that the distance from this city gate to the Bishui pavilion was the shortest. After entering the city gate, they quickly headed towards the Bishui pavilion. Soon they heard the sounds of fighting, and at the same time, they noticed the soldiers fighting fiercely on the stone bridge of Bishui pavilion. Hurry, hurry, the gate of the garden was on the side of the Bishui pavilion. Li San wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, they arrived in time. If the prince's men had reached the other side of the bridge, they would have had to work hard again. Glancing at the Bishui pavilion, Li San said, "Go and save the queen quickly." After saying that, he led the secret guards and ran towards the Bishui pavilion. Their arrival had already attracted the attention of both parties. The prince was naturally furious and kept cursing, but the moment Du Heng saw Li San, he breathed a sigh of relief. Li San pays his respects to the emperor and empress Zhenfei. Li San bowed and said in front of the Bishui pavilion. Xiao Wengshuan looked at Li San and said, "Ming'er seems to have noticed it too. Good, good. Now take concubine Zhen away." "Your Majesty, His Highness means that Your Majesty and concubine Zhen should leave together. We will make a long-term plan when we arrive in Qingzhou," Li San said. Xiao Wengshuan smiled and said, "I feel relieved that he remembers me, but I don't want to leave anymore and I can't walk anymore. Don't waste any more time. You guys should leave quickly." Li San looked at Du Heng and Zhen Fei at this time, undecided. He didn't understand what was going on. When the situation was at a stalemate, a secret guard suddenly said, "Commander, our people are using flag signals." Upon hearing this, Li San picked up the telescope and looked towards a high ground in the royal garden, where he saw a secret guard waving a flag quickly. After reading the flag signal, Li San's expression suddenly changed. He said to Xiao Wengshuan, "Your Majesty, if we don't leave now, it will be too late." The king of Xiao's black armored cavalry has arrived, and he also has barbarian cavalry archers in his army. Barbarian horse archery, Xiao Wengshuan frowned, then suddenly laughed. Retribution, it's really retribution. This is my retribution, you guys should leave quickly. Don't worry about me, the soldiers can't hold on any longer. Du Heng looked at the stone bridge. Now most of the stone bridge was occupied by the prince's men, and the remaining guards were retreating step by step. Li San's expression turned cold, and he said to the guards behind him, "Take the queen away quickly." Yes, upon receiving the order, the secret guard immediately took the still-crying concubine Zhen to the royal garden. Then Li San looked at Liulai and said, "Let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now." Xiao Wengshuan remained indifferent at this time. He looked at the prince on the other side of the stream with a complicated look in his eyes, but he still had no intention of leaving. Du Heng looked at Xiao Wengshuan deeply and said to Li San, "The emperor has made up his mind. There is no need to wait any longer. Let's go." Li San nodded and led a group of secret guards to the royal gardens. 2 hydrogen balloons were being prepared in the royal gardens. This was their escape plan and also the safest plan. "Your Majesty, I am leaving." Du Heng knelt in front of Xiao Wengshuan and bowed deeply to him. Xiao Wengshuan didn't say anything, his eyes still looking at the soldiers who were fighting. At this time, he raised his feet and walked towards the stone bridge step by step. Du Heng stood up and took a last look at Xiao Wengshuan. He followed the secret guards and protected concubine Zhen as they headed towards the royal gardens. Outside Changen City, dense cavalry were surrounding Changen City from north to south like a black torrent. In the north of the city defense camp had opened the Zheng Gate, and an old man covered in armor and Zhao Yuanliang rode into Changen City on horseback. Behind the old man were cavalrymen wearing black armor. These cavalrymen followed King Xiao closely like the scythe of the god of death. "Father, Changen City is finally ours," Zhao Yunliang said excitedly. King Zhao's hair had already turned a bit gray, and his seemingly kind face was marred by his hooked nose, giving him a somewhat strange aura. Upon hearing this, he said, "Now is not the time to be happy. We still have many things to deal with." "Yes, Father," Zhao Yunling nodded. In order to capture Changen this time, not only 100,000 black-armored cavalry were dispatched, but they also borrowed 50,000 soldiers from the barbarians. A total of 150,000 soldiers came to Changen City. Then Zhao Yunliang said, "Father, shouldn't we go and rescue the prince?" A smile appeared on Prince Zhao's face. He looked at his youngest son and said, "Why save the crown prince? Wouldn't it be better if he died? That way the 13th prince, as the legitimate son, could legitimately succeed to the throne." Zhao Yunliang pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "No wonder father isn't anxious at all. The 13th prince is still a baby, much easier to control than the crown prince. From now on, father can legitimately assist the emperor in governing the country." "Yes, that's right," Prince Zhao looked confident. He continued to say to Zhao Yunliang, "Gather all the officials in Changen City now. They are needed for the 13th prince's enthronement." The dust raised by the war horses flew everywhere. The sound of the galloping cavalry could even be clearly heard in the city. At this moment, the people of Changen City hid in the streets like frightened rabbits. Only a few brave people watched the cavalry in black armor rampaging in Changen City. Barbarian soldiers, they are barbarian soldiers. The Sharpied people saw the barbarian cavalry mixed in the team and immediately screamed and fled back, while some people looked dejected. Having lived in the city of Changen for a long time, they were always extremely sensitive to power struggles and wars. This time, King Xiao led the black-armored cavalry and barbarian soldiers in a fierce and aggressive manner, and they basically saw what was going to happen. Combined with the rumors circulating in the community during this period, this made them even more certain of this. The news that King Zhao's troops had entered the city reached Luo Quan and Fiji at the first opportunity. After Li San learned the news, he immediately sent someone to inform the two. "General Luo Quan, Secretary Fei, Commander Li is asking you to lead your troops toward the Imperial Gardens. The King of Zhao's troops are encircling us from both sides. Our only escape route is toward the Imperial Gardens." What was supposed to come has finally come. Luo Quan and Fiji exchanged a glance and sighed deeply. He then asked the secret guard, "How are the Emperor and the Empress doing?" "The Queen has been sent to the royal gardens, but the Emperor refuses to leave," said the secret guard. Luo Quan was surprised when he heard this. Why, Fiji also looked surprised. "The Emperor said that his body can no longer hold on. Even if he escapes, he will not be able to reach Qingzhou alive. Instead, it will hinder the rescue plan carefully prepared by the King of Qi," said the secret guard. Alas, the Emperor's temper hasn't changed at all. Back then, he faced the barbarian army and refused to retreat for Queen Zhao, but now he does it for concubine Zhen. Fiji sighed. Luo Quan nodded. "I'm afraid Queen Zhao has disappointed the Emperor too much." The Crown Prince's unscrupulous behavior is closely related to Queen Zhao's doting. After saying this, Luo Quan said to Luo Hong, immediately take Secretary Fei and the other officials and their families to the Imperial Gardens. There's a small path in the gardens that will lead you to the Changen docks. Only by following the waterway can you escape. Father, you and Fei Zhongshu go ahead and let me cover your retreat. Luo Hong's eyes were firm. Luo Quan shook his head and said, no, the future of the world will be dominated by firearms. Now you have learned how to command firearms troops, which is very useful to the King of Qi, but I can't keep up with the current battlefield situation at all. While the two were arguing, the third and fourth princes said, you're still pushing and shoving each other at this time. If you don't leave now, no one will be able to leave. We're leaving now and you're on your own. After saying that, the third prince and the fourth prince led thousands of soldiers and horses towards the royal garden. Luo Hong was about to say something more when Luo Quan suddenly shouted angrily, stop talking. This is a military order. The Great Yu Kingdom is in such a critical moment. There's no room for sentimentality. Someone must be here to stop King Zhao's troops. Fiji sighed and said to Luo Hong, your father is right. Now you have to protect the others and ensure they arrive in Qingzhou safely. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and nodded, with tears in his eyes. Then he led more than 1,000 musketeers to retreat towards the royal gardens. After watching Luo Hong and the Fijians leave, Luo Quan looked towards the imperial city again and shouted to the artilleryman beside him, fire. Boom, boom, booms. Amid the rumbling sound of cannons, the palace gate was finally shattered. Luo Quan raised the long sword in his hand and shouted loudly, the prince is plotting treason and regicide, kill him. The remaining soldiers were originally in a panic, but after seeing Luo Hong's figure, they calmed down again. The god of war Luo Quan was still there, so what did they have to fear? Leading the way, Luo Hong rushed into the palace first. At this time, he remembered the time when he and Xiao Wengshuan conquered the world. He understood that Xiao Wengshuan had gradually become wary of him over the years, but he was still grateful for Xiao Wengshuan's kindness in recognizing him. Without Xiao Wengshuan, there would be no Luo Quan. He refused to leave, just like he refused to abandon his coach back then. He refused to leave because he, Luo Quan, would not abandon his soldiers and escape alone. He also refused to leave in order to save the lives of most people, hoping that one day the King of Qi would revive the Dayu kingdom. Inspired by Luo Quan, the soldiers' morale rose again, and they rushed madly into the imperial city for the last glory and dignity of the royal family. At this time, the corpses of the inner palace guards in front of the Bishui pavilion filled the entire stone bridge. After the last guard fell, the outer palace guards rushed towards the stone bridge frantically. Zhenfei and her group had not gone far yet, so there was still hope of catching up with them. But as they rushed forward, a man stood in the middle of the stone bridge. Seeing this figure, all the outer palace guards stopped and exchanged glances with each other, but no one dared to attack this person. After all, the person in front of them was the Emperor of Dayu Kingdom. The prince's voice continued to be heard, still as crazy as ever. He was extremely anxious as he saw that Zhenfei, the bargaining chip, was about to escape. While shouting, he saw Xiao Wengshuan standing alone in the middle. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes and he walked straight forward. Father, why don't you run away? Do you already know that you won't survive this day? The prince's face was distorted and his smile was eerie and strange. Xiao Wengshuan felt nauseous and suddenly vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, almost all the strength in his body was gone. He stuck the sword in his hand into the ground to support his body. Escape? How can I escape unless I see you, my rebellious son? Die in front of me with my own eyes, Xiao Wengshuan said sternly. The prince sneered, Father, you knew you couldn't escape, didn't you? Imperial physician Wu probably told you everything. But luckily I discovered it in time, otherwise he wouldn't have let you live a few more days. You rebellious son, Xiao Wengshuan started coughing violently again. Dr. Wu risked his life to tell him about the poisoning after he was poisoned, and also told him the time when the poison took effect. It was for this reason that he decided to stay today. He estimated that he would only live for a day or two, and the fact that he vomited blood more often today further proved this point. Father, you can't blame me. I have waited for the throne for too long. Now I am over 30 years old. But now mother has given birth to my 13th brother. If you change your mind and make him the prince, I will have no hope of the throne. You can't blame me. You forced me to do this. The prince shouted like a madman. It is as I expected. It is as I expected. Xiao Wengshuan muttered to himself sadly. After all, the prince embarked on this path because of the 13th prince. Taking a deep breath, he said, but do you really think you can ascend the throne? On the stone bridge, the prince and Xiao Wengshuan stood facing each other. Xiao Wengshuan's words made the prince furious. He roared, as long as you die, I will be the emperor of Dayu. No, you will not be the emperor of Dayu. You are merely a pawn of Prince Xiao. Since the birth of the 13th prince, he has been exploiting your desire for the throne to gain supreme power. Now that Prince Xiao has arrived with his men, you will be the next to die, you traitor. You have destroyed Dayu and everything in the royal family." When talking about anger, Xiao Wengshuan's face suddenly turned red. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am the emperor, and King Xiao has to listen to me. I will never believe you again." The prince shook his head and suddenly raised the sword in his hand to stab Xiao Wengshuan. At this moment, the outer palace guards looked at the prince in horror, and the scene of regicide was played out before their eyes. Blood flowed down the cold sword edge, and Xiao Wengshuan spat out a mouthful of blood on Prince Zai's body. At this moment, a hint of relief suddenly appeared in Xiao Wengshuan's eyes. He did not escape not only because he was deeply poisoned and beyond recovery, but more because he blamed himself. If he had not supported the prince, he would not be in this situation now. If it were not for his indulgence of the Xiao family, King Xiao would not have grown more powerful and arrogant. If it were not for his suspicion back then, King Ning and King Kang would not have died, leading to the decline of the royal family, and the barbarians would not have occupied the 16 prefectures of Yanyun. I have let down my ancestors, my loyal ministers, and my people. As his life slipped away bit by bit, Xiao Wengshuan's heart was filled with remorse. After spitting a mouthful of blood on the prince, Xiao Wengshuan used all his strength to swing his sword at the prince. At this time, the prince was shocked by Xiao Wengshuan's blood. When he came to his senses, he saw Xiao Wengshuan's sharp sword slashing towards him. He was frightened and immediately dodged. But because the distance was too close, it was too late for him to dodge. A scream was heard, and the prince hugged his arm and screamed. One of his arms was chopped off to the ground by Xiao Wengshuan. "I will kill you, I will kill you." The severe pain made the prince completely crazy, and he kicked the staggering Xiao Wengshuan. At this time, Xiao Wengshuan could no longer hold on, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. "I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." The prince was still not satisfied and kicked Xiao Wengshuan with all his strength, but a sudden burst of gunfire woke him up. He looked towards the source of the gunshots and saw that the outer palace guards kept falling down under the rounds of shooting from the musketeers, and Luo Quan was looking towards him. Seeing this, the prince was horrified. He said to his guards, "Go and light the beacon fire." "Yes, your highness." Upon receiving the order, the guards immediately ran towards the east palace. Soon, a cloud of smoke rose into the sky. Prince Xiao, who was leisurely approaching the palace, was overjoyed when he saw the beacon fire. He said, "The crown prince has already lit the beacon fire. Now that Xiao Wengshuan is dead, we must immediately charge towards the palace and wipe out all the rebels." Yes, the general behind King Xiao immediately led the cavalry and rushed towards the palace along Suzaku Avenue. At this time in the palace, under the attack of the musketeers, the outer palace guards fled one after another. Seeing this, the prince also followed the guards and fled to the east palace. Seeing Xiao Wengshuan wearing a dragon robe on the stone bridge, Luo Quan rode his horse and rushed over. "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Luo Quan knelt down in front of Xiao Wengshuan and gently shook him. As if hearing Luo Quan's voice, Xiao Wengshuan opened his eyes as if he had regained consciousness. He suddenly grasped Luo Quan's hand and said, "I'm sorry for being so suspicious of you. I didn't expect that the person I saw before I died would be you." "Your Majesty," Luo Quan's voice was choked. Xiao Wengshuan gripped Luo Quan's hand even tighter. He continued, "The only person capable of turning the tide in this world right now is the Prince of Qi. I have already issued a will to make him the heir to the throne. You should assist him as you would assist me. Also, I do not wish for my concubines, princes, and princesses to suffer humiliation. If they cannot escape, you may kill them." "Yes, your Majesty," Luo Quan nodded heavily. After saying this, Xiao Wengshuan closed his eyes. He knew Luo Quan. Without this final order, he would fight to the death. However, he did not want such a close minister to follow him. After looking at Xiao Wengshuan deeply, Luo Quan suddenly stood up. At this time, the palace was in chaos. The concubines, princes, and princesses were in a mess. Some concubines followed Zhenfei and fled towards the royal gardens, while some concubines were so scared that they cried, not knowing what to do. Seeing this scene, Luo Quan sighed and ordered, "Immediately protect the prince and princess and lead them to the royal garden." "Yes, General." At this time, Luo Quan's army was a mixture of musketeers, private soldiers, and some left and right guards in the city. The arrival of King Xiao made many soldiers understand, but the situation was hopeless at this time. The city walls and palace walls were still in the hands of the prince. A steady stream of cavalry was entering Changen City. Now he had gathered only 7,000 or 8,000 soldiers, and most of them had fled. Following Luo Quan, the soldiers searched the palace for the princes, princesses, and concubines, and anyone who was willing to follow them headed towards the royal gardens. At this time in the royal garden, the secret guards had completed the preparations for heating the hot air balloon, and Fiji and other Prawer ministers also arrived with their families. They were overjoyed to see Luo Quan appear with his soldiers. "General, take your men to Changen Wharf quickly." All the Qingzhou merchant ships docked at Changen Wharf have received orders from His Highness. You will be safe once you get on board, Li San said. Luo Quan looked at the hot air balloon and said, "Isn't this what we're going to ride?" "General, these two hot air balloons are only used when the situation is at its worst. Now that the plan is going smoothly, there's no need. We're going to use them to lure the enemy," Li San said. "The real way to escape is by boat." Luo Quan nodded. It seemed that the secret guards had two plans. The hot air balloon was just the last resort, and its purpose was probably just to rescue concubine Zhen. The ship was the second plan, which was to rescue most of the people who escaped. "Luo Quan, I thought I wouldn't see you again." Fiji suddenly laughed and said, "Let's go. Zhen Fei has already boarded the ship, and the only ones left are us." Luo Quan nodded. "The emperor left a will appointing the Prince of Qi as the heir and ordered me to protect the prince and princess. I have no choice but to keep my life." King Qi, Fiji nodded. "Making this choice is the wisest thing to do under these circumstances. However, even with the will, it won't be of much use. The disintegration of the Great Yu Kingdom is inevitable." "You are right. The vassal kings of different surnames have been waiting for the decline of the royal family for too long. Now they can finally establish their own power with justification." Luo Quan sighed. The hot air balloon took off and flew north, following the wind. Li San looked at the hot air balloon in the sky, turned around and walked along the path in the royal garden towards Changen Wharf. He had been planning the retreat route day and night these days, and now his hard work was not in vain. After going down the mountain, he and the remaining secret guards rushed to the dock together. At this time, most of the soldiers, officials, concubines, and palace maids at the dock had already boarded the ship, and some merchant ships had already headed for Qingzhou before he arrived. The last merchant ship is now docked at the dock. Looking at the hydrogen balloon in the sky, Li San boarded the merchant ship with his secret guards. Amid the boatmen's calls, the merchant ship drifted downstream along the rapids of the Yellow River. As soon as they boarded the ship, the king of Zhao's cavalry could only watch them leave because of the width of the Yellow River. However, in order to prevent being surrounded and intercepted by a large number of cavalry, he still let the hydrogen balloon take off. On the hydrogen balloon, some secret guards changed into Zhen Fei's clothes, and they were responsible for luring the king of Zhao's pursuers. When Li San and others boarded the ship, King Zhao's troops had completed the siege of Changen City. In front of the palace, King Zhao and Zhao Yunliang rode their horses and swaggered into the palace through the main gate. "Father, I never thought that one day we could ride horses into the palace," Zhao Yunliang said, looking at the towering buildings in the palace. King Zhao laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, from now on we can all ride horses in and out of the palace. Not only that, we can even live in the palace." "Your Majesty is right, but how can I live in this palace without the company of beautiful women? I will capture a few beauties from the palace for you. After all, there are 3,000 beauties in the palace, which is a collection of the most beautiful women in the world." The king of Zhao was even more delighted. He said to Zhao Yunliang, "You understand my heart best. It's not just the beauty. Changen is very rich and can provide us with the money to forge muskets." "Yes, father." Zhao Yunliang reined in his horse and rushed towards the inner courtyard of the imperial palace with a pair of cavalrymen. At this moment, a group of guards and the crown prince came over from the East Palace. Seeing King Zhao, the crown prince was overjoyed. His wound had been bandaged. Enduring the severe pain, the crown prince said, "King Zhao, you are finally here." Prince Zhao remained on his horse, showing no intention of dismounting. He looked at Xiao Wengshuan's body on the stone bridge and said, "Did you kill the emperor?" "Of course, it's just as planned," the prince said through gritted teeth. "Now that the emperor is dead, I will soon be the emperor. This time, Prince Zhao has done a great job in protecting the emperor, and I will definitely reward him generously." "Really? Then I have to thank you, Prince," King Zhao said calmly. Then he said to the generals on his left and right, "The prince has murdered the king and usurped the throne. Come, arrest this cruel and ruthless man." The prince's smile froze for a moment. He looked at the king of Zhao's soldiers approaching him in disbelief. He asked anxiously, "Uncle, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean? Regicide and usurpation of the throne are capital crimes. As an old minister, I am loyal to the emperor and naturally want to enforce justice on his behalf," Prince Zhao said loudly, with a righteous look on his face. At this moment, no matter how stupid the prince was, he understood it and his face turned pale with fear. Ding ding dang dang, just as the prince was hesitating, the sound of weapons falling to the ground was heard behind him, and all the guards behind the prince dropped their ice blades. The leading imperial guard general said, "Your Highness, the regicide has nothing to do with us. It was all done by the crown prince alone. King Zhao, please spare his life." Well, as long as you can serve me, I will pardon you, King Xiao laughed. The prince had suffered the pain of a broken arm before, and now he was charged with regicide. At this moment, his body was shaking violently, and fear quickly spread in his heart. At this moment, he remembered Xiao Wengshuan's words. There is no way King Xiao would allow him to become emperor. At this moment, he finally understood that everything was King Xiao's conspiracy. Thinking of this, he fell into complete despair. In order to survive, he cried and said, "Uncle, I am your nephew, uncle, please forgive me." The king of Xiao remained unmoved. He addressed his generals. "Why are you still standing there? Take the crown prince to prison and await the judgment of the new emperor after he ascends the throne." "Yes, your highness." A group of fierce soldiers immediately rushed forward, grabbed the prince and took him away. The prince cried and shouted on the way, but no one sympathized with him. At this time, Prince Xiao asked the guards, "Where are the queen and the 13th prince?" "Your highness, the empress and the 13th prince are both under strict guard in the East Palace," said the imperial guard general. "Take me there," said King Xiao. The guards nodded, stood up and took King Xiao to the Eastern Palace. Under the guidance of the guards, King Xiao arrived at a side hall in the Eastern Palace. "Your highness, the queen is here." King Xiao nodded, hesitated for a moment, and pushed open the door of the side hall. "Wanrong." In the side hall, Queen Xiao was holding the 13th prince and singing a song softly in a sad voice. The noise outside the door made her look up. Seeing the face of the person who came, she suddenly sneered. It turns out to be Prince Xiao. "Congratulations, your highness, Prince Xiao. Your plan of so many years has finally come true today." Queen Xiao's indifference made Prince Xiao feel uncomfortable. He said, "Wanrong, why do you speak to me like this? We are family." "A family?" Queen Xiao sneered. "Since you're here, the emperor must be dead. The crown prince didn't come with you, so you must have imprisoned him for regicide. You're not here for me, but for the 13th prince in my arms, right?" The Prince of Xiao's face stiffened after being completely corrected by Empress Xiao. He said, "Wanrong, you and Xiao Wengshuan are just husband and wife, but we are blood relatives. Now that our Xiao Hua has won the world, aren't you happy?" "Should I be happy?" Queen Xiao's eyes were filled with hatred. "My husband is dead, my son will soon die, and the baby in my arms has become nothing more than your puppet, with no certainty of life or death in the future. Yet you ask me if I'm happy." Prince Xiao choked up and said, "Wanrong, for the sake of this world, everything is worth it. I know you have lost a lot, but you have gained supreme imperial power for the Xiao family. When the 13th prince is older, I will let him abdicate to me, and I promise not to kill him." "Don't even think about it." Queen Xiao's eyes suddenly turned red, and she suddenly lifted the baby in her arms. "I would rather throw him to death than let your evil plan succeed." Prince Xiao was startled. He immediately said nervously, "Wanrong, why are you doing this? Do you really have the heart to kill your own flesh and blood? I promise you that I will not let him abdicate and will help him become emperor, okay?" Queen Xiao shook her head and said, "I don't believe you. You can never hope to obtain the throne. You will only be a traitor to the great Yu kingdom." After saying that, she suddenly threw the baby in her arms away. Quack! Suddenly the sound of a baby crying was heard, and Queen Xiao, who was about to drop the baby, suddenly hesitated. Her maternal instinct made her feel unbearable, and at this moment Prince Xiao seized the opportunity and suddenly reached out to grab the 13th prince in Queen Xiao's hand. Queen Xiao was shocked, but it was too late. Prince Xiao was very strong and could not let her snatch it away. Holding the 13th prince in his arms, Prince Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. He said to the guards, "Keep an eye on the queen. No one is allowed to see her without my order." "Yes, your highness." The soldier in black armor immediately closed the door of the side hall, leaving only Queen Xiao's horse crying. King Xiao walked out of the door and said to the general behind him, "Go to the city right now and find a wet nurse for the 13th prince. There is no delay." The general clasped his fists in response and left with a group of troops. At this time, another group of cavalry stopped in front of him, and a general dismounted from his horse and said, "Your highness, Zhen Fei and others probably ran away on something in the sky." King Xiao looked up at the sky at this time and saw two huge objects slowly floating across the sky. In the baskets below the huge spheres were some women wearing exquisite clothes. This must be the hot air balloon that Yunliang mentioned. Humph, the king of Qi is really not an easy opponent. However, Yunliang said that this hot air balloon can't fly far. You should take a team of people to chase it now, King Xiao said, looking at the balloon in the sky. The general took his orders and left. A short time later, another general returned with a report, saying, "Your Highness, there are Qingzhou merchant ships leaving the Changen docks. People at the docks say they've taken a number of soldiers and officials." Qingzhou merchant ship, King Xiao frowned. Now his attitude towards Xiao Ming is somewhat complicated, because all the muskets and cannons in Xiao are purchased from Qingzhou. This time the king of Qi sent people to rescue him. If he offends him too much, the arms business will naturally not be able to be done. However, thinking that they had already mastered the forging method of the arquebus, and that they had captured a lot of artillery from Changen City, he said, "You should also send a pair of men and horses to pursue along the river bank." Yes, the general took the order and left. At this time, Prince Xiao looked at the hot air balloon, then looked at the direction of the dock and couldn't help but hesitate. He was now unsure whether concubine Zhen followed the boat or the hot air balloon. However, in this way, the pursuers he sent out could only split into two groups to pursue. After looking at the hot air balloon again, Prince Xiao walked towards the stone bridge. Xiao Wengshuan was dead, but a state funeral must be held for Xiao Wengshuan before the 13th prince ascended the throne. This was a royal etiquette that could not be abolished. Only after the state funeral could they hold the coronation ceremony, when the 13th prince ascended the throne and began his rule over the Dayu kingdom. Naturally, he was too lazy to care about these complicated rituals, but he had already sent people to gather the officials in Changen. With these people, Xiao Wengshuan's funeral could be completed smoothly. Thinking that Changen would be under his control soon, King Zhao's expression became more and more cheerful. At this time, the Qingzhou merchant ship carrying the refugees from Changen City had already traveled a long distance along the rapids. Looking at the beacon fire in Changen City from afar, Luo Quan and Fiji felt complicated. This is truly a national disaster and a shame for the country of Dayu. Fiji looked sad and spoke in a low voice. Luo Quan was also in a low mood. He said to Fiji, "Now that the facts are like this, no amount of lamenting will help. You should think about how to tell Qingzhou about this will and edict to Xiao Ming. Not only that, with so many court officials following us, it will be a problem when we get to Qingzhou." Fiji shook his head. Luo Hong then said, "Your Highness has recently passed the government reform. There are many vacancies in this country. Perhaps your Highness would welcome it, but—" "Just what?" Luo Quan asked. "When we were in Qingzhou, Luo Xin told me that your Highness actually doesn't dislike officials from outside Qingzhou, but if you want to hold an official position in Qingzhou, you must study at Bowen College and pass the relevant exams." Luo Hong said. Fiji nodded. "Yuer once told me that since we've arrived in Qingzhou, we should naturally adapt to local customs. Besides, the current prince will soon become His Majesty." Speaking of this, the three of them looked a little gloomy. Luo Quan said, "Now that Prince Xiao has occupied Changen, he will certainly support the 13th prince to succeed to the throne. If so, then your Majesty's will be useless. Not only that, the letter of surrender that your Majesty had the Prince of Qi sign is still in the imperial study. Prince Xiao can use this to announce to the world that he does not recognize the emperor's current will." Luo Hong said, "Actually, whether there is a will or not is meaningless. The world is in chaos now, and everyone is ruling their own country. Even if there is no will, the King of Qi is still the legitimate bloodline of the royal family." "Well, you're right. In this situation, the will can be true or false," Fiji said. "We'll discuss this matter with the King of Qi after we get to Qingzhou." As the three were talking, news of the chaos in Changen quickly spread to all parts of Dayu Kingdom. This time, the third prince and the fourth prince fled separately. On the way, they spread the news of the prince's rebellion, and the people in the royal land were in panic for a while. The news about Li San arrived in Qingzhou 3 days later, thanks to the secret guard's expedited delivery of 800 miles. After opening the secret letter from Changen, Xiao Ming's heart was filled with waves. The Dayu kingdom was in chaos. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Pengu, Zhan Xingcheng, Niu Ben, and others were all in Prince Qi's mansion, and they saw the change in Xiao Ming's expression. Xiao Ming handed the secret letter to Pengu and said, "Read it for yourselves." Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately gathered together to watch. When they learned that the prince had murdered the king, and that King Xiao had entered Changen City with the black-armored cavalry and the barbarian cavalry, the three of them exchanged glances at the same time. Not only did they not panic, Pang Yukun said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, given the character of King Xiao, he will definitely not allow the crown prince to ascend the throne. I'm afraid the 13th prince will become King Xiao's puppet. In this case, we don't need to obey the court's orders at all." "That's right. I'm afraid we are not the only ones who think so after this. Whether it's the King of Wei, the King of Yang, or other vassal kings, they will no longer obey the orders of the court. He has always been at odds with the court. Now it's probably just a matter of time before he becomes independent." Zhan Xingcheng added. Niu Ben was a soldier who always spoke his mind. He said, "Now is an opportunity for your Highness. When the world is in turmoil, it is the time when heroes are made." Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingcheng's words were rather tactful, but Niu Ben's words were very straightforward. He openly said that he wanted Xiao Ming to form a faction and become the king himself. Currently, the situation in Changen is still unclear. We will discuss it after Li San returns. The boat was still floating on the wide yellow river. One day after the Qingzhou merchant ship left the Changen wharf, King Xiao's troops appeared on the riverbank. After the merchant ship passed through a long mountainous area, King Xiao's troops never appeared again. They have been drifting on the river for 5 days now. According to Li San, they will reach Qingzhou wharf in 2 days at most. During these days, they have been staying on the merchant ship. Because of advanced preparations, there are sufficient food in the cabins of the merchant ship, which is enough to ensure their survival on the ship. However, the closer they got to Qingzhou, the more nervous the officials on the ship became. They were not familiar with the King of Qi and did not know what the outcome would be. These days, many people have been trying to get close to Fiji. This Secretary Fiji is the father-in-law of the King of Qi. Perhaps he can say a few good words for them in front of the King of Qi. The boat continued to float in the river. In the afternoon, a group of cavalrymen wearing silver breastplates suddenly appeared on the riverbank. After seeing the merchant ships, the cuirassiers pointed at the fleet for a while, and then one of them waved a flag on the shore. On the merchant ship, Li San was overjoyed when he saw the flag signals in these cuirassiers, and then he asked the secret guards to send the flag signals back. After receiving clear information, the cuirassiers began to follow the merchant ships along the riverbank towards Qingzhou. Secretary Fei, Li San sent a message. He said that these are the Qingzhou Army's cuirassiers. They are probably sent by His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi to protect us. The soldier guarding the stern came over and said to Fiji, in order to ensure that information is communicated on the ship, there is a person at the stern of each ship who is responsible for delivering messages. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Fiji said, it seems that His Highness has received the news from Changen, so he sent these cuirassiers to protect us. The other officials on the ship looked happy. The King of Qi's action made them feel relieved. It seemed that the King of Qi attached great importance to them. With the protection of the cuirassiers, the atmosphere on the merchant ships immediately became noisy. People on each merchant ship talked about Qingzhou with each other, and Xiao Ming's name was frequently mentioned. On the 7th day, the fleet saw Qingzhou wharf from afar. Merchant ships were lined up along the riverbank along the Qingzhou wharf. They were very surprised by the prosperity of the Qingzhou wharf. In their opinion, the prosperity of the Qingzhou wharf has now surpassed that of Changen wharf. Seeing that they were about to arrive in Changen, everyone on the merchant ship stood up. Unlike the lively discussions yesterday, everyone's face was solemn. The ship was eerily quiet, and everyone was worried about their own fate. The pier was getting closer, and everyone saw the scene on the pier. A young man wearing a blue round-necked gown was standing on the pier. Beside him were 4 beauties of outstanding appearance, especially the woman next to the young man, who was so stunningly beautiful, and around the 5 people were some people dressed as officials. It's Sister Liuliu and Sister Ziyuan. Liulai looked around on the boat, and when she saw Liuliu and Ziyuan, she immediately shouted. The palace maids in the Bishui pavilion also looked towards the pier at this time, and after discovering aster and green ivy, they jumped and shouted with joy. Liulai went straight into the cabin. Zhenfei had been in the cabin these days. Because of Xiao Wengshuan's death, Zhenfei had been crying these days. When she learned that Xiao Ming was at the dock, she finally smiled. Fiji and Luo Quan's boat was in the first place. When the boat docked at the pier, everyone walked down the inclined wooden planks. Dad, when she saw Fiji, Fei Yuir shouted excitedly, tears falling down her face. Luo Quan and Luo Hong looked at Luo Xin, their eyes filled with joy. Putting aside their excitement, Fiji and Luo Quan, father and son, bowed to Xiao Ming at the same time and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." "No need to be so polite. Thank you for your help," Xiao Ming said to the 3 Fijians with a smile. He looked at the fleet of merchant ships. These were the only ones who had escaped. The fact that they trusted him so much and fled to Qingzhou in such a critical moment was enough to show that these people were on his side. And after he got to know him, he found that these officials were basically the prower officials in Changen. Many officials have contributed their efforts to him in the court. Luo Quan and Fiji exchanged a glance, and Fiji said in a sad voice, "Your Highness, this old minister is incompetent, so the emperor is gone." Speaking of this, Luo Quan and Luo Hong both showed sad expressions. Xiao Ming sighed inwardly and said, "I already know about this matter. The crown prince committed treason, and the king of Xiao aided and abetted the tyrant. I will avenge this blood debt on behalf of my father." Your Highness, Luo Quan and Fiji's eyes suddenly became moist when they heard this. This promise touched their hearts. At this time, more and more boats were approaching the shore, and the boat that Zhenfei was on also docked at this time. With the help of a group of palace maids, Zhenfei slowly walked down. Seeing concubine Zhen, Xiao Ming took a few steps forward, bowed and said, "Mother." Minger, seeing Xiao Ming, Zhenfei could no longer hold back her grief and threw herself into Xiao Ming's arms and burst into tears. The other palace maids also sobbed softly. As women, they had experienced too much these days. Xiao Ming patted Zhenfei's back gently. Zhenfei's arrival made him completely relieved. What he feared most was that concubine Zhen would fall into the hands of Prince Xiao. In this case, he would be unable to deal with Prince Xiao. After all, in the kingdom of Dayu, filial piety was the most important virtue. Even a high-ranking official had to go home and observe mourning for 3 years when his parents died. Filial piety was the standard by which the world measured a person, and the matter of saving Zhenfei was not only for his sake, but also for the sake of the officials in Qingzhou. Mother, please accept my condolences. Father's spirit in heaven would certainly not want to see you overly sad, Xiao Ming said. Zhenfei nodded when she heard this. At this time, Liu and Ziyuan came forward to support Zhenfei and walked towards a carriage, which would take Zhenfei to the Prince of Qi's mansion. Following Zhenfei came the ordinary soldiers, who were then reorganized by Luo Hong. Seeing these soldiers, Xiao Ming showed a smile on his face. The world was in chaos now, and what he lacked were soldiers. This time, the Changen rebellion not only brought him some outstanding officials, but also these outstanding generals and soldiers. After Fiji saluted Xiao Ming, Fei Yue immediately started chatting with Fiji, and Luo Quan and Luo Xin also started talking about family matters. The remaining officials came down from the boat and met Xiao Ming one by one. At the same time, Xiao Ming also introduced Pang Yukun and others to these officials from Changen. After a brief introduction at the dock, Xiao Ming said to Fiji and Luo Quan, "Let's go into the city and talk in detail." Fiji and Luo Quan nodded. He was just about to talk to Xiao Ming about the will, and he also needed to discuss with Xiao Ming how to deal with the Changen rebellion. The scorching sun bakes the earth. Unlike the past, Qingzhou Wharf is busy today because of merchant ships from Changen. This time, there were more than 7,000 people who fled from Changen to Qingzhou. So many people needed to be settled in Qingzhou City. When Xiao Ming followed Fiji and Luo Quan to Qingzhou City, Pang Yukun took the Qingzhou officials to be responsible for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of these officials in Qingzhou. At this time, 3 horse-drawn carriages were galloping on the cement road leading to Qingzhou City. The crisp sound of horse hooves stepping on the cement road made Fiji and Luo Quan both stick their heads out to look at the ground. This must be the cement road in Qingzhou. Minister Feng once said it, and it really lives up to its reputation, Fiji said. Luo Quan also nodded. It seems like it just rained in Qingzhou. The cement road is not muddy at all. It's even cleaner than the gravel road in Changen City. Fiji nodded when he heard this, and then he looked at the people entering the city. They were all wearing clean and tidy clothes, and their faces were rosy and plump. It was obvious that life here was good. After entering the city, Fiji's eyes were even more restless. He found that there were a lot of merchants in Qingzhou City, and the density of these merchants had surpassed that of Changen City. The things carried on these merchants' carriages were even more bizarre. In addition to some big merchants pulling carriages, there were also some traveling merchants carrying loads on their shoulders who shuttled between the towns of Qingzhou. Some calls came from the mouths of traveling merchants, and the people in the city who were attracted by them did not seem to be stingy with the copper coins in their hands. Meanwhile, there were some people on the street wearing green gowns and carrying swords. These people were not soldiers, because on their arms was embroidered the word police instead of soldier. These people in police uniforms were roaming back and forth on the streets. Some idle people squatting in the corners were very scared when they saw these people, as if they were a flood or a beast. In addition to this person wearing strange clothes, he also saw 4 or 5 other people wearing strange clothes. Because he and Luo Quan were riding in the same carriage, he could only suppress these questions and wait to ask Xiao Ming. The carriage circled the city for a while, then stopped at a government office in front of the street, and everyone got off the carriage. "Secretary Fei, General Luo, please come in," Xiao Ming said to the two. Luo Quan and Fiji were still shocked by the scene in Qingzhou. Turning around, he looked at the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce opposite. At this time, many businessmen were coming in and out of the Chamber of Commerce, making it very noisy. "Your Highness, I could only know about Qingzhou from newspapers before. After seeing it today, I was deeply shocked," Fiji sighed. Luo Quan also said, "That's right. Why do I feel like this is not Dayu Kingdom when I arrived in Qingzhou this time?" "Gentlemen, you will have a deep understanding of the unique features of Qingzhou. After all, you will be living here in the future. Today, let's talk about the Changen Rebellion." Speaking of this, Fiji said, "Your Highness, before leaving, the Emperor handed over his will to concubine Zhen. In the will, the Emperor decided to make Your Highness the Crown Prince. Now that the royal family has passed away, the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. I hope Your Highness will appoint ministers and choose a day to ascend the throne as Emperor." Last will, Xiao Ming was quite surprised. Zhen Fei did mention something about the last will before getting on the carriage, but Xiao Ming said to wait until he got back to talk about it, so Zhen Fei didn't say anything more. But he never thought that at the last moment, Xiao Wengxuan would give the throne to him. But what's the use of giving it to him now? Now that Changen is occupied by Prince Xiao, the 13th prince will definitely be made emperor. Even if he takes out the will at this time, Prince Xiao and others will probably say it is fake. However, this will is not completely useless to him. In this era, everyone must have a legitimate reason to fight. Now that he has the will, he is the Prince of Dayu Kingdom. He has the legal right to beat anyone. Of course, whether others are willing to be beaten is another matter. Luo Quan added, "Your Highness, the Emperor also told this old minister about this will before he left. It cannot be wrong. I hope your Highness can lead an army to attack the King of Xiao and put down his rebellion." Fiji's eyes rolled when he heard this. He said to Luo Quan, "Prince Xiao's visit to the capital this time is not simple. Don't forget the barbarian cavalry in Prince Xiao's army. In my opinion, Prince Xiao must have borrowed troops from the barbarians and regarded the enemy as his father." Xiao Ming's heart sank. If the barbarians were to be added to the mix, the situation in Dayu would become even more complicated. He said, "Although I also want to raise an army to attack King Xiao immediately, the situation in Dayu seems unclear right now. If the other vassal kings also have ulterior motives, how should I deal with them?" This silenced Luo Quan. He was so focused on his words that he forgot the situation Xiao Ming was facing. He said, "Your Highness, I was reckless." Feiji pondered and said, "Your Highness, are you worried about the King of Wei and the King of Yang?" "Yes, that's right. The fiefs of King Wei and King Yang are connected to mine. If I lead my troops to Changen at this time, my rear will be empty. If these two attack at this time, I will be defeated," Xiao Ming said. Now that Xiao Wengxuan is dead, King Wei and King Yang must have their own thoughts. He will not believe these two people. After all, he has been cheated by King Wei and has witnessed the shamelessness of King Yang. Fiji nodded. "Your Highness is absolutely right. For now, your Highness should strengthen the defenses of each state and wait for changes. At the same time, you should invite the King of Wei and the King of Yang to discuss the Changen rebellion. I'm afraid the two won't come." Xiao Ming's eyes flickered. In this situation, how could King Wei and King Yang come to his fiefdom? It was just like he would not go to their fiefdoms. In his opinion, at most they would send envoys to each other. Fiji understood Xiao Ming's meaning after a little thought. He sighed. Just as he expected, all the vassal kings were now suspicious of each other. Xiao Ming continued, "Furthermore, this war has caused great losses to my trade. Most importantly, I have lost the imperial court's grain support. Furthermore, there may be a large influx of refugees, which will pose a serious threat to Kingzhu's food supply. I will not send troops lightly before I have a stable food supply." After receiving the news from Changen, Xiao Ming, Pang Yukun, and others discussed it. Generally speaking, they would try their best to avoid joining the war in the early stage, but instead take advantage of the war to sell weapons and accumulate supplies to support industrial development and military preparation. This strategy is similar to the isolationism of the United States during World War II. He would not be so foolish as to launch a so-called just war just because he had a will. For him, it made no difference whether there was a will or not, because he wanted to be emperor. This emperor was not a title in the will, but the entire Dayu kingdom. Therefore, in order to gain the world, it was necessary to store grain and delay the declaration of kingship. He didn't want to become the target of public criticism at this time. Food. In the government office, Fiji and Luo Quan looked at each other and showed helpless smiles on their faces. Only then did they realize that there were many constraints on Xiao Ming. Just as Xiao Ming mentioned, the food problem. Looking at the Great Yu Kingdom, the fiefdom of King Qi could not be said to be a place that produced a lot of food. But for war without food, it is impossible. With a slight sigh, Fiji said to Luo Quan, "We are all too impatient. Your Highness knows the situation of the fiefdom better than us. When to fight this war and how to fight it should be decided by your Highness." What Secretary Fei said is true. Now only your Highness can save the Dayu Kingdom from danger. We must think carefully before we mobilize the soldiers for this war, Luo Quan echoed. Fiji continued, "But your Highness, the attack on King Xiao is secondary. Now that His Majesty's will is here, I wonder what your Highness means. Let's put the will on hold for now," Xiao Ming said calmly. After a pause, he continued, "Although the enthronement will be postponed, you too must make the will known to the officials of the vassal states to prevent them from being affected by the 13th prince's enthronement." Fiji has served Xiao Wengxuan for so many years and is a very shrewd person. He immediately understood Xiao Ming's thoughts. Now, regardless of whether Xiao Ming ascends the throne or not, the land he can control is only the prefectures and counties of his fiefdom. Officials and generals in other lands will not surrender to him. Compared with Xiao Ming, the people in the royal lands will be more inclined to believe that the 13th prince is the emperor of Dayu. After all, there is a difference between legitimate and illegitimate children, and no matter how young the 13th prince is, he is still a legitimate son. Moreover, everyone in the world knew about the Pledge of Allegiance, which made his ascension to the throne even more absurd, and might even lead to him becoming the first person to be shot. Instead of doing this, Xiao Ming might as well keep the will and not announce it. In this way, he can move forward and backward freely. If the world situation is favorable to him, he can take the opportunity to make the will public. If it is not favorable, he only needs to publicize it internally. In this way, his external war will have a legitimate reason. Yes, Your Highness, Fiji nodded upon hearing this. The matter of the will was over, and Xiao Ming was thinking about how to accommodate the ministers coming from Changen. These old ministers of the former king followed Fiji and Luo Quan to flee to Qingzhou and were coming for him. Moreover, according to the imperial edict, he is now the emperor of Dayu Kingdom, and he has the responsibility to command these ministers to restore the majestic country of Dayu Kingdom. In addition, there is a shortage of officials in the country now, so he has no reason to turn these people away. It would be more in line with his idea if these ministers could learn some government affairs knowledge at Bowen College. So he said to Feiji, Secretary Fei, there are so many officials and generals coming to Qingzhou now. What do you think we should do with them? This, Fiji looked at Xiao Ming cautiously. Although the young man in front of him was his son-in-law, he knew better than anyone that he was the de facto emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. Serving the emperor was like serving a tiger. Furthermore, since this was Xiao Ming's fiefdom, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He simply said, everything is entirely up to His Highness. Luo Quan was straightforward yet tactful. He coughed and looked around, seemingly not interested in this question. The appearance of the two made Xiao Ming feel helpless. Compared with people like Pengu, Fiji and Luo Quan had a stronger shadow of officials influenced by feudal monarchy. Forget it, you must be tired after the long journey. Now you can go back and rest, Xiao Ming said with a frown. Fiji and Luo Quan nodded and went to Wei's restaurant under the guidance of Qingzhou officials. After the two left, Pang Yukon, Niu Ben and other Qingzhou officials returned to the government office. Pang Yukon said, Your Highness, there are a total of 8,532 people seeking refuge in Qingzhou. I have temporarily housed them in the Qingzhou residential quarters. I hope Your Highness will give me your instructions on how to deal with them. The situation this time is special, and Pang Yukon did not dare to make a decision casually. Xiao Ming said, there are only 8,000 people at the moment. I estimate that more officials will seek refuge in Qingzhou in the coming time, and their clansmen will also arrive in Qingzhou. I think so too, so I am worried too. Pang Yukon was overwhelmed. Unlike Pang Yukon, Niu Ben was very happy. He said directly, Your Highness, I will take as many generals as you can get from Qingzhou this time. The army is short of generals now, so this is a timely relief. The officialdom is also short of people, but we cannot blindly stuff these officials and generals into the officialdom and the army just because of the shortage of people. Qingzhou is different from Changen. It is easier to recruit generals, and at most they just need some training. However, if these officials who don't understand the situation in Qingzhou are appointed, I am afraid there will be chaos. Pang Yukon saw this matter very clearly. Xiao Ming nodded. Prime Minister Pang is right. For me, elite troops are not just the number of officials. However, this time my mother brought my father's will. I can't abandon them. Otherwise, who would be willing to join me? Last will, Pang Yukon and Niu Ben asked at the same time. Zhan Xingqing, Lu Fei and other generals also pricked up their ears. Xiao Ming nodded. Before my mother fled, my father issued a will, allowing me to continue the throne. Now the will is in my mother's hands. However, because my father was trapped in the Bishui pavilion, the will did not have the imperial seal on it. With so many princes, he is now the emperor, Lu Fei said loudly, dancing with joy. After being astonished, Pang Yukon, Niu Ben, Zhan Xingqing and others all showed expressions of ecstasy. Now that Xiao Ming inherited the throne, they were no longer ministers of a feudal state, but powerful ministers of the Dayu Kingdom. Luo Xin said unwillingly, so now we should call His Majesty. It's too early to say that now. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, the Great Yu Kingdom is in danger now. As long as the Great Yu Kingdom is not unified, I cannot claim to be the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. The crowd was in a frenzy over the will, but Xiao Ming's words calmed them down. Pang Yukon said, Your Highness is absolutely right. The Great Yu Kingdom is now falling apart. If Your Highness proclaims himself emperor now, it would be detrimental to Qingzhou. It would be better to wait until the world is more stable before ascending the throne. Moreover, this will does not have the emperor's seal, so I'm afraid the other princes will not recognize it. Even if there are, I'm afraid they won't recognize Your Highness as their king. These vassal kings have long been looking forward to chaos in the world. Your Highness, in my opinion, it is safer to conquer the country, Niu Ben said. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei and a group of generals echoed the words. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Xiao Ming said, Of course, the Great Yu Kingdom cannot fall into the hands of ambitious people like King Xiao, but we are not strong enough to make enemies on all sides. So from now on, we should make friends with those far away and attack those nearby, divide and alienate them, form alliances, and compete for supremacy. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone's voices were so passionate that the tea on the table seemed to vibrate. At this time, the officials and generals in the government office were all excited, because the young man in front of them was not only the lord of a feudal state, but also the future king of Dayu Kingdom. However, in order to become the king, they still needed to continue to assist him. He simply told everyone about the will, so that he could occupy the highest moral ground. Then he said to Niu Ben, Commander Niu, "The situation is urgent now. The army's training must not be relaxed. War may break out at any time." "Yes, Your Highness, I have already transferred the Qingzhou army to Yunzhu. Yunzhu is the gateway to the vassal state. If King Xiao attacks, he must pass through Yunzhu. Here we can stop the invading enemy outside the vassal state," Niu Ben said. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Pang Yukun, "Pang Shufu, immediately count the grain reserves in each county. Food is the lifeblood of the army and there must be no mistakes." Then he turned to Zhan Xingqing and said, "This time, the king of Xiao and the barbarians are colluding. He might even use the barbarians to sweep across the great Yu kingdom. You will go to Yuzhou tomorrow to take command. You must hold off the barbarians and, if necessary, use offense as defense." "Yes, Your Highness," Zhan Xingqing said loudly. After explaining these things, Xiao Ming asked everyone to disperse. The situation in Changen was still unclear, and no one knew what actions King Xiao and other vassal kings would take next. However, he cannot sit idle in this situation. In the next 2 days, he will send Fiji and Luo Quan to Jinling City and Jizhu City respectively. He needed to understand the attitudes of King Wei and King Yang in order to decide his strategy towards them. Just as I was thinking, a charming voice suddenly sounded, "Nephew, what are you thinking about?" "Land." The person who came was Princess Pingyang. Xiao Ming was slightly surprised. He did not see Princess Pingyang get off the boat when he was at the dock just now. He thought Princess Pingyang stayed in Changen. "What, do you think your aunt has been captured by King Xiao?" Princess Pingyang had a smile on her face. Xiao Ming smiled awkwardly. "When my nephew saw that my aunt was not on the boat, I really thought that she stayed in Changen." "Aunt, you're not that stupid. Will Prince Xiao be kind to me if he comes to the capital?" Princess Pingyang sighed. "Alas, the great Yu kingdom has suffered such a disaster, and I have nowhere to go. I wonder if my nephew can take me in." While speaking, Princess Pingyang looked at Xiao Ming with a pitiful expression. Li San has already told Xiao Ming about the role Princess Pingyang played this time. It can be said that if Princess Pingyang had not discovered the prince's conspiracy in advance, Zhenfei and a group of ministers would not be able to escape from Changen. So he said, "Aunt has made a great contribution to rescuing my mother this time. I am grateful to you so much. How could I not welcome you?" "You still have some conscience," Princess Pingyang said in her usual lazy manner. "In that case, Auntie will give you another gift." After saying that, Princess Pingyang clapped her hands, and Yang Zhen was escorted in from outside by Oyangmu. "Nephew, do you recognize this person?" Princess Pingyang said. "Of course, isn't this Commander Yang Zhen of Lijingmen? This time, Commander Yang betrayed my father and defected to the prince. I remember it clearly." Xiao Ming said hatefully. Yang Zhen was already desperate. When he was in Changen, Princess Pingyang used his identity to escape from the city in the middle of the night. Now she gave him to King Qi as a gift. Princess Pingyang smiled and said, "Nephew, how about this gift?" "Aunt, this gift is too much. How can your nephew repay you?" Xiao Ming said. Princess Pingyang must have something to ask for since she is showing such goodwill. This aunt is a shrewd person. Aunt doesn't have any other requests. She just wants to have a place to stay in Qingzhou and live a stable life here in the future. Princess Pingyang sighed. Xiao Ming understood, and he said to Princess Pingyang, "I have already prepared the house that Aunt requested last time. If Aunt doesn't mind, you can move in tonight." Princess Pingyang had just fled to Qingzhou today and was tired and sleepy. Hearing this, she smiled brightly and said, "If that's the case, I'm sorry to bother you. With so many officials fleeing to Qingzhou, I'm sure you're having a headache." Xiao Ming really needed some time to sort out the current situation, so he didn't try to persuade her to stay. He said, "Aunt, please." Nodding, Princess Pingyang and Aoyang Mu went to their own residence under the guidance of the guards. At this time, Xiao Ming sent someone to call Li San over. "Yang Zhen, Princess Pingyang has arrived." Li San was a little surprised. "That's right. She just left Yang Zhen for me," Xiao Ming said. This Princess Pingyang did have some abilities, and this time it seemed that Princess Pingyang was planning to live in Qingzhou permanently. If so, he would send secret guards to keep an eye on her to prevent her from causing any trouble in Qingzhou. Li San sighed. Her Royal Highness is indeed a very shrewd person. By sending Yang Zhen to Qingzhou, she is essentially giving the Lijing sect to Her Royal Highness. After all, only Yang Zhen understands how the members of the Lijing sect communicate with each other, and he holds a great deal of confidential information. This is exactly what Xiao Ming thought. The Lijing Gate is spread throughout the Dayu Kingdom and has been developing secretly since Emperor Geazu founded the country. Although Xiao Ming is very confident in his secret guards, he has to admit that their coverage is not as good as that of the Lijiang Gate. Hearing the conversation between Li San and Xiao Ming, Yang Zhen hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. As long as Your Highness spares me, I am willing to hand over Lijiang Gate to Your Highness. HMPH, whether you can keep your life depends on whether you can reveal the secrets of Lijingmen and Dayu Kingdom," Xiao Ming said. Then he said to Li San, "Yang Zhen is in your hands." Li San said excitedly, "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Zhen also expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Your Highness, for not killing me. Thank you, Your Highness, for not killing me." Waving his hand, Xiao Ming let Li San take Yang Zhen away as if he was chasing away a fly. He could spare Yang Zhen's life, but he didn't say that he would let him go. Life imprisonment was still an option. After dealing with these complicated matters, Xiao Ming went to the palace. Zhen Fei and others were still waiting for him at the palace. Moreover, some princes and princesses came with Zhen Fei this time, so he had to comfort them. After all, he is now the most prestigious person in this big family. Under the protection of Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, Xiao Ming arrived at Prince Qi's mansion, where Liu and Ziyuan were waiting at the door. Seeing Xiao Ming, Ziyuan said, "Your Highness, the Queen and the Princess, and the princes are all waiting for Your Highness in the main hall." Xiao Ming nodded and went straight to the main hall. In the main hall, Zhen Fei was sitting below the main seat. The princes and princesses were surrounding Zhen Fei. Fei Yuer was also accompanying Zhen Fei, and they were talking about something. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, Princess Xiangcheng was the first to run towards him crying, calling out, "Seventh brother. Seventh brother." Suddenly there were bursts of crying in the main hall. Princess Xiangcheng's voice immediately ignited the frightened hearts of these princes and princesses who had been worried for days. Xiangcheng cried all the way to Xiao Ming and grabbed his arm tightly, not letting go. The other princes and princesses also came to his side, looking like they had been bullied and were looking for revenge on their brother. "It's okay. Once we get to Qingzhou, seventh brother won't let you be bullied." Xiao Ming comforted them. These princes and princesses who fled to Qingzhou were usually not taken seriously in the palace. Like concubine Zhen, the mothers of these princes and princesses had no background, and those who had backgrounds were taken away. Concubine Zhen also stood up at this time. It seemed that she had been crying all the way back. She said to Xiao Ming, "The great Yu kingdom is now in trouble. Now your brothers and sisters are counting on you to take care of them. Although they are half-sisters, they still have royal blood in their bones. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. You are alone and you will need some trustworthy people to help you." Xiao Ming nodded. Zhen Fei said this to him, not to the princes and princesses, in order to reassure them. "Yes, mother, I will follow father's wishes and take care of my younger brothers and sisters," Xiao Ming said. Upon hearing this, the princes and princesses' mothers showed a look of relief. At this moment, the only thing that everyone who came to Qingzhou was worried about was their future fate. With Xiao Ming's assurance, they felt more at ease. Concubine Zhen smiled slightly at this moment. Then she took out a golden-covered imperial edict from her sleeve and said to Xiao Ming, "This is the imperial edict your father left for you. Take it." After taking the will, Xiao Ming flipped it open and glanced at it. It was indeed the will that made him the crown prince. He breathed a sigh of relief and stuffed the will into his sleeve. Xiao Wengshuan finally came to his senses before his death. If it weren't for this will, he would have found it difficult to convince so many old ministers to submit to him, and his future ascension to the throne would have been legitimate. After accepting the will, he said, "Mother, I will leave the matter of the Prince of Zhao's rebellion to me. From now on, you can live a peaceful life in Qingzhou. I will have the government prepare a house for you and your concubines." "Thank you for your hard work," Zhen Fei said. She was still a little depressed because of Xiao Wengshuan's death. Xiao Ming sighed. He knew that no matter how he tried to comfort Zhen Fei, it would be useless. As if realizing something, concubine Zhen continued, "Minger, with such a huge turmoil in the world right now, you'll definitely be very busy. Government affairs are more important. You don't have to worry about your mother. Go and handle government affairs. Yuer is here with me. You can leave these chores to her." In Zhen Fei's view, Fei Yuer is already the legitimate queen, so it is natural for Fei Yuer to handle the affairs of the harem. Xiao Ming understood, and he said to Fei Yuer, "Princess, I leave this to you." Fei Yuer nodded, "Yes, Your Highness." After comforting the princes and princesses for a while, Xiao Ming left the main hall with the will. Just as Zhen Fei said, he could not waste time on these trivial matters now. After all, if Qingzhou could not be saved, he would have no choice but to jump into the sea with everyone. When they got outside, Xiao Ming ordered Liu and Ziyuan to assist Fei Yuer in handling the chores in the harem, while he took the will to the government office and handed it to Pang Yukun. Yes, this is the emperor's handwriting. When Xiao Ming talked about the will, he was always uneasy. Now that he saw the will, a stone in his heart fell to the ground. For the time being, the matter of this will only need to be passed on among the officials of the fiefdom. There is no need for other people to know about it, Xiao Ming said to Pang Yukun. Yes, Your Highness. After confirming the will, Pang Yukun's face flushed with excitement. After a pause, he said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness has returned to the government office. I believe you have thought about how to place these officials. That's right, I came up with a plan when I returned to the palace. In a couple of days, I will summon these officials and show them the will. Then I will suggest that they go to the Bowen Academy to study. If they succeed and pass the exam, they can stay in the officialdom. If they fail, they will have to take off their official robes. How do you do that? Pang Yukun said, This is a good idea, and it can also help us accumulate officials. This way, every time Your Highness captures a place, he can quickly establish a government office there and bring the place under Your Highness's jurisdiction. Well, this is exactly what I think, Xiao Ming said. In fact, for him, the training of these officials was still a preparation for colonization, because he found that if he really wanted to complete the Industrial Revolution, it would be impossible without accumulating wealth through overseas colonization. Both resources and manpower will become constraints on the Industrial Revolution. What worries him most is the current situation in Dayu Kingdom. If a larger-scale war breaks out, population decline is inevitable. Thinking of this, he said to Pang Yukun, Is Liang Dahai back? No, it will probably take another 2 days, Pang Yukun said. Liang Dahai has been selling slaves on the sea these days. Some of these slaves are from Goryeo, some from Japan, and some are slaves from Dayu. Xiao Ming said, When he comes back, ask him to come see me. I have a big business deal that needs him to do. Pang Yukun was stunned for a moment, and he understood one thing. What Liang Dahai and Xiao Ming were talking about could only be human trafficking. Just as he thought, Xiao Ming was planning to let Liang Dahai traffic people from Dayu to Qingzhou. Instead of watching these people die in the war, it would be better to mobilize merchants to frantically traffic people to Qingzhou at this time. Besides, Ryukyu also needed a large population to be developed. In times of war, human life is as cheap as a dog. His decision was cruel, but also the greatest mercy. Changen City, now King Xiao has completely controlled it. In Chengqing Hall, King Xiao was sitting on the iron throne that was once the Emperor of Dayu Kingdom. Below the prince were the officials of Changen City. At this time, all these civil officials and military generals lowered their heads and trembled in fear under the gaze of King Xiao. Zhao Yunliang stood before all the officials and addressed the king of Xiao on the throne. Father, now that Changen City has been stabilized, shall we proceed with the coronation ceremony for the 13th prince and the funeral of the late emperor? King Xiao touched his chin and felt a little unhappy when looking at all the officials. Fiji, Luo Quan, Du Heng and other important officials were all gone, and the rest were just some insignificant fence-sitters. If it weren't for the fact that these people were still useful, he would have wanted to kill them all. So he asked, What do you think? An official from the Ministry of Rights immediately said flatteringly, Your Highness, the country cannot be without a ruler for a single day. I believe the late emperor's state funeral can be simple, but the coronation ceremony for the 13th prince must be grand. I second the motion. I second this motion. A group of ministers followed the officials from the Ministry of Rights in agreeing. Now the troops of King Xiao occupied the entire Changen City, and the prince was imprisoned for regicide. Now they had no choice but to follow King Xiao's orders. After all, no one wanted to lose their heads. King Xiao smiled on the throne. These ministers were very sensible. He didn't care about Xiao Wengxuan's funeral. He just wanted to bury him in the imperial mausoleum according to the rules. He didn't even want to spend a penny on this matter. The 13th prince's ascension to the throne was just a formality. Now that the seal of the Dayu Kingdom was in his hands, he had already grasped the supreme power. Just as the room was filled with flattery, an official suddenly stepped into the center and cursed the courtiers. You are a bunch of cowards who have taken the enemy as your father. The spirit of the late emperor has not yet rested in peace, and yet you have disregarded propriety, righteousness, and honor to welcome this traitor. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court, both civil and military officials, shouted in anger, Nonsense. What do you, a mere censor, know? How dare you? You are disrespecting King Xiao. Shut up, how can I allow you to be so presumptuous in the court? King Xiao's smile gradually froze at this moment. He looked at the official standing at the end and asked, Who are you, and what is your position? The young man who denounced the officials said, I am a 9th-rank censor. My surname is Sun, and my name is Lei. Censor, King Xiao sneered. There really aren't any decent officials in Changen City anymore. A mere censor can even gain entry. Sun Li sneered. Even a rebellious thief dares to sit on the throne. This court is nothing but a den of filth. If I hadn't wanted to denounce you thieves to your face, I wouldn't have come here. Bastard, come and capture this guy and hack him to death. Zhao Yunliang had been suppressing his anger since Sun Li said the first sentence, but now he finally couldn't help it. Sun Li looked up at the sky, unfazed. He said to King Zhao, the crown prince committed treason, but the 13th prince should also have the late emperor's will. If not, how can you, King Zhao, make him king based on your own opinion? King Zhao narrowed his eyes like a beast choosing its prey. He stood up and walked from the throne to Sun Li. Just with this sharp sword in my hand. King Zhao's face suddenly twisted, and he stabbed Sun Li's chest with a sword. Traitor, you will die a horrible death sooner or later. Sun Li spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open with anger. The other officials were so frightened that they trembled, and some officials simply collapsed on the ground. This Sun Li actually offended His Royal Highness Prince Xiao. Damn it. Yeah, damn it. The officials cheered tremblingly. King Zhao's face was cold, but he suddenly laughed out loud. He raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the ministers in the court one by one. The ministers who were pointed at immediately turned pale with fear. Seeing this, King Zhao became even happier and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, my dear ministers, don't worry. As long as you can wholeheartedly assist me, I will go back and ensure your safety. Yes, your highness, the loyal minister immediately shouted loudly. King Zhao nodded and said, since that's the case, let's swear an oath of blood. If you dare to betray me, you will end up like this. All the officials looked at Sun Li lying on the ground and became more and more frightened. After a pause, King Zhao said, Yunliang, go get a bowl. Today, everyone will drink Sun Li's blood with me. Yes, father. After saying that, Zhao Yunliang sent someone to get a porcelain bowl. Soon, the guards came with the porcelain bowl. After filling it with Sun Li's blood, the guards handed the bowl to the ministers. Then some other guards held the wine jar and poured wine into each official's bowl. After seeing that every minister had his own wine, King Zhao picked up the wine mixed with blood and drank it all, then threw the bowl to the ground. All the officials looked at each other, and no one dared to drink. King Zhao snorted angrily. Under the intimidation of King Zhao, the ministers gritted their teeth and drank the wine with their eyes closed. Only then did the king of Xiao feel slightly satisfied. He said, tomorrow we will bury the late emperor in the imperial mausoleum, and the day after tomorrow we will have the coronation ceremony for the 13th prince. Yes, your highness. The ministers responded. With a wave of his hand, King Zhao ordered all officials to leave. After the civil and military officials left, Zhao Yunliang and Wang Zai walked up to King Zhao. Father, this is a really clever trick. I wonder who in Changen will dare to go against us in the future. Zhao Yunliang said. Wang Zai also said, that's right, a mere 9th-rank censor dared to insult his highness like this. It's simply a rebellion against him. Such petty officials are best used as an example to scare others. Don't worry about them, King Zhao sneered. Then he asked, Yunliang, have the Changen treasury, grain, and weapons been cleared? Father, let me count it clearly. There are 1 million taels of gold, 12 million taels of silver, and 7 million dan of grain in this treasury. Zhao Yunliang listed all the materials in the treasury one by one. King Zhao nodded with satisfaction. He said, with this treasury as the foundation, I will have no worries about unifying the world. It's just a pity that half of these supplies will have to be given to the barbarians. It's a pity indeed, Zhao Yunliang said. If we had known that Changen City could be taken so easily, why would we have borrowed troops from the barbarians in the first place? No, with the 50,000 cavalry of the barbarians, we have the advantage in competing for the world. Moreover, every time we capture a city, we can get a large amount of money and food from the city chief. This business is still worthwhile, said King Zhao. Zhao Yunliang's eyes flashed with hatred when he heard this. He remembered the humiliation Xiao Ming had inflicted on him, so he said, Father is right. There are many cities outside Changen, especially Qingzhou. If we can capture them, we won't have to worry about casting muskets and cannons. Do you mean to attack Qingzhou? King Zhao frowned. Yes, father. Wang Zai saw the king of Zhao's displeasure and thought he must have other ideas. So he said to Zhao Yunliang, Your Highness, please do not be impatient. The king of Qi is not a simple man. Moreover, the situation in the world is changing rapidly. If we rashly go to war with the king of Qi, we will only suffer heavy casualties and greatly weaken our strength, while other vassal kings will reap the benefits. King Zhao's brows relaxed a little. This was exactly what he was thinking. All the matchlock guns and cannons in the world came from Qingzhou. In addition, the barbarians had been defeated by Xiao Ming twice. He was not willing to have a direct conflict with Xiao Ming at this time. In his opinion, not only can he not fall out with Xiao Ming now, but he must also appease Xiao Ming. In this way, he will have time to control the royal property and land in his own hands. After getting rid of the other vassal kings, he turned around and used his absolute military advantage to annihilate Xiao Ming with the barbarians in one fell swoop. Father, am I wrong? Zhao Yunliang looked at his father uneasily. He had always been very afraid of his father. After a moment's hesitation, Prince Xiao slowly said, Yunliang, now is not the time to deal with Xiao Ming. Wang Zai sees this clearly. Father, if we don't wipe out Xiao Ming right now, I'm afraid he'll take advantage of the situation and become even more powerful. I've had contact with Xiao Ming before, and he's a very treacherous man. We must be on guard against him. Then what if other vassal kings take the opportunity to attack Changen while we, Xiao Ming, are fighting? King Zhao's eyes were sharp. Zhao Yunliang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Back then, Beishan's cavalry of more than 100,000 were defeated by Xiao Ming. This time, they must go all out when they attack Xiao Ming again. If other vassal kings took the opportunity to attack Changen and the heartland of Zhao state, they would be doomed to failure. I understand, your son. Now we should first appease the other princes, Zhao Yunliang said. Well, that's right. You should now arrange Xiao Wengshuan's state funeral and the 13th prince's enthronement. After the new emperor ascends the throne, the attitudes of the other princes will become clear. It won't be too late to make preparations then, King Zhao said slowly. Yes, father. Zhao Yunliang bowed and retreated. Wang Zai turned and went out as well, but was stopped by Prince Xiao, who asked, How is Wanrong now? Your Highness, the Queen still refuses to eat or drink. If this continues, she won't be able to hold on, said Wang Zai. King Zhao sighed softly. She has suffered so much for carrying out my father's legacy. I feel truly guilty. Your Highness, we cannot be merciful in the fight for supremacy. Your Highness is not wrong, Wang Zai said cautiously. King Zhao nodded and asked, I asked you to send a message to the other vassal kings. Have they responded? Your Highness, no prince has responded so far. I don't think they will come to Changen to attend the late emperor's funeral or the new emperor's coronation. Do I really have to deal with these princes one by one? King Zhao's voice was tinged with anger. Wang Zai sighed and stopped talking. Although they have already taken control of Changen, they still have a long way to go before they can conquer the world. With a cold snort, King Zhao waved his hand, signaling Wang Zai to leave. 3 days later, Xiao Wengshuan's state funeral was held in Changen City. Along Suzaku Avenue, Xiao Wengshuan's coffin was carried to the imperial mausoleum outside Changen City. The next day, the 13th prince, who was only 6 months old, ascended the throne and appointed King Zhao as the regent general to take charge of state affairs. When the news from Changen spread, the whole world was in an uproar. Only a few days later, the king of Chu announced to the world, denouncing the king of Zhao as a traitor, and then assisted the third prince to ascend the throne and declare himself emperor in linen. At the same time, the king of Shu accepted the third prince as his king, and the southern territory changed hands overnight. In Qingzhou, news from all over Dayu Kingdom reached the Prince of Qi's palace one after another. During these days, Xiao Ming not only settled the old ministers and dignitaries from Changen, but also thought about the situation of Dayu Kingdom. While King Zhao was staging the farce of his coronation in Changen, Fiji and Luoquan were sent as envoys to Jinling City and Jizhu City respectively, and King Zhao's conspiracy was exposed through their mouths. After the king of Chu assisted the third prince to establish himself, Feiji and Luoquan also returned to Qingzhou from the fiefdoms of the king of Wei and the king of Yang. Your Highness, the king of Wei has an ambiguous attitude and seems unwilling to form an alliance with your Highness to jointly deal with the current crisis. Fiji was exhausted and his face was full of anxiety. Luoquan returned 2 days earlier than Fiji. He told Fiji, I gained quite a bit from my trip to Jizhu. Prince Yang is very angry about Prince Xiao's rebellion and has hinted that he is willing to form an alliance with your Highness to deal with Prince Xiao's attack. Alas, it's a pity that we valued King Wei so much back then. We didn't expect that King Wei had already harbored rebellious thoughts. This time he is unwilling to form an alliance with your Highness. It's obvious that he wants to fight for the world. Fiji slammed the table fiercely. Xiao Ming wasn't surprised at this outcome. He said, Secretary Fei, there's no need to sigh. This might not be a bad thing for me. All we need for this alliance is Prince Yang's agreement. After all, Prince Yang is the western barrier of our vassal state. As long as Prince Yang is here, he can block any attack from the west by Prince Xiao and his barbarian soldiers. As for Prince Wei, I'm worried I'll have no excuse to punish him. Pang Yukun said, Wei is a rich land with a large population. If your Highness can annex Wei, your strength will increase greatly. Niu Ben said, if your Highness wishes to conquer Wei, he must first capture Pengu. Pengu is a strategic transportation hub. Going south, we can attack Jiangnan, and going west, we can enter the heart of the Central Plains. Furthermore, Pengu is surrounded by mountains, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is a highly sought-after location. Fiji sighed when he heard this. Now, the king of Zhao assisted the 13th prince to ascend the throne, and he seemed to be holding the emperor hostage to control the princes. The king of Chu established himself in Linen and was said to have sent troops to attack the prefectures and counties that once belonged to the royal family. The king of Ryang and the king of Huainan were also unwilling to be left out and took the opportunity to annex a large number of royal territories. It seemed that the situation in the world was irreversible. Now, even if Xiao Wengxuan were to be resurrected, it would be difficult to stop the ambitions of the princes. But he still had some concerns, so he said, "Your Highness, I believe the greatest threat to the world is King Xiao. After all, King Xiao's borrowing troops from the barbarians is like inviting a wolf into the house. The barbarians are eyeing your Highness covetously, and they are eager to overthrow King Zhu immediately. Therefore, in my opinion, we should focus on guarding against King Xiao." Pang Yukan then said, however, "The King of Xiao doesn't seem to want to go to war with your Highness right now. 2 days ago, a so-called imperial decree came from Changen, commending your Highness." Oh, Fiji looked surprised. Xiao Ming then handed the imperial edict to Fiji and said, "Prince Xiao has been associating with poisonous snakes, and he will suffer from them sooner or later. As for this imperial edict, we can only take a look at it and cannot trust it completely. After all, plans cannot keep up with changes." Everyone nodded when they heard this. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, "Prince Xiao has calculated everything, but the princes of this world are not fools. Since the world is in chaos, they can only rely on their own abilities." "So your Highness is really planning to take over Pengju?" Fiji asked. Xiao Ming nodded. The Pengju of Dayu Kingdom is the modern Pengcheng, which is Shuzhou in northern Jiangsu, the birthplace of Emperor Geazu of Han, Liu Bang. This time his determination to use military force was not a whim. It was precisely to guard against attacks from the barbarians and King Zhao that he planned to annex Pengju. After all, Shandong and Henan have always been severely affected by food shortages in history. If he did not find a stable grain-producing area for himself, it would seriously limit his expedition capabilities. Moreover, Pengju and its subordinate counties have a population of over 500,000, which will provide him with a large amount of manpower. Most importantly, as the territory of King Wei closest to his fiefdom, the secret guards will of course give priority to infiltration. Moreover, the folk drama of Kingzhu is also quite influential in Pengju. It can be said that the people here are very yearning for Kingzhu. The only problem that needs to be solved is the local big families. The sound of zither and chin lingered around, carrying a hint of melancholy into the main hall. Everyone who was discussing government affairs fell silent at this moment. After listening carefully for a while with his eyes closed, Fiji said, "Your Highness, this piano music must be from the Empress. It is indeed difficult to calm down after such a great disaster." "Yes, but fortunately my father has been laid to rest and buried in the imperial mausoleum. This news makes my mother feel a little more at ease," Xiao Ming said. When talking about the past, Fiji and Luo Quan both felt a little sad. Seeing this, Xiao Ming said, "Secretary Fei, you've returned just in time. The officials from Changen and their families have all been properly accommodated. However, these officials can't remain idle forever, so I intend to have them attend Bowen Academy to learn government knowledge so they can adapt to Kingzhu's administrative system." Fiji had been worried about this matter for the past few days. As soon as he returned, many officials came to inquire about the situation. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Your Highness, Kingzhu's government system is obviously very different from the old system of Dayu Kingdom. Do you intend to continue using this system?" "That's right. In my opinion, the official system of Dayu Kingdom is no longer appropriate, and the officials are too ignorant. If you can't understand the current changes in the world, you might as well go home and hug your children." Xiao Ming's tone was firm. Now that the world has entered the age of discovery, the backward system and ideology of Dayu Kingdom seriously lack competitiveness. He does not want his fiefdom to regress again because of the arrival of these officials. Because of this, he wanted to send these officials to Bowen College to study and let them understand the current jungle world. Moreover, now that Xiao Wengxuan is dead, the Dayu Kingdom is in chaos. This has both disadvantages and advantages for him. For example, he is now completely free from the shackles of imperial power and can boldly develop astronomy among the people and break the ignorant and backward ideas in the feudal country. At the same time, he can also boldly open up more knowledge in Bowen College. After all, he has the final say in everything now, and he doesn't have to worry about Changen's reaction. Fiji glanced at Pang Yukun, the little censor who had become the chief minister of the feudal state. At this moment, Pang Yukun smiled cunningly, as if Xiao Ming's treatment of the officials made him feel relieved. He had been bullied by these officials in the court many times in the past. As time went by, his own position was also very awkward. According to the official position of Dayu Kingdom, his position was higher than Pang Yukun, but according to the official position of Kingzhu, it seemed that the prime minister was the highest position. Being able to smooth things over is a necessary skill in officialdom. Fiji was well aware of his current situation, so he decided to persist in doing so, lest he say the wrong thing. Your Highness must have a reason for doing this. I, an old minister, am not well educated and dare not make any rash comments. Xiao Ming rolled his eyes. He knew Fiji would say that. Compared to Pang Yukun's sharp tongue, Fiji was obviously more cunning. However, he also had a plan, so he said, Secretary Fei, since the old official system of Dayu Kingdom is no longer suitable, I must find a position for you. The 9 ministers in the cabinet are still short of 8 people. If you don't mind, how about you serve as one of the 9 ministers? Your Highness, I have no virtue or ability to hold the position of cabinet minister. Wouldn't this make the officials of Kingju feel resentful? Although Fiji said so much, he actually breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He had been ignored for a while, and what he was most worried about was going home to retire. He didn't expect that Xiao Ming would let him enter the cabinet with just one sentence. Although the title is not as good as the Prime Minister, he knows that the Prime Minister of the cabinet is just an organizer, and there is not much difference in power. Secondly, Xiao Ming's arrangement may also be intended to check Pang Yukun's power. Having been in a high position for so many years, he knew very well that what a king feared most was one party dominating the court, because this would severely restrict the king's power and even sow the seeds of rebellion. According to his understanding, because of the elimination of the powerful families and the shortage of officials, Pang Yukun recommended a large number of officials to enter the Kingju officialdom. Now these officials have formed a small group headed by Pang Yukun. Although Pang Yukun is upright, this is definitely a hidden danger for Xiao Ming. Because of this, he guessed that Xiao Ming intended to divide the officialdom and make it more complicated. Minister Fei has filtered it. The Fei family has had 3 officials in 4 generations, and their students and former officials are all over the world. Moreover, they never form cliques for personal gain. Moreover, you are my father-in-law, so the position of cabinet minister is well deserved, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Pang Yukun also said, Zhang Shufei is well known. If Zhang Shufei can't take this position, who else can take it? This, Fiji hesitated for a moment and said, Your Highness is so kind, I can only decline your kindness. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming laughed. In that case, the matter of the Changen official going to Bowen College to study will be handed over to Secretary Fei. Forehead. Fiji was stunned for a moment, with a bitter look on his face. He had unknowingly fallen into Xiao Ming's trap. This official from Changen has always been a headache for everyone. Even Pang Yukun sometimes finds it inconvenient to deal with it. After all, the conflict of official positions is very embarrassing. Now, after going around in circles, this hot matter finally fell into his hands. Pang Yukun tried to hold back his laughter. They had all seen through Fiji's thoughts these days. This plan ultimately forced Fiji to go ahead with it. Moreover, Fiji's entry into the cabinet was also an encouragement to other officials. And with Fiji in the cabinet, they can study at Bowen College with peace of mind. After talking about Fiji, Xiao Ming looked at Luo Quan, who was chatting enthusiastically with Niu Ben. Niu Ben and Luo Quan were both famous generals of Dayu Kingdom in the past. Now first he had Niu Ben, and now he had Luo Quan. These 2 famous generals are now in his army. Moreover, this time Luo Quan came with the general of the Firearms Battalion, which made up for the shortage of generals in the army. Moreover, according to the current situation, it is imperative to expand the army and prepare for war. This time, after taking Pengju, he said he would have to recruit some soldiers from Pengju to supplement the military strength. Since war was inevitable, he could only fight to support the war. That was why he chose King Wei as the first person to be attacked. After all, King Yang's fiefdom was short of food after the drought and was extremely poor, which was really useless. Moreover, in exchange for weapons, King Yang had been exporting various minerals to Kingju, and it made no difference whether he occupied it or not. General Luo, you haven't mentioned your service in the army these days. Is it because I have been negligent in any way? Xiao Ming asked at this time. Upon hearing this, Luo Quan bowed and said, Your Highness has been extremely considerate to me, so how can I be said to be neglectful? It's simply because I can no longer keep up with your army. Rather than this, why not let Luo Xin and Luo Hong show their skills while I retire to my rural home in Kingju? A great general has fought on the battlefield for decades, so why should he underestimate himself? Xiao Ming did not expect that Luo Quan would decline his proposal at this time. Your Highness, I am not belittling myself. I have been thinking about this matter since the last battle of Jeju. The muskets and artillery of Kingju make me feel that war is no longer what it used to be. Relatively speaking, Luo Hong is more likely to accept the musket team than I am, Luo Quan said with a sigh. Seeing Luo Quan's resolute expression, Xiao Ming nodded and said, Since that's the case, I won't try to keep the old general. Thank you, Your Highness. Luo Quan seemed relieved. Fiji's eyes flickered. the army was different from the officialdom. Luo Quan had made this decision after careful consideration. He had discussed it with him before coming. Even if he agreed to Xiao Ming's request, the soldiers in the army would probably not help him up. The most important thing is that if he joins the army, the firearms battalion from Changen or the Jinwu Guard who will defect to Qingzhou in the future will follow his lead, which will undoubtedly cause factions in the army. Officials can argue with each other, but the army must remain united. Considering this, he decided not to hold military power anymore. Niu Ben's qualifications are enough to suppress these soldiers from Changen, so integrating the army is not a problem. After initially settling the issues concerning officials and generals, everyone then discussed for a while about the topic of Pengu. This time Fiji was sent as an envoy to Jinling City. Since the king of Wei had the ambition to fight for hegemony, he did not need to be polite. Moreover, Fiji also hinted that King Wei Xiao Ming would inherit the throne, but King Wei still ignored it, which was simply a betrayal of the royal family. After deciding to annex Pengu, everyone dispersed. However, before leaving, Niu Ben left Xiao Ming with a difficult problem: which army would be responsible for attacking Pengu? Now the Yuzhou army is guarding Shenhaiguan and naturally cannot move, while part of the Qingzhou army is in Yunzhou to guard against the attack of King Xiao and the barbarians, and the other part is in Ryukyu Island. However, the Dengzhou army had to guard against possible attacks from Goryeo and Japan. After much deliberation, he could only mobilize the Kangzhou army, Yizhou army, and Leizhou army to attack Pengu. However, because these three armies were not on the border like other states, the armies of the three states combined had only 15,000 people and almost no equipment. However, during this period, the armies of these three states have been training according to the musketeer formation. Because the army has training guns, they can be quickly formed into an army as long as they are equipped. Thinking of this, he felt a headache. It was another problem of equipment. What he lacked most now were muskets and cannons. At the same time, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Although Qingzhou's industry far surpassed that of Dayu Kingdom, its population shortcoming was still fatal. The human wave tactics were enough to destroy everything he had built. Just when he was worrying about his equipment, a servant from the palace suddenly came to report that Lin Wentao wanted to see him. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was delighted. The person he wanted to see most now was Lin Wentao. Whether the speed of equipment production could be increased depended entirely on him. "Let him in," Xiao Ming said excitedly. After the servants left, Lin Wentao went to the main hall with an excited look on his face. "Your Highness, Zhang Liu and I have solved the problem of using one steam engine to drive multiple machines. Using crankshafts and connecting rods, the steam engine in the machine tool workshop can now drive a row of 12 drilling machines. We have now installed 5 more steam engines in them. Now there are a total of 72 drilling machines using steam power," Lin Wentao said excitedly. After a pause, Lin Wentao continued. During this period, the steam engine workshop has produced a total of 16 steam engines. According to His Highness's request, 6 were given to the machine tool workshop. Of the remaining 12, 4 were given to the textile workshop. The remaining 6 will be given to the gun workshop of the military workshop to draw the rifling of rifled muskets. Good, very good. For Xiao Ming, this was undoubtedly a timely relief, because the population of the fiefdom was insufficient, and what he could really rely on was the steam power brought by the steam engine. Now Lin Wentao has successfully overcome the difficulty of using one steam engine to drive multiple machines, which will save him a lot of manpower. Moreover, once Lin Wentao mastered the problem of using one steam engine to drive multiple machines, it meant that the technical difficulties of steam locomotives had been initially solved. Lin Wentao was naturally excited. He said, "Your Highness, although the steam engine is quite efficient now, there is still a drawback. The cylinder plug is still quite leaky. I have seen something called rubber in the book Your Highness gave me. It is said that rubber cylinder plugs are soft and can ensure airtightness. However, I don't know what this rubber is. I do know about this rubber, but it's not available in Dayu. It's only found along the southern coast, but now that I'm trading with the Dutch, I'll find a way to get some." "Yes, Your Highness," Lin Wentao said happily. Xiao Ming felt helpless. This was the importance of colonization. Without colonization, potatoes, sweet potatoes, peppers, and tomatoes would not have been introduced to Europe and Asia. Without colonization, things like rubber would not have been discovered and used in industry. What upset him was that he was preparing to sail to the sea, but he didn't expect such a chaos to happen in the country. For him, this civil strife was no less serious than the 30 Years' War and the Great Northern War in Europe. After a few words, Xiao Ming said to Lin Wentao, "By the way, this steam engine is not just a single-cylinder steam engine. There are also double-cylinder steam engines and even 4-cylinder steam engines. With a little improvement, this steam engine will have enough power to drive more powerful machines. You need to study this in depth. In addition, you should also study the steam locomotives in the books." After all, the principles are not much different. Lin Wentao was a little stunned by the number of tasks Xiao Ming threw out at him. He said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, there are too many tasks. I'm afraid I'm not able to handle them all. I humbly ask Your Highness to allow me to select some students from Bowen College to set up a laboratory for the steam engine workshop." Of course, Xiao Ming smiled. Lin Wentao finally got it and realized that he couldn't do it alone. He needed more people to do research. Lin Wentao nodded. "In that case, I will go to Bowen College to select students." After saying that, Lin Wentao bowed and walked out. Watching Lin Wentao leave, Xiao Ming felt a sense of relief. He wondered how the steam engine would perform. He was most concerned about the rifling cutting process in the gun workshop. If the steam engine made it easier to cut the rifling, he could mass-produce rifles in his army. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to go to the military workshop. He had been so busy with the chaos in Changen during this period that he neglected military production. Now, in order to attack Pengu, he had to go there in person to urge it on. HMPH. The sound of the steam engine pulling the hook back and forth and cutting metal continued to be heard. Song Champing and the craftsmen in the musket workshop were somewhat shocked when they saw the steel monster spewing steam in front of them. Although the craftsmen in the steam engine workshop had used a steam engine to drive them to cut rifling 2 days ago, this unprecedented machine still made them unable to accept it psychologically for a while. Song Fangjian, now that we have this steam engine, doesn't cutting rifling mean we're done with it? Song Champing watched the hook knife stretching and retracting in the gun barrel, while a craftsman was responsible for rotating the gun barrel so that the hook knife could draw perfect rifling in the barrel. How can we have nothing to do with it? Even if the steam engine replaces us in pulling the hook knife, we still have to watch the machine carefully to detect the rifling, Song Champing said. What I mean is, this steam engine is so powerful, won't it leave many craftsmen without work in the future, the craftsman said worriedly, and he was not talking nonsense. In fact, due to the use of steam engines in lathe workshops, a large number of craftsmen in the lathe workshops were idle, and these craftsmen were transferred to their workshops to be responsible for the production of flintlock rifles. Now that the steam engine has appeared here again, they can't help but worry. Your worries are unnecessary. There is a severe shortage of firearms in Qingzhou right now. So far, we have only produced 45,000 flintlock rifles. Firearms and artillery are not popular in most of the armies of the vassal states. Now the situation in Dayu State is like this. More firearms will definitely be needed in the future, Song Champing said. He understood why these craftsmen had such thoughts. The salaries of craftsmen in military workshops are very high now. Even though most of them are still slaves, they don't want to lose their current jobs. Song Champing is right. Even though the steam engine has replaced some craftsmen, the current military workshop's output is insufficient. What you should worry about now is how to meet the army's equipment procurement needs. Xiao Ming's voice suddenly came from outside. Hearing the voice, Song Champing and the craftsman turned around and saw Xiao Ming walking towards them, fanning himself. Your Highness. Song Champing led a group of craftsmen to pay their respects to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming asked everyone to excuse themselves and walked towards the steam engine hook knife combination that was cutting the rifling. At this time, the steam engine was pulling the hook knife to move in a straight line through the connecting rod. Every time the hook knife goes in and out of the barrel, it will leave a shallow mark. The craftsman in charge supervises the rifling cutting. There are now more than 30 barrels in the steam engine factory. The 6 steam engine hook knives have greatly improved the efficiency of rifling cutting. How is it? How many rifled gun barrels can be produced in a day now? Xiao Ming asked. Song Champing replied, compared to the previous output of 1 thread per month, the steam engine can now produce 1 thread per day. Lin Wentao has now deployed 30 hook cutters in the military workshop to cut rifling using the steam engine. If there are no waste products, we can easily produce 900 threads per month. Well, this quantity is enough. For now, we should focus on producing smoothbore flintlock rifles. Do you understand? Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. No matter whether it is produced by humans or machines, there is a scrap rate. He saw some scrapped gun barrels thrown aside. Song Champing said that there were 900 gun barrels without the scrap. If the scrap was excluded, there would be only 700 to 800 rifled gun barrels produced per month. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with this number. Now he still adopted an equipment plan that mainly used smoothbore guns and supplemented by rifled guns. After all, he did not have much time to wait for the equipment to be upgraded. What he needed now was quantity to deal with the current crisis. As for the larger-scale equipment of rifled guns, they can only be replaced step by step during the war. Yes, Your Highness, Song Champing said. After a pause, Xiao Ming continued. By the way, this time I have allocated a new group of craftsmen to you. Now your musket workshop can expand into another workshop, and both workshops can produce flintlock rifles at the same time. Another group of craftsmen has arrived. Song Champing was a little excited, and the other craftsmen also breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that Fenguo was really in urgent need of muskets. Liang Dahai has not returned yet, but the first batch of slaves has been delivered. According to Liang Dahai's subordinates, Liang Dahai will arrive with the last batch of slaves. After such a long time at sea, Liang Dahai brought back 8,000 slaves this time. Without waiting for the merchants in Qingzhou to divide up these slaves, 5,000 of them were assigned to this military workshop. Although these people don't know anything now, it won't take long for the old to train the new ones. After all, assembling a flintlock rifle is not an advanced technology. 5,000 people. This time I have given priority to your musket workshop. You must keep up with the production of flintlock rifles. Now the country may face war at any time. If I lose, everything in the country will disappear. Xiao Ming frowned and said. Song Champing's expression grew serious. He suddenly felt very brave. He patted his chest and said, Your Highness, even if I don't eat or drink, I will definitely complete this batch of equipment on time and in full. Well, I believe you. By the way, from now on, some of the flintlock rifles produced will be distributed to the armies of Kangzhou, Yizhou, and Leizhou. Song Champing responded yes. After explaining the production of the firearms, Xiao Ming suddenly asked, How many rifles do you have? Your Highness, there are still 60 rifled guns, Song Champing said. 60. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. The range and accuracy of this rifled gun were incomparable to those of a smoothbore gun. It could be used as a sharpshooter in the army. After all, even in the cold weapon troops, a group of archers will be selected to take charge of some special tasks, and he needs rifles to complete some special operations tasks. Give me this batch of rifles. I will have uses for them, Xiao Ming smiled. Upon hearing this, Song Champing asked the craftsman to take out 3 long wooden boxes which contained rifled guns. This time Xiao Ming came in person for 2 reasons. One was to see the production of the rifle, the other was to talk about the slave issue, and the other was to ask Song Champing to increase production. After inspecting it, he no longer disturbed the production in the workshop and asked the guards who followed him to carry the flintlock rifle back. Since Prince Xiao entered Changen, in addition to Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, Xiao Ming has also been accompanied by a team of 100 elite soldiers to protect him. In troubled times, the enemy may use all means, especially assassination. This method has low cost and great rewards. He didn't want to die before accomplishing his mission, so he followed Pang Yukun's suggestion and added 100 personal guards to protect his safety. Qingzhou Camp. After leaving the military workshop, Xiao Ming went directly to the Qingzhou Camp with a rifle. Compared with the lively training scenes in the past, the Qingzhou Camp is a bit deserted at this time. After part of the Qingzhou army was stationed in Ryukyu, and another part of the Qingzhou army went to Yunzhou, there are only 5,000 soldiers stationed in the Qingzhou Camp to guard the safety of Qingzhou. However, in addition to the current 5,000 Qingzhou soldiers, there are also remaining soldiers who escaped from Changen in the Qingzhou Camp. There are a total of 3,000 soldiers who are stationed in the western parade ground of Qingzhou. When he arrived at the Qingzhou Camp, the Qingzhou soldiers were carrying out their usual loading training. Luo Hong and other generals from Changen were looking at the Qingzhou soldiers with envy as they wore neat uniforms and carried flintlock rifles with bayonets. Compared with the Qingzhou army soldiers, the firearms battalion from Changen seemed out of place. Your Highness. Xiao Ming's arrival quickly alarmed the generals who were observing the training. Luo Hong and the generals of the firearms battalion saluted Xiao Ming. No need to be so polite. Xiao Ming helped Luo Hong up. Luo Quan rejected him that day, and later Fiji told him the reason. This made Xiao Ming deeply feel that Luo Quan was a man of great sense of justice. No wonder Luo Quan's position in the court had been very stable despite the ups and downs over the years. Niu Ben, along with Lu Fei, Luo Xin, Qi Guangyi, and other generals, also came over. After saluting, Niu Ben said, Your Highness, we are demonstrating the musket array to them. When Xiao Ming came in, he saw what they were doing. He said to Luo Hong, What do you think of our Qingzhou army? I'm afraid the firearms battalion can't even catch up with the training of the Qingzhou army. What's more, the muskets equipped by the Qingzhou army seem to be different from those of the firearms battalion. Luo Hong shook his head. Speaking of the flintlock rifle, Niu Ben and Xiao Ming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At that time, he sold the matchlock rifle to the court and other vassal kings. The secret of the flintlock rifle had always been kept secret. Now Luo Hong, who was stationed in the Qingzhou camp, finally saw through the trick. However, he mentioned it very tactfully, but he must have had some calculations in his mind, knowing that Xiao Ming had kept a trick up his sleeve back then. Actually, there's not a huge difference between a flintlock and a matchlock. One uses a flintlock, the other uses a matchlock. There's almost no difference in range and accuracy. The only difference is the stability of the firing, and another difference is the bayonet. At this point, there was no need for him to hide the flintlock rifle anymore, so he told everything about it. As he spoke, he asked New Ben to bring a flintlock rifle, and then a matchlock rifle from the firearms battalion, and showed Luo Hong the firing and bayonet parts of the two rifles. Holding a flintlock in one hand and a matchlock in the other, Luo Hong called 2 soldiers to experiment with the matchlock and flintlock respectively. He found that except that the speed from loading to firing was slightly faster than the matchlock, there was really not much difference between the two. After this experiment, he no longer thought that Xiao Ming had deceived Xiao Wengshuan, because in his opinion it didn't make much difference. After all, whether it was a matchlock gun or a flintlock gun, as long as the enemy rushed in front of him with bullets, he had to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Relatively speaking, he thinks the bayonet is very important, but even so, he was staring at the flintlock rifle. The meaning was self-evident. Even if the gap was small, who wouldn't want something slightly better? Your Highness, I, the General, lead all the soldiers of the firearms battalion to pledge allegiance to your Highness. Compared to Luo Xin's smooth talker, Luo Hong is calmer and more dull. However, even the most honest people have their own ideas. Luo Hong directly expressed his position to Xiao Ming in front of the Qingzhou military generals. Xiao Ming looked at Luo Hong and a group of kneeling firearm battalion commanders and said, "Everyone, please stand up. Since you are willing to follow me, I will naturally not discriminate. I hope you will be able to assist me in the future." Luo Hong did not stand up but said, "I heard that your Highness is going to attack Pengu to punish the King of Wei for rebellion and treason. If your Highness trusts us, the firearms battalion, we are willing to go on your behalf." Xiao Ming's heart was slightly disturbed. Luo Quan said this because he was worried that Xiao Ming would not trust his generals, so he wanted to use military achievements to prove his loyalty. As for Xiao Ming, he was really tempted. The armies of Kangzhou, Leizhou and Yizhou had only more than 15,000 people. Now with the addition of the firearms battalion, there are 20,000 people, which reduces the gap in numbers with the defenders of Pengu. After all, Pengu is the northern gateway of Wei, and the King of Wei has a large territory and a large population, and the number of troops under his command is more than 4 times that of his, and this does not include the private soldiers of the local wealthy families. Moreover, once the war breaks out, it is impossible not to fight to the death. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ming said, "Since that's the case, I won't refuse. After all, since you are all my troops, I should treat you all equally. Now is the time for me to deploy troops, so I will count you as part of the Battle of Pengu." "Thank you, Your Highness." Luo Hong was overjoyed when he heard this, and the other generals of the firearm battalion also looked happy. Xiao Ming's words were equivalent to accepting them. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming asked Luo Hong and the others to stand up. Since Luo Hong mentioned the expedition to Pengu, Xiao Ming took the opportunity to ask, "Commander Niu, have all the armies of the 3 states been notified?" "Your Highness, I have already issued a military order to dispatch the Kangzhou army and the Pengu army to Yizhou to join forces. Together with the food and supplies, it will take about 12 days to set off for Pengu. But what about the equipment?" Niu Ben stopped talking after saying this. Xiao Ming knew Niu Ben would bring this up. He said, "I just returned from the military workshop. Song Changping will prioritize supplying weapons to the soldiers in the 3 states. Within a month, at least half of the soldiers will be able to be supplied. Besides, can we not fight without muskets? How did we fight the barbarians in the Battle of Kangzhou?" Niu Ben was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the entire army was blindly worshipping muskets and had forgotten their original purpose. He suddenly understood. "I understand. I will transport the plate armor and swords to Yizhou later." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. It was very dangerous to forget the skills of cold weapon combat in the era when muskets were rampant. In fact, although the mainstream in the current world was still muskets, the battlefield often involved charging with bayonets and engaging in hand-to-hand combat after several rounds of volleys. For example, the most famous British red shirts in contemporary times still fight by firing a volley every 50 meters and then charging. Because of this, Xiao Ming was not arrogant enough to think that he could single-handedly challenge the Dayu Kingdom just because he was equipped with a flintlock rifle. After all, strictly speaking, he was still in the stage of alternating between cold and hot weapons. He needed to be cautious in every war and could not be careless at all. The training horn of Qingzhou army soldiers continues. After inquiring about the military deployment, Xiao Ming pointed to the wooden box behind him and said to Niu Ben, "Commander Niu, these are the 60 rifled muskets I got from Song Changping. Select 60 soldiers with excellent marksmanship and assign them to them. have them train daily. Rifled rifle, Niu Ben was slightly surprised. He had tried the first rifle when it appeared, but it had been taken away by the secret guards first. He had always coveted these rifles and couldn't help but get excited. Your Highness, I've been looking forward to these rifles. Luo Hong and others were confused again. They had just figured out the difference between the flintlock and the matchlock, and now a rifled gun appeared. Instructing the guards to bring the wooden box over, Xiao Ming handed the rifle to Niu Ben and said, "In that case, Commander Niu must train 60 excellent musketeers for me." Niu Ben and a group of Qingzhou army generals could not wait to open the box and took out a rifle. Niu Ben looked at it and assured him, "Your Highness, I can't even do such a small thing. I might as well go back and retire with Luo Quan. If you all go back to retire, there will be no one to take care of this army." Xiao Ming was somewhat helpless. He valued Niu Ben and Luo Quan now not because of their past military achievements, but because they had their own way of managing the army. With enough prestige, they were able to manage the armies of various states in an orderly manner. As for direct battles, he still relied on young generals such as Lu Fei, Qi Guangyi, and Luo Hong. After the rifles were delivered, Xiao Ming did not stay long. Niu Ben pulled out the Qingzhou army in order to correct the mistakes in the training of the firearms battalion. Now that the expedition to Pengu has been put on the agenda, the firearms battalion still needs to undergo rigorous training, so he will not interfere. After leaving the Qingzhou camp, Xiao Ming looked towards the direction of Jinling City, which was one of the most prosperous cities in Dayu Kingdom. Thinking of the owner of Jinling City, King Wei, he didn't know what this sinister man was planning. Jinling City, Prince Wei's palace. Achoo, achoo. The king of Wei, who was holding a cup of hot tea and about to take a sip, suddenly sneezed twice. The king of Wei had caught a cold in the past 2 days and had a runny nose, and all the mucus immediately sprayed into the tea. After retching in nausea, the king of Wei threw the tea aside. At this time, the servants in the palace brought him new tea. "Ever since Fiji left, I have been feeling unwell. Everyone, tell me, did I do something wrong this time?" King Wei said, wiping his nose. Mi Wenyi, the chief secretary of the Prince of Wei's palace, who was sitting below the Prince of Wei, said, "Your Highness, you are worrying too much. This Feiji is just a stray dog now. Now he has run to Wei and barked a few times. Your Highness has no need to worry." Sitting at the lower left of the King of Wei was Xiao Qi. He said to the King of Wei, "Uncle, this Feiji is no mere lost dog. He was sent here by King Xiao Ming of Qi. Your uncle is being rather reckless in forming this alliance. In my opinion, you should agree to King Qi's request. With 3 kings in power, even if King Xiao arrives with his barbarian cavalry, they won't be able to harm us." King Wei frowned upon hearing this and said, "Although that's what he said, Fiji's words imply that Xiao Ming has the late emperor's will. This clearly tells me that Xiao Ming is the heir to the throne. If I agree to Fiji, wouldn't that mean I would be submitting to Xiao Ming?" Mi Wenyi seized the opportunity to speak. "Your Highness is right. Prince Xiao now claims the 13th prince is the emperor, and Prince Chu has directly appointed the 3rd prince as emperor. Perhaps Prince Yan will appoint the 4th prince as emperor next. And now there's Xiao Ming. It's hard to tell what's true. The only thing we can be sure of is that the world is in chaos. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in troubled times. Your Highness has been planning for so many years. How can you kowtow to that brat Xiao Ming?" King Wei nodded when he heard this. Mi Wenyi hit the nail on the head. He had been living in fear ever since King Ning was killed. Hadn't he been working hard to govern the country all these years just to one day not live in Xiao Wengshuan's shadow? Now that Xiao Wengshuan is finally dead, he no longer has to worry about being afraid. At the same time, his ambition continues to grow, and he also wants to experience the feeling of being above everyone else. Xiao Qi wanted to persuade King Wei again, but seeing the fanaticism in King Wei's eyes, he finally gave up. King Wei treated these people as his own children. Now in the next 5 or 6 years, he should help King Wei with whatever he wants to do. So he said, "Since the imperial uncle has ambitions to rule the world, we should now prepare our armies for war to prevent any unforeseen events. Although my nephew and Xiao Ming have only met once, he is definitely not someone who can be easily dealt with. If the imperial uncle refuses to form an alliance with him, we must be prepared for war." "Do you mean that the King of Qi will attack Wei?" The King of Wei frowned. Xiao Qi said calmly, "Uncle, don't forget how you treated Xiao Ming during the Kangzhou and Jizhu battles. Back then, Xiao Ming only used these as leverage to gain some benefits, but he will definitely always hold a grudge against you. After all, you almost wiped out the Kangzhou army back then." The King of Wei's face suddenly turned gloomy. Whether it was the Battle of Kangzhou or the Battle of Jizhu, he had been thinking that it was better for his fellow Taoists to die than for me to die. He even wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate this threat from the north. In the past, he still cared about Xiao Wengshuan, but now that the world is in chaos and one can only rely on one's ability, he doesn't care at all. If the king of Qi has this idea, he will definitely attack Pengu, Mi Wenyi suddenly said. The king of Wei also nodded. He looked at Mi Wenyi and said, Mi Changshi, Pengu is your hometown. The Mi family is the largest clan there. The king of Qi slaughtered the nobles of the 6 states. If Pengu is destroyed, I am very worried about the local nobles. Mi Wenyi's face turned pale. He said, to be honest, Your Highness, when the king of Qi massacred the nobles of the 6 prefectures, some of their descendants fled to Pengu for refuge. This massacre was simply a conspiracy by the king of Qi, and it was definitely a rebellion by the nobles. I believe that this should be made public to the world, so that the nobles will no longer have any thoughts of attacking the king of Qi. This way, the nobles everywhere will certainly regard the king of Qi as a scourge, and will resist him to the death if he attacks. Excellent, very excellent. King Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this. He said, I have 50,000 troops stationed in Pengu. If the local clans can unite and resist together, the force will be much greater than the 50,000 on the surface. If then, I will send 10,000 cavalry to help, and I will definitely kill Xiao Ming without a single piece of armor left. Xiao Qi's expression was cold, and he said, Uncle, Xiao Ming's army is famous for its firearms. If you want to defeat Xiao Ming, you have to focus on this. Firearm. King Wei uttered these 2 words softly. Thinking of this, he felt a little gloomy. He said, I asked the craftsman to imitate the matchlock gun, but there has been no progress so far. It's really a headache. Mi Wenyi said, Your Highness, do not worry. While muskets and artillery are certainly powerful, they are by no means invincible. Otherwise, why did Xiao Ming defend Shanhaiguan? Even with firearms, Xiao Ming still feared the barbarian cavalry. Moreover, Qi has a smaller population than Wei, and Qi is poor while Wei is wealthy. If we can hold Pengu, the king of Qi's army will be forced to retreat within a few months. Xiao Qi frowned. What Mi Wenyi said seemed to make sense, but the battles of Kangzhou and Jizhu had both proved the ferocity of the Qingzhou army. Although Wei was a large and prosperous land, its people had always lived in peace and stability, and the Wei army had not experienced a major war in 7 or 8 years. If the 2 sides fought, the outcome would be unknown. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Uncle, I think we should continue to send envoys to the Dutch and Japanese, and even go south to search for methods to forge cannons and muskets. Now that the other vassal kings have seen the benefits of firearms, they have all seen the power of firearms. This matter must not be taken lightly. What Chief Secretary Mi and my nephew say makes sense. So, how about Chief Secretary Mi take charge of Pengu's defense, and my nephew take charge of the firearms forging techniques? Mi Wenyi and Xiao Qi exchanged a glance and replied simultaneously, Yes, Your Highness. The king of Wei nodded with satisfaction. He was just thinking about going for a tour in the city with the 2 of them, when suddenly a guard hurried to the outside of the main hall. Your Highness, our spies in Chu have reported that the king of Chu's army has already taken over Quanzhou and other royal territories, said the guard. Quanzhou. King Wei was shocked. It's only been a short time, and the size of King Wei's fiefdom has doubled. If this continues, won't all the southern territories be taken over by the king of Chu? This is not surprising. The king of Chu has worked hard to develop the south over the years and has already bribed officials from many surrounding states and counties. Now that the world is falling apart, these officials immediately defected to the king of Chu, Xiao Qi analyzed. The king of Wei felt a little sour in his heart. Humph, this king of Chu is really cunning. He has occupied a good position. Unfortunately, the king of Yan and the king of Qi around me are not easy to deal with. It has to be said that the current king of Chu has the best timing, location, and people. Although the 2 have no good feelings towards the king of Chu, they have to admit this. Mi Wenyi sighed and said, The most important thing is that the king of Chu's navy is rampant in the river. It is a natural moat. No one can do anything to it. The king of Wei snorted upon hearing this and said, This matter is quite disappointing, so let's not talk about it. The king of Chu is wealthy, and I am not much behind him. It is still uncertain who will ultimately rule the world. Mi Wenyi nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, Your Highness, I just remembered something. The king of Qi's warships always stop at Tangzhou when they sail south for supplies. This could be a leverage we have over the king of Qi. After all, without Tangzhou, it would be difficult for their warships to sail south. The king of Wei's eyes lit up. He stroked his beard gently and said proudly, Mi Changshi has really given me a heads up. Humph, in that case, we might as well make some moves with Tangzhou. If Xiao Ming dares to set his sights on Pengu, don't blame me for forbidding his warships from docking for supplies. It's more than that, Your Highness. Maybe we can even force the king of Qi to send us some cannons and muskets. Mi Wenyi said. The more the king of Wei thought about it, the more he felt that Mi Wenyi's words made sense. He said, Well, in that case, I will send someone to Qingzhou to discuss this matter. After saying this, the king of Wei laughed heartily. Qingzhou. After Xiao Ming left the Qingzhou camp, he went directly to the government office. As soon as he arrived, Li San followed in. Is there any important information? Li San looked hurried, and Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask. Now Xiao Ming is completely in the dark about what is happening outside Qingzhou, and can only rely on Li San and Wang Xuan to collect information to analyze the current situation. Li San said with a grin, Your Highness, Yang Zhen has honestly revealed all the Lijing sect's spies and secret codes. I have managed to track down quite a few of them in Qingzhou. He confessed so quickly. It seems that Yang Zhen is just a coward, Xiao Ming said disdainfully. Your Highness, what you said is true. When I told him about the 10 cruel tortures, he peed his pants before the torture instruments were even used. He. Li San seemed very proud. Get to the point, Xiao Ming glared at him. This kid still hasn't changed his habit of being slick-tongued. Li San smiled awkwardly and said, I have captured all the people from Lijingmen. After learning that His Highness holds the will, they have been persuaded by Yang Zhen to obey my orders. I have already sent people to recruit people from other parts of Lijingmen. After a pause, Li San continued, Your Highness, the Lijing sect is truly omnipresent, extending throughout the Great Yu Kingdom. Yang Zhen has instructed that every vassal king be accompanied by a Lijing sect spy. This way, we can keep abreast of the situation in other vassal states at all times. Apart from this, Yang Zhen did not provide any valuable information. This is what Xiao Ming is most concerned about. Li San said, Yes, Yang Zhen said that the barbarians agreed to King Zhao's military deployment on the condition that they receive half of the spoils of war, and King Liang also pledged his loyalty to the barbarians in exchange for their support. King Liang Humph, another one who recognizes a thief as his father, Xiao Ming said angrily. He now understood more and more why the Ming dynasty fell. With internal and external troubles and so many traitors leading the way, how could it not fall? But thinking about his current situation, he felt that the situation was even more difficult. Yang Zhen also said that the barbarians promised to ignore the conflict between the two. If there is a conflict between the king of Xiao and the king of Liang, the barbarian troops will not participate. However, if they use military force against Your Highness, the barbarians promise to fully support them. Xiao Ming frowned. He had originally wanted to play a proxy war, but he didn't expect that the barbarians had started it in advance. He knew very well what the barbarians were thinking. They undoubtedly wanted to use King Zhao and King Liang to consume his troops and then wait for an opportunity to act behind them. But Your Highness, King Zhao seems to be more interested in King Shu, while King Liang is quite dissatisfied with King Zhao's occupation of Changen, Li San said again. It seems the king of Xiao isn't stupid. Shu is known as the land of abundance and is a major grain-producing area for the Great Yu Kingdom. If he takes Shu, he won't have to worry about food anymore. Back then, King Yingzheng of Qin first took Guanzhong, then Bashu, and then unified the 6 kingdoms. It seems the king of Zhao is trying to emulate the first emperor. Li San said, That's right. The king of Zhao has always called himself the Little Qin Emperor. With a sneer, Xiao Ming changed the subject and asked, If the king of Zhao has this intention, it would buy me time to conquer Wei. Now, tell me about the situation in Pengu. Li San recalled the information about Pengu in his mind. Xiao Ming wanted to conquer Pengu, so as a secret guard collecting intelligence, he naturally had to explore Pengu first. Since he took over as the leader of the secret guards, he has gradually come into contact with the spies in the hands of other princes. However, overall, he is very confident in the secret guards he established. After all, they have many classic books to study. In the past 2 years, they have learned through practice and established a mature internal organization, and also trained some excellent secret guards. Your Highness, Pengu is surrounded by mountains. Pengu City is essentially located in what you often refer to as a basin. In my humble opinion, due to these mountains, it would be difficult for such a large-scale army to assemble and deploy outside the city, making it difficult for them to pose a threat. Furthermore, outside Pengu City, the Bayan River and the Sea River converge and flow southward. These 2 rivers now form Pengu's natural moat. In general, Pengu is surrounded by mountains on both sides and water to the north. Xiao Ming frowned when he heard this. What Li San said was consistent with the geographical location of Shuzhou in his technology library. Historically, the Bayan River and the Sea River have long been invaded by the Yellow River. Due to the restrictions of the mountains around Shuzhou, the river channels have always been very stable. The Bayan River comes from the west, and the Sea River flows from Xiao Ming's fiefdom to the vicinity of Pengu City. Now these 2 rivers serve as both moats and waterways for Pengu City. The Canal of Dayu Kingdom passing through Pengu City passes through the Bayan Shui and Sishui rivers. Now the merchant ships of Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce also have to pass through here when heading south. Simply put, along the Sea River, you can go north to Qi and Lu, directly to Yuzhou along the Bayan River. You can go south to Jinling, Yangzhou, and even enter the Yangtze River to reach the fiefdom of the King of Chu from the west. You can reach Changen, Luoyang, and other Guangzhou areas. Its location can be said to be a hub connecting the north, south, east, and west. It was for this reason that Xiao Ming's first reaction after King Wei refused to form an alliance was to capture Pengu City. After all, such a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and was also a transportation hub, was really disgusting in the hands of King Wei, because it meant that he would always be at risk of being stabbed in the ass by King Wei. If he could capture this place, it would be like tearing open the gate of Wei. From then on, Wei would be flat, and he could gallop freely and easily turn defense into offense. Your Highness, in addition to the terrain being easy to defend and difficult to attack, the people of Pengu are also extremely tough. The people of Pengu are as brave and good at fighting as the people of Qi. Moreover, there are 50,000 elite troops stationed in Pengu City. These soldiers are all local people of Pengu. Most of the generals in the army are from the wealthy and powerful families in Pengu. Together with the private soldiers of these powerful families, the number of troops in Pengu City is not a small number. Li San became more and more worried as he spoke. Not only is Pengu City easy to defend but difficult to attack, the army in the city is also no weakling. Pengu has been a battleground for military strategists since ancient times. I am also aware of the strength of its soldiers. Because of this, it is even more necessary for me to capture Pengu. Otherwise, if King Xiao and the barbarians attack, I will be attacked from both sides. Xiao Ming's expression was firm. Li San nodded solemnly. After hearing what Xiao Ming said, he felt that Pengu City was really important. After a pause, he continued, Your Highness, I've also learned about the situation of the local wealthy families. The largest family in Pengu City is the Mi family. The eldest son of the Mi family head Mi Wenyi is currently the chief secretary of the Prince of Wei's palace. Apart from this, the second largest family is the Lu family. Xiao Ming nodded as he listened. Li San had a very detailed grasp of the information about Pengu City, and now he knew Pengu City very well. You compile all this information into a book. In addition, I need a detailed topographic map of Pengu City. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. He must have detailed information before the war comes. But this was only part of the job. He asked Li San, What do the local nobles think of me? As Your Highness thinks, the powerful families of Pengu are very hostile to Your Highness and often speak disrespectfully. This is also what I am worried about. If Your Highness attacks Pengu City, I am afraid that these local powerful families will fight to the death. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly. In order to eliminate the powerful families that were shackled to Qingzhou, he had acted ruthlessly. Now, his actions back then had become an act of treason and evil in the eyes of these powerful families. However, even so, he still did not regret his decision. The Dayu kingdom has been numb for too long under the rule of these famous families. If these cancers cannot be completely eradicated, they will continue to suck the blood of the Dayu kingdom. Thinking of this, he made up his mind, and then he said to Li San, If the nobles are like this, what about the common people? The people really praise Your Highness, Li San said with a smile. He was also very proud of this matter. Then can we let the secret guards incite the people to riot? Xiao Ming asked. When Li San arrived, he understood that this was the main reason Xiao Ming was looking for him. He said, Your Highness, this is a difficult matter. The people have lived under the oppression of the powerful families for a long time, or rather, the local people have become vassals of the powerful families. Without the certainty that Your Highness can capture Pengu City, they dare not act rashly. Well, in that case, you can try it again when I attack Pengu City, Xiao Ming said. Since Li San said so, he must have bribed some people. He didn't expect these people to decide the outcome of the war, but it would be good if they could distract the army in Pengu City. After obtaining detailed information, Xiao Ming asked Li San to go back. 3 days later, Li San returned again. This time, he handed him a complete map of the terrain and military deployment of Pengu City, and he asked the craftsmen of the equipment department to make a sand table overnight. The next day, he summoned the generals who were participating in the siege to review the map of Pengu City and formulate a detailed attack plan. He didn't want to make any mistakes in such an important war. Like Xiao Ming, Niu Ben and others frowned after looking at the map. Your Highness, Pengu City seems to be a tough nut to crack. We can only attack Pengu City from the front. Moreover, the land in front of Pengu City is narrow, which is not very suitable for the soldiers' line formation. Niu Ben analyzed. Luo Xin said directly, Pengu City has neither artillery nor musketry. It seems the King of Wei treats the equipment he purchased as a treasure. In that case, we will adopt the method of attacking Shanhaiguan, using mortars to launch lime bombs and explosives to breach the city. Luo Xin is right, let's just use the artillery. Lu Fei's temper has not changed. He is direct and straightforward. Niu Ben snorted and said, "That's easy to say. There's a very wide moat outside Pengu City. Why don't you tell me how to bury the explosives?" Luo Xin hadn't looked at the sand table carefully just now, but when he saw it now, he immediately started to giggle. Niu Ben then turned to Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, I do have a plan. Please mobilize 2 or 3 warships to help us." Battleship. Niu Ben's suggestion made Xiao Ming nod slightly. Although the Bian River was not wide, it was more than enough for the 3 warships that Yue Nan sailed through. After all, these 3 warships were only level 5 warships, equivalent to the size of ordinary merchant ships. That's an idea, but these warships are currently cruising on the sea, so I need to gather them together. Xiao Ming pondered. The Pengu City on the sand table is built by the water. The only way to enter Pengu City is through the wooden bridge in front of the gate, but by that time the army of Pengu City will definitely demolish the bridge. At this time, the 3 warships cruising in the river could transport soldiers to the opposite side and provide artillery attacks. That's not a problem. It will take some time for the 3 states' armies to gather and train, Niu Ben said happily. He had been thinking of warships because the further south they went, the more cities there were built by the water. Without the protection of the navy, they would not even be able to cross the river. While everyone was observing the sand table, a guard walked in from outside and said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, the envoy of King Wei has arrived." Lu Fei laughed when he heard this and said, "Your Highness, is the King of Wei regretting his decision and wants to form an alliance with Your Highness again?" "The King of Wei is ambitious and will not surrender to Your Highness so easily. He might have some bad intentions," said Niu Ben. Xiao Ming frowned and said, "I'll know when I get there. You guys continue to observe the sand table and formulate a battle plan, then submit it to me for review." "Yes, Your Highness," Niu Ben and his generals responded. After saying that, Xiao Ming followed the guards to Prince Qi's mansion. In the main hall of the mansion, a middle-aged scholar was waiting for him. Upon seeing Xiao Ming, the middle-aged scholar bowed and said, "Your Highness, Prince of Qi, I am here on the orders of Prince of Wei. I would like to discuss the affairs of Tongzhou with Your Highness." Tongzhou. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, thinking that what was supposed to happen had finally happened. He knew that King Wei would make a fuss about Tongzhou. Sitting down at the main seat, he said, "King Wei, please feel free to speak up if you have any ideas." The middle-aged scholar said, "His Royal Highness the Prince of Wei said that the world is in chaos now, and as royal relatives, we should support each other. Therefore, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wei is willing to continue to provide supplies for the Qingzhou warships, but hopes that His Royal Highness can pay for the rental of 20,000 muskets and 300 cannons." "The King of Wei is really good at asking for exorbitant amounts of money." Xiao Ming snorted coldly. He said, "What if I don't agree?" "Then Your Highness, the Prince of Wei, can no longer provide supplies for Your Highness in Tongzhou. Please reconsider your decision." The middle-aged scholar said calmly, "Your Highness, if we lose the Tongzhou port, it will be difficult for these warships to move south." The arrogant tone of the middle-aged scholar made Xiao Ming furious. He hated being threatened the most. In this case, he had to teach King Wei a lesson and let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. He said, "Go back and tell the King of Wei that if he stops supplying Tongzhou, I will make him pay the price." Xiao Ming's tone was harsh, and the middle-aged scholar was shocked. He came to King Wei with full confidence this time. After all, Tongzhou was in the territory of Wei, and Xiao Ming had no way to deal with it. "Your Highness, you must weigh the pros and cons carefully." The middle-aged scholar did not expect Xiao Ming to be so tough, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Xiao Ming stood up and said to the middle-aged scholar, "I have thought it through clearly. Go back and tell the King of Wei that I remember the battles of Kangzhou and Jizhu. Now that he has rejected the alliance and disregarded our royal family ties, I have done my utmost to help him. From now on, he does not need to hold back, and I will not hold back either." The middle-aged scholar was originally very calm, but now Xiao Ming's words completely frightened him. In his opinion, Xiao Ming was officially declaring war on King Wei. Your subordinate shall take his leave." Having been met with dismay, the middle-aged scholar wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out without looking back. He was afraid that if he left any later, Xiao Ming would kill him and sacrifice him to the emperor. After seeing off the envoy of King Wei, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. He had originally held a glimmer of hope for King Wei, but now King Wei's expression completely disappointed him. Moreover, he was not his predecessor, Xiao Ming, and he did not care about royal blood. He only knew that if things continued like this, the great Yu Kingdom would be doomed. Therefore, before these vassal kings reduced the population of Dayu Kingdom from 100 million to only a few million, he had to take an active offensive posture and seize as much land as possible, especially in rich and populous places like Wei. After driving away the envoy of King Wei, Xiao Ming immediately ordered Yue Yun to mobilize 3 warships from the fleet to enter Qingzhou to cooperate with the battle against Pengu City. At the same time, he and Niu Ben began to plan the attack on Pengu City in full swing. As if to retaliate against Xiao Ming, after the envoy returned to Jinling City, King Wei quickly cut off supplies to Tongzhou. At the same time, King Wei ordered that no Qingzhou merchant was allowed to trade in Wei, otherwise they would be killed without mercy. After the order was issued, 3 Qingzhou merchant ships that did not have time to evacuate were seized. Your Highness, the King of Wei is so hateful. He released our people and said that if we want to redeem the merchant ship, we have to pay 500,000 taels of silver. Li Kaiyuan was filled with righteous indignation. Business is already difficult to do now because of the war. Unexpectedly, the King of Wei suddenly made such a move at this time. The goods transported on these 3 merchant ships, plus the merchant ships themselves, were worth more than 200,000 taels. Li Kaiyuan couldn't help but feel distressed. The retaliatory measures taken by the King of Wei did catch him off guard. According to Li Kaiyuan, some wealthy and powerful families in Wei took the opportunity to attack the merchants from Qingzhou. Although it was just an expulsion on the surface, in fact the King of Wei and some big families had long harbored evil intentions. The detention of these 3 merchant ships made the problem clear. It has to be said that this matter really upset Xiao Ming. These merchant ships were all owned by the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. Although he ordered them to withdraw when he fell out with King Wei, he still did not have time to withdraw. It was not that the merchants withdrew too slowly, but that the King of Wei had planned it in advance and seized the 3 merchant ships before giving the order. Your Highness, the Chamber of Commerce's business is difficult now. What should we do? Li Kaiyuan sighed. Since business in Dayu is difficult, you should focus on international trade. Do you think I'm working so hard to open up sea routes just for fun? I've made plans in advance to deal with this situation. Now you should shift your focus to maritime trade. Yes, Your Highness, Li Kaiyuan said, and after a moment's hesitation he said, Your Highness, where are these 3 merchant ships? HMPH, if he takes 3 of my merchant ships, I will take 3 of his cities. Xiao Ming slammed the table hard. June 27th. The weather in Qingzhou is getting hotter, but under the scorching sun, the transport team affiliated with the Qingzhou army is still busy. Today, the transport team received an order from Niu Ben to transport flintlock rifles and ammunition from the military workshop to Yizhou. This batch of arms was prepared for the attack on Pengu City. Following closely behind the transport team were 36 field guns, 16 of which were 6-pound field guns and 20 were siege field guns. Pulled by horses, the artillerymen followed the artillery south. At the Qingzhou Wharf, 3 Galen warships also set sail southward at this time, and the battle against Pengu City was unfolding in full swing. It's been over a month, and we're finally going to do it. Standing at the bow, Lu Fei looked comfortable. He had been training all this time, and the days were boring. Now that the war had started, he finally became energetic. Luo Xin did not accompany the artillery this time, but also planned to sail south with the galleon. He asked, if we capture Pengu City this time, who do you think His Highness will hand over the military affairs of Pengu City to? What do you think? Lu Fei glanced at Luo Xin. Rolling his eyes, Luo Xin said, Hey, I knew you had this idea. Don't worry, I won't argue with you. The land we will conquer in the future is huge. You can't compete with me. His Highness has already said that after Pengu City is captured this time, I will be appointed as the governor of Pengu. After following His Highness for so long, I am finally going to be promoted. Lu Fei was very emotional. In the past 3 years, he has made many achievements and committed many crimes. After all the ups and downs, he's still a captain. He hadn't thought about these things originally, but after the Changen rebellion, every general of the Qingzhou army had some thoughts in his mind. Although Xiao Ming has not proclaimed himself emperor, he is already the emperor in their hearts. The only thing he lacks is the real power to unify the great Yu kingdom. Therefore, they all clamored for war. Expanding the territory was a great achievement, and they would surely be rewarded in the future, and their names would be passed down through the ages. This time, he led the army to attack Pengu City, which made many generals in the army envious. They all stared at his command with red eyes. HMPH, you are proud now, but when the time comes for a war, I will make you beg me. Luo Xin raised his eyebrows. Lu Fei grinned upon hearing this and said, Luo Xin, we have been through life and death together for 2 years. You can't hold us back this time. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Fei suddenly saw someone walking towards him out of the corner of his eye. He turned around and saw that it was Xiao Ming who had boarded the boat. Your Highness, are you going to Yizhou too? Lu Fei and Luo Xin walked towards Xiao Ming, with some excitement in their words. Yes, I'm worried that you'll cause trouble on the battlefield, so I plan to go there myself to supervise. Xiao Ming said seemingly unintentionally. Hearing this, Lu Fei said aggrievedly, Your Highness, you are still worried about me. Xiao Ming laughed at this time and said, I was just joking. Commander Niu told me that you can lead the troops alone now without any problems. The Battle of Pengu is very important. I came to see you and boost your morale. Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, don't worry. If you can't take Pengu City, I will bring you my head. Your head is too big. I used it as a chamber pot and complained that there was no place to put it. You can keep it for yourself. Xiao Ming glared at Lu Fei. This sentence has become his catchphrase. This time, Lu Fei was accompanied by Luo Hong and other soldiers from the firearms battalion. The 3 warships were filled with these soldiers. Originally, Xiao Ming also wanted to go to Yizhu to supervise the war, but the information sent by Li San in the past 2 days was a bit complicated, and he needed to discuss it with Fiji and others. Xiao Ming boarded the warship, which made the soldiers excited. In the past, when they went to war, the princes had never come to see them off in person. These soldiers from Changen had only heard that Xiao Ming was very friendly, and now they saw that it was indeed true. After talking to Lu Fei for a few words, Xiao Ming no longer paid attention to him, but went on 3 warships one after another to ask about the soldiers' well-being. Xiao Ming's actions made the soldiers more motivated. My fellow soldiers, on the day when Pengu City is captured, I will go back in person to hold a celebratory banquet for you all. Facing a group of ordinary yet lovely soldiers, Xiao Ming said loudly. My honor is loyalty, the Qingzhou soldiers immediately shouted loudly. Luo Hong was stunned for a moment, then he shouted in the same tone, My honor is loyalty. Looking at the soldiers with high morale, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction and said to Lu Fei, Let's go. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Fei replied. After getting off the boat, Xiao Ming watched the 3 warships set sail from the dock and gradually disappear at the end of the river. At this time, Fiji appeared behind Xiao Ming. He also glanced at the warships as they sailed away. He said, Your Highness, the envoy of the King of Chu said that he is willing to form an alliance with us and divide the country equally in the future. What do you think, Your Highness? The reason why Xiao Ming did not go to Yizhu this time was because of the envoy of the King of Chu. After he and the King of Wei had a complete falling out, I don't know whether the King of Chu got the news or this king had a plan, but an envoy from Chu arrived early this morning. At that time, he was in the military workshop with Song Champing delivering the flintlock rifles produced by the army in Qingzhou. After learning the news, he asked Fiji to contact the envoy of the King of Chu first. What does Secretary Fei think? Xiao Ming said. Your Highness, I have something to say that may displease you. For the past month, I have been handling the political affairs of the feudal state with Pang Yukun. In my opinion, even if Your Highness has the advantage of muskets and artillery, he cannot unify the country alone, Fiji said. After a pause, he continued, looking at the account books, the government has consumed a huge amount of steel, muskets, cannons, ammunition, and gunpowder. If they are not replenished in time, I am afraid that in the future, the soldiers will face the dilemma of having guns but no bullets. The reason for all this is that the country is in chaos and trade routes are cut off. Various supplies from Dayu cannot reach Qingzhou. If this continues, how can Your Highness unify the North? Your Highness, don't forget the barbarians on the grasslands. They are always watching Your Highness. Fiji's meaning was very clear. He was not surprised at all that the King of Chu sent an envoy this time, because more than half of the artillery in the artillery trade between him and the King of Chu had not been delivered. If they turned against each other, the King of Chu would surely cry his heart out. Do you mean to continue to maintain trade relations with the King of Chu? Xiao Ming asked. Your Highness, those who achieve great things do not dwell on trivial matters. If Your Highness wishes to conquer the Northern Empire, you must cooperate with the King of Chu. This way, you will have a source of food, fodder, and minerals, and you will also have a place to sell your goods, right? Xiao Ming nodded. He had to say that Fiji's words were exactly what he wanted. He really needed a stable place to sell his goods, otherwise Qingzhou's industry would be finished. The river breeze blows away the summer heat. Xiao Ming and Fiji were talking as they walked up the embankments on either side of the Xiaoqing River. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Since it's time, we should continue our cooperation with the King of Chu. As Elder Fei said, the greatest threats we face right now are the kings of Xiao, Liang, and Yan, as well as the barbarians. The priority is to stabilize the north. Yes, Your Highness, throughout history, all founders of nations have conquered from the north to the south. It would be okay for the King of Chu to let him have some free time for a while. Fiji is also a shrewd and calculating person. He had discussed this matter with Pang Yukun before it happened, and Pang Yukun also supported his idea because he felt that Fengguo was indeed isolated and helpless and had many enemies, so now was the time to seize this opportunity. After all, for the King of Chu, all he wanted was the land south of the Yangtze River. Well, in that case, I will go back and agree to this matter. Xiao Ming's brows relaxed. The barbarians, Japan, Goguryeo, King of Xiao, King of Liang, and King of Yan are the main enemies that Xiao Ming is facing at present. Except for Japan on the sea, the rest of the forces are in the north, and none of these people are easy to deal with. In particular, the barbarians were a grassland empire that spanned East Asia to Central Asia. In the west, the barbarians were even at war with the Ottoman Empire, which shows how vast their territory was. To the barbarians, the kingdom of Dayu was only a small part of their territory, and there were more lands that the barbarians were fighting for in other places. A war with such a big empire would be long and protracted, with the land and resources of Xiao Ming's current fiefdom just consuming the barbarians would be enough to bring Xiao Ming down. Therefore, no matter what the reason, he had to unify the north, and then he would have enough manpower and material resources to completely defeat the barbarians. Thinking all the way, Xiao Ming and Fiji headed towards Chu City. After returning to the palace, Xiao Ming met the envoy of the King of Chu. Your Highness, the envoy of King Chu was respectful when he saw Xiao Ming. In addition to the envoy of King Chu, Li Wei was also present this time. As Li Wei had been in charge of artillery transactions in Qingzhou, he also played a significant role in this alliance. During this period, Li Wei had been using Xiao Ming's money to act as an undercover agent in Chu, and unknowingly had cultivated a group of officials close to Qingzhou. From this we can see that in any era, the charm of money is infinite. Please take a seat, both of you. Elder Fei has already told me what the King of Chu meant. After careful consideration, I think the King of Chu's idea is a good one. The envoy sent by the King of Chu this time had a very high status in Chu. He was the King of Chu's son-in-law Chai Lingfei. This shows how much importance the King of Chu attached to this alliance. Chai Lingfei became nervous when Xiao Ming came in. Unlike the ignorant and fearless King of Wei, the King of Chu had seen the Dutch's strong ships and powerful guns. After being beaten badly by the Dutch in the Battle of Kaiantang, the King of Chu made up his mind to focus on the development of firearms. Because of this, the King of Chu was very worried that Xiao Ming would tear up the original trade agreement because of his independence, so he hurriedly sent him to beg for an alliance. Your Highness is wise. The King of Chu deeply feels that it is very difficult for Your Highness to fight alone in the north. The Emperor also feels a sense of brotherhood. If Your Highness is willing to form an alliance, the two sides can learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. Chai Lingfei was excited. After a pause, Chai Lingfei continued, Your Highness, the Emperor has said that if Your Highness agrees to this alliance, we are willing to purchase another 50,000 matchlock rifles. Li Wei will also discuss the specific details with Your Highness. 50,000 matchlock rifles. Chu is worthy of being the richest country in the world with such a big investment. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. Now that steam drilling machines have replaced hydraulic drilling machines, the production speed of matchlock guns has been raised to a new level. Moreover, matchlock guns have a simple structure and are extremely easy to manufacture. Thinking that the matchlock gun was extremely easy to imitate, he felt there was no need to refuse the deal, because Li Sang got another piece of information out of Yang Zhen that made him very unhappy. When Xiao Wengxuan was seriously ill, Wang Zai had already found the forging technology to imitate the matchlock gun. Even though this forging technology was slow in producing matchlock guns, the technology was still imitated. Instead of asking the King of Chu to find a way to imitate it, he might as well sell the matchlock gun. This would make money and make the King of Chu feel that there was no need to imitate it. Upon hearing this, Chai Lingfei smiled and said, Your Highness, the Prince of Ryang and the Prince of Huainan took the opportunity to invade the royal land, and the Prince of Xiao is eyeing Shu. For the sake of the great Yu Kingdom's ancestral land, the Emperor has no choice but to do so. The smile on Xiao Ming's face became more and more intense. At first, Chai Lingfei was talking about the King of Chu, and later he mentioned the third prince. Now that the King of Xiao in Changen has established an emperor, and the King of Chu in the south has established an emperor, he, the real heir to the throne, has become the person they are vying to win over. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming felt more and more that he was right not to make the wool public. This way of playing both sides was much more important than a title. But even so, Xiao Ming would not submit to the third prince. He said, since that's the case, I will agree to this matter. Chai Lingfei suddenly felt relieved. He thought that he had successfully achieved the purpose of his trip to Qingzhou. After some polite words, Xiao Ming called Fiji and Pengu and asked them to formally sign an alliance with Chai Lingfei in the government office. The alliance stipulated that the two sides would not invade each other, and at the same time, trade between the two sides would not be affected and would continue to operate normally. After drafting the agreement, Xiao Ming formally signed it and stamped his seal on it, and Chai Lingfei also stamped the seal he brought with him on it. After the agreement was reached, Chai Lingfei bowed to Xiao Ming and said, Your Highness, I hope you can provide more support in terms of firearms in the future. Of course, we will not let Your Highness suffer any loss. Among the many vassal kings, the king of Chu had the deepest understanding of Xiao Ming's strength. It was for this reason that he would put aside his pride and try to win over Xiao Ming. Of course, the king of Chu came at the right time. He sent the envoy at the right time because he saw the current predicament of King Zhu. Sure enough, as the king of Chu expected, the alliance was successfully reached. Xiao Ming handed the covenant to Pang Yukun for safekeeping and sighed slightly in his heart. The cruel reality really taught him how to play the strategy of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones. It is no wonder that even though the Russian army is powerful today, it has to beg the rabbit for money. This is because they are forced by money. No matter how many advanced weapons there are, without money to support them, they are just a pile of scrap metal. When Emperor Wu of Han expelled the Huns, he sent Zhang Kaiyan to Daiyuji to attack the Huns together, and finally. Since the alliance has been signed, I will naturally not violate it, and I also hope that the king of Chu can abide by the alliance. Xiao Ming smiled faintly. In this way, he basically completed the first step of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones, and there were fewer constraints on the war and way. After signing the agreement with the king of Chu, Xiao Ming suddenly had a bold idea, which was the same purpose as Zhang Kaiyan's crossing the border back then. Send an envoy to the Ottomans. After the signing of the alliance, Li Wei took the envoy of King Chu to Wei's restaurant to rest. At this time, Xiao Ming proposed another plan. Your Highness, where is Osman? We have no idea what he is saying. Why would we go on a diplomatic mission to Osman? Fiji and Pang Yukun looked at each other, both feeling that this plan was extremely risky, and it was even impossible for the envoy to come back alive. Of course, Xiao Ming understood what the two meant. Such a shocking plan had only been attempted by Emperor Wu of Han, and Zhang Kaiyan's return was due to too many coincidences. However, the times are different now. The current age of exploration is not the same environment that the Han Dynasty faced back then. This time, Xiao Ming plans to send the delegation to the Ottoman Empire by sea. As long as the Ottoman Empire can create trouble for the barbarians in Central Asia, the pressure on his side will be much less. As for whether you can succeed, you will never know if you don't try. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming said, I will prepare the mission to the Ottoman Empire. Don't worry. As for where the Ottoman Empire is, I know it well. But you have been in Bowen Academy for so long, haven't you read about other countries? Your Highness, I have only looked at some maps of Daewoo, Japan, and Goguryeo. I haven't looked at these yet. Fiji seemed to take it for granted. Pang Yukun was a little embarrassed, and he didn't look at it, because in his mind the world only had two parts. One was the Great Yu Kingdom, and the other was the country outside the Great Yu Kingdom. As for the history and development of other countries, he has no interest at all. Seeing this, Xiao Ming had an idea in his mind. After all, the concept of the Celestial Empire was still deeply rooted in the minds of these officials in Daewoo Kingdom, and they simply didn't bother to understand other countries. Although he was angry at their lack of fighting spirit, Xiao Ming also understood that people of each era had their own ideas. Compared with people like Fiji and Pang Yukun, some young officials were more willing to understand the current situation in the world. Therefore, he had been planning to fill the cabinet with some young and promising officials to restrain conservative officials like Pang Yukun and Fiji, so that there would be no one to help him deal with these people in the future. Xiao Ming took charge of the affairs of the diplomatic mission. The two were speechless. They were just worried, but if a diplomatic mission could really be sent to the Ottoman Empire, they would be very happy to see it. The treaty was signed, and the diplomatic mission was finalized. Fiji and Pang Yukun exchanged a glance, and Pang Yukun spoke up, Your Highness, the affairs of this fiefdom must be attended to, but isn't it time for you to consider the issue of having a long line of descendants? Continuing the lineage, isn't this my personal matter? Xiao Ming immediately became alert. The two old foxes were laughing strangely, and it seemed like they were performing a double act. Sure enough, after Pang Yukun said that, Fiji said earnestly, Your Highness, the Emperor's family affairs are state affairs, and the continuation of his descendants is of paramount importance. For the sake of the stability of the feudal state, I hope Your Highness will think twice. Pang Yukun hesitated and said, Your Highness, it has been almost a year since the princess entered the palace. Do you need to call the imperial physician to check your pulse? No need. Xiao Ming really wanted to kick them after hearing this. He had no problems at all. These two old guys were worrying too much. Fiji's eyes darted around, as if he and Pang Yukun had reached an agreement. He said, Your Highness, this matter is of great importance. I, this old minister, have absolutely no selfish motives. Seeing that the two of them were arguing endlessly, Xiao Ming said angrily, Shut up, I know my limits. After saying that, Xiao Ming fled from the government office, leaving Fiji and Pang Yukun looking at each other in bewilderment. Pang Changshi, do you think His Highness has another woman in his heart? Why is he so annoyed about this matter? Fiji was worried. Fei Yuer was her daughter. No matter from which angle, he didn't want his daughter to be wronged. Pengu recalled and said, "Impossible. His Highness and the princess are very affectionate. People often see the princess and His Highness together, and there has never been any news of them quarreling in the palace." "This is strange. What is your Highness thinking?" Fiji's face was filled with gloom. This seemed too abnormal to him. Many tribesmen were already talking about this in secret. Seeing Fiji frowning, Pengu said, "I have mentioned this matter to His Highness before, but he ignored it. However, His Highness, don't worry. We as ministers cannot help but think of His Highness. Now that Elder Faye is here, you and I will mention this matter to His Highness every now and then. We are not afraid that His Highness will not agree. After all, this is one of the top priorities." This hit the mark of Fiji's thoughts. He said, with Prime Minister Pang's words, "I will get this done even if it means sacrificing my reputation." The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. After leaving the government office, Xiao Ming went to Bowen College. The world was in chaos, and the development of the feudal state could not be stopped. Instead, the development of education had to be accelerated, and because of Xiao Wengshuan's death, the last shackles on him were also removed. From now on, he can boldly develop astronomy in his fiefdom, popularize the current development situation of the world, and clarify the concepts of nation and country without worrying about anyone criticizing him. After all, Confucianism's control over the secular world is always the weakest during every war. Everyone is trying to survive, so who would dare to bring the classics to trouble him? In fact, the Kong family in Quafu is also in panic now. So in view of this, Xiao Ming formally sent astronomy books and telescopes to Bowen College to establish an astronomy branch, and recruited talented people who had studied astrology from the public to participate in the research of astronomy. When he arrived at the gate of Bowen College, Xiao Ming saw the students wearing white long gowns and uniforms. As Lin Wentao, Lu Tong, and other students obtained titles and private estates, the scholars from the countryside gradually went from resisting to being eager to enter the academy. This change was because Xiao Ming took advantage of the last riot by Confucian scholars to cut off the way for scholars who did not receive orthodox education to enter the officialdom. At the same time, because of the war, the scholars had no chance to take the imperial examinations. On the contrary, some scholars seemed to see an opportunity. They all wanted to work for Xiao Ming, hoping that Xiao Ming would be able to sit on the throne one day so that they could become successful. Of course, these are just some officials who are obsessed with officialdom. In addition to this type of scholars, there are also more scholars who like craftsmanship. Under Xiao Ming's deliberate guidance, some children of folk craftsmen have also entered the college to participate in the study of various scientific knowledge. And because of 2 or 3 years of accumulation, Bowen College also has a group of students who have mastered various scientific knowledge. Although their level is only at the junior high school and high school level, it is more than enough to teach the newly enrolled students. Therefore, during this period, Bowen College became unprecedentedly lively, and the number of students increased to 8,000. Your Highness. Walking through Bowen College, the students coming and going kept saluting Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming kept returning the salutes as he walked along. This time he came to Bowen College not to check the students' learning progress. As the number of students in the college increased, he no longer cared about this issue, because with the increase in the number of students, the competition among students also became more and more fierce. If these students did not make progress, they would be eliminated once they failed to pass the assessment every 6 months and lost the opportunity to study at Bowen College. This is not because Xiao Ming is cruel, but because all the students of Bowen College have free food and accommodation and a basic salary every month. It can be said that he is supporting these students. Therefore, unlike modern colleges and universities, he does not support useless people. If they cannot even pass the most basic assessment, they will no longer be eligible to enjoy these benefits. After all, his assessment is just a test paper of the current level. As long as they can answer 70 of the questions correctly, they will pass the assessment. At the same time, in addition to the traditional written test, there is also a practical assessment. For example, students from the School of Chemistry and the School of Physics must be able to complete some experiments independently, which test their practical ability in applying what they have learned. In the assessment in the first half of the year, Bowen College eliminated more than 30 unlearned students, which seriously stimulated other students. All students who entered Bowen College began to take their studies seriously and dared not hang around in the college in a muddle. Under the protection of the guards, Xiao Ming went directly to the School of the Academy of Astronomy. This group of students were all recruited by Xiao Ming from the public. After passing the basic assessment and proving that they had some basic understanding of astrology, they officially became students of Bowen Academy. I join you, Your Highness. There are only 7 people in the school, and these 7 people are of the same age, ranging from 16 to 60 years old. However, he did not care about age. His goal was to tear off the veil of feudal superstition as long as they could help him establish basic scientific knowledge among the people. No need for formalities, Xiao Ming said with a smile. It was already evening when he came this time. Choosing this time was certainly not aimless because it was almost the middle of the month, which is the time when the moon is the roundest, largest, and easiest to observe with an astronomical telescope. In order to dispel the feudal ignorance among the people, he must first dispel the ignorance in the hearts of these 7 people, because these 7 people's understanding of the starry sky only comes from books such as divination, and they are very familiar with things like disaster stars and evil stars. Among these 7 people, the old man who was in the lead was the most eloquent. His name was Yan Zhengyi. He used to be just a fortune teller who set up a stall on the streets of Qingzhou. Later, he learned from the newspaper that Xiao Ming needed someone who knew astrology, so he volunteered to come, hoping to be a staff member in the Prince of Qi's mansion. Because of the idea that kings have their power granted by God, generally speaking, both princes and dignitaries have people around them who are proficient in astrology, and before a war, these people will be asked to deduce the astrology to predict good or bad luck. Your Highness, did you keep us here so that we can predict good or bad luck for you tonight? Yan Zhengyi's face was wrinkled with a smile. He was already 6 to 5 years old. When Xiao Ming chose him, he immediately exclaimed that he was Zhang Taigong meeting King Wen of Zhou, which made Xiao Ming laugh and cry. Without waiting for Xiao Ming to speak, Yan Zhengyi looked up at the gradually darkening sky. A full moon had already risen from the east. He leaned over to Hu Su and said, Your Highness's Fate Palace's main star is Ziwei Star, which is the Emperor's star. This shows that Your Highness has the aura of an emperor. After the Changen rebellion, Ziwei Star became brighter and even obscured the stars. This shows that Your Highness is a great ruler of the world and has a promising future. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming had to say that Yan Zhengyi's words made him feel comfortable, but since he came from a different time and space, Yan Zhengyi certainly couldn't tell. The Ziwei Star mentioned by Yan Zhengyi is also known as the North Star. It is the main star of the Ursa Minor constellation, and the Big Dipper revolves around it throughout the 4 seasons. If the sky is like a funnel, then Ziwei Star is the top of the funnel. This Ziwei Star, surrounded by stars, is likened to the fate of Ziwei incarnate. According to the range of the stars, if you are born at home, you are the head of the family. If you are born in a country, you are the ruler of the country. Yan Zhengyi is using this method to fool him. Seeing Xiao Ming so happy, Yan Zhengyi also laughed along. In his opinion, what he said was right. However, as the two were laughing, one of the young men said disdainfully, Your Highness, the purple star is just a star. It has nothing to do with destiny. As Chen Sheng and Wu Guang said, are kings, princes, generals, and ministers born with a certain kind of destiny. There have been many people throughout history who claim to have been born with the purple star, but those who have become the rulers of the world have all been men of great talent and strategy. Huang Yanqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Yan Zhengyi's face suddenly changed. This is something passed down from our ancestors, and you dare to slander it. Xiao Ming put away his smile. He looked at the slightly plump young man and said, This theory of astrology is the study of emperors. Why are you criticizing it like this? Because Your Highness did not seek us out for astrology and divination, but for the stars. Moreover, Your Highness's Bowen Academy is also famous for its unique knowledge. If Your Highness needs famous people and scholars, why bother looking for them among the people? There are people who are proficient in astrology in the famous temples in the world, Huang Yanqing said slowly. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded. Huang Yanqing was indeed a smart man, and his words just now also proved that he did not agree with the position of Yan Zhengyi, the charlatan. Well, you are right. I called you here not for astrology and divination, but to let you truly understand what the stars in the sky are, Xiao Ming said lightly. Yan Zhengyi's face changed. He was just like a liar. Every liar knew that he was telling a lie, but he still wanted others to believe it. Yan Zhengyi had only read 2 physiognomy books and didn't even believe what he said. Now that Xiao Ming spoke frankly, he immediately laughed awkwardly. It was not right to say it, nor was it right to remain silent. Glancing at the restrained Yan Zhengyi, Xiao Ming looked at the gradually rising moon, then said to the 7 people, Follow me. Then he led the 7 people outside the school. At this time, Zhao Long and Xiao, who had already pointed their astronomical telescopes at the moon. Seeing the telescope, all 7 of them showed puzzled expressions. At this time, Xiao Ming stepped forward and adjusted the telescope, and said to Huang Yanqing, Come and see what the moon looks like in your eyes. Huang Yanqing was quite calm and uninhibited. He walked over and took a look as Xiao Ming had instructed. Suddenly he said, Why does this look like a pockmarked face? Is this the moon? Yes, this is the moon in the sky, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Ming told the 7 people the basic knowledge of the moon, the earth, and the solar system. As Xiao Ming spoke, pictures flashed through the minds of the 7 people, allowing them to witness a shocking truth about the world. Okay, this is what I want to tell you. If you can accept it, you can stay. If you can't accept it, you can leave on your own. I won't make things difficult for you. Under the frosty and snowy moonlight, the 7 people looked at the moon in the sky through telescopes one by one. Faced with this result, except for Huang Yanqing, the other 6 people all had extremely ugly expressions. After some hesitation, 5 of them chose to leave, leaving only Huang Yanqing and Yan Zhengyi. Xiao Ming could accept this result. In fact, before he came, he was optimistic about Huang Yanqing because Huang Yanqing's brother was also in Bowen College and had always been influenced by his brother. Moreover, his brother Huang Mingxiang was selected by Lin Wentao to go to the laboratory these 2 days. This person who performed outstandingly in the School of Physics must have had a great influence on his family. However, unlike Huang Mingxiang, Huang Yanqing was not interested in physics but had always been curious about the stars in the sky. Therefore, after seeing the news in the newspaper, he went to Bowen College, and what made Xiao Ming happy was that Huang Yanqing seemed to have the courage to accept new things. What he couldn't understand was that the old charlatan Yan Zhengyi actually stayed. Your Highness, I have been badly hurt by these astrology and divination. If it weren't for the fact that I didn't like poetry and books when I was young, and was only interested in these astrology and physiognomy, I wouldn't be setting up a stall on the street to tell fortunes at my old age. If your Highness hadn't woken me up today, I would have thought that Changen the Jade Rabbit lived on the moon. It turns out that there is nothing on it, just a bunch of pits. Yan Zhengyi burst into tears. Yan Zhengyi is considered quite old in the country of Dayu. Although he looks very strong, time is merciless, and one can still see that he is slow in his movements. He had lived a life of poverty and had no children, living one day at a time. Now he saw that his ability to make a living was fake and that he had wasted his prime years, and he couldn't help but turn love into hate. Your Highness, please accept me. I will study it carefully and make the people understand that the earth is round and revolves around the sun, Yan Zhengyi said. As the saying goes, the people who hate a certain profession the most are the ones who work in that profession. Yan Zhengyi is now proving this to be the case. Xiao Ming nodded. In that case, I'll leave this telescope to you too. The astronomy books are in the school. You can use them to verify everything I say. I'm also waiting for you to prove it to the people with facts. Huang Yanqing and Yan Zhengyi both nodded when they heard this. Seeing that it was getting darker, Xiao Ming turned and walked out. He hoped that this old man and the young boy could bring an ideological shock to Qingzhou. This war was a crisis as well as an opportunity. He hoped to take this opportunity to popularize some simple scientific knowledge, at least to help some people get out of deep ignorance. It was already 8 o'clock when he returned to the palace. The pendulum clock in the bedroom was gently swinging back and forth, making a tick-tick sound. Fei Yuer was sitting at the table embroidering. Seeing Xiao Ming come back, she asked, Your Highness, have you eaten? I ate it when I was at Bowen College, Xiao Ming stretched. At this time, Fei Yuer put down the embroidery in her hand and walked forward. She stretched out her hand and gently pinched it for Xiao Ming, saying softly, Your Highness has been running around recently. You must take care of your health. What should I do if I am exhausted? I'm not that weak. I can still handle these things. Xiao Ming squinted his eyes and enjoyed Fei Yuer's massage, but as soon as he relaxed, he suddenly remembered what Pang Yukun and Fiji said during the day. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Master Fei didn't say anything to you, did he? Fei Yuer's hand suddenly froze at this moment. Xiao Ming thought, oh no, this old guy really used force from the side. As expected, Fei Yuer said, Daddy talked about my sister today. The emperor was deposed and my sister suffered as a result. He also said that Queen Xiao was imprisoned by King Xiao. But later, for the sake of my sister and her child, Queen Xiao was forced to acknowledge the 13th prince's ascension to the throne. Fei Yuer couldn't help but feel a little sad when talking about this. She said, Dad also said that my sister is still in danger. If something happens to her, his only grandson will be gone. Alas, I originally thought that Queen Xiao and Prince Xiao were in cahoots with each other, but I didn't expect that Queen Xiao was also a loyal person. It's just that one wrong step led to another. If Queen Xiao hadn't won over so many imperial guards for your highness, how could Prince Xiao have easily entered Changen City Xiao Ming's side? I'm afraid Queen Xiao was also deceived by the crown prince. The crown prince deserves his fate, but I have to suffer with him. Fei Yuer said as she massaged Xiao Ming's shoulders again. She continued, when I think back to when I married the crown prince, I got pregnant in the first month. Why haven't I got pregnant yet? Mother asked me about this today and I'm terrified. Your Highness, carrying on an heir is a woman's responsibility. Is it that I can't? Don't think too much. This is my problem. Xiao Ming sighed. After all the talk, it all came back to this issue. It seemed that Fiji not only tried hard on Fei Yuer, but also on concubine Zhen. Your Highness, this is a problem. What should we do? Fei Yuer covered her mouth. "Your Highness, many imperial doctors have come with us from Changen this time. Should we ask them to take your pulse?" "No need." Xiao Ming looked depressed. He was not infertile. As a modern man, didn't he know how to calculate the date? Thinking of this, he explained to Fei Yuer. Fei Yuer was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that Xiao Ming had done it on purpose. "In short, this is also for your own good. After all, you were still young at that time, but I have also thought about it. What Prime Minister Peng and Lord Fei said makes sense. We are in troubled times. If something happens to me, who should they continue to follow? If they have an heir, they will be reassured that at least the country will not be in chaos, and this will also stabilize people's hearts." Xiao Ming said, "There is no such thing as a cuckold in this world. He cannot make the whole world submit to him just because he is angry. In fact, every general and every soldier under him has his own ideas. Isn't it because so many people follow him wholeheartedly that they can have a peaceful world in the future and live a comfortable life?" So, on the way back, he figured it out. In fact, he was not young anymore, and it was time for him to have children to continue his bloodline. "Your Highness has finally figured it out." Fei Yuer turned from behind Xiao Ming to in front of him with a smile on her face. "If I can't figure it out, I guess the two of them will follow me and nag me every day." Xiao Ming stood up. At this moment, he suddenly picked up Fei Yuer in front of him, causing Fei Yuer to exclaim in surprise. "Your Highness, what are you going to do?" Fei Yuer's face was slightly flushed. "Of course it's to have more offspring." Xiao Ming laughed out loud. On the low-covered Yizhu official road, a row of horse-drawn carriages pulling field artillery were moving slowly forward. On the city wall, Lu Fei was watching the convoy through a telescope. Beside him was Luo Xin. They had been in Yizhu for 2 days. Seeing the last batch of artillery arrive, Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Damn it, you artillerymen are really cowards. If you don't come soon, the flowers will wither." Luo Xin rolled his eyes and said, "You're talking lightly. Each of these cannons weighs 400 or 500 pounds. Try pulling one up." All right. I won't waste any more time. Now that the field artillery has arrived, it's time to capture Pengu City." Lu Fei said, "Hey, this time I must fight a good battle, so as not to be underestimated by the soldiers of your firearms battalion." Luo Xin shook his head. This was the first time that the two of them had led an army independently since the Qingzhou army was equipped with firearms. They understood what Xiao Ming meant. The world was in chaos now, and Qingzhou might face multifrontal battles. At this time, it needed generals who were good at fighting. This time, Xiao Ming sent 2 people here obviously because he wanted to hand over all the battles in the Wei direction to them. The two were also very excited about this. The 2 men bickered all the way down the city wall. At this time, the armies from 3 states were undergoing integrated training in the Yizhu camp. Including the infantry of the firearms battalion, there were a total of 20,000 men. Adding the 5,000 cavalry transferred later, the army attacking Pengu this time consisted of 20,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry. For Qingzhou, the size of this army was already very large. After all, when they fought against the barbarians in Jizhu last year, they had only this number of troops. Going straight back to the tent, Lu Fei sent someone to call the generals who were participating in the siege. Soon, more than 30 generals gathered in Lu Fei's tent. Lu Fei said, "Everyone, the field artillery has arrived, and the flintlock rifles and plate armor have been distributed to the soldiers. Now everything is ready. According to the battle plan we formulated, we will rest today, and then sail down the Bian River to attack Pengu City tomorrow." Luo Hong nodded and said, "Speed is of the essence in war. We should catch the Pengu defenders off guard and quickly capture the city." "Captain Luo is right. This time we have to split our troops into 2 groups. One group will sail down the Bian River to first deal with the navy of Pengu City. The other group will be led by Luo Xin and will set out from the official road and go straight to the city of Pengu. Then we will join forces and take down Pengu City in one fell swoop." Lu Fei knocked on the table. "Yes, General Lu," said the generals. This time when Lu Fei led the troops to the battle, Xiao Ming gave him the title of General of the Southern Expedition and gave him a tiger talisman. All of this was to enable him to lead the army smoothly. After the plan was made, all the generals went back to prepare. The next day, Lu Fei personally led 3,000 musketeers on board a ship and sailed downstream, while Luo Xin led 5,000 cavalry and 17,000 infantry to Pengu City. Yizhu is located in the southwest of Qi, only 100 miles away from Pengu City. After setting off in the morning, Lu Fei arrived at the Bianshui River outside Pengu City in the afternoon. Looking at the Pengu City built by the water, Lu Fei sneered. In his opinion, although the people of Pengu City were tough, he would be afraid when facing soldiers with even tougher firearms. As the 3 warships slowly approached, the Pengu City wall suddenly became chaotic. The soldiers now knew what was happening in Wei and Qi. In the past 2 days, even Mi Wenyi, the eldest son of the Mi family, returned to Pengu City to prepare for war. It can be said that the soldiers in Pengu City have been on edge. Now that these three warships full of soldiers appeared, they immediately understood that what was coming had finally come. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The soldiers on the city wall shouted, and some soldiers quickly went to the crossbows and aimed them at the warships that were moving forward, while some soldiers went down the city wall to report the matter. At this time, in the Mi mansion in Pengu City, Mi Wenyi was entertaining the contemporary dignitaries for a banquet. This time he was assigned by the King of Wei to Pengu City to guard the city personally, so as soon as he arrived in Pengu City, he invited the local dignitaries to discuss this matter together. As everyone was enjoying the singing and dancing, eating, drinking, and having fun, a general suddenly rushed in and said to Mi Wenyi, Mi Changshi, three warships full of soldiers appeared outside the city. I'm afraid they are the King of Qi's army. The King of Qi's army. How come you're here so quickly? Is there really going to be a war now? Everyone started talking. Mi Wenyi's eyes narrowed, and he asked the general, how many people are there in total? There are less than 1,000 soldiers on the warship, but I think there must be more soldiers hiding in the cabin, probably between 2,000 and 3,000, said the general. There are only 3,000 people. Our Pengu City defenders have 50,000 elite soldiers, and the private soldiers of each family are more than 30,000. This enemy force is nothing to be afraid of, an old man at the banquet said. He was the head of the Lu family, the second largest family in Pengu City. Others echoed, that's right. These 3,000 men are not enough to fill our gaps. The King of Qi really underestimates our Pengu. At this time, a young man said loudly, Mi Changshi, my Pengu Navy has more than 30 warships. Why not send the Navy to sink these three warships in the river? In this way, the invading enemy will be fed to the fish. Unlike the optimism of the local nobles, Mi Wenyi said, everyone, please do not underestimate the King of Qi's army. The fact that he was able to defeat the barbarians in the battles of Kangju and Jiju is enough to prove the strength of his army. This time they only sent these soldiers, perhaps not out of arrogance, but because they are confident that these soldiers can take Pengu City. There were still some people at the banquet who remained calm, and they nodded in agreement when they heard this. Mi Wenyi took the opportunity to say, but the King of Wei and the King of Qi are now at odds, and Pengu City is a battleground. The King of Qi's troops are here, so they must be trying to seize Pengu City. If the city falls, given what the King of Qi has done in the past, how can we, the great clans, survive? We all remember clearly how the King of Qi massacred the local nobles 3 years ago. If he captures Pengu City this time, he will definitely not let us live. That's right, this time we must fight to the death. That's right. If this city is captured, we will die. It is better to defend Pengu City to the death. I will mobilize the Zhang family's troops here now, said one person. I'm going too. Mi Wenyi's face was calm, but he felt relieved in his heart. With just one sentence, he made the local clans share the same hatred with him. After coughing, he said, everyone, since this is the case, I hope you can help me this time. This time, our Mi family will send all our troops and generals to prevent the King of Qi from succeeding. Mi Changshi, we should go back and gather our troops. Let's see whether the King of Qi's troops are stronger or ours. On the deck of the Qingzhou warship, Lu Fei was observing the deployment of soldiers on the Pengu City wall with a telescope. When he saw these soldiers holding swords in their hands, he felt more at ease, because there was not a single cannon on the Pengu City. This arrangement allowed him to boldly let the warships cruise along the Bianshui River in front of Pengu City. For him, as long as there were no cannons, there would be no threat to the three warships in the river. Are you afraid? Lu Fei jokingly said to the soldiers around him that among the Southern Expeditionary Army, only the Kangju army had ever been to the battlefield. Most of the soldiers of the Leizhu and Yizhu armies had never seen blood. As for the firearms battalion, they had only attacked the imperial city in Changen and had never encountered a truly brutal encounter. Number. The young soldier beside Lu Fei said, with a young face. The soldier was only 16 years old. Well, you have guts, boy. When I fought in the war, I was 1 year younger than you. When you are on the battlefield, as long as you think about killing the enemy, you won't be afraid. Lu Fei laughed. The soldiers on the warship looked at Lu Fei with admiration. Although Lu Fei's official position in the feudal state was not as high as Niu Ben's, he was very famous in the army. So when they learned that Lu Fei was the commander of this army, they were all excited. The story of Lu Fei's 3,000 cavalrymen defeating the barbarians was still a good story in the army. When the soldier heard this, his knuckles turning white from the force of gripping the flintlock, and he nodded vigorously. General, why don't we give the Pengu army a warning to let them know how powerful we are at this time? A captain behind Lu Fei suggested. Lu Fei nodded. To attack the city, we must first conquer its hearts. These Pengu soldiers have never seen artillery or muskets. We must let them understand what kind of army they are facing. Now immediately order the warships to the city gate. Yes, General. The captain received the order and turned away. After a while, the warship began to move along the river towards the gate of Pengu City. Inside Pengu City, upon learning that the Qi King's army was attacking, Mi Wenyi quickly reached a consensus with the major families in Pengu City. At this time, the Mi family's banquet had ended, and the heads of each family returned home to summon their troops to assist the Pengu army in defending the city. Mi Wenyi also changed into armor and went to the city wall. When he climbed up the city wall under the protection of the soldiers, he saw 3 warships coming towards the city gate. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown. In his eyes, the shapes of these 3 warships were no different from those of the 3 merchant ships, and there were only about 2,000 soldiers on board. Could it be that the King of Qi's army was planning to use these 2,000 people to land on the land in front of the city gate to attack the city? Mi Changxi, all the cable bridges over the Bayan River have been dismantled. Pengzhou Governor Mi Kuang said to Mi Wenyi that Mi Kuang was also from the Mi family. Because the Mi family was powerful, the King of Wei valued the Mi family very much. Most of the local government offices and the army relied on people from the Mi family. Because of this, the military and political power of Pengzhou City was actually controlled by the Mi family. Mi Wenyi looked at the empty surface of the Bayanshui River. In the past, there was a cable bridge extending to the opposite bank, opposite Pengzhou City. Usually, common people and merchants entered Pengzhou City through the cable bridge. Once the cable bridge was demolished, the more than 100-meter-wide Bayanshui River would become the natural moat of Pengzhou City. Well, let the soldiers prepare rolling stones, kerosene and other things immediately to prevent the enemy from suddenly attacking the city, Mi Wenyi said. Now these 3 warships are very eye-catching in his eyes. Without these 3 warships, it would be difficult for King Qi's army to cross the 100-meter-wide Bayanshui River and reach the city, but now these 3 warships provide convenience for King Qi's soldiers. Mi Kuang nodded. Like Mi Wenyi, he also had some thoughts about the 3 ships. He said, Mi Changxi, why not send the Lu family's navy to sink these 3 ships directly? As long as we control the Bayan River, the King of Qi's army will be unable to attack the city unless they have wings. Mi Wenyi said, the Lu family has already gathered their warships to prepare for the battle. Now all we have to do is watch the excitement from the city wall. Mi Changxi is right. As long as the Lu family is willing to make an effort, it will be easy to capture these 3 ships. Mi Kuang looked at the 3 warships in the river with disdain. Mi Wenyi frowned when he heard this. He was a little worried. He served under the King of Wei and knew that the King of Qi had a kind of warship equipped with cannons. When he learned that there were 3 warships, he was shocked at first, but now when he saw these 3 warships, he did not see any cannons on them. Thinking of the warships and the cannons, Mi Wenyi's face became a little gloomy. The number of cannons and muskets obtained by King Wei from Qingzhou was very small. Now these cannons and firearms were left to the army of Jinling City by King Wei, and they did not gain any advantage at all. While he was thinking, the Pengzhou navy appeared in the direction of the 3 warships. 30 Pengzhou warships were heading straight towards the 3 Qingzhou warships. Seeing this scene, Mi Wenyi felt a little relieved. Although the Pengzhou warships were not very large, they were valuable in number. These 2-deck, crescent-shaped warships were filled with soldiers holding swords, bows, and arrows. As soon as the Pengzhou navy appeared, the soldiers on the city wall immediately cheered. Hit him hard. Sink them into the river to feed the fish. Kill them all without leaving a single one alive. These Hu soldiers were either surnamed Mi or Lu, and some belonged to other big surnames, and were relatives of the big families in Pengzhou City. In recent years, they were also influenced by the big families and were very wary of the King of Qi in the north. When the Pengzhou navy appeared, the 3 Qingzhou warships suddenly adjusted their direction and pointed their sides at the Pengzhou navy that was heading towards them. On the warship, Lu Fei paid no attention to the invading navy. The battle on the water was naturally commanded by the navy generals, and he was responsible for the land battle. When cheers came from the city wall, he said, "Where are the rifle team?" "Here, General," the 60 soldiers carrying rifles behind Lu Fei shouted in unison. Lu Fei nodded. There was a 100-meter-long beach in front of the Pengzhou city gate, and behind it was the Bayan River. Now the distance from his position to the city wall was only 150 meters. "Kill a few of them for me and see who can still be so arrogant." Lu Fei's temper has subsided a little, but he still has a bad temper. Upon hearing this, the soldiers equipped with rifled guns immediately began to load ammunition, and then they pointed their guns at the soldiers on the city wall. Lu Fei was scanning the city wall with a telescope. When he saw 2 generals standing together, he suddenly said, "Shoot in this direction." Before Lu Fei left this time, Xiao Ming specifically asked Lu Fei to bring this group of soldiers armed with rifled guns and conical bullets. According to Xiao Ming's words, even if they couldn't hit them, they could at least scare a few people to pee. Bang, bang, bang. A series of flames and white smoke came out of the warship. After a burst of gunfire, several screams suddenly came from the Pengu city wall. Lu Fei had been observing the city wall and said with regret, it was so close. Alas, only a few soldiers died. Hurry up and reload. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers immediately took out mini bullets and reloaded gunpowder. After Xiao Ming sent this batch of muskets to the Qingzhou camp, they have been training. Compared with previous muskets, the range and accuracy of this batch of muskets have been greatly improved. But despite this, the hit rate of shooting at a target 100 meters away is still very low, which is why Lu Fei asked 60 people to shoot at the target at the same time. Just as the soldiers were loading their ammunition, there was a sound of ghosts howling on the city wall. This round of shooting immediately knocked down 8 soldiers on the wall. 3 of them were shot in the head and died on the spot. Blood kept flowing out from the bullet holes. 2 more were shot in the ribs and were lying on the ground wailing. The remaining 3 were shot in the arms. The bullets penetrated their flesh, and the severe pain made them cry out. The other soldiers were like seeing a ghost. They were confused at first, and then they were terrified. This seemed too weird to them. Even though the people of Pengu were tough, these soldiers couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This way of death was too scary. Compared with these soldiers, Mi Wenyi and Mi Quang were more frightened. The tragic scene of the soldiers made their faces pale, and Mi Wenyi knew very well that this round of musket fire was aimed at him and Mi Quang. Mi Changshi, what's going on? Mi Quang's whole body couldn't stop shaking. Unlike Mi Wenyi, who had seen muskets, Mi Quang had lived in Pengu City for many years. Although he had heard of them, he had never seen muskets or cannons. Mi Wenyi didn't have time to explain to Mi Quang. He simply hid behind the battlements, not daring to show himself. He shouted, "Get down, do you want to die? These are Qingzhou army muskets. Damn it, how can these muskets have such a long range? The king of Qi must have deceived us." Mi Quang's face grew paler. Pengu City had been peaceful for too long. These soldiers had only suppressed some rebellions of the people on weekdays, but had never faced a real war. The tragic deaths of the soldiers shocked the other soldiers and him as well. "What should we do? Are we just going to hide here forever?" Mi Quang said. Just as the two were talking, another burst of gunfire rang out and 9 more soldiers were shot. For a moment, the soldiers on the city wall were completely terrified, and they all squatted down like Mi Wenyi and Mi Quang. But what really frightened them was just beginning. Boom, boom, boom. After the second round of shooting, the Qingzhou warship shed its harmless camouflage. At this time, square covers were lifted up on one side of the warship. These covers were used to cover the muzzles of the guns. When these wooden covers were lifted, black cannon muzzles were extended and aimed at the approaching Pengu Navy. When the Pengu Navy was only 50 meters away from the warship, thick flames and white smoke obscured the warship, and projectiles shot straight into the Pengu Navy warship in the river. Knock, knock, knock. The shells penetrated the hull of the warship and flew towards the sailors in the cabin mixed with wood fragments. Suddenly, continuous screams rang out in the cabin. The boatman who was rowing the boat had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that he dropped the oar and ran to the deck screaming. However, the tragic situation on the warship was even worse than that on the bottom. The deck of the warship was littered with mutilated corpses. Soldiers covered their broken legs and arms and screamed in agony, and blood was flowing freely on the deck. The soldiers who had not yet reacted to the roar were enveloped by death. Most of the soldiers were scared silly, and they had only one thought in their minds: what the hell was this thing? But before they could think, there was another explosion. This time, they saw a black cloud rushing towards them like lightning. Only when it got closer did they see that it was small, round beads. These black beads became the last sight in the eyes of many soldiers, and then their bodies were pierced. There were screams on the surface of the river, and the water was soon dyed red with blood. The frightened soldiers jumped into the river to escape. At this moment, they no longer had the will to fight. The Lu family generals who led the Pengu Navy were in an even worse situation. When the warships in front were bombarded by artillery shells and wood chips flew everywhere, they retreated in panic. The soldiers on the city wall were even more frightened by the scene before them. This time, they finally understood what a musket and a cannon were. "How can we fight this battle?" A general's eyes were filled with despair. No matter how brave his soldiers were, being killed without being able to touch the enemy soldiers was enough to make them lose their will to fight. "Soldiers of Pengu City, listen up. His Highness the Prince of Qi has ordered that anyone who surrenders will be spared. Furthermore, once the army enters the city, the people will be given fertile land just like the people of Qingzhou. Soldiers, do you still want to be bullied and oppressed by these wealthy families in Pengu City?" Suddenly, a loud voice came from the river to the city wall. Mi Wenyi and Mi Quang's eyes flashed with hatred when they heard this. Now they understood more clearly what would happen if Pengu City fell. As for the descendants of the powerful families in the city, as long as you are willing to surrender, His Highness will also spare your lives. As long as you disband your troops and return the land to the people, His Highness will be merciful and allow you to continue living in the city. Otherwise, after the city is captured, all descendants of the powerful families will be killed without mercy. Lu Fei's voice sounded again. After these two sentences, some soldiers who came from poor families looked at each other. The events in Qingzhou had long been reported here. Although the local nobles had done their best to slander the King of Qi, they knew that the King of Qi was very kind to the people. Unlike these poor soldiers, the children of wealthy families have complicated feelings and are now in a dilemma. Don't believe their lies. The King of Qi is a despicable villain. They are deceiving you. If Pengu City is lost, you will lose your land, your wives, and your soldiers. We must stop the enemy's attack today. Mi Wenyi shouted loudly. Mi Quang shouted at the same time. Today, all the soldiers must fight to the death with me. If anyone dares to retreat even a step, I will kill him. The soldiers fell silent after hearing the two's voices. They exchanged glances, and no one knew what they were thinking. On the river, Lu Fei loudly announced Xiao Ming's policy towards Pengu City and ordered the warships to dock on the north bank of the Bian River. His goal was to defeat the Pengu Navy, which he now easily accomplished. All that was left was to wait for Luo Xin and Luo Hong to lead the majority of their forces to formally attack the city. The setting sun was like blood, and the Bianshui River was dyed bright red. I don't know whether it was the reflection of the setting sun or real blood. After settling down on the north bank of the Bian River, Luo Hong and Luo Xin appeared at the end of the official road to Pengu in the evening. After meeting up with Lu Fei, the army did not attack the city immediately, but set up camp along the official road to Pengu. Just like the information provided by Li San, the land in front of Pengu City is very narrow and not suitable for large-scale military deployment. That night, Lu Fei and a group of generals reconfirmed the strategy for the siege the next day to avoid confusion in command. There are as many as 50,000 soldiers in Pengu City, plus the tribes of the major clans in the city, estimated to be as many as 80,000 to 90,000. The gates of Pengu City are easy to blow open, but the soldiers will encounter street fighting when entering the city, and street fighting is the most disadvantageous for us, Lu Fei said with a frown. Luo Hong nodded. He understood what Lu Fei meant. The ideal battlefield for the musket team was an open area, which made it easier for them to deploy their formations. However, once they entered a town with many buildings, it would be difficult to take advantage of the musket fire and engage in close combat. That's why His Highness told us not to rush for quick success, but to proceed steadily. After the city is broken, we must first control the city gates and use the gates as a support to occupy the city walls. In this way, we have established a position and can slowly erode Pengu City, Luo Xin said, hugging his arms. Lu Fei nodded and said to Luo Xin, tomorrow you must fire your lime bullets vigorously as well as grape shot. No matter how strong the Pengu City is, it can't be as strong as Shanhaiguan. That's right. Now that we have taken Shanhaiguan, why should we be afraid of Pengu City? Luo Xin echoed, and the two of them burst into laughter. Luo Hong looked at the two men with some envy. The Qingzhou army's reputation resounded throughout the great Yu nation, and he was filled with envy. Don't forget me. The soldiers in our firearms battalion are no cowards either. While the three were discussing tomorrow's siege, the atmosphere in Pengu City became increasingly solemn. They originally thought that there would only be these 3 warships in this siege, but they did not expect so many soldiers to arrive in the evening. The shooting and bombardment of the Pengu Navy in the afternoon also filled the city with a sense of fear and pessimism. The Pengu Navy, known for its ferocity, was badly defeated in front of everyone's eyes. Mi Changshi, how can we fight this battle without cannons and muskets? You have seen that the Qi King's army outside the city has both muskets and cannons. Our soldiers were defeated before they even met the enemy. Now the Navy's soldiers are so scared that they dare not fight again. What should we do? The head of the Lu family sighed heavily. Unlike the optimism in the morning, the clan leaders in the city were now sighing one by one. They knew exactly what happened on the city wall, and they simply could not imagine fighting against such an army. Let's escape. There's still time. If the King of Qi's army enters the city, we'll be finished, said one person. That's right, pack up your gold and silver now, otherwise it will be too late to escape. Everyone should just run for their lives. When one person mentioned the idea of escaping, everyone responded immediately. They were usually very cruel to the people, but when faced with an army that was even more cruel than them, they felt only fear. Mi Wenyi had a gloomy face. Everyone could escape without fighting, but he couldn't. He was the chief secretary of the Prince of Wei's palace, and Pengu City was the foundation of the Mi family. If he lost Pengu City, his Mi family would lose its value in the eyes of the Prince of Wei. Bang! Mi Wenyi slammed the table and said, "Escape. Where can you escape to? The King of Qi's ambition is not just to take over our Wei territory, he wants the whole world. When that happens, where can you escape to? Everyone fell silent. Weni was right. The world was in chaos, so where could they escape to? A clan leader said, "It's not that we're afraid of death, but the Qingzhou army's firearms are too powerful. If Chief Secretary Mi could get the King of Wei to dispatch a batch of artillery and muskets, we could fight. But fighting like this will only increase casualties." Weni sighed and blamed himself because he had underestimated the power of firearms. It was not that he valued firearms, but that he had seen the King of Wei's firearms when he was in Jinling City. After the firearms demonstration in Jinling City, he felt that firearms were not invincible. But now he understood that he was wrong, because in his opinion, the musketeers from Qingzhou and the musketeers of King Wei were simply incomparable. The Qingzhou army was not only skilled in operation, but also strictly disciplined, which could be seen just from the way they set up camp. The military tents outside the city were arranged in a straight line horizontally and vertically, and the soldiers on patrol were in rows of 2 or 3. There was not a single idle and disorganized soldier. "As long as you can hold on for half a month, I can get the cannons and muskets." Weni hesitated for a moment and made up his mind. "Half a month." Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and no one had confidence. With a heavy snort, Weni said, "This is the only way now. It's up to you all whether you want to die at the hands of the King of Qi or fight hard." After saying that, Weni flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Weni leave in anger, everyone sighed and dispersed. The next day, the early morning of Pengu City was broken by the roar of cannons. The warships docked on the north bank of the Bian River were the first to attack, and their artillery directly bombarded the gate of Pengu City. After 3 rounds of artillery fire, the gate of Pengu City became a hornet's nest and was about to collapse at any time. Luo Xin, who was on the other side of the Bianshui River, looked at this scene with some envy. Governor Niu's decision was absolutely right. This warship was simply a fortress on the sea, and this round of artillery fire was extremely powerful. Lu Fei looked across with a telescope. The defenders of Pengu City were obviously much smarter than yesterday. No general or soldier dared to show their heads. They all hid behind the battlements. Boom, boom, boom. The galleons on the water continued to bombard the gate of Pengu City. After 2 more rounds of volleys, the gate of Pengu City suddenly tilted and fell down. Only then did everyone realize that there was a pile of stones behind the gate. The city gate was broken, and Lu Fei looked at Luo Xin and said, "It's up to you now." "Bring up the mortar," Luo Xin shouted, and soon 60 soldiers in pairs carried the mortar placed on a metal base to the front. At the same time, the field guns were also arranged neatly in lines by the artillerymen. "Lime bomb," Luo Xin shouted again. Under his command, the soldiers loaded lime bullets in hollow shells into the mortars, while the gunners began to measure the distance and adjust the length of the wooden plugs on the shells. "Fire," with Luo Xin's order. 30 mortars fired at the opposite side at the same time at a distance of 300 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Lime bombs exploded one after another near the city wall, and the white lime spread like smoke, blocking the sight of the defenders of Pengu City. At the same time, the 3 galleons on the water began to adjust their positions. The 3 warships were lined up across the river, with 2 galleons connected by 2 iron chains. The soldiers on the ship laid wooden boards on the iron chains to form a temporary bridge. On the city wall, the Pengu army fell into chaos. Every time a shell hit the city gate, the hearts of the Pengu defenders sank a little, especially when the black bullets passed through the city gate and shook the stone wall. They became even more terrified. This stone wall was built overnight to prevent the city gates from being blown open by artillery, but now it is obvious that this stone wall is of no use at all. The soldiers of the Pengu army were still able to hold on under the bombardment of the warships. The warships were targeting the city gates instead of them, which made them feel lucky. But when the white lime powder covered the city walls, they could no longer remain calm. The soldiers whose eyes were burned by the lime powder wailed on the top of the city wall, and lime bombs exploded one after another above their heads, and white dust covered the front of the city wall like mist. Faced with the lime powder that penetrated every corner of the city wall, the Pengu soldiers on the city wall covered their eyes and howled in pain. Although the lime powder could not cause them serious injuries, it was enough to make them lose their combat effectiveness. On the other side of the Bianshui River, Lu Fei and Luo Xin observed the situation on the city wall. A large number of Pengu soldiers were replaced, and then a large number of soldiers were replaced. "Luo Xin, it's time to replace the field artillery," Lu Fei said calmly. Unlike the fixed-angle naval guns on different warships, field guns are much more flexible, and soldiers can adjust the angle of the guns according to the target at any time. Luo Xin understood what Lu Fei meant. He wanted him to bombard the city wall with solid bullets and lime bullets at the same time. In this way, some soldiers could lose their combat effectiveness, while others could be killed or injured. This would cause a greater psychological deterrent to the Pengu army. Turning his head to look at the ready field artillery, Luo Xin said, "Fire at the enemy hiding behind the battlements."
Yes.
Upon receiving the order, the field artillery immediately adjusted its angle and aimed at the top of the city wall. Then, the field artillery poured solid bullets onto the top of the city wall at the same time. The battlements on the city gate were immediately shattered by the solid bullets. These stone walls could not withstand the bombardment of solid bullets at all. Boom, boom, boom. Solid bullets flew towards the top of the city wall. In just a short time, the walls of Pengu City were riddled with holes, and the battlements fell down one after another. The soldiers on the top of the city wall even had no place to hide. This round of shelling made the city walls even more chaotic, but Lu Fei did not rush the soldiers to rush into the city across the temporary bridge. He was waiting until the soldiers' psychology completely collapsed. Luo Hong was waiting for Lu Fei's order, and at the same time looked at Luo Xin's artillery with envy. These artillery's field guns and various types of artillery shells were really eye-catching. The bombardment continued with no sign of stopping, but the Pengu army on the city walls gradually became fewer and fewer. Behind the city wall, Mi Kuang's eyes turned red as he urged the soldiers to climb up the wall, but no soldier was willing to go up and die. Go up, go up. Mi Kuang urged another group of people to go up to the city wall, and at the same time he killed a soldier who escaped from the city wall in front of him. Blood splattered as the soldiers looked at their comrades killed by Mi Kuang, their eyes gradually turning red. Someone shouted, "Brothers, stop working for these powerful families. Do you see? Our lives are worthless in their eyes. We brothers didn't die under the artillery fire of Qingzhou, but died at the hands of these powerful families." Brothers, the king of Qi's army entered the city to kill the wealthy and powerful families who oppressed the people. We common people will only be given land and live the same life as the people in Qingzhou. Don't die in vain. We can't stop the Qingzhou army. The voice sounded again. Who is it? Mi Kuang's eyes became redder and redder. He searched frantically among the crowded soldiers and pushed away any soldier who stood in his way. Finally, he found the source of the sound. It was a group of people who were helping to carry supplies for defending the city at the foot of the city. One of the middle-aged men looked directly at Mi Kuang without any fear. "Is it you?" Mi Kuang asked. "It's me." Hatred shone in the young man's eyes. "Mi Kuang, you stole my land, my wife and daughter, and now you want me to defend the city for you. Bah, you heartless bastards deserve to be killed one by one like the nobles of Qingzhou." Mi Kuang's face was distorted. The Qingzhou army's attack had driven him mad. He cursed, "So it's you, you bastard. Today I will kill you and let you meet those two bitches in the underworld." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes turned red instantly. Mi Kuang's words had already explained the current situation of his wife and daughter. Just as Mi Kuang was rushing towards the middle-aged man with the bloody sword in his hand, the middle-aged man suddenly took out a short-barreled musket from his sleeve and shot Mi Kuang. After the gunshot, Mi Kuang looked at the rifle in the middle-aged man's hand in disbelief. He lowered his head to look at his chest, blood gushing out of his chest. After a dizzying moment, he fell down. At this moment, someone among the people with the middle-aged man suddenly took out a firework and lit it. The firework instantly rushed into the sky and exploded in the air. The middle-aged man shouted, "Mi Kuang is dead. Are you still stubborn? Brothers, drive these powerful families out of Pengu City. From now on, this land will be ours." How could the other soldiers from the big families allow the middle-aged man to continue to deceive them? The hundreds of soldiers followed by Mi Kuang immediately attacked these people. But when they took action, the soldiers from the poor people's homes also moved. They surrounded the middle-aged man and protected him in the middle. At this moment, an exciting trumpet sounded suddenly outside the city gate. The people around the middle-aged man smiled knowingly. This was the charge of the Qingzhou army. Unlike the middle-aged man, they were from the secret guards, and this operation was planned by Li San.
Kill.
The deafening roar outside the city gate became louder and louder. The soldiers on the city wall saw soldiers climbing onto the warships and rushing directly towards the city gate. These soldiers who climbed up from the other side of the warship and lay down from the third warship and reached the ground immediately formed a formation with soldiers wearing silver armor in front and musketeers in the back. Maintaining a tight formation, they rushed towards the city gate. Lu Fei stared at the situation on the battlefield without blinking. Everyone in the Southern Expedition Army knew the signal of the secret guards. The signal just now indicated that the secret guards must have achieved important results in the city. At this time, he immediately ordered his soldiers to charge and seize the city gate. As long as the city gate was taken and the chain bridge was rearranged, the subsequent cavalry would be able to enter the city smoothly.
Bang bang.
After the first batch of soldiers entered the city, they immediately discovered that a large number of Pengu soldiers had gathered behind the city gate. At this time, the swordsmen and shieldmen who were protecting the musketeers in front immediately squatted down, and the musketeers immediately took three-stage shooting to kill the soldiers rushing over. Amidst the gunpowder and white smoke, the Pengu soldiers who rushed over fell one after another, but more soldiers rushed towards them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muskets covered the sounds of fighting as the Pengu soldiers rushed over. After entering the city gate, the Kingju army did not linger in battle. Instead, under the command of the generals, they attacked from both sides to seize the city gate while opening up a battlefield for subsequent troops. The soldiers of Pengu army continued to charge forward, but obviously there was no order at all. Mi Kuang was dead, and these Pengu soldiers were like headless flies, not knowing what to do. They just instinctively rushed towards the enemies they saw again and again. However, this blind charge soon turned into a retreat amidst a volley of musket fire. Unlike the Qi army that had fought in the battlefield and seen blood, the army in Pengu City had been at ease for too long. Even though the soldiers were tough, a real battlefield was far from a street fight. After a brief moment of excitement, the corpses and blood on the ground made them realize what death meant. Especially those soldiers from poor families, they had no reason to fight for these powerful families. Now that the Kingju army has broken into the city, they only want to escape to save their lives. One Pengu soldier ran away, followed by a second and then a group. The Kingju army quickly occupied the open areas on both sides of the city gate like a hot knife through butter. After gaining the advantage, subsequent musketeers continued to pour into the city, and their arrival increased the density of fire. The Pengu City army became increasingly vulnerable to long-range firearms and was defeated. As more and more Qi troops poured into the city, some soldiers found the iron chains of the bridge. They carried the chains out of the city gate, and with the help of warships, tied the chains from the wooden stakes at the gate of Pengu City to the other side. After the iron chains were completed, the soldiers laid thick wooden boards one by one. At this time, the warships had completed their mission and were all docked on the north bank. After the iron chain was restored, the artillery and cavalry immediately moved along the chain bridge into the city. Following the last cavalryman into Pengu City, Lu Fei came to the temporary tent set up in front of the city gate. The battle had been going on from morning to night, and it was about to get dark. General, it's getting dark. Should we take advantage of the situation and pursue them? Luo Xin said to Lu Fei. Now Lu Fei is the general of the southern expedition. Although the two of them often talk and quarrel on weekdays, he still has to obey military orders and follow Lu Fei's dispatches on the battlefield. No, it's not good for us at night. The blurred vision makes it very inconvenient for the musketeers to move forward. Let's set up camp now to guard against enemy sneak attacks. After suffering several losses, Lu Fei has learned his lesson. But if we do this, all the wealthy families in the city will run away, Luo Xin said. Lu Fei pondered and said, these wealthy families can only take away some gold and silver, but they can't take away the land, houses, cattle, and sheep. Luo Xin nodded upon hearing this, but he reminded him, General Lu, His Highness has said that there will be a bounty for the attack on Pengu City. The more spoils you take, the greater the bounty you will receive. Then the general will blame me for not reminding you. Go away, I feel more distressed than you. The muscles on Lu Fei's face were trembling. Since the Changen rebellion, Xiao Ming announced a bounty system in the army. The system stipulates that after all the spoils obtained during the conquest of the city are collected, 10 of the spoils will be rewarded to the soldiers and generals who participated in the siege. Moreover, depending on the military rank, different proportions of the bounty will be distributed. If Lu Fei gets 1 million taels of silver by capturing Pengu City this time, the army will take out 100,000 taels of silver and distribute them to the soldiers on the southern expedition. Basically, each soldier will get 5 taels of silver. After the bounty system was promulgated, it was widely supported by soldiers and generals, which also stimulated their desire to participate in the southern expedition. Luo Xin smiled. He just said that. However, now that night has fallen, it is indeed not suitable to continue fighting. After all, after a hard day of fighting, the soldiers are a little tired, and there are still many remaining soldiers of the Pengu army. Of course, Luo Xin's idea also represents the idea of a general, that is, Luo Hong's firearms battalion. Unlike the armies of the other 3 states, the soldiers of this firearms battalion are currently a special existence in Qingzhou. Both soldiers and generals wanted to settle down in Qingzhou, and settling down required money. If they won this battle, they would be able to settle down in Qingzhou. Therefore, Luo Hong wanted to prove himself, while the soldiers and generals of the firearm battalion all wanted to get money. The two of them hit it off and took the initiative to fight this time. How is it? Luo Hong and other generals asked as soon as Luo Xin came out. No, General Lu refused. Luo Xin said to Luo Hong, don't be impatient. I know you're eager to fight, but our goal this time is to capture Pengu City. If something goes wrong, no one can afford it. Luo Hong nodded. He had a new understanding of Lu Fei and other Qingzhou generals. They were not as blind as other armies of Dayu Kingdom, but always remained calm. Waving his hand, Luo Hong let the others disperse. He said to Luo Xin, "I really envy you. If you could have come to Qingzhou earlier, you wouldn't have to start all over again." Luo Xin knew exactly what his brother was thinking. After all, Luo Hong was the eldest son of the Luo family, and now his younger brother was more promising than himself. This inevitably made him feel uncomfortable, but fortunately, Luo Hong was also a sensible person and just didn't want to admit defeat. While the two were chatting, the city of Pengu was already in turmoil, and the wealthy families in the city fled with their families overnight. At the Mi family, Mi Wenyi was disheveled at this time. He still thought he could hold out for half a month, but now the army of King Qi took the city gate in just one day. Now that there is no strategic location to defend, how can he fight against the king of Qi's army? The most important thing is that after the city gate was lost, the nobles in the city became disheartened. Each family only cared about their own lives and fled with their families and followers. No one cared whether Pengu City could be defended. He was not far away when Mi Quang was killed. He knew then that the king of Qi had been making arrangements in Pengu City for a long time, and assassinating Mi Quang was also part of the plan. The death of Mi Quang made him even more terrified, and he began to suspect that there were assassins sent by the king of Qi around him. Immediately afterwards, the king of Qi's army rushed into the city, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore and fled back to the Mi family. At this time, the Mi family was also in chaos. Everyone in the Mi family was packing up their gold and silver jewelry and preparing to escape. The king of Qi's army had already entered the city, and Pengu City was broken. Is God really going to destroy my Mi family? Mi Wenyi talked to himself like a madman. Even if he escaped back to Jinling City, how would he explain to King Wei? Thinking of this, he became more and more desperate. Wenyi, leave quickly. People's hearts are in chaos and it's hard to turn back. The green mountains that remain will not be in danger of running out of firewood, Mi Wenyi's father urged. Letting out a long sigh, Mi Wenyi followed his father outside. The Mi family's carriage was waiting outside the door. It was unknown when they would return. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the city wall, Lu Fei and a group of generals walked out of the tent. They had just arranged the next offensive. After discussion, they decided to divide the troops into 3 groups. Luo Hong and Luo Xin would each lead a group to attack from north to south along the main roads on both sides of Pengu City. At the same time, Lu Fei ordered the cavalry captain Bai Mu to lead a small team of cavalry to attack southward from the middle avenue to lure the enemy out. Secret guards in the city had already met up with them last night. According to the information provided by the secret guards, there were only 1,000 cavalrymen in Pengu City, and most of these 1,000 cavalrymen had fled with the wealthy families last night. Generally speaking, those who are still resisting in the city are all descendants of the big families. The status of these clan descendants in Pengu City is higher than that of ordinary soldiers, but lower than that of the powerful families. So they are also the minions of the powerful families, but Pengu City has their interests. It is precisely for this reason that they cannot escape and can only continue to fight hard. However, the number of these soldiers is small. Excluding the troops of the powerful families, there are only more than 20,000 such soldiers in the Pengu army. They were ordered to stay in the city and continue to hold on, but what they don't know is that they have become abandoned pawns at this moment. Compared with the army composed of relatives from the big clans, the soldiers from the common people secretly came to surrender to them at night. The army composed of relatives from the Pengu army and the army composed of common people were 2 independent armies, and their treatment in the past was also very different. However, after this siege, Mi Quang let these soldiers from the common people's homes resist in the front, which caused dissatisfaction among many soldiers. Under the deliberate propaganda of the secret guards, more and more soldiers wanted to surrender. For these soldiers, they don't care who rules them, as long as they can keep their lives and their families have food to eat. So from last night to early morning, 6,000 soldiers in the temporary camp in front of the city gate have surrendered, and some soldiers have simply deserted and returned home.
Set off.
Lu Fei gave an order. For him, today was the last battle in Pengu City. He wanted to completely control Pengu City. He had already sent the victory report to Qingzhou last night. He didn't want to lose face in front of Xiao Ming. After receiving the order, Bai Mu led the cavalry to gallop towards the south of the city. The cavalry he led were the most elite cuirassier cavalry of the Qingzhou army. In addition to being equipped with sabers, each cavalryman also had 2 short and powerful pulley crossbows hanging on both sides of their horses. The cavalry set out, and the rumbling sound of horse hooves immediately resounded throughout Pengu City. The people in the city were all hiding in their homes and dared not come out. However, Niu Ben had always been extremely strict in managing his army, and during last night's occupation, not a single soldier harassed the people. It was difficult for the artillery to do anything in the city, which was full of buildings. Luo Xin could only leave the artillery at the city gate to support them at any time. After Bai Mu set off, they also headed towards the south of the city. At this time, the south of Pengu City was dead silent, and there was no one on the streets. When Bai Mu led the cavalry to arrive first, a look of vigilance appeared on his face. The Qingzhou army has always followed Xiao Ming's motto and never underestimated any opponent. This time, he did not underestimate the Pengu army either. They relied on the advantage of artillery to capture the city gate, but now it is obvious that they will be caught in a street battle. Bai Mu is also a backbone in the Qingzhou army. He is one of the earliest people in the Qingzhou army. He has always been under Lu Fei's command. This time, Lu Fei felt that Bai Mu was handy, so he begged Niu Ben to let Bai Mu go with him on the expedition. Speaking of which, Bai Mu has been on the battlefield for more than 10 years and has experienced too many wars. He instinctively felt the danger in the houses on both sides. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Crossbow." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded, and then the Pengu army poured out from the towns on both sides like a tide.
Kill.
Soldiers wearing red lining and scale armor on their outer shells rushed towards them with swords raised, and at this time, some soldiers holding bows and arrows appeared on the roofs of the houses. Bai Mu broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, thanks to his years of experience, he did not go too deep. Otherwise, not only would he fail to lure the enemy, but a large number of soldiers would have been killed. Moreover, he did not let the cavalry maintain a dense formation between the gallops, but advanced in a dispersed manner, so that there was enough distance between the cavalry to turn around. Before these Pengu soldiers rushed out, the cavalry took out the pulley crossbows and immediately shot at the archers on the roofs of the houses. Bai Mu remembered that the purpose of this time was to explore the way and lure the enemy, and the purpose had been achieved. He was not stupid enough to use cavalry and infantry to engage in street fighting, because this was tantamount to abandoning the most basic advantage of cavalry. Retreat after a round of shooting, Bai Mu immediately ordered a retreat. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. After figuring out the location of the Pengu army's ambush, Bai Mu immediately sent scouts to inform Luo Xin and Luo Hong, who were the main force in this street fighting. In his opinion, the Battle of Pengu City has just begun. At this time, Luo Xin and Luo Hong had already heard the movement on the central street. Soon the cavalry sent by Bai Mu came to them and told them the information. Search every neighborhood one by one, Luo Xin frowned. After his order was issued, the soldiers immediately divided into teams of 1,000 men, with each team responsible for a neighborhood, and advanced from south to north. Luo Hong also set up the same formation in the east of the city. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots soon rang out, and the carpet-style search left the Pengu army's ambushed troops nowhere to hide. The battle soon broke out in the civilian quarters. Relying on muskets, bayonets, and strict training discipline, the Qingzhou army easily defeated the Pengu army hiding in the civilian quarters by using small horizontal lines and shooting. After fighting in one neighborhood after another, Luo Xin and his men set out in the morning and pushed the battle line to the south gate in the evening. After a day of fierce fighting, they finally occupied Pengu City. The Pengu army, which resisted stubbornly, suffered more than 13,000 casualties and more than 3,000 were captured. The Nanjing army also paid the price of 1,000 casualties. General, we have completely occupied Pengu City. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Lu Fei appeared in front of the gate of the Mi family compound. At this time, the soldiers were searching for spoils in the Peng family compound. Lu Fei nodded. When he came here, he saw corpses of Pengu soldiers all along the way, which showed how fierce the battle was today. Luo Xin and Luo Hong were discussing the issue of prisoners of war just now. He then said to Lu Fei, "General, we have captured 3,000 people. What should we do with these people?" "Kill them all." Lu Fei's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. "Kill him?" Luo Xin's heart skipped a beat. Luo Hong said, "General Lu, killing prisoners is unlucky. Please think twice." Lu Fei seemed determined. He said, "No need to say more. These prisoners must be killed." "General Lu." Luo Hong's face looked a little ugly. Just when Luo Hong was about to say something, Luo Xin suddenly pulled Luo Hong and told him not to say anything more. He glanced at Luo Hong and said, "I don't care about the ominous consequences of killing prisoners. I only know that these people are the remnants of the powerful families. It is precisely because they are willing to serve as the powerful family's lackeys that they are resisting stubbornly in the city. I am kind to them, but have they ever sympathized with our fallen soldiers?" After a pause, Luo Hong said, "These 3,000 men are just the beginning. When we attacked the city, I said, either surrender or we will destroy the city and leave no one alive." When he first came to Qingzhou, Luo Xin was puzzled by the Qingzhou army's hatred for the powerful families. Later, when he learned that Xiao Ming almost died several times at the hands of the powerful families, and that the local powerful families were colluding with the barbarians, he gradually understood. Brother, stop talking. This is your highness's consistent policy. No powerful families can exist in any land ruled by your highness, Luo Xin said. Luo Hong sighed when he heard this. A new emperor appoints new ministers. In the past, when they captured a city, they would only rely on the local powerful families to manage the city, but now everything has changed. He said, General Lu, I was reckless. Captain Luo, you will gradually understand His Highness's original intention of doing this, Lu Fei said. When the setting sun released its last rays of light, a burst of gunfire was heard outside Pengu City. The last batch of descendants of the powerful families in Pengu City were all executed. Then Lu Fei ordered the Southern Expedition Army to search every house one by one and not let go of any remnants of the powerful families. It's not that Lu Fei is cruel, but Lu Fei clearly remembers the damage caused by the remnants of the powerful families in the 6 states. The powerful families who were forgiven by Xiao Ming not only did not feel grateful, but instead wanted to murder Xiao Ming. Just from this point, he could see that these powerful families were a group of poisonous snakes. Their temporary surrender was just the hibernation of snakes in winter. They would still bite people when they woke up. This time, the order to kill the prisoners was his own decision. Although Xiao Ming gave him leeway and allowed the powerful families who disbanded their troops and handed over their land to live in Pengu City, it was more practical for the powerful families who hated him so much to kill them. The next day, the Nanjing army was not idle. Lu Fei sent some soldiers to collect spoils, and at the same time sent Luo Hong and Luo Xin to the 6 counties under Pengu. These 6 counties belonged to Pengu City. Now that he had captured Pengu City, he naturally had to capture these 6 counties as well. On June 25, Luo Xin conquered Pei County and Luo Hong conquered Pai County. On June 27, Luo Xin conquered Xin County and Luo Hong conquered Tong County. On June 30, Luo Xin conquered Sui County and Luo Hong conquered Hongshan County. For a time, all the counties and villages within the scope of Pengu City were occupied by the Nanjing army. On July 1st, it was learned that Xiao Ming had arrived in Pengu City with a group of officials. Looking at the city walls that had been destroyed by artillery fire, Xiao Ming said, Hey, Luo Xin, that kid should save some shells. Look at the damage he has done to the city walls. I have to send people to repair them. Ha ha ha, Fiji laughed when he heard that. He said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, it's worth spending some artillery shells to capture this important town. Of course, Xiao Ming was just joking. If he successfully captured Pengu City, the southern gate of Wei would be open to him from then on, and it would only be a matter of time before he captured other cities in Wei. However, he could not attack the next city immediately, as he would bite off more than he could chew. The most important thing now was to stabilize Pengu City and establish a government management system similar to that of the 6 prefectures. In addition, he should recruit a group of soldiers from the local area to join the Southern Expedition Army. Otherwise, his soldiers will only become fewer and fewer. Your Highness. Upon learning that Xiao Ming had arrived, Lu Fei brought a group of generals to greet him. Seeing Lu Fei, Xiao Ming patted him on the shoulder and said, Lu Fei, you did not disappoint me this time when you led the troops alone. It seems that you will have to continue to be the general of the Southern Expedition. Your Highness, when have I ever disappointed you? I have corrected many of my faults in the past 2 years, but I don't want to stay in the dark room anymore, Lu Fei said with a wry smile. Well, it's a great virtue to correct one's mistakes. There will be battles to fight in the future. I hope you can lead a region independently like General Niu, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Lu Fei was one of the earliest generals to follow Xiao Ming. The reason why Xiao Ming has been hiding Lu Fei and not promoting him in the past 2 years is not because he hates him. On the contrary, Xiao Ming wants to temper Lu Fei's temper, otherwise he can only be a captain. After talking to Lu Fei, Xiao Ming looked at Luo Hong and Luo Xin and said, They say brothers fight together and fathers and sons fight together. I heard that you cooperated well on the battlefield this time. Luo Xin and Luo Hong clasped their fists and said, Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. After greeting the generals, Xiao Ming, Fiji, and others walked towards Pengu City together. At this time, the people in the city dared to walk on the streets. The Southern Expeditionary Army had not harmed anyone in these days, which made the people feel at ease and became bolder. One of Xiao Ming's purposes for coming to Pengu City this time was to bring officials to take over Pengu City. After these officials took office, they would reform Pengu City and completely bring Pengu City under the management of Qingzhou. Your Highness, this is the courtyard of the Mi family, a prominent family in Pengu City. Lu Fei led a group of officials directly to the Mi family courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Ming couldn't help but shake his head and said, "This Mi family compound is much more magnificent than my own palace. Look at the vermilion lacquered corridors, the rockery, the carp in the pond, and the exotic flowers and plants in the yard. Indeed, this courtyard is 3 or 4 times the size of the palace. I've heard of the Mi family of Pengu City since I was in Changen. Seeing them today, I can see they are indeed an extremely wealthy and powerful family. It's a pity that they are still stubborn and can't see through the current situation." The two were inspecting the courtyard when Lu Fei brought them an account book. He said, "Your Highness, this is the property of the 36 great families in Pengu City. I have sent people to count them all." "It's all here?" Xiao Ming took the account book and took a look at it. It recorded real estate, fields, warehouses, and a lot of gold and silver that he had not had time to take away. Glancing at Lu Fei, Xiao Ming said, "You're in such a hurry to send the account book over. Do you want to share the reward money now?" "Your Highness, it's not that I want to divide it, but the soldiers are worried. They don't know whether this bounty system is true or false," Lu Fei said with a wry smile. Xiao Ming handed the account book to Feiji and said, "Master Fei, calculate the value of these properties in silver and divide some among the soldiers according to the bounty system." "Yes, Your Highness," Fiji said with a smile, and at this moment he couldn't help but admire in his heart. During the war, many generals condoned their soldiers to loot, but this would cause the laxity of military discipline and unnecessary losses. Now Xiao Ming asked Lu Fei to hand over all the spoils and then give out a reward. This would not only make the army appear disciplined, but also benefit the soldiers participating in the war and inspire their will to fight. The scorching sun bakes Pengu City, making people unwilling to stay outdoors for long. After handing the bounty matter over to Fiji, Xiao Ming and everyone went to the main hall of the Mi family. Xiao Ming was a little surprised that the Battle of Pengu City was so smooth. After asking Lu Fei and Luo Xin about the course of the battle, he gradually realized that the reason why the Pengu army was defeated so quickly was that they were not familiar with the tactics of the Southern Expedition Army at all, and they still used traditional combat methods to deal with his army. Therefore, under the long-range firepower of artillery and muskets, the Pengu army suffered heavy casualties, which in turn intensified the soldiers' fear, resulting in a sharp drop in morale in Pengu City after the city gate was captured. In view of this, Xiao Ming said to Lu Fei, "Now that Pengu City has been captured by us, we will no longer have any natural defenses to defend, and the road ahead will be flat. Now you must use Pengu City as a base to continue southward to capture cities and territories while replenishing troops," Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. He has been thinking about the current strategy these days. According to his plan, he must annex Wei as soon as possible. In this way, he will not be attacked from the side and can focus on dealing with the vassal kings in the west. "Yes, Your Highness," Lu Fei said with a bow. After giving Lu Fei the order, Xiao Ming said to Fiji and other officials, "Now that the Southern Expedition Army has captured Pengu City, it's your responsibility to manage it. In the next 2 days, you will count the land and actual population of Pengu City and distribute the land to the people." Equal distribution of land was the policy that Xiao Ming insisted on. It was this policy that made Xiao Ming gain the support of the people of the fiefdom. After coming to Kingju, Fiji had truly felt the benefits brought about by the changes brought about by this policy. Fiji nodded and suggested, "Your Highness, in addition to the normal equal distribution of land, I believe that we should also give some good farmland to the people who join the army to encourage local people to join the Southern Expedition Army. Only in this way can the Southern Expedition Army continue to grow stronger." "Well, you are right. This is exactly what I want. Now the fiefdom can no longer provide soldiers for the Southern Expeditionary Army. We can only rely on recruiting from the occupied cities. In addition to giving away some fertile land, you must also post notices to appease the people and win them over as soon as possible," Xiao Ming said in a serious voice. Officials from Fiji and other countries bowed in response. After that, he took the officials to the Pengu government office to formally take over the government affairs of Pengu City and its nearby counties and villages. Jinling City. The news of Pengu City's defeat reached here along with the fleeing nobles. After Mi Wenyi told King Wei the whole story, the teacup in King Wei's hand fell to the ground, and King Wei's face turned pale and his body was shaking. Uncle Xiao Qi immediately stepped forward to support King Wei upon seeing this. 50,000 elite soldiers from Pengu City, along with the troops of the local nobles, couldn't even hold out for a single day. "What use do I have for you?" Taking a few quick breaths, the King of Wei angrily shouted, "Bring Mi Wenyi to me and execute him tomorrow." "Your Highness, it's not that I neglected my duties. We were defeated before the battle. It's just that the King of Qi had too many powerful muskets and artillery. Although the soldiers resisted with their flesh and blood, it was of no avail." Mi Wenyi was shocked. "I don't need your explanation. I valued your family in vain, but I didn't expect that you are just a bunch of rotten people. Needless to say, Pengu City is the gateway to Wei. Now that Wei has been lost, there is no place to defend it. If I don't kill you, the defenders of other cities will follow your example, one by one the king of Wei cursed. Your Highness, please spare my life, Wenyi cried and shouted as he was dragged away by the guards. Xiao Qi sighed and said to the king of Wei, Uncle, calm down. The current strategy is to protect the land of our fiefdom. Xiao Ming has come here well prepared and with great momentum. We cannot just sit there and wait for death. The king of Wei's fat face was filled with frustration. He said, even Pengu City was captured in just one day. How many days can the other cities hold out? Is God really going to destroy me? Uncle, this is not the time to be complaining. Xiao Ming has a small territory and few people, and has many enemies. Most of the troops are currently used to guard against the king of Xiao. Although Pengu has been lost, the king of Qi's army has also suffered heavy losses. Without some time to rest and recuperate, it is impossible for them to fight again. We should take this opportunity to form alliances and prevent the king of Qi from moving south. What do you mean? Wenyi said that the king of Qi's army did not harm anyone after entering the city. It can be seen that Xiao Ming has his sights set on the world. This move is to appease the people. If so, the king of Qi's next target after Wei must be Yan. My nephew thinks it is time to send envoys to form an alliance with the king of Yan to jointly resist the king of Qi. Xiao Qi said. The king of Wei frowned and said, but I have always been on bad terms with the king of Yan. Will he agree? If Wei is destroyed, the king of Yan will have the opportunity to face Xiao Ming's army directly. The king of Yan naturally knows which is more important. Wei and Yan are equally powerful. Even if there is some friction, it will not overthrow the other. But Xiao Ming is different. The fact that he was able to capture Pengu City so easily is enough to show his strength. Facing such a powerful enemy, only by joining forces can we resist. Well, you are right. Not only the king of Yan, I will also send envoys to Changen and Liang State. If we can successfully form an alliance, we will destroy Xiao Ming, King Wei said hatefully. Xiao Qi nodded, bowed, and said, Uncle, I am willing to take on the mission to repay your kindness in taking me in. The king of Wei looked at Xiao Qi with pity and said, why do you need to go there in person for such a matter? You can just send a few officials. Uncle, this is a serious matter. If other officials go, it may ruin the alliance. I don't have any other skills, but I have studied the art of diplomacy in Giguzi. Xiao Qi said. The king of Wei sighed, my dear nephew, your uncle originally wanted to seize the throne of the great Yu kingdom for you, but now he has not taken revenge on you. Your uncle is truly ashamed of you. Hearing this, Xiao Qi hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle, I have already let it go. Why can't you let it go? If you can listen to me, why don't you submit to the king of Qi and become a free and easy prince? This way you can preserve your dignity for the rest of your life. In my opinion, the king of Qi is the only one in the world who can restore the royal homeland. Xiao Qi, this is only boosting others' ambitions and destroying your own prestige, the king of Wei said angrily. The emperor's uncle will not submit to this little kid Xiao Ming. Sighing, Xiao Qi said, in that case, I will follow my uncle all the way to the end. Looking at Xiao Qi intently, the king of Wei wanted to say something but in the end did not say it. He waved his hand and asked Xiao Qi to leave. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he knew since the Battle of Kangzhou that he would always live under Xiao Ming's shadow, and now everything proved that his intuition was correct. But as a prince who was highly favored by the emperor, how could he bow down to Xiao Ming? After staying in Pengu City for 3 days, Xiao Ming returned to Kingzhou. This time he came to Pengu just to see the place where Liu Bang was born. Like many people, he also had a dream of the Han Dynasty in his heart. The iron-blooded and glorious past made him, who is now at the pinnacle of power, excited every time he woke up in the middle of the night. He also wanted such a prosperous era, but he also understood that the road ahead was still very long. The domestic problems in Dayu were a mess, and expanding territory was still a long way to go. However, the victory in the Battle of Pengu gave him hope. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the country. Now he has made up his mind to solve the problem of numerous vassal kings in the country first. Only by controlling the unified Dayu kingdom will he be able to break into the jungle of the Age of Discovery and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. He had originally planned to stay in Pengu City for a week, but another piece of news came, and he had to go back early. According to this year's shipbuilding plan, Dengzhou Shipyard officially delivered 24 warships to the fleet a few days ago. Together with the previous 15 warships, the Dengzhou army now owns 39 warships. For him, these 39 warships will truly ensure that he has unobstructed lateral movement in the East Asian waters and will further ensure the safety of the waterway. This time he returned to Kingzhou not to observe the warships, but to see the naval cadets from Bowen Academy who were preparing to go to Dengzhou. The warship is dead, but the naval cadets are alive. Weapons can only exert their greatest power when they are in the hands of people. Therefore, before each batch of naval cadets board the ship, Xiao Ming will come to Bowen College to meet them in person. Firstly, he wanted to make himself more familiar and enhance his presence, and secondly, he wanted to increase the loyalty of the soldiers. After all, once a warship enters the sea, it is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins. During the Age of Discovery, many regular warships were eventually led by their captains to become pirates, and this was not what he wanted to see. Your Highness, there are a total of 160 to 170 cadets aboard this ship. Yue Yun also rushed back from Dengzhou specifically for this matter. Looking at the energetic students, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. For him, there was nothing happier than expanding the size of the fleet. All the trainees who are about to go to Dengzhou stand in 3 rows. These trainees will play extremely important roles on the warship, including captain, first mate, second mate, navigator, bosun, and other management positions. As for the ordinary sailors and gunners on the warships, they do not need to study specifically at Bowen College. They only need to be recruited and trained in Dengzhou. From today on, you will become a member of the Navy, but this does not mean that you are qualified now. For me, only soldiers who are able to risk their lives to protect the sea borders and shipping routes of Dayu Kingdom are qualified to be called real Navy soldiers. The next step is the time to test you, Xiao Ming said loudly. Yes, Your Highness, the naval cadets shouted in unison. Xiao Ming nodded. Today's soldiers are becoming more and more like modern soldiers. Yue Yun smiled as he watched Xiao Ming giving his lecture. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, he led a group of naval cadets and said to Xiao Ming, "My honor is loyalty." Whether in Bowen Academy or in the army, the loyalty of soldiers and officials to Xiao Ming is paramount. It is for this reason that Xiao Ming made this sentence a spoken language among generals and soldiers. This is a subtle hint that makes loyalty an instinct of every general and soldier. After meeting all the cadets aboard, Xiao Ming dismissed the naval cadets. Yue Yun then said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness must have heard about the situation at Tangzhou port. The King of Wei has cut off the port's supplies, making it difficult for the warships to maneuver." Xiao Ming nodded gently. "The King of Wei's envoy has made this very clear to me. Since he won't give it to us, we will seize it. After we return, you will lead the fleet to bombard Tangzhou and cooperate with the Dengzhou army to capture Tangzhou City." "Your Highness, I have wanted to do this for a long time. Why should we bear the wrath of King Wei?" Yue Yun said with a smile. Xiao Ming sighed and said, "We were maintaining a superficial harmony before, but now we've completely torn our relationship apart. By the way, taking Tangzhou is one thing, but the most important thing you must not forget is to keep an eye on Goguryeo." "Yes, Your Highness," Yue Yun bowed and said. After instructing Yue Yun on 2 things, Xiao Ming walked towards the palace. Along the way, he occasionally met the sons of powerful and wealthy people who he had only seen in Changen before. Since the Changen rebellion, more and more Changen nobles have fled to Qingzhou. It is also for this reason that the number of merchants and children of powerful people in Qingzhou has suddenly increased. But now these children of the powerful and wealthy are no better than chickens and phoenixes that have lost their feathers. They used to have support in Changen City, but when they arrived in Qingzhou, they suddenly became isolated and helpless. At first they were not used to it, but soon they turned into merchants in order to survive. Even Princess Pingyang is now doing business honestly in the Chamber of Commerce, but with the title of princess, her business is getting bigger and bigger. During this period, she was busy building a white sugar workshop and opening a dyeing factory, and she was having a lot of fun. Xiao Ming did not expect that the Changen rebellion would bring such a prosperous scene to Qingzhou, because even when these powerful people fled, they took with them a large amount of gold and silver. Spending this silver in Qingzhou greatly promoted local consumption. According to Pang Yukun, even the price of houses in Qingzhou City has more than tripled. Thinking all the way, Xiao Ming returned to the palace. At this time, Fei Yuer and Zhen Fei were chatting and laughing in the pavilion in front of the pond. After the initial grief, Zhen Fei's mood gradually recovered, which made Xiao Ming relieved. Although Zhen Fei was only the mother of Xiao Ming's predecessor, she's been sincerely helping Xiao Ming since he came here. He maintained the most basic respect for such a kind and loving woman. After glancing at the two of them, Xiao Ming didn't bother them but went straight to his study. The war is going on, but technological development cannot stagnate. After all, Qingzhou's current technological level is not comprehensive enough, so whenever he has free time, he will compile scientific and technological materials. This time, Xiao Ming wants to recommend the converter steelmaking technology. With the advent of the steam engine, more and more industries need steel, and the original crucible ironmaking can no longer meet the current demand. Xiao Ming did not promote this technology before because there was no qualified oxygen-blowing equipment before the steam engine came out. Now that he has the steam engine, he can use it to solve this difficulty. Arriving in the study, Xiao Ming picked up his pen and began to describe the unfinished part. He had completed part of it a few days ago, and now only a quarter of the drawing was left. Once these drawings are completed, they can be delivered to the steel workshop to produce steelmaking equipment. Once the converter steelmaking technology is broken through, the quality of Kingzhu's steel will rise sharply, and the gun barrels will be able to withstand higher strength gunpowder. The study is very quiet. After a while, Xiao Ming had finished drawing most of the drawings, and at this moment, footsteps suddenly came from outside the study. "Your Highness, this old slave is back." When Xiao Ming heard this voice, a smile appeared on his lips. The person who came was none other than Kaian Dafu. This time, Xiao Ming suddenly remembered that the converter steelmaking method was not a whim. The most important reason was that Kaian Dafu discovered a dolomite mine in Pengu, and this ore was exactly the material needed for alkaline furnace lining. In 1856, the British man Bistmar invented the bottom-lone acid converter steelmaking method. This method was the beginning of modern steelmaking. It produced a large amount of cheap steel for Europe and further promoted the European Industrial Revolution. However, because this method could not remove sulfur and phosphorus, its development was limited. In 1879, the Thomas bottom-lowing basic converter steelmaking process appeared in Europe. This method used a converter with a basic lining to process high phosphorus pig iron, further improving the quality of steel. Because of the lessons learned from the past, Xiao Ming transitioned from acidic furnace lining to alkaline furnace lining. He had not introduced the converter steelmaking method before because of material limitations, but now that he has found magnesite ore, the material of the furnace lining will not be a problem. "Come in," Xiao Ming said. At this time, the door of the study was pushed open, and Kaian Dafu walked in, looking dusty. He was smiling and took out a stone from his arms and said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, this is the magnesite mine." Xiao Ming nodded. The ore in Kaian Dafu's hand was square and had a very smooth surface, somewhat similar to salt crystals, but Xiao Ming recognized it as dolomite ore at a glance. "No doubt about it, this is magnesite," Xiao Ming grinned. He said, "Your prospecting team is becoming more and more experienced. You've had a good harvest in Leju recently." Kaian Dafu's face was now somewhat dark, but he smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. He said, "Your Highness, practice makes perfect. However, Leju is truly a treasure trove. Not only is there the Lingmei mine, but we've also discovered numerous gold and silver mines. We just need to start mining them. Let's not touch the gold and silver mines for now, but we have to touch the magnesite mines. At least we have to collect some for use. The world is in chaos now, and we can't buy anything even if we have silver. Barter is the right way," Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. Just as Kaian Dafu said, Leju is indeed a treasure land. Not only does it have the largest gold reserves in the country, but its magnesite reserves are also the second largest in the country. The discovery of magnesite was also an accidental discovery while searching for gold and silver mines. "Yes, Your Highness, I will arrange this matter after I return," Kaian Dafu said. In the past 3 years, Kaian Dafu has suffered a lot from being an old housekeeper to an expert in minerals. It was precisely because of his hard work that Xiao Ming got through the most difficult time at the beginning. During this period of time, the prospecting team has become more mature. After consideration, he decided not to let Kaian Dafu go to the mines in person. After all, Kaian Dafu is now in his 50s. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Dafu, now that you're back, you don't have to run around with the prospecting team anymore. I've established a minerals department in Kingzhu. From now on, you'll be in charge of the minerals department and just manage the mines in Fengguo." "Your Highness, have I done anything wrong?" Kaian Dafu looked terrified. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Xiao Ming said, "What are you thinking about? It's just that you are old now, and my mother has no one to talk to when she returns from Changen. You have served my mother for more than 10 years, and having you here can also help my mother relieve her boredom." Speaking of concubine Zhen, Kaian Dafu sighed, "This Changen rebellion is truly pitiful, Your Majesty. In that case, I will leave the mining business to my nephew." Now that he has achieved success in his studies at Bowen Academy, it's time for him to go out and gain some experience. Xiao Ming nodded. He had met Kaian Dafu's nephew when he inspected the mine last time. Since Kaian Dafu mentioned it this time, he agreed to it. The master and servant talked for a while, and Xiao Ming took Kaian Dafu to the backyard. Kaian Dafu had been busy outside during this period and had not seen Zhenfei yet.
Lempress.
When he saw concubine Zhen, Kaian Dafu ran over and suddenly knelt down in front of her. His eyes became sore and he started crying. Since escaping death, there are only 2 most important people in Kaian Dafu's life. One is Zhenfei and the other is his nephew. Having served Zhenfei for more than 10 years, Zhenfei was both a master and a relative to Kaian Dafu. Zhen Fei was chatting and laughing with Fei Yuer when suddenly a dark-skinned man knelt down in front of her. She was so startled that she leaned back a little. She didn't feel relieved until she realized that it was Qian Dafu. She first rolled her eyes at Xiao Ming and said, "Minger, your mother asked Qian Dafu to come to Qingzhou to serve you. Why did you let him go out to do such hard work as prospecting for minerals?" When arriving in Qingzhou, Zhen Fei asked Xiao Ming about Qian Dafu's whereabouts, and she knew where Qian Dafu had gone. Seeing Qian Dafu's appearance at this time, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiao Ming wanted to explain, but Qian Dafu interrupted him and said, "Your Highness, this is because he trusts me. He doesn't trust anyone else with the prospecting." Zhen Fei sighed, "You are just like that. You have always been a good person. It's good that you come back this time."
When are you going to go back?
"His Highness told me to stay in Qingzhou and never leave again," said Qian Dafu. Concubine Zhen nodded, glanced at Xiao Ming and said, "Well, that's more like it. From now on, you can accompany me to talk and relieve my boredom. It's been a while since I came to Qingzhou, and I still haven't left the palace. You can accompany me to walk around Qingzhou City someday." "Your Majesty, please leave this to me," Qian Dafu said happily. Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Zhen Fei had been staying in the palace all this time, and her willingness to come forward proved that she had finally gradually untied the knot in her heart. After chatting with Zhen Fei for a few more words, Xiao Ming took the blueprints and went to the steel workshop. Qian Dafu came back and confirmed that the magnesite was real. Now he could go ahead and build the converter steelmaking production line. Once converter steelmaking is put on the agenda, it means that a large amount of cheap steel will become possible, but the only drawback is the oxygen-blowing technology in converter steelmaking. In fact, due to technical limitations, air rather than oxygen was blown into the converter steelmaking at the beginning. The real oxygen-blowing technology did not appear until 1952. He also studied industrial oxygen production. Qingzhou currently has no way of overcoming this technology. Condensing the air to over 100 degrees below zero and then separating it requires advanced technology. So in view of this, he decided to use the traditional method of blowing air. After all, even during World War I, this method was still not outdated and was sufficient for him to use. Molten steel mixed with heat waves flows in the crucible, and the steel workshop is as hot as a furnace in the hot summer. After leaving the palace, Xiao Ming went straight to the steel workshop. In just a short while, his clothes were soaked with sweat. "Your Highness, it's too hot here. Let's discuss this matter outside," Chen Wenlong advised. Ordinary people would find it unbearable to stay in this steel workshop for a while. He was worried that this place would make Xiao Ming unsuitable. Looking at the shirtless slave craftsman working hard, Xiao Ming said, "That's not necessary. I'm not that squeamish. By the way, I heard the steel workshop has a new supervisor. Where is he?" Chen Wenlong pointed at a young man heading towards them from a distance and said, "Your Highness, this is the one in front. He's a student at Bowen College studying steel production. He just took up his position a month ago. Just like Your Highness said, he also mentioned the converter steelmaking issue, but later said he didn't have the materials and didn't mention it again." Xiao Ming showed an interested look. After 3 years of training, more and more students have entered the various workshops in Qingzhou. However, due to limited conditions, they have mastered many things but lack the conditions to realize them. But there is no way around it. In modern times, his country was once extremely poor and had nothing. At that time, overseas scientists had to start from scratch when they returned to China. But there is one thing he cannot compare with. At that time, the whole country was focused on production, while now he is still in the midst of war, so he can only achieve it one thing at a time.
Meng Qiu pays his respects to His Highness.
The young man who called himself Meng Qiu had a literary appearance and looked like a scholar. However, like the craftsman in the workshop, the young man had bare arms and his body was covered with black iron filings. Glancing Meng Qiu up and down, Xiao Ming said, "Chen Wenlong said you were from Bowen College. If that's the case, let me test you. Which of the two converter steelmaking methods, acidic or alkaline, produces higher quality iron?" "Your Highness, it's alkaline," Meng Qiu said. "Acidic linings can't remove sulfur and phosphorus from iron, but alkaline linings can. Why remove sulfur and phosphorus?" "Phosphorus is a harmful substance in steelmaking. Its presence makes iron harder and more brittle. High-quality pig iron should contain less phosphorus. Sulfur promotes the combination of iron and carbon, making the iron hard and brittle. It also combines with iron to form low-melting point iron sulfide, which makes the pig iron hot and brittle and reduces the fluidity of the molten iron. However, pig iron with a high sulfur content is not suitable for casting fine parts." As Meng Qiu spoke, Chen Wenlong's face was filled with joy. Seeing this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but ask, "This king asks Meng Qiu, what are you so happy about?" "Your Highness, this Meng Qiu was selected by me from Bowen Academy. He is now able to answer questions fluently, which proves that my vision is correct. Chen Wenlong laughed. Xiao Ming was also very satisfied with Meng Qiu's answer. Regardless of whether he had the conditions or not, at least he had mastered the knowledge. He then asked, what is the oxidant in converter steelmaking? What is the slag-forming material? The only oxidants are iron ore and oxygen, and the slag-making agent is lime. Meng Qiu was calm and composed. Xiao Ming nodded and asked some deeper questions. Meng Qiu answered them very straightforwardly, which made him more satisfied. After a pause, he said, with you here, I can rest assured to hand over the converter steelmaking production line to you. Converter steelmaking, Meng Qiu exclaimed in surprise. That's right, I have found the alkaline lining material for the converter. Now the alkaline converter steelmaking method can be realized. Next, you have to lead the craftsmen in the steel workshop to produce the converter and build a production line to increase steel production. Xiao Ming said as he handed the blueprint to Meng Qiu. Meng Qiu took the drawing and opened it impatiently. Just as Xiao Ming said, the equipment needed for an entire production line was marked on it, and there was also a structural diagram of the specific equipment on the drawing. Don't be afraid of failure. If you can't get it right the first time, you can try a few more times. Xiao Ming said to Meng Qiu. Any technological innovation will encounter various problems in the early stages. In Xiao Ming's opinion, the converter steelmaking also has to fail a few times before the trick can be summed up from practice. However, since the technology is already available, its realization is not far away. Once Qingzhou can obtain a large amount of cheap steel, it will be possible to build railway tracks that require a large amount of steel, and running steam locomotives in the Great Yu Kingdom will no longer be a luxury. At the same time, a significant increase in steel production will also improve war capabilities and make weapons production easier, so that most troops will not remain in the era of cold weapons like they do now. Meng Qiu carefully reviewed the blueprint and said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, I have been waiting for this technology to be realized. Your Highness, rest assured, Meng Qiu will build the production line even if he has to forego food and drink. Xiao Ming nodded. The technical difficulties of converter steelmaking are the converter and oxygen blowing. Now the problems have been solved. As for other issues such as loading, molten steel shaping, etc., they are the same and do not require further research. In the next few days, Xiao Ming and Meng Qiu continued to discuss the establishment of the production line. Part of the facilities were also handed over to craftsmen for production. On the fifth day, the mine delivered the first batch of magnesite ore. Xiao Ming ordered this batch of ore to be mined first for experiments. After calcination, grinding, and casting, the lining of the converter was formed. After completing this step, the rest of the things will come naturally. Xiao Ming didn't want to continue to participate. After all, he didn't want to discourage Meng Qiu's enthusiasm. Because in his opinion, a leader should be moderately lazy. Otherwise, if he does everything himself, his subordinates will develop lazy habits. After withdrawing from the affairs of converter steelmaking, Xiao Ming continued to shift his focus to the current chaotic situation. At this time, the news brought by Wang Xuan made him break out in a cold sweat. The king of Wei sent envoys to form an alliance with the king of Yan, the king of Xiao, and the king of Liang. Xiao Ming asked anxiously. Yes, your highness. Wang Xuan's expression was solemn. Also, the envoy has already arrived at the Prince of Yan's place. This is the news sent back by our spies in Baju. It seems that the king of Wei is really desperate this time. Xiao Ming's face was heavy. This was a danger to his country's destruction. If the four kings attacked him at the same time, he would certainly not be able to resist. After all, in this era, the advantages of firearms could not completely offset the human wave tactics of cold weapon troops. In fact, the real weapon to end the cold weapon war is the machine gun, but he cannot make this thing yet. Your Highness, if the King of Wei succeeds in his evil plan, it will be a disaster for us. I think we should immediately assassinate the King of Wei's envoy to delay the alliance, Wang Xuan said. This is only a temporary solution. If one envoy dies, there will definitely be a second one. What we should think about now is how to destroy this alliance, Xiao Ming said hatefully. Is your Highness planning to assassinate the King of Wei? The King of Wei is surrounded by numerous guards. How easy would it be to assassinate him? Xiao Ming shook his head. I will also send envoys to the kings of Yan, Xiao, and Liang to resolve this crisis. After a pause, he said, how do you understand the situation of the King of Yan, the King of Liang, and the King of Xiao? Wang Xuan recalled for a moment and said, the King of Wei and the King of Yan are old enemies. They have clashed on the border more than once, and soldiers on both sides have suffered casualties. As for the King of Yan, he has kept a low profile since the Changen rebellion. He hasn't supported the crown prince like the King of Chu, nor has he accused the King of Xiao of rebellion. However, according to the information I have received, the local craftsmen in Baju have been working hard to forge weapons. It seems that the King of Yan is also thinking about it now. The Prince of Yan has always been good at forbearance. He neither establishes his own identity nor has any conflict with the Prince of Xiao. It is obvious that he is preparing to be a fence-sitter. Xiao Ming frowned. Wang Xuan continued. As for the King of Xiao, he's currently waging war against the King of Shu. However, Shu is mountainous, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. So far, the two have been evenly matched. The kings of Liang and Zhao are equally ambitious, each acknowledging the enemy as their father. However, thanks to the mediation of the barbarians, the two appear to be acquitting themselves. However, according to information I've received, the king of Liang seems to be considering waging war against your highness. King Liang treats the second prince as his own son. I had the second prince demoted to a commoner, so he naturally bears a grudge. However, if he wants to attack me, he must get past King Yang. He is not to be feared for the time being, but he is the person most likely to form an alliance with King Wei, Xiao Ming said. Wang Xuan nodded. As for the barbarians, they seem to be reaping the benefits. The king of Zhao and the king of Liang have been conquering cities and plundering territory. Most of the cities in Guanzhong have been occupied by them, and half of the spoils they have obtained have been handed over to the barbarians. If this continues, the barbarians will probably recover quickly. This news made Xiao Ming worried. Bei Shan was demoted in the Battle of Jiju, and the Blood Wolf tribe was not as strong as before. Moreover, many cattle and sheep of the barbarians starved to death in the winter of the past 2 years, and food was in short supply. Now King Zhao and King Liang were using the wealth of Dayu Kingdom to support the barbarians, which was tantamount to feeding a tiger with their own bodies. When the tiger was full and had enough strength, that would be the time for it to stretch out its claws. Although he was worried, he was unable to stop the situation at hand. The only way was to increase his own strength and unify the north as soon as possible. Before that, he had to safely annex Wei without being besieged. Thinking of this, he said to Wang Xuan, "Call Zhan Xingcheng and Pang Yukun now. I want to discuss this matter with them." Wang Xuan replied yes and turned to leave. Half an hour later, Pang Yukun and Zhan Xingcheng appeared in the palace. After he told Wang Xuan the information he had obtained, the two were also shocked. Pang Yukun said, "Your Highness, we must not let the King of Wei succeed in his plan, otherwise the situation of the vassal state will be extremely difficult. Your Highness, since the King of Wei can send envoys to form an alliance to attack me, we can also send envoys to break up their alliance. Please leave this matter to me, and I will not let you down," Zhan Xingcheng said loudly. Xiao Ming looked at Zhan Xingcheng and said, "I know you are resourceful, but there is no great benefit in this matter, so it is difficult to break the King of Wei's plan. After all, whether it is the King of Xiao, the King of Liang, or the King of Yan, they all regard me as a thorn in their side. In the past, the King of Xiao was wary of me because the King of Wei and the King of Yang were both my shields. Now that one of his arms has been cut off, there is no guarantee that he will not be tempted. Your Highness is right. However, the King of Xiao wants to take over Bashu and has already mobilized an army of 100,000 on the border. It will be difficult for him to withdraw and deal with us at the moment. Zhan Xingcheng can go there and explain the alliance between your Highness and the King of Chu. If the King of Zhao allies with the King of Wei, we will sell muskets and artillery to the King of Shu. Then, he will have a hard time taking over Shu." "Well, this is one way, but what if King Zhao is determined to be my enemy?" Xiao Ming asked. "Your Highness, the King of Shu regards the third prince as his monarch and must obey the third prince's orders. If the King of Zhao attacks, we will use muskets and artillery as bait to let the King of Chu instruct the King of Shu to deploy troops on the border. If the King of Zhao attacks at that time, the rear will inevitably be empty." With the King of Zhao's character, how could he be willing to give up Changen at this time? Zhan Xingcheng said thoughtfully. "In that case, you can convince King Zhao. Now there are only King Yan and King Liang left. King Liang does not need to go. He will definitely collude with King Wei. The most important person now is King Yan," Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukun smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, the dispute between the King of Wei and the King of Yan is ultimately over the land of their fiefdoms. The most intensive conflict is in Shuju. Since the King of Wei can persuade the King of Yan to attack us, we can also persuade the King of Yan to join us in attacking Wei. But your Highness only needs to agree to give Shuju and its surrounding counties to the King of Yan." Zhan Xingcheng echoed. What Prime Minister Pang said is absolutely right. Shuju is rich, and it's also the ancestral home of the Prince of Yan. The Prince of Yan has always been obsessed with Shuju. If we agree to give Shuju to the Prince of Yan, he will definitely consider it. If he still refuses to change his mind, there is a way. I can say that the choice of war or peace with the Prince of Wei is now up to your Highness. At worst, we can cease fire with the Prince of Wei and jointly attack Yan. Wei and Yan are already suspicious of each other, so an alliance will naturally be impossible. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers make a great huge liang. Xiao Ming had sent Zhan Xingqing and Pang Yukun here for this very reason. He said, in that case, you will set off for Yan tomorrow, and then go to Xiao. Yes, Your Highness, Zhan Xingqing said. Pang Yukun stroked his beard with satisfaction. He said, a true man can bend and stretch. Your Highness now knows better than before how to give up small gains in the present and seek greater benefits. Prime Minister Pang, please don't laugh at me. I'm just helpless. If I could fight the 4 kings on my own, why would I need all these conspiracies? The situation in Dayu is no different from the Warring States period, and we are the rising Qin. None of the other vassal kings can match us, so they must be afraid of us at this time. However, the advantage of a big country over a small one lies in its ability to handle its relations with ease. Whether to attack or to make peace is all in our control. Pang Yukun nodded. Your Highness is absolutely right. However, the King of Wei has done such a great harm to Your Highness. I cannot let him down. I think we should teach the King of Wei another lesson. I have already handed this matter over to Yue Yun. Tangzhou is only 100 miles away from Jinling City, and along the Yangtze River, one can reach the city directly. This time, I will make him unable to advance or retreat. That's right, since the King of Wei is determined to destroy his vassal states, we must seize Wei territory as soon as possible and return the favor. I second the motion. The emperor, his ministers, and their 2 companions reached a consensus after discussion in the main hall. After this matter was settled, Zhan Xingqing and Pang Yukun left. Zhan Xingqing still had to make some preparations for this mission to Yan and Changen. After all, this mission was extremely dangerous. Although 2 countries do not kill envoys when they are at war, it would be troublesome if you meet an unreasonable person. But he was worried about changing someone else to be on the mission. After all, Zhan Xingqing was smart and good at adapting to circumstances, and he might be able to resolve the crisis. However, he was unable to do anything about this diplomatic mission, and the only thing he could do now was to make a quick decision, as Pang Yukun said, and take complete control of Wei. Thinking of this, he sent another order to Yue Yun, asking him to lead the fleet to capture Tangzhou, go up the Yangtze River to bombard the city of Nanjing, and at the same time ask him to look for a suitable landing place along the river. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. In this case, after he has made preparations, we will directly attack Jinling City, thus attacking him from both the north and the south. The next day, Zhan Xingqing and his followers set out from Qingzhou to Yan. On the same day, Yue Yun led the naval cadets to Dengzhou. After practicing in Dengzhou for half a month, Yue Yun set off for Tangzhou with 24 warships and 12,000 Dengzhou troops. 4 days later, Tangzhou City appeared before him. Just a month ago, this port was suitable for warships, but now it is guarded by layers of soldiers, and any merchant ships from Qingzhou are refused to dock here. Even some merchant ships were maliciously seized, and merchants were arrested as Qingzhou spies. Yue Yun was very angry when he received the news. It was well known in the world that King Wei was ambitious and unwilling to form an alliance with Qingzhou. This was not only a disregard for the bloodline of the royal family, but also a naked betrayal. Therefore, the soldiers had long been dissatisfied with King Wei, and now Xiao Ming's order to capture Tangzhou seemed to have given the soldiers a way to vent their anger. At Tangzhou Wharf, the soldiers guarding the wharf showed expressions of fear when they saw 20 warships appear on the sea. They had never seen so many warships appear at Tangzhou Wharf at one time. Now Tangzhou Wharf has explicitly refused any Qingzhou ships from docking. Now that so many warships appear here, there is only one possibility, and that is war. Hurry up and report to the general that a large number of Qingzhou warships have appeared on the sea. The Tangzhou military captain guarding the dock shouted. A soldier nodded and immediately rode his horse into the city. At this time, the warships on the sea began to adjust their formation and lined up in a line. After the formation was completed, there was suddenly a thunderous sound like an earthquake. White smoke and flames emerged from the sea, and black solid bullets shot towards Tangzhou Wharf like raindrops. The Tangzhou soldiers were shocked. They had never seen such a hellish scene. The soldiers who were hit fell directly in a pool of blood and died miserably. Everything on the dock that was hit by the shells was shattered into pieces. In just a short time, the Tangzhou dock was in ruins. Under the dense artillery fire, the soldiers of Tangzhou Prefecture looked for places to hide, but they were hit one after another and let out a howl before death. At this moment, the dock is a living hell. Yue Yun observed the situation at Tangzhou Wharf through a telescope. He had a deep understanding of war. Wars were always brutal, but for the unification of Dayu Kingdom, and for Dayu Kingdom to be able to face foreign enemies together, the war must go on. He learned the truth that a great benevolence is not benevolent from Xiao Ming. If he is kind to King Wei, the great Yu Kingdom will never be unified. If he does not wage a thorough war, the powerful families in the Great Yu Kingdom will never be eradicated. Perhaps one day history will cast Xiao Ming as the greatest tyrant of all time, but he will not regret what he did today, because there can be no rebirth without destruction. General Yi, it's up to you now. Yue Yun said to the general standing beside him. This person was none other than Yi Qingyun, the general of Dengzhou. Putting away the telescope, Yi Qingyun nodded. It's finally our Dengzhou army's turn to go into battle. Soldiers, fight to the death. We want to show the soldiers of the Qingzhou army that our Dengzhou army is not just for show. Yes, General, the soldiers roared in unison. Yue Yun smiled and nodded. At this time, he ordered the soldiers to lower the small boat on the warship. The Dengzhou army went down to the small boat along the rope ladders on both sides and rowed the boat towards Tangzhou Wharf. At this time, the warship's artillery fire did not stop, and they were still covering the landing of the Dengzhou army. When more than 100 small boats arrived at the dock, the 1,000 soldiers on them immediately occupied the important roads on the dock. Only after the soldiers completely controlled the dock did the warships at sea move closer to the dock to prevent them from being destroyed by the enemy. When the battleship arrived at the dock, the remaining soldiers began to disembark, and the field guns were also hoisted off the battleship. Yi Qingyun also arrived at the dock at this time. The dock was full of Tangzhou soldiers, and more Tangzhou soldiers had fled to Tangzhou City under the fierce firepower of the warships. Before the siege, Yi Qingyun received intelligence that there were as many as 40,000 soldiers in Tangzhou City. This was because of the Japanese invasion along the coast. However, he was not afraid at all when facing enemies that were 4 times his size. He also knew that Pengu City had been captured by Lu Fei. For him, he did not want to lose to Crazy Lu. The soldiers were quickly assembled. Yi Qingyun left some of them to guard the dock, and the rest of them all headed towards Tangzhou City. He sent so many people to prevent their retreat from being cut off. Compared with Pengu City, Tangzhou City is a flat place, and Tangzhou Wharf is only a few miles away from Tangzhou City. After walking along the avenue for less than half an hour, Yi Qingyun arrived at the foot of Tangzhou City. Outside Tangzhou City was a large open area. Yi Qingyun quickly arranged the soldiers in a line formation. At this time, he looked at the Tangzhou wall. To his surprise, he actually saw cannons. This king of Wei chose to deploy artillery in Tangzhou instead of Pengu City. Isn't this deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? This Crazy Lu has really run out of luck. However, despite his complaints, he still had to think about how to solve this problem. According to his observation, there were a total of 10 cannons on the front of Tangzhou City, and the result of his scout's observation was that there were 10 cannons guarding all 4 city walls. Thus, his idea of attacking the city wall without artillery failed. Just as he was worried, the artillery captain of the Dengzhou army said, "General, don't forget that the artillery His Highness sold to the King of Wei was of the worst quality. Some of them don't even have a range of 400 meters, while our field artillery can fire out to 3 miles. Our artillery can simply destroy their artillery. Boom, boom, boom." The roar of field artillery broke the silence of the battlefield. After the artillery captain suggested using artillery to destroy the artillery, Yi Qingyun immediately took this approach. Because it is located on a flat plain, Tangzhou City has no strategic locations on all sides. At this moment, Yi Qingyun is in a rice field that has just been harvested. At a glance, the view is very wide. Deploying the soldiers only 500 meters away from Tangzhou City, Yi Qingyun ordered artillery fire. More than 30 artillery pieces fired at the same time, and the shells hit the walls of Tangzhou City hard. Tangzhou City deployed 10 cannons on the front wall. The original purpose of these cannons was to guard against the Japanese invasion along the coast, but now they have become the first line of defense for Tangzhou City against the Dengzhou army. However, what King Wei and other vassal kings would not have thought of was that Xiao Ming had kept a trick up his sleeve for them from the very beginning. The Tangzhou soldiers who were originally preparing to use artillery to attack the Dengzhou army were shocked. The Dengzhou army's artillery seemed to have eyes, and every time it fired a shell, the shell would fall next to the artillerymen. For a time, the Tangzhou artillery suffered heavy casualties, and the artillery on the city wall was also knocked out of position by the shells. Moreover, the city wall of Tangzhou was far less solid than that of Pengu City, a strong military town. The front wall was quickly shattered, and the soldiers defending Tangzhou City were in chaos for a while. Forward, after dealing with the artillery on the city wall, Yi Qingyun ordered the soldiers to advance towards Tangzhou City. The soldiers stopped when they reached a position 200 meters outside the city. The artillerymen reloaded their ammunition and bombarded the city gate in front. The wooden city gate was unable to withstand the attack of the 12-pound cannon and soon collapsed under the artillery fire. At this time, Yi Qingyun led the soldiers to continue approaching the city wall. When they reached a position of 90 meters, he ordered the soldiers to shoot. At the same time, the Tangzhou soldiers also began to fight back with bows and arrows, but compared with the more than 10,000 soldiers using muskets, the Tangju archers on the city wall were insignificant. Under the fierce shooting, the Tangju soldiers on the Tangju city wall could not even raise their heads. At this time, a team of 1,000 people rushed into Tangju. The battlefield was filled with the roar of artillery and muskets. The soldiers in Tangju City had never seen such a large-scale war. The city gates that had previously resisted the enemy were no match for the artillery. Outside the battlefield, the people watched all this numbly. They looked at Tangju City like this when the Japanese pirates attacked the city, and they still look at Tangju City like this now. For them, it doesn't matter who rules Tangju City, because in their eyes, Tangju City is a place where the powerful and wealthy live, and it has nothing to do with them. In their hearts, there is only their own home. Yi Qingyun noticed this situation. Outside the battlefield, the people were watching the two sides fighting as if they were watching a play. Not a single citizen raised an arm to help Tangju City defend the city. He suddenly felt sad. Qingzhou was like this in the past, but now the people of Qingzhou are gradually awakening to the national consciousness of the country that is deliberately promoted in the newspapers. The saying that every man is responsible for the rise and fall of his country is no longer exclusive to the nobles and aristocrats. The common people gradually understand the profound meaning of this saying. What does the country have to do with me? This kind of national destruction talk has also been thrown into the dung heap, becoming a decadent language that everyone despises. Anyone who flatters this talk has ulterior motives. Charge! The people watching outside the city made Yi Qingyun suddenly realize the current situation in Tangju. If the officials and generals in Tangju were deeply loved by the people, how could these people be so indifferent? Presumably, these people must have had a hard life on a daily basis, and they had long hated the officials and wealthy families in the city. With such customs, the combat effectiveness of the army in Tangju City can be imagined. In addition, there have been several cases of generals fleeing Tangju City after the Japanese pirates landed, so Yi Qingyun's confidence increased greatly. At this moment, the charge sounded throughout Tangju City. After the 1,000-man team entered the city, Yi Qingyun led other soldiers to rush into the city. From the generals to the soldiers, all the Tangju soldiers were frightened by the fearless appearance of the Dengzhou soldiers. Facing the arrows from the top of the city wall, the Dengzhou soldiers in dark green robes were like a tiger among a flock of sheep. When they saw the Tangju soldiers coming to fight, they stood still and fired a round of volleys, then raised their bayonets, formed a tight formation, and rushed towards the enemy. For Qingzhou, for the bounty, Yi Qingyun shouted slogans. This sentence further stimulated the soldiers' bloodiness. Qingzhou meant loyalty, and the bounty meant a rich life. Before coming to Tangju, they had heard about the Southern Expeditionary Army. The spoils collected by the army in the expedition south of Pengu City totaled 3 million taels of silver, of which 300,000 taels were used to reward the soldiers. Except for the generals who received a little more, each soldier basically received 12 taels of silver. Just this one battle is equivalent to 2 years' salary as a soldier. At this time, whether for honor and loyalty or for money, they must take Tangju City. At this moment, the Dengzhou army fully demonstrated the advantages of combining hot weapons and cold weapons. When facing the enemy at a distance, the Dengzhou army stood still and fired, and then charged with bayonets after a volley of fire at close range. The Tangju army initially relied on its superior strength to try to prevent Dengzhou from entering the city. However, facing the Dengzhou army's combination of long-range and short-range tactics, the Tangju army suffered heavy casualties and soon collapsed. In order to save their lives, the soldiers lost their will to fight and fled in droves. For a time, Tangju City was in chaos. In the chaotic situation, the Dengzhou army was unstoppable and fought along the north gate all the way to the south gate. After a day and night of fierce fighting, the Dengzhou army completely occupied Tangju City. The military officially took over Tangju City. Yi Qingyun organized soldiers to repair the city walls and gates overnight. This time they attacked Tangju by surprise, and because of the advantage of artillery, they were able to enter the city quickly, which made many Tangju soldiers unable to react to what was happening. However, Tangju is an important port in Wei. There are thousands of large and small merchant ships anchored in the port, and now these merchant ships are under the control of Yue Yun. The king of Wei must be furious at the loss of Tangju, because this would cut off the foundation of his maritime trade. The distance from Jinling City to Tangju is about 400 miles. Yi Qingyun believes that the king of Wei will definitely send a large army to capture the city. Therefore, he had to repair the city defense in advance and let Yue Yun transport the city cannons on the warships to the city. In this way, the Tangju city would become an iron wall. Moreover, Tangju City was built by the sea, and with Yue Yun's warships responding on the sea, he was not worried about being cut off from supplies. Tangju City can provide supplies, and of course they can also transport supplies. According to Xiao Ming's order, he wants to build Tongzhou City into a bridgehead for attacking Jinling City. After issuing many orders, Yi Qingyun immediately sent soldiers to Qingzhou to report the battle situation in Tongzhou, and reported the details of the Tongzhou battle to Xiao Ming. As the saying goes, July is the hottest month of the year, which is a sign that the temperature turns from scorching hot to cooler. 3 days after the Battle of Tongzhou, news of the battle in Tongzhou reached Qingzhou, and during this period the converter steelmaking production line was also under steady construction. Your Highness, we've taken Tongzhou by surprise. Once the King of Wei realizes what's happening, he'll undoubtedly launch a massive attack. We should have Yue Yun lead a group of warships to cruise the river near Jinling City to intimidate the King of Wei. At the same time, we should have Lu Fei send cavalry to Huzhou to feint an attack to tie down the King of Wei's forces. According to the current military system, the Tongzhou battle report was first delivered to Niu Ben. After receiving the report, Niu Ben discussed the matter with Xiao Ming as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded. The location of Tongzhou is modern Nantong, a place facing the sea in the east and the river in the south. From the Yangtze River south of Tongzhou to the west is the city of Jinling, where the Prince of Wei's palace is located. This time he took Tongzhou in revenge for the King of Wei seizing his merchant ships, and also to drive a nail into the heart of Wei, a nail that would always hurt the King of Wei. At the same time, completely controlling Tongzhou means that he has a stable coastal supply point, and this maritime trade also has a transit station. When it comes to defending a city, who can compare to my soldiers? This time, I asked Yue Yun to bring 500 city defense cannons. These are all regular cannons, not the export cannons sold to the King of Wei. Even if he wanted to use the Dengzhou army's method of breaking the city, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do it. Yes, our artilleryman destroyed his artillery in the first place, Niu Ben said with a smile. Now he finally understood why Xiao Ming had specially produced a batch of export-oriented artillery. It turns out that he had considered today's situation at that time. After handing the battle report sent by Yi Qingyun to Niu Ben, Xiao Ming said, since that's the case, we should follow the governor's instructions and order the Southern Expeditionary Forces to launch a feint attack on Huzhou. Yes, Your Highness, Niu Ben responded and turned to leave. After watching Niu Ben leave, Xiao Ming looked at the map of Dayu Kingdom hanging in the main hall. At this time, the fiefdom of King Wei was marked by him. There are 13 states in Wei, among which Pengu is a large state in the north. Now that he controls Pengu, it is equivalent to controlling 1/10 of Wei's northern territory. Now he has occupied Tongzhou, and now there are only 11 states left out of the 13 states. As for Huzhou, it is the contemporary Huyan area, closely adjacent to Pengu, which is exactly where he is going to attack next. However, it seemed that in view of the failure of the Battle of Pengu, the King of Wei not only sent more troops to Huzhou this time, but also transported 50 cannons to be mounted on the city walls of Huzhou. Xiao Ming remained calm about the King of Wei's reaction. After all, no matter how many artillery pieces the King of Wei brought out, they posed no threat to him. It can even be said that Xiao Ming is not afraid of any army in Dayu. His army can fight against top armies like the barbarians, so how could he be afraid of these armies that are terrified of the barbarians? His only worry was that these forces would unite to attack him. He could handle it easily in a one-on-one fight. After all, his firearms unit had been established for almost 2 years. Neither the soldier's mentality nor the army's regularization can be compared with these armies that are still stuck in the era of cold weapons and have poor organization and discipline. He had already drawn an X on Pengu on the map, and now he drew another X on Tongzhou. The two X's were one in the south and one in the north, just like a huge mouth ready to swallow up the King of Wei's fiefdom. While thinking about the next strategy for Wei, Pang Yukun arrived at the main hall after reporting. Your Highness, the supplies that Lord Fei sent from Pengu have arrived, including grain, cloth, salt, tea, raw silk, and porcelain. Although the wealthy families in Pengu took away a lot of gold and silver, most of their property was left behind. In addition to these things, there are also tens of thousands of oxen. Lord Fei asked this old minister to ask Your Highness whether these oxen should be kept in Pengu City or sent to the territory of Fengguo. Pang Yukun said in one breath. Of course it should be left to the people of Pengu. Isn't Pengu my fiefdom now? Xiao Ming asked back. Pang Yukun didn't react for a moment, but then he suddenly realized it. He smiled bitterly and said, this old minister is confused. Your Highness is now planning to merge Pengu into the feudal state. How can you favor one over the other? Xiao Ming nodded. That's the point. When you write back to Lord Fei, tell him that all affairs in Pengu will be handled according to the rules of a feudal state, prefecture, or county, and that the people of Pengu should be integrated into the feudal state as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness, Pang Yukun said. After a pause, Pang Yukun continued, Your Highness, now that the 3-year period has passed, it's time to collect the agricultural tax. I promised the people of my fiefdom a 3-year tax exemption, so the deadline has indeed arrived. But how is the harvest this year? Compared with last year's drought, this year's grain harvest can be considered a bumper one. Moreover, the counties and cities near Kingju have conducted large-scale trial planting of potatoes, and the harvest has been quite good. The people don't have to worry about food and drink anymore, Pang Yukun said with a smile. In his opinion, the current feudal country is truly thriving. The people have no worries about food and clothing, live and work in peace and contentment, and even have extra money to buy various goods. Nowadays, soap, salt, sugar, and other supplies sold by the Chamber of Commerce are the most popular in the closed-off country, which shows that the people in the closed-off country still have some spare money. Then the agricultural tax will begin to be collected. Xiao Ming pondered and said that he could not be so generous now. The army was spending a huge amount of money on wars. The bullets and shells fired all cost money, not to mention the warships, artillery, and muskets that were constantly being built. The innovation of military equipment has been rapid during this period, but this was achieved on the premise that Xiao Ming increased the proportion of military expenditure. And the most important point is that after the Changen rebellion, prices soared, and the prices of all kinds of materials doubled, which also caused the huge military expenditure to become a financial burden on the fiefdom. Moreover, with the refinement of government affairs, government expenditures have also increased. At the same time, there are officials throughout the feudal states. In order to popularize education, he has been making a loss to gain publicity. All these factors forced him to levy agricultural taxes. After all, in a social system where farming was the mainstay, agricultural taxes were still the bulk of the tax burden. However, even though agricultural taxes need to be levied, they should not be too harsh. The result of his discussion with Pang Yukun was to take only 1/10 of each acre of land, which would be enough to ensure that the lives of the people would not be affected. Yes, Your Highness, in this case, I will post a notice and ask Kingju newspaper to publish this matter in the newspaper, Pang Yukun said after a moment of hesitation. Xiao Ming nodded. Also, the taxes must be clearly defined. All prefectures and governments are not allowed to collect taxes arbitrarily under false pretenses. Otherwise, don't blame me for resorting to violence.
Yes, Your Highness.
Pang Yukun looked serious. As the chief minister of the cabinet, he was in charge of the affairs of the feudal state, so his first priority was to find money for the treasury. Now, if there is any place that needs to spend money, Xiao Ming will go to him first. Because of this, he always remembers the time when the agricultural tax will be restored, and Xiao Ming's mention of this official is not without purpose. In fact, the taxation system in Dayu Kingdom was quite chaotic. 3 years ago, there were many irregularities in the collection of agricultural taxes by government offices across the kingdom. Some officials were so bold as to collect more taxes, which aroused the indignation of the people. Like Xiao Ming, he was also worried about the restoration of the agricultural tax. After all, the agricultural tax was paid to the local government office, and based on his many years of experience in officialdom, there would definitely be officials who would make a fuss about the loss. In the kingdom of Dayu, this loss has always been extremely prevalent. Simply put, when the people paid grain, they would use a bucket to weigh it. During the weighing process, some grain would inevitably spill on the ground. The government did not allow the people to pick up these grains, so it was called loss. What's worse, some officials would kick the bucket at the last minute, causing the grain to fall to the ground. In this way, the people would have to make up for the missing amount, which meant that the people had to pay more grain, and these losses become the officials' own pockets. Xiao Ming mentioned this matter now to remind him that the ills in the officialdom of Dayu Kingdom must not be repeated in the officialdom of the vassal state. Otherwise, what difference will the corrupt officialdom of Dayu Kingdom make? After agreeing to this matter, Pang Yukun was ready to go back. At this time, Li Kaiyuan arrived at the government office under the guidance of a servant. Upon seeing Pang Yukun, Li Kaiyuan said, "Prime Minister Pang, I was just looking for you. Could you please give the raw silk, porcelain, and tea sent from Pengju to the Chamber of Commerce? I'm about to start a business deal with the Dutch, and I'm in urgent need of these goods." "I can give it to you, but you have to change it into silver and fill it into the treasury." The muscles on Pang Yukun's face trembled and he looked reluctant. "Ha, don't worry, Pang Changshi, that's for sure. No matter how much money I make, I will eventually hand it over to you," Lord Right Li Kaiyuan said with a smile. Pang Yukun shook his head. Li Kaiyuan was always smooth-talking. He said, "I'll go back and arrange this matter." Li Kaiyuan bowed when he heard this. Pang Yukun turned to leave. Li Kaiyuan then turned to Xiao Ming and said, "Your Highness, the Dutch merchant ship has arrived at the port of Dengzhou. The Dutch envoy told me that this transaction will only be conducted in silver. I am undecided, so I came to ask Your Highness. Go tell the Dutch that we only want half of the silver, and let him exchange the remaining half for goods." For Xiao Ming, actual goods are more practical than silver now, but with the prosperity of the fiefdom's business, hard currency like silver is also indispensable, so after weighing the pros and cons, he took half of each. So what kind of goods does your highness need? Li Kaiyuan asked. Saltpeter, sulfur, iron ore, exchange the remaining silver for these, Xiao Ming said. These are the strategic materials he needs most now. Li Kaiyuan nodded and continued to say to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, in addition to this, I plan to send a merchant ship to Chu to sell Kingzhu's goods there. This time, in addition to the usual goods, we've also added white sugar and pendulum clocks. Oh, are you going to sell the pendulum clocks too? Xiao Ming asked. Yes, Your Highness, the clock workshop has already produced 100 pendulum clocks. The merchants in Chu are very fond of these goods and have asked us to ship them to Chu. Please pay all the silver. Xiao Ming asked, How much silver did you sell each of these pendulum clocks for? Li Kaiyuan sighed and said, If it were in the past, I would have been able to buy one for 50,000 taels. However, with the turmoil in the world now, even if this pendulum clock is exquisitely crafted, it would be hard to sell it for that much money. I can only sell it for 30,000 taels now. It's already pretty good. In that case, you should go out more often so you can earn more money, Xiao Ming said. Li Kaiyuan nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness, we have found buyers for all 100 units this time. Chu took up half of the demand and the rest were bought by locals in Kingzhu. Since when did Kingzhu have so many wealthy people? Xiao Ming asked in confusion. Your Highness, this isn't surprising. Firstly, most of the powerful people in Changen have fled to Kingzhu. Secondly, merchants from all over Dayu have settled in Kingzhu recently, so naturally there are more people with some spare cash. Li Kaiyuan said with a smile, Just now, the Wei family restaurant is full every day, and the number of merchants joining the Chamber of Commerce has increased several times over. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with the situation described by Li Kaiyuan. Now that the Dayu kingdom was in chaos, merchants all wanted to find a safe place to settle down. There was no doubt that Kingzhu was the place they most wanted to go. It was also for this reason that merchants gathered in large numbers at one time, and because of Kingzhu's comfortable living environment and prosperous trade, some powerful people were also keen to come here. The arrival of these people naturally brought a lot of wealth, but now all this wealth is in the hands of these people, so he has to think of a way to make these people spend a lot of money in Kingzhu. Thinking of this, countless modern ways of making money immediately appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. In fact, the reason why these people settled in Kingzhu was the same as the immigration of modern rich people. In modern times, every country likes rich people to settle in their own country because it means the arrival of wealth, and now he naturally cannot waste this opportunity. Well, that's great. In that case, the Chamber of Commerce must recruit members as quickly as possible during this period and also produce more luxury goods to sell to them, Xiao Ming said with a wicked smile. Your Highness, this is my forte, Li Kaiyuan said happily. The two chatted for a while before Li Kaiyuan left. The main reason why Li Kaiyuan came to him this time was trade with the Dutch. The subsequent matters were just mentioned in passing. After all, the maritime trade with the Dutch was the focus. And just as he thought, the main goods the Dutch wanted now were raw silk, porcelain and tea, all three of which were in short supply in Kingzhu, but were abundant in Wei. Thinking of this, his determination to take over Wei became stronger. As long as he took over Wei, the financial resources of the fiefdom would be stabilized, which would provide a solid foundation for him to seize the northern territory. The king of Xiao is now determined to conquer Shu with the same idea, wanting a stable source of food supply. The north has become increasingly cold in recent years, and food has become increasingly scarce. Although they do not understand what the Little Ice Age is, they are very clear about the actual food production. In Xiao Ming's opinion, King Xiao must have sensed this when he decided to take action at this time. A gust of wind blew in from outside the main hall. The cool breeze brought Xiao Ming back to his senses from his thoughts. Now that his soldiers were fighting for him outside, he could only work hard on domestic affairs and develop industry in his fiefdom to provide them with strong support. At the same time, in order to face the current situation and future foreign wars, he decided to implement military service. This kind of military service is somewhat similar to modern conscription, in that all citizens within the borders of the country must serve in the military for 2 years. For him, this is not only for reserve soldiers, but also to elevate military service to a higher level and let the people realize that being a soldier is a very honorable thing. Thinking of this, he began to draft the military service law and planned to promote it together with the agricultural tax so that the people would have this concept in mind. That night, he and Pengu met again. After discussing, they went to the newspaper office and published the matters of agricultural tax and military service in the newspaper, and publicized it to the people of the feudal state the next day. While the two were busy with internal affairs, Yue Yun, who received the order, led half of the warships from Tongzhou and headed towards Jinling City along the Yangtze River. This time they wanted to teach King Wei a lesson. In order to cooperate with Yi Qingyun, Lu Fei also sent 5,000 cavalrymen from Pengu City to Huzhou. For a moment, it seemed like a storm was about to come. After the fall of Tongzhou, King Wei was strangely angry, but just as he was preparing to assemble his troops, news of Lu Fei's unusual movements and the warships in the Yangtze River came one after another. This put him in a dilemma. Is God going to kill me? In the main hall of the Prince of Wei's palace, the Prince of Wei sat in the first seat, and below him were his civil and military family members. The situation in Wei was getting worse day by day, and people were now in panic. Your Highness, the King of Qi's army is unstoppable. We are no match for them. Pengu and Tongzhou fell in a single day, demonstrating the power of the Qi army. Yes, Your Highness, if this continues, our Wei kingdom will be destroyed. We can't continue to fight the King of Qi like this. It's not too late to mend our relationship with the King of Qi. Your Highness, for the sake of the people of Wei, please think twice. The officials in the main hall spoke of seeking peace one after another, and the King of Wei's face gradually became embarrassed. At this time, the young man standing at the head of the officials stepped forward and said, Father, all the officials can see clearly now that we are no match for the King of Qi. We cannot continue to fight him like this. Please send an envoy to Wei to seek peace. The young man was Xiao Han, the eldest son of King Wei. Seeing that the land of Wei was being eroded day by day, the officials nominated Xiao Han to tell the King of Wei about this matter. Hanner, even you King Wei felt sad when he saw that his son was now standing with a group of officials seeking peace. With a sharp gasp, the King of Wei said, Xiao Qi has already been sent as an envoy to form an alliance with the kings of Yan, Xiao, and Liang. Are you all frightened now? Father, let's not talk about the fact that Xiao Qi may not be able to succeed in the alliance. Even if he succeeds, the preparations of troops by the four parties will be enough for Xiao Ming to reach Jinling City. Now Tongzhou has been lost, and Qingzhu's fleet is heading towards Jinling City. If the Qingzhou army lands at the foot of Jinling City, can we hold on? Xiao Han said. In his heart, he has always had a deep prejudice against Xiao Qi. He is the prince of King Wei, but Xiao Qi has always overshadowed him over the years, making him almost non-existent. This time, he opposed the war with King Qi from the very beginning, and instead tried his best to persuade them to form an alliance with Xiao Ming, but his suggestions were all rejected. Now, because of the successive victories of the King of Qi's army, a number of officials and generals gradually stood on his side, and his power became unprecedentedly strong. There is no need to talk about this anymore. I will not surrender to Xiao Ming until Xiao Qi comes back. King Wei flicked his sleeves and walked directly out of the main hall, no longer paying attention to the civil and military officials. After the King of Wei left, the officials gathered around Xiao Han. The governor of Huzhou said, Your Highness, what should we do? The King of Qi's cavalry is now circling outside Huzhou City and could attack at any time. If we wait any longer, Huzhou City will be gone. Yes, our Yangzhou is very close to Tongzhou, and we are also facing the threat of Tongzhou Qi Wang's army at any time. Another official said. Xiao Han sneered, Father, you won't cry until you see the coffin, and you won't turn back until you hit the wall. Humph, what else can we do now? We can only wait for Xiao Qi to come back. Many officials were still worried. One official said to Xiao Han, Your Highness, as long as you can get the King of Qi to withdraw his troops, we will all support you. A smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips. He understood what these officials meant. These people are all children of wealthy families in the prefectures and counties. What they care about most now is their own piece of land. The example of Pengu City is right in front of them. After losing Pengu City, the Mi family, the Lu family, and other wealthy families were like dogs that had lost their homes, and Mi Wenyi was even beheaded directly. The tragic scene of the Mi family made them feel a little sad. Now the only thing they wanted was to keep their own territory, so they said this in a subtle way to tell him that as long as he could stop fighting and seek peace with the King of Qi, they were willing to support him to ascend to the throne of King of Wei. The example of Changen was right before their eyes, so these officials naturally thought of following suit. Thank you all for your kindness. I know what I'm doing. If the situation becomes critical, I'll have to rely on you. Xiao Han said it in the same obscure way. Now many officials have left, and those who remain are people with like-minded ideas. As everyone was talking, suddenly a rumbling sound was heard. This sound seemed like thunder from afar. Gradually, they heard the difference. Xiao Han said, Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. The King of Qi's fleet will arrive as soon as he is spoken. The officials were already terrified, and now the Qi King's army was haunting them like a nightmare, making them unable to sleep peacefully. Jinling City and Tongzhou are generally built along the river, but unlike Tongzhou City, Jinling City is farther away from the river. Accompanied by a group of officials, Xiao Han climbed onto the city wall. From the wall, he looked out at the river. 12 huge warships were bombarding the dock on the shore. From the wall, he could clearly see white smoke and flames rising. The King of Wei also climbed onto the city wall at this time. Looking at this scene, the King of Wei's face was extremely ugly. Now he could only watch these warships showing off their power, and he could not make any counterattack. Father, now you believe that the Qi King's army can directly attack Jinling City from here. Xiao Han advised, Father, it's not too late to form an alliance with the Qi King. The King of Wei's expression remained resolute. He said, it's too late to reverse the situation now. Even if we seek peace now, given Xiao Ming's character, do you think he will let my father go? Baju, when Xiao Qi came out of Prince Yan's mansion, he met Zhan Xingcheng head-on. He had met Zhan Xingcheng during his last diplomatic mission to Qingzhou and knew that Zhan Xingcheng was resourceful. There was no doubt about the purpose of Zhan Xingcheng's appearance here at this time. I didn't expect that the King of Qi was so well-informed and knew the King of Wei's plans so quickly. I just don't know if Governor Zhan also brought assassins to kill me. Xiao Qi sneered. Zhan Xingcheng had also met Xiao Qi. Just now, Xiao Qi deliberately used the words of Zhan the inspector to provoke him just to make him angry. He said, if I wanted to kill you, why would I come to Baju in person? Besides, you underestimate your highness too much. What you can do, we can do as well, and we can do it better, Zhan Xingcheng said. Xiao Qi's expression changed slightly. Zhan Xingcheng had already stated the purpose of his trip in simple words. He also came here to form an alliance. As for why Xiao Ming wanted to form an alliance, any discerning person could see that it was to join forces with the King of Yan to attack the King of Wei. After sneering twice, Zhan Xingcheng didn't want to say anything more to Xiao Qi. He turned and walked towards Prince Yan's mansion. Xiao Qi's reputation was immediately wrinkled. He had been in Baju for 5 days. During this time, he not only met the fourth prince but also met the King of Yan. However, despite his strenuous persuasion, the King of Yan was vague in his words. He seemed to agree but also seemed hesitant. But overall, what he meant was that if either the King of Liang or the King of Zhao agreed, he would send troops. So this time he planned to go to King Liang to lobby, because he also knew that King Liang had always secretly hated King Qi, and it would not be a problem to reach an alliance with him. This time he left, preparing to go to Liang, but now Zhan Xingcheng's arrival made him feel uneasy. This was the only way to save Wei. If it could not be achieved, Wei would fall into an irretrievable situation. Looking back at Prince Yan's mansion, Xiao Qi decided to go to Prince Liang. At Prince Yan's place, he had already explained the severity of the situation very clearly, and he believed that Prince Yan would not regret his decision. When Xiao Qi left, Zhan Xingcheng had already arrived at the main hall of Prince Yan's mansion, where Prince Yan was waiting for him. Are you Zhan Xingcheng? It is said that you also contributed to the Battle of Jizhu, King Yan said loudly. Zhan Xingcheng looked up at King Yan. In his eyes, King Yan was thin, with a long face and a wide mouth. He looked a little ugly, like a donkey. Your Highness, the Prince of Yan, is me. However, the credit for the Battle of Jizhu belongs to your Highness, not me, Zhan Xingcheng said cautiously. The King of Yan stared at Zhan Xingcheng and said, first it was the King of Wei, and now it's the King of Qi. What's going on now? What brought you all here? Zhan Xingcheng thought that Prince Yan was indeed an old fox. He was asking questions even though he knew the answer. As soon as Xiao Qi left, Prince Yan pretended to know nothing. Then Zhan Xingcheng said, Your Highness, the King of Qi sent me here not for any other reason, but to bring you a great gift. Oh, it's rare to see such a grand gift from the King of Qi. Tell me about it, the King of Yan said with a smile. Zhan Xingcheng said calmly, Shuzhu. Shuzhu. A gleam flashed in Prince Yan's eyes, which was noticed by Zhan Xingcheng. That's right, it's Shuzhu and Wei. Your Highness has always been thinking about Shuzhu. Now His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi is willing to work with your Highness to take Shuzhu and give this place to your Highness. Zhan Xingcheng said. The King of Yan remained calm on the surface. He said, this Shuzhu is the ancestral home of the Zheng family. However, the affairs of our ancestors are, after all, the affairs of our ancestors. When it comes to me, some things must be put aside. I don't want to start a war over this matter. Besides, even if I take Shuzhu, it is not certain who will own it in the end. After saying that, King Yan took a sip of tea and waited for Zhan Xingcheng to speak. So the King of Yan has decided to join forces with the King of Wei to deal with us, Zhan Xingcheng asked calmly. The King of Yan blew out a breath of hot air and said calmly, I am not stupid. I know clearly whether Shuzhu is more important or the safety of Yan. If I sit back and watch the King of Qi swallow up the entire Wei land for the sake of Shuzhu, the King of Qi will have to deal with me next. Zhan Xingcheng became more cautious. The King of Yan saw through it very clearly, and this was exactly their next plan. But does the King of Yan really think that the armies from all 4 directions can conquer Qi? Perhaps not, but it would be enough to severely damage Qi's vitality and prevent it from encroaching on the lands of other vassal kings. The King of Yan knocked on the table, and the other vassal kings are equally powerful. Even if they were to fight each other, it wouldn't be as easy as the king of Qi annexing Wei. Therefore, I would rather trust the king of Wei than dig my own grave for a short-term gain. Zhan Xingcheng secretly thought it was not good. The Prince of Yan was unusually calm and insightful. He said, "What if your highness and Wei have eased relations? Don't forget, the Prince of Wei and your highness are both royal relatives. This war was just because of some unpleasant things. It's like a couple fighting at the head of the bed and making up at the foot of the bed." Ha ha ha, the king of Yan suddenly burst into laughter. If I didn't know Xiao Qi's identity, I might have believed you. But now that I know his identity, I understand that the king of Wei will definitely not ask for peace with Xiao Ming. Xiao Qi's identity, Zhan Xingcheng looked puzzled. The Prince of Yan didn't seem to intend to hide this matter. He said directly, "This Xiao Qi is none other than the son of Prince Ning." Back then, Xiao Wengshuan killed Prince Ning for his own throne. Prince Wei hid his son and raised him by his side. It can be said that Prince Wei had long harbored rebellious intentions. Prince Qi is Xiao Wengshuan's son, so how could Prince Wei surrender to him? Although Prince Wei is extravagant, I know that he is still a bit stubborn. Zhan Xingcheng looked shocked. He had also heard about the Ning Wang case. After hearing what Yan Wang said, he finally understood why Wei Wang refused to form an alliance with Xiao Ming. It turned out that in his heart, he had always held hatred towards Xiao Wengshuan and his descendants. So that's how it is. Zhan Xingcheng narrowed his eyes, but he still had a trump card. He believed that King Yan would not refuse, because under the current situation, this was something everyone wanted. After a moment's hesitation, Zhan Xingcheng rolled his eyes and said, "In fact, His Highness the Prince of Qi has long known Xiao Qi's identity, so the war with the Prince of Wei is nothing more than a personal grudge. His Highness has no intention of fighting for the world, but only wants to guard his own fiefdom and live freely. To prove His Highness's innocence, His Highness has instructed me to pass on the technology of making muskets to you in Yan." King Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his heart beat violently a few times. It must be said that this condition was too tempting. Firearms skills, seriously. Prince Yan stood up from his seat and walked towards Zhan Xingcheng. He couldn't help but get excited. "That's right," said Zhan Xingcheng. "According to the information obtained by the secret guards, King Xiao has mastered the technology of rolling iron to forge matchlock guns. So for the Dayu Kingdom, this matchlock gun forging technology is no longer a secret. It's worthwhile to exchange a technology that is not a secret for some benefits." Although the King of Yan and the King of Liang did not seem to be making any rash moves, both of them had always been very eager for firearms technology, and most of the spies captured in Qingzhou were from Yan and Liang. From this he judged that the King of Yan must be very likely to have the technology to forge the matchlock gun. Smiling, Zhan Xingcheng said, "Your Highness Prince of Yan should now believe in your sincerity. The Prince of Qi has entrusted all his skills to you." "Then how do you plan to hand over the firearms technology to me?" asked King Yan. "It's very simple. Your Highness can send craftsmen to Qingzhou. We will definitely teach these craftsmen how to produce matchlock guns. When these craftsmen return to Yan, Your Highness can make matchlock guns by himself," Zhan Xingcheng said. The King of Yan was finally confused, and his determination began to waver. Did he want to suppress Xiao Ming or acquire the technology of the matchlock gun? These two questions made him anxious and uncomfortable. After a pause, he said, "Your Excellency, why don't you stay in Baju for a few days? I will give you 2 days to think about it before giving you a reply." "In that case, I will go. I hope Your Highness can make a wise decision," Zhan Xingcheng said with a smile. King Yan forced a smile and bowed to Zhan Xingcheng. Zhan Xingcheng understood and turned to leave. After watching Zhan Xingcheng leave, King Yan suddenly said, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the fourth prince and 2 young men walked out of the cabinet in the main hall. The older of the 2 young men said, "Dad, do we even need to choose? Of course it's the matchlock. As long as we have the matchlock, we can fight for the world. Otherwise, even if we destroy Xiao Ming, there are still the King of Xiao, the King of Liang, the King of Wei, and in the south there's the King of Chu. How can we be their opponent then?" "That's right, Dad. The King of Wei has a grudge against Xiao Ming, but the King of Wei also has a grudge against us. If we help him destroy Xiao Ming, isn't that helping him? In my opinion, it would be better to let Xiao Ming torture the King of Wei half to death this time, but we can't let Xiao Ming completely annex Wei. In this way, Xiao Ming's strength cannot expand quickly, and the King of Wei will also be seriously injured," another young man said. The fourth prince's opinion differed from the others. He said, "Uncle, we must not fall into Xiao Ming's trap. This alliance between the King of Wei and the other states is our chance to eliminate Xiao Ming in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if we give Xiao Ming any more time, no one in the world will be able to defeat him. Letting him go now would undoubtedly be a disaster." The King of Yan paced back and forth. He said, "You all have your reasons, but I am in a dilemma now. If I make a wrong move this time, the land of Yan will be doomed. Father, don't hesitate any longer. If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. If it weren't for muskets, it wouldn't be difficult for King Xiao and King Liang to destroy Yan. After all, they have barbarians behind them. But if we were equipped with muskets and cannons, things would be different. Then we might still have a chance of survival. That's right, father. You have to consider the overall situation. The two sons of King Yan tried their best to persuade him. The fourth prince wanted to interrupt, but when he saw the cold looks in their eyes, he stopped talking immediately. Although he fled from Changen to Baju this time, the honor that once belonged to a prince was no longer there. Now he lived in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Although he was called the fourth prince, he no longer had the rights of a prince. The two sons of King Yan also treated him rudely many times, which made him gradually realize that he was just an outsider. Faced with his son's instigation, the King of Yan became more and more tempted, but he remained calm and said, "Tomorrow I will summon the civil and military officials to discuss this matter." After saying this, King Yan turned and left. He wanted to calm down and think about this matter carefully. Suddenly, only the second and fourth princes of Yan were left in the palace. The eldest prince of Yan said sarcastically, "Fourth prince, you should not get involved in the affairs of Yan. After all, you are the prince of Dayu. You should go to Changen to inquire about Changen's affairs." "That's right. Maybe the 13th prince will grant you a piece of territory if he's happy," said the second son of King Yan. The fourth prince's face turned pale and then dark. He finally understood what it meant to live under someone else's roof. The two laughed for a while, turned around and walked out. Before leaving, they deliberately bumped into the fourth prince. Looking at the arrogant appearance of the two men, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the fourth prince. He had never suffered such humiliation before. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly vowed in his heart that he would deal with the two men. The next day, the King of Yan summoned all the civil and military officials to inquire about the envoys from Qi and Wei. To the king's surprise, the officials all chose matchlock guns. However, in order to limit Xiao Ming's growth, a group of ministers also gave him a very sinister idea. That afternoon, King Yan summoned Zhan Xingqing again. "I have decided to agree to the conditions proposed by the King of Qi," said the King of Yan. Zhan Xingqing was overjoyed. "Your Highness, this is truly a wise decision." King Yan waved his hand and continued, "But I have one condition." "Your Highness, please speak." "From now on, the King of Qi must stop annexing Wei territory and maintain the existing cities. Otherwise, even if we don't need the musket technology, we will attack Qi together with the King of Wei," said the King of Yan. Zhan Xingqing frowned. This King of Yan was too insidious and cunning. He was planning to take advantage of the situation while preventing Xiao Ming from completely occupying Wei and strengthening his power. This question was too serious, and Zhan Xingqing was unable to respond for a moment. He said, "This matter can only be discussed with your Highness after I return to Qingzhou after my trip to Xiao." "I am not in a hurry about this." King Yan looked as if he had Zhan Xingqing in his grasp. Upon hearing this, Zhan Xingqing nodded and turned to leave. After returning to the inn, Zhan Xingqing immediately sent someone to deliver the conditions of Prince Yan back. At the same time, he prepared to set off for Changen, which was the last stop of his trip. As long as he could persuade Prince Xiao not to get involved in this matter, he would be relieved. By then, if the King of Yan is divided, only Liang and Wei will be left. Liang has the King of Yang to resist, so it is not a threat. The only one left is the King of Wei. Therefore, the most important thing now is the attitude of King Xiao. After all, King Xiao is currently the strongest vassal king except Xiao Ming. After packing up their belongings, Zhan Xingqing and his party headed towards Changen. At the same time, Zhan Xingqing's achievements in Yan were also reported to Qingzhou. Xiao Ming's final attitude would determine whether a major melee would break out in the north. The King of Yan is indeed cunning. In the Qingzhou government office, Fiji was looking at the letter sent by Zhan Xingqing. He had just returned from Pengu yesterday. Now the Pengzhou government office was officially in operation, and the governor of Pengzhou had taken over all government affairs, big and small. There was no need for him to stay any longer. Pang Yukun said, "The Prince of Yan wants to acquire the matchlock technology while also trying to contain us. His intentions are truly sinister, but he has indeed presented us with a difficult problem." Xiao Ming had a gloomy face. The situation he least wanted to see had occurred. Judging from the reaction of King Yan, King Xiao would probably be very afraid of his annexation of Wei. Sure enough, 10 days later, Zhan Xingqing returned from Changen and brought King Xiao's reply. "Your Highness, now only Prince Liang has agreed to Xiao Qi's proposal for an alliance. The attitudes of Prince Xiao and Prince Yan are wavering, and they are just waiting for our reply," Zhan Xingqing said. "Then what are King Xiao's conditions?" Xiao Ming asked. Zhan Xingqing said, "After meeting with the King of Xiao this time, he originally wanted to threaten your Highness with the issue of the coalition. However, when I mentioned the alliance with the King of Chu, the King of Xiao changed his mind. Now he is demanding that your highness stop encroaching on Wei territory. After taking a breath, he continued, this time the king of Wei spent a lot of money to get reinforcements. It is said that in order to do so, he asked Xiao Qi to send more than 80 taels of silver to the king of Xiao. However, the king of Xiao and the king of Shu are currently at war, and he is unwilling to fight on both sides. So now only King Liang is willing to send troops, Xiao Ming asked. Yes, your highness, the most important thing now is the attitude of the Prince of Yan. If he also withdraws his troops, this coalition will essentially fail. Xiao Ming paced back and forth. Now that the vassal kings of Dayu Kingdom have established themselves, each vassal king has his own interests, and no vassal king wants to see other vassal kings become too powerful. If he had not acted so aggressively, it would probably be King Xiao who would be attacked. After thinking it over carefully, he said to Zhan Xingcheng, in that case, we will agree to the King of Yan's conditions and provide him with matchlock gun technology. Your Highness, if this is the case, do we have to give up our strategy of attacking Wei? Niu Ben was also in the government office. He was very unhappy about this matter. Now that the Southern Expedition Army and the Dengzhou Army were making great progress, it was time to pursue the victory. Fiji and Pang Yukon are both old foxes. They looked at each other and seemed to see through Xiao Ming's strategy. In order to avoid being besieged by the coalition, we can only temporarily agree to this condition. Now that we have obtained Pengu City and Tangzhou City, we also need time to completely transform these two places. Now that the King of Wei has involved the King of Zhao, the King of Yan, and the King of Liang, it seems that this time the coalition must sign an agreement. Xiao Ming looked at Zhan Xingcheng. Your Highness is very smart. Both King Yan and King Zhao proposed sending envoys to Qingzhou to let the envoys of the 5 parties jointly sign a ceasefire agreement in Qingzhou to maintain the status quo. Zhan Xingcheng said in surprise. Fiji said, this incident reminds me of the 6 kingdoms joining forces to attack Qin. The current situation is quite similar to that time. Ha ha ha, so we are now the strongest Qin, Xiao Ming said. Pang Yukon echoed, that's right. That's why these vassal kings are afraid of our continued strength. It seems that your highness's attack on Wei has really made them wary. In this situation, even if the king of Wei doesn't send people to join forces, I guess the other vassal kings will be restless. What Prime Minister Pang said is absolutely right. I have also seen this and am prepared to take advantage of them. Since they want a contract, we will give it to them. After Pengzhou and Tangzhou are stabilized, we will continue to take over other cities in Wei, Xiao Ming said loudly. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now the initiative of attack or defense was in their hands. Now Pengzhou has a population of 500,000 and Tangzhou has a population of 200,000. Now they only need time to recruit soldiers from the two places and train them into an army. Once they add another 50,000 troops, they will not be afraid even if the King of Zhao, the King of Liang, the King of Wei, and the King of Yan come together to attack them. Niu Ben sighed and said, even so I still feel disadvantaged. If we sign this ridiculous contract, then the King of Wei will be the only one who can attack us, and we won't be able to defeat him. Don't worry, Commander Niu. Since we are going to sign a contract, I will naturally make them recognize our occupation of Pengzhou and Tangzhou. I also have an idea. Maybe we can take advantage of this opportunity to capture Huzhou. Xiao Ming already had a plan in mind, and then he told it to Pang Yukon and others. After everyone heard this, Fiji was astonished. He said, I didn't expect that writing could be done this way. This humble official has really broadened his horizons. If this is the case, the King of Wei and the other vassal kings will really have a hard time. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. This time it was not because Xiao Ming was cowardly that he signed the armistice agreement. In fact, even if the 4 kings attacked, he would not necessarily lose. It was just that he never forgot that the barbarians were always keeping an eye on the changes in Dayu Kingdom. Even if he won at that time, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and the 4 kings would suffer heavy losses, which was exactly what the barbarians wanted to see most. Once this happens, he will no longer have the energy to deal with the real enemies of Dayu Kingdom. Therefore, at this time he must avoid King Wei's strategy of forming an alliance. After all, he has already gained the advantage and only needs to digest the fruits of victory. Once his strength increases further, he will be able to completely annex Wei in a very short period of time, leaving the King of Yan and others no time to react. As for now, he still needs time to digest the seized land and population, and most importantly, he is preparing to seize an overseas food supply base, the Changen Kingdom, which is currently controlled by Japan. In this era, the big island opposite Fuzhou was called Ryukyu, and the series of islands between Ryukyu and Wakoku was called the Three Mountains Kingdom, which was later known as Okinawa and its nearby islands. According to the information provided by Wang Xuan, the population of the Changen Kingdom is 200,000. Now the Changen Kingdom is forced to pay tribute to the Wa Kingdom, and provide a large amount of food to Yamada Nobunaga every year. The food provided by the Sanshin Kingdom helped Yamada Nobunaga a lot during the time when Yamada Nobunaga unified the Wa Kingdom. In contemporary history, successive dynasties have missed the opportunity to regain this kingdom twice. Xiao Ming doesn't want to miss it now, not to mention that this is a place that can provide free food. Therefore, Xiao Ming also took this aspect into consideration when signing the armistice agreement. With a stable supply of food, he would not have to worry about logistical issues in the future. After agreeing on this matter, Xiao Ming said to Zhan Xingcheng, "This time you will be responsible for it to the end. Inform them now and tell them that I have agreed to their conditions. Ask them to send an envoy to Qingzhou to negotiate." "Yes, Your Highness," Zhan Xingcheng bowed and said. Time flies and it is August. After being busy for more than half a month, Zhan Xingcheng conveyed Xiao Ming's idea to the 4 vassal kings, and the king of Xiao, the king of Yan, the king of Liang, and the king of Wei all sent envoys to Qingzhou to discuss the matter. At the same time, after 3 failures, the steel workshop produced the first alkaline converter. This news made Xiao Ming very excited. Negotiations are about to begin, and the success of the alkaline converter has given him more confidence in the negotiations. The large-scale production of steel will enable him to realize the innovation of military equipment as soon as possible. Just as he had planned, all he needed was some time. "Your Highness, this is the alkaline converter." In the hot steel workshop, Meng Qiu took Xiao Ming to a converter that was 2 meters high and 1.5 meters in diameter. Xiao Ming looked at the converter with satisfaction. The converter made by Meng Qiu consists of a frustum-shaped furnace cap, a cylindrical furnace body, and a spherical furnace bottom. Overall, it looks like a gyroscope. An ear shaft is cast on the steelmaking furnace to allow the converter to rotate to meet the processes of loading, tapping, slag pouring, etc. There is also an upward-slipping hole on the lower side of the converter, which is the air outlet. The converter steelmaking method currently adopted by steel workshops belongs to the side-blowing alkaline steelmaking method, which is the earliest method that appeared in the converter steelmaking period. The later bottom-blowing and top-blowing techniques have very high requirements, which he cannot achieve, but even so, this is enough to meet his current needs. The molten steel produced by this batch of converters is definitely of a much higher quality than the steel refined in the crucible. It can be said that with the current intensity of gunpowder, he is no longer afraid of exploding. In addition to the air outlet at the bottom of the side, there is also a small pipe on the top of the converter, which is the molten steel nozzle. Well, not bad, not bad. Xiao Ming was very satisfied after checking the converter up and down. In addition to the converter, the steel workshop also underwent a complete transformation. The converter was no longer placed on the ground, but on a bracket. The lower half of the bracket was cast in concrete, and the upper part was metal. The suspended converter can be rotated by craftsmen dragging the connected chains, and there are 2 facilities on one side of the bracket, one of which is used to pour raw materials into the converter, and the other is used to produce steel. Overall, the equipment in the Ganti workshop is still somewhat primitive. After all, it will take a long time before the equipment can be automated. Meng Qiu was quite satisfied with his results. All his hard work had paid off. He was now preparing to build a second converter production line. "Your Highness, we have tried steelmaking, and the quality of the steel we produced is much better than before. The problems with phosphorus and sulfur in crucible steelmaking have finally been solved." "Really, you guys are pretty fast," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Meng Qiu said, "Your Highness, the only troublesome part is the furnace lining. The other equipment is very simple, so it is a little faster." "Having said that, it would be impossible without your hard work day and night, but this is just the beginning. You still have to keep working hard. I hope you can reduce the cost of steel," Xiao Ming said. "Your Highness, if I cannot significantly increase the output with the converter steelmaking method, Your Highness will throw me into this furnace to be refined together." Meng Qiu made the promise with a touch of humor. With a hint of a smile, Xiao Ming said, "If that's the case, what's the difference between me and a tyrant? But if the job doesn't go well, I'll definitely replace him." "Yes, Your Highness," Meng Qiu said with a smile. He wandered around the steel workshop for a while, and at this time Zhan Xingcheng sent someone to look for him. Originally, Xiao Ming was planning to chat with the envoys from all directions and sign a contract today, but because he was happy, he put the matter aside and came here specially. When Zhan Xingcheng looked for someone, he found out that Xiao Ming was no longer in the palace, so he sent someone to look for Xiao Ming. After giving a few more instructions to Meng Qiu, Xiao Ming slowly headed towards the Qingzhou government office. When he arrived, he found Zhan Xingcheng arguing fiercely with 4 envoys. "What's going on? When did the government office become a busy city?" Xiao Ming said as he walked in. Zhan Xingcheng saw Xiao Ming coming and said, Your Highness, we were just discussing this contract. Xiao Ming nodded, and then he looked at the other 4 people. The envoy of King Wei was none other than Xiao Qi, and he also knew the envoy sent by King Xiao, who was actually Wang Zai, who served Queen Zhao. As for the envoys from King Yan and King Liang, he didn't know them. Noticing Xiao Ming's expression, the King of Yan's envoy came out and said, "I am Qi Zhang, the second son of the King of Yan, here to see your Highness." "It's the prince, please sit down, please sit down," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Qi Zhang took a seat as soon as he was told. Originally, he didn't have to come in person this time, but because the skill of the matchlock gun was too important, the King of Yan had no choice but to send his second son to Qingzhou. The envoy from King Liang wore a cold expression throughout his face. After the envoy from King Yan introduced himself, he said calmly, "I am Zheng Hao, meeting His Royal Highness the King of Qi." After Zheng Hao, Xiao Qi and Wang Zai each exchanged a few fake greetings with Xiao Ming. On the surface, the ceremony was over and the main topic began. The most indignant person this time was Xiao Qi. He ran around hard, but when he came back, the King of Yan and the King of Zhao both proposed humiliating conditions for Wei. At this time, he had to change his opinion of Xiao Ming. The true terms had already been agreed upon at the negotiation table. Qi Zhang and Wang Zai didn't want to waste time. After a moment's silence, Qi Zhang spoke first. "Your Highness, the purpose of our visit today is to ask Your Highness to stop the annexation of Wei territory. Since Your Highness has agreed to this, please write it down in black and white and use the contract as evidence." "That's right, you all understand the situation, so let's not waste any more time," Wang Zai also said. Xiao Qi was naturally aware that both the Prince of Yan and the Prince of Zhao had ulterior motives with Xiao Ming. He said, "Two envoys, whatever you promised His Highness has nothing to do with us. Since His Highness wants a truce, why not hand over Pengu and Tongzhu before discussing this matter?" Zheng Hao also said, "Envoy Xiao is absolutely right. Your Highness has captured 2 cities in Wei. How can we call for a truce without handing them over? This means Your Highness is taking advantage of everything." Xiao Ming said calmly, "So, you two are coming here to disagree with the ideas of King Yan, King Zhao, and me." "That's right, we will only cease fire if Your Highness hands over Pengu City and Tongzhu City," Xiao Qi said in a firm tone. Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Qi in surprise, and suddenly a playful smile appeared on his face. He then looked at Qi Zhang and Wang Zai. "You've seen it too. The King of Wei is being aggressive. It seems that this truce agreement cannot be signed." Qi Zhang and Wang Zai were suddenly annoyed. Their goal was to weaken the King of Wei, and at the same time tie Xiao Ming's hands and feet. They didn't want their good deeds to be ruined because of the 2 cities of the King of Wei. "Xiao Qi, what do you mean?" Qi Zhang was young and energetic. He originally wanted to just go through the motions and take away the musket technology from Qingzhou. Now Xiao Qi had ruined his plan. Xiao Qi looked at Qi Zhang and sneered. "This is a city in Wei territory that was ceded. Of course, Prince Qi wouldn't feel bad about it, but even if you don't feel bad, the King of Wei is extremely distressed." Upon hearing this, Wang Zai laughed sarcastically and said, "Xiao Qi, I don't know if it's you or the King of Wei who are ignorant. Don't forget, if it weren't for the persuasion of the King of Yan and the King of Zhao to His Highness the King of Qi, you wouldn't even have the chance to talk now." "Minister Wang is absolutely right," Qi Zhang agreed. Zheng Hao said, "You two are truly remarkable for conflating right and wrong. The boundaries of the vassal states were already determined during the reign of the previous emperor. This is clearly written in the imperial edict. Now that the King of Qi has seized the King of Wei's city, how is this any different from rebellion and treason?" Xiao Ming looked at Zheng Hao and said, "If I am guilty of treason, then what is the crime of King Liang colluding with foreign tribes to seize Changen? And what is the crime of King Liang colluding with the Jin merchants to sell large quantities of goods to the barbarians?" "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. King Liang has always been loyal to the Dayu kingdom and has never done anything like this." Zheng Hao bowed. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. This truce agreement was just a piece of waste paper to him. He went through so much trouble just to paralyze them and grow stronger in secret. But now this negotiation has obviously exceeded his expectations, and the situation is developing in an unknown direction. He couldn't help but sigh. That man proposes, God disposes. Qi Zhang and Wang Zai looked at Zheng Hao at the same time. The fact that King Liang was colluding with the barbarians was known to the world, and Zheng Hao really was lying with his eyes open. Now that things had come to this, Xiao Ming was too lazy to save face for Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao. After refuting Zheng Hao, he looked down at Xiao Qi and said, "Don't think I don't know what the King of Wei is planning." "Xiao Qi, do you know who the King of Ning is?" As soon as the word Prince Ning was uttered, the room immediately became quiet, and Xiao Qi's face changed drastically. Xiao Ming continued, when the late emperor executed Prince Ning for treason, only one young son disappeared. That person must be you, right? I wonder what Prince Wei meant by keeping you by his side all these years. Also, 6 years ago, the king of Wei and the Wang family, a powerful clan in Qingzhou, colluded to murder me. In the Battle of Jizhu, the king of Wei sent such a weak army, perhaps hoping that I would be defeated by the barbarians. With all this going on, what would it mean for me to capture not only 2 cities, but even the entire Wei territory? Does the king of Wei still have the right to sit on the royal land? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's face turned red and then pale, while Wang Zai and Zheng Hao looked at Xiao Qi in surprise. Only Qi Zhang's eyes flickered, because this was exactly what the king of Yan had deliberately revealed. The reason for this is that the king of Yan's purpose is to prevent Xiao Ming from reconciling with the king of Wei one day. What, did I come up with what I said? Xiao Ming sneered repeatedly. He said, now that the 4 envoys have arrived in Qingzhou today, let me make it clear. This time I want to withdraw the troops, but the king of Wei won't allow it, so don't blame me for being unkind. Qi Zhang and Wang Zai exchanged a glance, which put them in a dilemma. Wang Zai continued, Xiao Qi, a man of insight, is a hero. Qi is strong and Wei is weak at this moment. You can't win the war just by talking. Yes, if I were you, I would quickly sign the truce agreement to cede Tongzhou and Pengu City, Qi Zhang echoed. Zheng Hao was silent at this time. He came here just to play the role of a troublemaker. He knew very well that only King Wei and King Lang were left and they could not pose any threat to Xiao Ming. Xiao Qi gritted his teeth and said, this matter is serious. I need to explain it to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wei. Before he came to Qingzhou this time, King Wei wanted to take back Pengu City and Tongzhou, but he did not expect that King Xiao and King Yan did not want to see Xiao Ming become strong, nor did they want to see him become strong. Therefore, the treaty to cede Pengu City and Tongzhou City in the armistice agreement caught him off guard. Xiao Ming said, you can go back, but don't blame me for not reminding you. Before the truce agreement was signed, Qi and Wei were always at war. I understand. Xiao Qi looked at Xiao Ming deeply and turned to leave. At this time, Xiao Ming looked at the other 3 and said, everyone, the king of Wei is so unreasonable this time. If the war breaks out again, you can't blame me. Zheng Hao didn't say anything, but Qi Zhang and Wang Zai nodded in agreement. After instructing Zhan Xingqing to entertain the 3 people, Xiao Ming turned around and walked out of the government office. At this time, he immediately sent someone to call Niu Ben over. After a while, Niu Ben appeared in the government office. Your Highness, are you preparing to attack Huzhou? Niu Ben asked. That's right. The king of Wei is greedy this time, which is exactly in line with our plan. You should immediately send someone to inform Lu Fei to attack Huzhou City. Xiao Ming said. He had originally planned to trick the king of Wei in this negotiation, but he didn't expect that the king of Wei would actually come to him on his own initiative. Even if he took Huzhou now, the king of Yan and the king of Xiao would not be able to say anything. They would probably only force the king of Wei to cease fire sooner. Niu Ben was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, Your Highness, I will send someone to inform Lu Fei right away. After saying this, Niu Ben immediately returned to the military camp and conveyed the general's order to Pengu City. The first negotiation was stopped due to the obstruction of King Wei, and it took 7 or 8 days to wait for Xiao Qi to send back the news. For Xiao Ming, 7 or 8 days were enough to capture Huzhou City. During this time, he only needed to wait for the good news. The next day, the Qingzhou military order arrived in Pengu City. Lu Fei, who was training new recruits, was overjoyed after reading the order. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? Luo Xin stepped forward to join in the fun. Lu Fei said, The military order has arrived. Let us take Huzhou. Really? Luo Xin shouted excitedly. He thought the war would stop temporarily, but he didn't expect that he could attack cities and seize territories again. Like many soldiers, the enthusiasm for the last bounty has not subsided, and now the soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army want to continue fighting. General Lu Fei handed the order to Luo Xin. Soon other generals were also attracted over. When they learned that Huzhou was about to be attacked, they began to whisper to each other. After confirming the military order, Luo Xin said to Lu Fei, Should we take the new recruits we recruited in Pengu with us? It's really worrying to leave them in Pengu. After all, they are not loyal enough. You're right. We'll bring them along this time to boost our morale and avoid potential trouble. After all, they may seem like new recruits to us, but they're actually veterans. After occupying Pengu City, Lu Fei began to recruit soldiers. After the government distributed the land, many of the soldiers in Pengu City turned to join the Southern Expedition Army. However, Lu Fei did not dare to fully believe it until these people were completely integrated into the Southern Expedition Army. Wei's restaurant. Xiao Qi looked at the bustling streets of Qingzhou with a sense of confusion. He had already sent someone to convey the terms of the truce back to Jinling City, but he was very pessimistic about the outcome. In fact, after the failure of the coalition, Xiao Han slandered him in Jinling City, saying that he was nothing but flashy and that the coalition was just a stupid idea. However, despite this, the King of Wei has not lost his trust in him. However, the King of Wei's attitude is very clear. What he wants is Xiao Ming to withdraw his troops in exchange for the city. However, after seeing the letter of truce today, he suddenly realized that Wei has completely become a commodity for Xiao Ming to trade with other vassal kings. Because of this, he suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Once upon a time, Wei was the most prominent vassal state of Dayou Kingdom. Even Xiao Wengshuan had to be wary of it. But now, Wei could only tremble in fear under the shadow of Xiao Ming. Yes, the King of Wei is a bit tough, but in his opinion, no matter how tough his bones are, they can't withstand Xiao Ming's guns and cannons. However, King Wei has not yet recovered from this disappointment. He has always looked down on Xiao Ming and is even more unwilling to submit to him. Xiao Qi sighed and closed his eyes. After Xiao Ming left this time, he suddenly had a bad premonition. The feeling was strange, but he couldn't explain it. However, the ominous premonition soon became a reality. On the third day, he received news that the Southern Expeditionary Army was attacking Huizhou. Upon hearing this news, he finally understood what Xiao Ming meant. As long as the truce was not signed, he would have time to continue conquering cities. At this time, the envoys of King Yan and King Xiao were helpless. After all, this was all caused by him. By the time King Wei agreed to this, he estimated that Huizhou would be a city on the truce letter. Thinking of this, he immediately wrote a letter to King Wei, urging him to agree to the truce. Otherwise, Wei will only lose more and more cities, and the King of Yan and the King of Xiao will not stop Xiao Ming. In the Prince of Qi's mansion 3 streets away from the Wei family restaurant, Xiao Ming also received news that the Southern Expedition Army was attacking Huizhou. Your Highness, the King of Wei has reaped the consequences this time. We don't have to be polite. After we take over Huizhou, all the land at the north gate of Wei will be ours, and our fiefdom will also increase its population by 1 million, Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming nodded. Pengu City has a population of 500,000, Tongzhou City has a population of 200,000, and Huizhou City has a population of about 300,000, totaling 1 million people. This is equivalent to adding 1/3 of the population to the feudal state. The south is indeed a densely populated area. If he swallowed up the entire Wei territory, he estimated that the population of the fiefdom would be as high as 7 million, which was basically the same as the population of Britain at that time. With this population base, he is no longer afraid of the human wave tactics of other vassal kings. However, Huizhou is now heavily guarded by the King of Wei, and it is probably not easy for the Southern Expeditionary Army to chew this tough bone. I just hope Lu Fei can take over Huizhou quickly, but how about the agricultural tax you mentioned last time? Has anything gone wrong? Conquering cities and seizing territories is important, but internal affairs are the foundation of conquering cities and seizing territories, so Xiao Ming must not dare to relax. Pang Yukun said, Your Highness, I came here to talk about this very matter. The people of the 6 states didn't say anything about the restoration of the agricultural tax. After all, they had paid the agricultural tax before, and this time our agricultural tax was very low, so the people were very happy. Therefore, the collection of agricultural taxes went smoothly. After a pause, he continued, however, some people are unwilling to pay grain to offset the agricultural tax, and would rather pay silver, cloth, raw silk, and other things directly. I wonder what Your Highness thinks. The people now know that there is chaos outside, so it's normal for them to want to keep more food. Besides, the agricultural tax collected by Dayou Kingdom is offset by a variety of supplies. Since someone wants to do so, just accept it. Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. Pang Yukun nodded, then asked a very important question. Your Highness, should the collected agricultural taxes be kept in the government office or turned over to the national treasury? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Ming asked, Why do you ask this question? Pang Yukun said, In the Great Yu Kingdom, each prefecture retains a portion of its agricultural tax, with the remainder turned over to the national treasury. However, the tax system we learned at Bowen Academy requires each prefecture to turn over all taxes to the national treasury, which then distributes them to each prefecture according to their circumstances. This tax is a matter of great importance to the nation, and I will only report to Your Highness. Xiao Ming understood and said, When the states retain their own taxes, there is bound to be problems with passing off inferior goods as good ones, as well as corruption and embezzlement. To prevent these taxes from being intercepted in the states and counties, you should have them submit their accounts and taxes to Qingzhou together. After the accounts are totaled, a portion will be returned to them. But if this is the case, the cost for each state and county to transport these materials to Qingzhou will be very high, Pang Yukun reminded. Xiao Ming reacted immediately and sighed. This era was still too backward. However, even so, he still insisted on this method. He did not forget that during the Ming Dynasty, Tens of millions of taels of silver in taxes were intercepted at various levels, and only a small portion was left when it reached the capital. In any era, corrupt officials are very bold. Xiao Ming does not believe that all the officials in his fiefdom are honest. In fact, no matter which dynasty, whether it was the founding or the end of the country, the proportion of corrupt officials in the officialdom was higher than that of honest officials. Part of it will be delivered, all of it will be delivered, Xiao Ming said, and each village and county must have its own backup account books for inspection and verification. Yes, Your Highness, Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming continued, Prime Minister Pang, taxes are the easiest place for officials to embezzle. You must seize the opportunity. You cannot tolerate any sand in your eyes, and neither can I. Yes, Your Highness, Pang Yukun's expression was a little strange. He looked at Xiao Ming and wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Huizhu. While Xiao Ming and Pang Yukun were discussing the agricultural tax, the Southern Expeditionary Army was launching a full-scale attack on Huizhu City. Just as the intelligence said, the King of Wei added 50 cannons to Huizhu City, but these cannons were smashed into pieces by the artillery of the Qingzhou army before they could be used. Unlike Pengu City, Huizhu has a very flat terrain. Faced with a city that didn't even have a moat, Lu Fei boldly deployed his soldiers in front of the city wall, while Bai Mu's cavalry was on both sides of the infantry to protect the flanks, because there were 3,000 cavalry in Huizhu City. This time, the King of Wei invested a lot of money to defend Huizhu City. But when it comes to cavalry, how could these Huizhu cavalry be a match for the Qingzhou cavalry who had personally fought against the barbarians? When the Southern Expeditionary Army first arrived at Huizhu City, the Huizhu cavalry tried to attack the infantry lined up in formation, but after leaving behind a field of corpses, these cavalry hid in the city and never came out again. Amid the roar of artillery fire, Lu Fei observed the situation in Huizhu City with a telescope. At this time, Luo Hong rode back and dismounted. He said to Lu Fei, General, we have breached all 4 walls of Huizhu City. No powerful family in the city can escape. Should we order our troops to attack the city now? Lu Fei nodded. Huizhu City was located in the hinterland, and like Kangzhou and Leizhou, there were few local defenders. The defeat of Pengzhou army had dealt a heavy blow to the King of Wei's army. According to the intelligence provided by the secret guards, the garrison of Huizhu City originally consisted of only 5,000 people. However, after Pengzhou City was conquered, the King of Wei urgently recruited soldiers from the local area and dispatched another 30,000 people to Huizhu for support, which was very hasty. In his opinion, these hastily assembled soldiers were no match for the Pengzhou army. Withdraw the soldiers from the south gate, Lu Fei said after a moment of silence. Luo Hong was surprised and said, General, this is the opportunity to completely wipe out the Huizhu army. Why are you withdrawing? Lu Fei had recently read a lot of military books and battle examples at Bowen Academy. He said to Luo Hong, the Huizhu generals must be terrified by the fall of Pengzhou City. After all, we easily captured Pengzhou City, so Huizhu City is no problem. Moreover, the troops supporting Huizhu were transferred from other prefectures and counties. They don't have much confidence in defending Huizhu. If we besiege them from all sides, they will be desperate and fight us to the death. But if we leave them a way out, they will definitely collapse. Luo Hong suddenly understood and felt ashamed. He was very confident after arriving in Qingzhou, but after meeting these Qingzhou generals, he felt even more ashamed of himself. Not to mention that these generals are very familiar with the use of firearms. They are also proficient in military tactics, which is very different from the generals in other armies of Dayu Kingdom. I understand. Your Highness asked us to take Huizhu City as soon as possible, so there is no need to get entangled with the defenders in the city, Luo Hong said. That's right, but I'm not going to let them go. After the southern troops withdraw, immediately set up an ambush along the official road to the south. Also, have Bai Mu cooperate with you to annihilate this reinforcement. We must make the King of Wei catch his breath. Yes, General. Luo Hong was a little unconvinced of Lu Fei at first. After all, he came from the Imperial Guards, while Lu Fei was a pure self-taught person. Now he truly realized that Lu Fei did have some abilities. After watching Luo Hong leave, Lu Fei began to observe the defenders on the city wall again. Under the artillery fire of the Southern Expeditionary Army, the city gates on all 4 sides were now collapsed. In front of the artillery, the gates of the city wall were no different from those made of paper. After the city gate was blown open, the Huizhu army was in chaos. Now there was no decent resistance on the city wall. Faced with this scene, Lu Fei fell into deep thought. Whether it was Pengzhou City or Huizhu City, these 2 battles made him realize that although the other vassal kings now looked aggressive, they were actually just fat. Moreover, facing the firearms army, these armies, which were still stuck in the era of cold weapons, did not have enough countermeasures. After the Battle of Huzhu, he must write a letter to Xiao Ming to explain the current situation and let him understand the real situation of the battle so that Xiao Ming can correctly judge the current situation. Just as Lu Fei expected, when Luo Hong withdrew the soldiers from the south gate, the resistance on the city wall weakened again. At this time, he gave the order to charge. The charge horn sounded, and the soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army rushed into the city from the north, east, and west gates like hungry wolves. For a while, gunfire rang out in the city. The city of Huzhu was already in chaos. Under the bombardment of the Southern Expedition Army, the corpses of Huzhu soldiers were everywhere near the city walls. As soon as the Southern Expeditionary Army entered the city, they immediately occupied the city wall near the tower. Then the soldiers turned the cannons on the city wall and bombarded the army inside the city. At the same time, mortars were also placed on the city walls. The Southern Expeditionary Army no longer fired lime shells, but switched to another type of shell. This type of shell was not filled with lime, but marbles. When the shell explodes, the marbles in the shell will splash out and cause range damage. Although the functions are different, the principles of the two are the same. This is the most primitive shrapnel shell. The only drawback is that timing control is difficult and precise explosions cannot be achieved, but even so, it is enough to intimidate the enemy. Moreover, this batch of artillery shells had just been delivered and had not been used yet. Luo Xin specifically ordered the artillery to use them in this war. Boom! The mortar on the city wall made a muffled sound, and the cannonball with a wooden cork in the front fell into the resisting Huzhu army. Like lime bombs, this type of shell also requires cutting the fuse to judge the time. When the shell falls into the Huzhu army, it only hits one person and then rolls to the ground. The surrounding Huzhu troops were startled by the shell, but they didn't take it seriously when they saw it fell to the ground and didn't move. But at this moment, the shell on the ground exploded with a boom. Loud! A burst of white smoke and flames rose from the crowd, accompanied by screams. The Huzhu soldiers around the shells fell down, and many soldiers screamed while covering their wounds from being hit by the bullets. This scene frightened the other Huzhu soldiers pale, but then more shells fell into the dense crowd. Faced with heavy casualties, the Huzhu army organized by the Huzhu military nobles completely lost their will to fight and began to flee. There are no enemy troops at the south gate. At this time, someone shouted something, and the Huzhu army, upon hearing the news, immediately retreated towards the south gate. At this time, the Southern Expeditionary Army had completely controlled the towers on the north, east, and west sides of the city walls, and the soldiers who entered the city drove the King of Wei's army to the south like driving ducks. On the official road south of the Huzhu city gate, Luo Hong and Bai Mu were lying in ambush 20 miles outside the city. There was a forest here that was convenient for the ambush. At this time, they had been waiting here for 2 hours. They launched the attack in the morning, and it was already afternoon. Just as Luo Hong was getting impatient waiting, a scout came to report, "Captain, the defeated enemy troops are coming this way." Luo Hong and Bai Mu looked at each other and nodded. This time they not only wanted to capture Huzhu City, but also to destroy the King of Wei's troops to the greatest extent possible. Like a falcon waiting for its prey soon, a team of defeated soldiers and families of wealthy families appeared in the sight of Luo Hong and Bai Mu. Defeat in war means that the army has lost its command and organization. Such a team, like a headless fly, is simply unable to organize a counterattack. Because of this, throughout history, chasing the defeated soldiers has resulted in small losses and great gains. Attack! Seeing the fleeing soldiers getting closer, Luo Hong suddenly shouted loudly. At this time, he only had 5,000 musketeers in his hands, but to him, no matter how many fleeing soldiers there were, they were just a pile of loose sand and not worth mentioning. Compared with his musketeers, Beimu's cavalry was more flexible. Leading 3,000 cavalry, Beimu was the first to charge out, Jinling City. Just 2 days after Xiao Qi's message arrived in Jinling City, news came that Yangzhou City had fallen. Upon hearing the news, the King of Wei collapsed in his chair. "Father, the situation is now clear. If we don't sign a truce, Xiao Ming will continue to attack cities and territories, while the kings of Yan and Zhao will just stand by and watch. After all, it was your refusal to agree to the truce terms that led to the loss of Huzhu." Xiao Han's face was filled with anxiety. In this situation, his father was still as smelly and hard as a stone in a toilet. If this continued, all the cities in Wei would belong to Xiao Ming. Then what land would he, the prince, inherit in the future? So after Huzhu fell, he immediately joined forces with loyal ministers to go to the palace to persuade the king. The eyes of the King of Wei on the throne were dull. In the last battle of Pengu, some of the defenders had escaped. This time, the defenders of Huzhu were either killed or captured, and only a very few people were able to escape. The Battle of Pengu was a fluke, and the Battle of Tongzhou might also have been a fluke, but now that Huzhu has also been conquered, he finally realized the gap between the Wei army and the Qi army. Without artillery and muskets, he would have no way of defeating Xiao Ming. Your Highness, the most important thing now is a truce. Only by giving us time can we regroup our army. Otherwise, Wei will be destroyed. Xiao Han looked heartbroken and said, Father, Xiao Qi's painstaking efforts to unite the states have resulted in this truce. If we don't seize this opportunity, the other vassal kings will no longer care about our Wei territory. King Wei's face looked extremely ugly. He was originally ambitious and was planning to ascend the supreme throne in Changen, but now he could only live humbly in Xiao Ming's shadow. Send someone to tell Xiao Qi that I agree to the terms of the truce. The king of Wei finally said word by word. Xiao Han and his officials breathed a sigh of relief. Wei had 13 states, so what if they lost 3? As long as they could preserve their wealth and glory, they were willing to negotiate anything. Soon, a man and a horse went to Qingzhou with a message from the king of Wei. 5 days later, the 5 envoys gathered together again. Compared with 10 days ago, Zhan Xingqing was more energetic at this time. The capture of Huizhou made officials from all over the country excited. Expanding the territory is the duty of a minister. Now that they see the land of their fiefdom is growing day by day, they are of course happy. Xiao Qi, I told you to sign that day. Isn't this your own fault? Now you have lost Huizhou again. Qi Zhang sneered. During Xiao Wengshuan's reign, King Wei's fiefdom had the largest area, the most cities and the most population. It is precisely for this reason that other vassal kings of different surnames are somewhat wary of him. However, even if 3 cities are lost now, it will not be a serious blow to Wei. Wang Zai's expression was somewhat complicated. He was shocked that the king of Qi's army had captured another city in such a short time. Thinking that the king of Xiao and the king of Shu had been fighting for more than a month and still had not achieved any results, he became more and more wary of Xiao Ming. However, this time he came to Qingzhou just to take advantage of the coalition and smooth things over. Now King Xiao was simply unable to attack Xiao Ming with others, so even though he knew that Xiao Ming had won another city, he could do nothing. If he said too much, he was afraid that Xiao Ming would be forced to provide King Shu with a large number of firearms. Just as the 5 of them were chatting, Xiao Ming walked in. Lu Fei has already sent the battle report to Qingzhou. This time, Lu Fei easily captured Huizhou, which gave Xiao Ming a deeper understanding of the combat effectiveness of the current feudal army. In the past, he thought that he had overestimated the armies of these vassal kings. Now that Lu Fei had proved the combat effectiveness of the vassal king's armies with facts, he suddenly realized it. Just as Pengu said, the country of Deu is now in a state of corruption. This corruption is not limited to the royal family. Land annexation has also reached its peak in the fiefdoms of the various vassal kings. The aristocratic families have always been powerful and difficult to get rid of, and now they have plundered the wealth of the world. The battle report sent back by Yi Qingyun further illustrates this problem. The indifference of the people when they attacked Tongzhou City was surprising, so after analyzing this problem, Xiao Ming realized that perhaps he could be bolder. After all, although there were many vassal kings, he was the only one who made fundamental changes. Your Highness. Xiao Ming arrived and everyone stood up to greet him. At this time, Xiao Qi took the initiative to say, Your Highness, the King of Wei is willing to agree to a truce agreement. I hope it can be signed as soon as possible. Yes, Your Highness, we have lived in Qingzhou for some time. It is time for us to return. I hope Your Highness can make a decision soon. Xiao Ming didn't say anything, but suddenly spread a map on the table. Others looked at it and found that it was a map of Wei, with the current cities in Wei and the cities that had been captured marked on the map. When Xiao Qi saw the map, his face changed drastically, because in addition to the cities that had been captured, a circle was drawn around the location of Yangzhou. Your Highness, what do you mean? Xiao Qi was shocked and angry. He had already guessed something. It's very simple. In addition to the 3 cities of Pengu, Tongzhou, and Huizhou, which belong to me, I will also cede Yangzhou and pay a compensation of 5 million silver. If this condition is met, I will stamp this truce letter. Xiao Ming said loudly. Xiao Qi's face suddenly flushed. Your Highness, you are going too far. It is the King of Wei who is going too far. Originally, this letter of truce was given to him as a courtesy, but he refused to accept it, so you can't blame me for that. Xiao Ming's tone was a little tough. Zheng Hao looked at Xiao Qi and then at Xiao Ming. Your Highness, Prince of Qi, this is really going too far. Since Your Highness has taken Huizhou, it's fine to give it to Your Highness, but how can you cede Yangzhou? There are many grievances between me and the King of Wei, which cannot be explained in a few words. Now this is the condition for a truce, otherwise I will have to go and get it myself. Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao exchanged a glance, and Zheng Hao then said, Since Your Highness is so aggressive, perhaps we Wei, Zhao Yan, and Liang will have to fight Your Highness. Negotiation is essentially an argument. On the surface, it relies on words, and behind the scenes, it relies on strength. At the same time, mutual intimidation is also a way of negotiation, and now Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao obviously want to use this trick. Don't drag Yan into this. There are 13 states under the King of Wei. It's reasonable to give 4 of them as compensation. Besides, Wei is rich, so 5 million taels is nothing. Qi Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. Wang Zai also smiled under Xiao Ming's gaze. Your Highness, I didn't say anything. Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao's faces suddenly became a little embarrassed. This alliance was a complete failure. So the King of Wei and the King of Liang are preparing to go to war with me, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Then I have no choice but to accept the challenge. Your Highness, are you really planning a war? Your Highness, please remember that even a great nation will perish if it is warlike. Even if your Highness can defeat us, your strength will be greatly weakened. Xiao Qi said loudly, it's not that I want to start a war, but you are forcing me to start a war. In this case, we will perish together. Xiao Ming looked like a rogue who was afraid of no one. Seeing this, Xiao Qi and Zheng Hao fell silent. Now Xiao Qi was obviously determined. Qi Zhang and Wang Zai were secretly happy. They hoped that the 3 families would fight so that they could profit from it. After staring at Xiao Ming for a while, Xiao Qi was finally defeated. Now Xiao Ming, as the victor, was arrogant, while he, as the loser, was trembling with fear. After hesitating for a moment, he said, this matter is too important for me to make the decision. It must be decided by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wei. I just hope that His Royal Highness can give me some time and not take advantage of the opportunity to seize land. Xiao Ming smiled. His domineering appearance finally made Xiao Qi intimidated. He said, okay, but my patience is limited. Xiao Qi nodded and turned to leave. Qi Zhang sighed, oh, it will take another 10 days to climb up. Your Highness, why should you be so impatient? In Qingzhou there is food and drink, and there are also operas. This day will not be boring, Wang Zai said with a smile. Qi Zhang sneered inwardly, wondering how Wang Zai could possibly know that they had secretly reached a deal with the King of Qi. However, he remained affable on the surface and said, Minister Wang is absolutely right. In that case, let's go to the Qingzhou Theater today. After saying that, the 2 of them left. Zheng Hao and the others left without staying any longer. He bowed to Xiao Ming and left too. At this time, Zhan Xingqing said to Xiao Ming, Your Highness, will the King of Wei agree? Yangzhou is a world-famous place of wealth and prosperity. I'm not afraid that he won't agree, I'm just afraid that he will agree. Now we have captured 3 cities in more than a month. Even if the King of Wei is stupid, he should understand that he is no match for us. It's beneficial for him to delay our attack now, Xiao Ming said. Zhan Xingqing nodded. It's just that delaying time is more beneficial to us. If we can take over the population of these 4 states, our strength will increase greatly. That's right, but the reason for the ceasefire this time is that after the 4-party alliance, the problem of ammunition also makes me feel helpless. The military workshop reported that there are not many ammunition stored in the warehouse. Xiao Ming sighed. Zhan Xingqing's expression suddenly became somewhat interesting. He didn't expect that Xiao Ming was just trying to scare Xiao Qi and actually had no strength to attack anymore. So that's how it is. In this case, we should indeed leave some ammunition for self-defense and not use it all for conquest, Zhan Xingqing said. Xiao Ming nodded. The battles of Pengu, Tongzhou, and Huizhou consumed 1.2 million musket bullets and 16,000 solid artillery shells. Although some shells were recovered when cleaning up the battlefield after the war, some of them were lost, and even more marbles were lost because they were too small. Moreover, the marbles that were shot into the enemy soldiers could not be taken out. That's right, Xiao Ming said. The continuous wars almost exhausted the stock. But now that we have the converter steelmaking production line, this problem is no longer a problem, but it takes time to prepare. After chatting with Zhan Xingqing for a few words, Xiao Ming went to the steel workshop again. He often went to this place these days. Whenever he saw a whole furnace of molten steel flowing out, he would feel very satisfied, because this is one step closer to the Industrial Revolution. After all, to fully realize the Industrial Revolution, a large amount of steel is needed to manufacture various types of machinery. After observing the steel production for a while and looking at the production of the second converter, Xiao Ming went to the palace. Xiao Ming had just returned to the palace and was about to take a rest when Li Kaiyuan walked in with a man with red hair and blue eyes. Your Highness, long time no see. The person following Li Kaiyuan was none other than the Dutchman Rod. A few days ago, Li Kaiyuan was still talking about trade with the Dutch and also mentioned that Rhodes had arrived in Dengzhou. Unexpectedly, Rhodes actually followed him to Qingzhou. Your Highness, Rod said that Earl Clare asked him to come to Qingzhou, so I brought him here, Li Kaiyuan said with a smile. Xiao Ming looked at Rhodes and said, Take me to greet Earl Clare. Earl Clare must have asked you to come here for something important. Yes, Your Highness, the British have been very active on the sea recently, and our fleet is under great pressure, so Earl Clare hopes to sign a military alliance with Your Highness, hoping that Your Highness can work with us to block the British attack in the Asian waters. These damn British are really driving us crazy, Rhodes complained. Haven't the British always been in the Indian waters? As far as I know, the southern waters are mainly colonies of you Dutch and Spanish, Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. No, there are also the French and Portuguese, Rhodes corrected. Your Highness is right. The British have always been in India, but our merchant ships brought unfortunate news. The British have improved the dam steam engine, which is said to have greatly increased their cloth production. Now these Brits are looking for places to dump their goods. They will definitely have ideas about this place. Earl Clare is just taking precautions. Xiao Ming remained expressionless on the surface, but his heart was slightly moved. According to his understanding, the western part of this world ended the Middle Ages prematurely because of the invasion of the grassland barbarians half a century earlier. And now Rhodes' words further confirmed his guess that Western technology was about half a century ahead of the contemporary technology of the same period. He couldn't help but ask, when did this happen? It takes more than 3 months for our merchant ships to reach the Netherlands from Fort Zeelandia, plus 1 year, a total of 1 year and 3 months. But by the time everyone knew about it, the first batch of steam engines had already entered the textile factories. Rhodes spread his hands. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that he would accidentally get this bombshell news. Now all European countries want to obtain steam engine technology from the British. It seems that they are all very interested in this thing, Rhodes said to himself. He has been away from his native Netherlands for too long and is now insensitive to changes taking place in Europe. Rhodes' purpose in coming here this time was to explore the possibility of a military alliance. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said, a military alliance might be a good idea. Of course, with more than 30 warships under Your Highness' command, the British won't be able to gain any advantage in this sea area. Rhodes' eyes were eager. Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Rhodes and Clare already knew that his fleet had added 24 warships. These Dutch people were really well informed. The Earl of Clare is very well informed. Rhodes immediately understood, showing a look of surprise, and then laughed awkwardly. As the saying goes, it is a blessing in disguise. Xiao Ming did not expose the fact that the Dutch were monitoring his fleet. After all, modern NATO allies still eavesdrop on each other, so when it comes to alliances, they will only act together when they have common interests, but they may fall out at any time when their interests conflict. So he didn't care about the alliance, but was very interested in the information Rhodes told him. When Yue Nan went south, he captured a British officer. The intelligence he provided mentioned the steam engine. However, the steam engine at that time was still the first-generation steam engine that had not been improved. Now it is obvious that the steam engine has entered the second generation, but he is not nervous now. After all, he has successfully manufactured the steam engine and has initially applied it to various industries. In this regard, he is not behind. The only difficulty is that Britain now has a large number of colonies to provide raw materials and a large number of dumping grounds for goods. This is what it cannot compare with and is also the most fatal point. Because if he didn't have a large number of overseas colonies, he would have to at least unify the Great Yu Kingdom to obtain sufficient resources to achieve industrial transformation, and he is now stuck at this juncture. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. After digesting the 4 captured states and stockpiling sufficient ammunition, he would quickly take over Wei, then Yan, Liang, and Changen, thus ending the separatist situation of the vassal kings in the north. Your Highness, if you agree, I will bring the covenant with me when I return this time. What do you think? Rhodes asked. Xiao Ming nodded. Go back and tell Earl Clare to rest assured. As long as you Dutch people can do business with me honestly, I will protect you. Thank you, Your Highness, Rhodes said with a smile. With Xiao Ming's guarantee, Rhodes was overjoyed. After chatting with Xiao Ming for a while, he and Li Kaiyuan went back to the Chamber of Commerce to discuss business. Watching Rhodes leave, Xiao Ming showed a pensive look. It seemed that he could not relax at all. After all, he was developing, and Europe was also developing. In another 50 or 60 years, no one knew what Europe would look like. So he had to fight for colonies as soon as possible to catch this last train. Rhodes returned to Dengzhou after staying in Qingzhou for 3 days. Naturally, he attracted a lot of attention during his time in Qingzhou, especially the dignitaries from Changen who were talking about him everywhere as if they had seen a ghost. After Rhodes left, 8 days later, King Wei finally sent back a message, expressing his willingness to cede Yangzhou and pay a compensation of 5 million taels of silver. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately summoned envoys from all directions to sign a truce agreement with Xiao Qi in person, temporarily ending the war in Wei. At the same time, this was also a complete destruction of the coalition. I hope your highness can abide by the contract, otherwise the four of us will definitely join forces to attack, Xiao Qi said. At this time Qi Zhang, Wang Zai and Zhang Hao also nodded. They had achieved their respective goals and their common interest now was to restrain Xiao Ming from becoming even stronger. Don't worry everyone, I will naturally not tear up the truce letter on my own initiative, Xiao Ming said with a smile. The envoys from all directions nodded. They had been staying in Qingzhou army for more than a month and were now eager to go back. Only Qi Zhang stayed after the other three left. Xiao Ming naturally understood what he meant. He sent a craftsman from the equipment department to hand over the iron rolling method to the craftsman in Yan. Only after a matchlock gun was completely forged did Qi Zhang feel completely relieved. At the same time, Xiao Ming ordered Yi Qingyun to send some soldiers to garrison in Yangzhou City and arrive before King Wei emptied Yangzhou City to avoid being left with an empty city. After receiving Xiao Ming's order, Yi Qingyun immediately led 6,000 musketeers to Yangzhou. When he arrived at the city of Yangzhou, he was stunned by the scene before him. At this time, the city of Yangzhou was on fire. Flames were coming out of the houses everywhere. The streets were filled with the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The soldiers in the city were slaughtering the people at will. The streets were flowing with blood, and the bodies of the people were everywhere. Yi Qingyun's eyes turned red instantly, and the eyes of the Dengzhou soldiers also turned red. They were enraged by the brutality of King Wei's army. Brothers, open your eyes and look. This is the nature of the powerful families. This is the true face of King Wei. They never see ordinary people like us. Yi Qingyun shouted loudly. Drawing the long sword from his waist, Yi Qingyun shouted angrily, "Brothers, follow me into the city to defeat these damned people." Kill! The soldiers roared in unison, and following Yi Qingyun, they bravely rushed into Yangzhou City. The king of Qi's army is coming. The soldiers in the city shouted in horror, but their voices stopped abruptly after a burst of gunfire. The soldiers of Dengzhou army rushed towards the soldiers who were slaughtering civilians like hungry wolves. When they saw the Dengzhou army, the soldiers in the city ran away, holding packages of various sizes in their arms, which they had looted from the people's homes. On the day of the handover, an order suddenly came to the Yangzhou army. The order was for the Yangzhou army to loot, burn, and massacre Yangzhou City, and they wanted to leave an empty city for the king of Qi. After receiving this order, the sons of the wealthy families in the army carried it out without hesitation. For a while, the city was like hell. Bang, bang, bang. There was chaos of gunfire. After entering the city, 6,000 soldiers immediately dispersed to encircle and suppress the rebels in the city. The burning, killing, and looting in the city were quickly put down with the intervention of the Dengzhou army, leaving behind a pile of soldiers' bodies in the city. This time the soldiers of Dengzhou were really angry. Under the influence of the military chief, they had already understood what a country and a nation were. Now to them, Deu Kingdom was their own country, and the people in the country were all members of the same nation. And now the king of Wei is actually slaughtering his own people like barbarians, which makes them extremely angry. Now they finally understand why the chief secretary said that these vassal kings are the cancer of Deu Kingdom. With such vassal kings around, Deu Kingdom will never have peace. This moment, the bravery of the Dengzhou soldiers in fighting surpassed that in attacking Tangzhou City, and national dignity was more important than money. Entering from the West City, the Dengzhou army attacked all the way, and the rebel troops in the city were shot and killed continuously. When they arrived at the East Gate, they eliminated the last batch of rebel troops, but some soldiers still escaped. Just as everyone was furious, a group of soldiers dressed in Wei army uniforms suddenly came towards them. They knelt down in front of Yi Qingyun and said, "Sir, please accept us. We want to kill the king of Wei to avenge our relatives." Yi Qingyun stared vigilantly at the hundreds of soldiers in front of him. These soldiers wore red robes with black armor on the outside. Their bodies were covered in blood, as if they had just experienced a brutal war. "Who are you?" Yi Qingyun asked. The leader, a generalic figure, said, "Sir, we are the defenders of Yangzhou City. The king of Wei has arrived and ordered us to massacre the civilians. We have taken away all the food and houses, leaving nothing for the Qi army. But these are our parents and brothers, so how could we bring ourselves to do that? So I led my men and engaged those powerful families. However, they outnumbered us and we were powerless to stop them. Many of our men were killed or wounded, but they still killed quite a few." Yi Qingyun's brows relaxed. At least there were still some people with conscience in the Yangzhou garrison. However, he would not easily believe what these people said. He said, "I cannot believe what you say yet. I will consider your request after I confirm your identity." The reason why these soldiers were able to walk to Yi Qingyun alive was because they had no weapons in their hands and came with their hands raised. Now that Yi Qingyun said this, the Dengzhou soldiers immediately took these 500 people into custody. After occupying Yangzhou City, Yi Qingyan immediately organized the people in the city to put out the fire. The city was now full of gunpowder, and if the fire continued like this, there would be nothing left. Commander-in-Chief, it is fortunate that His Highness has such a brilliant plan. Otherwise, if we had arrived a step later, Yangzhou City would have really become a deserted city, said a captain. Your Highness is fully aware of the King of Wei's ruthlessness. He has repeatedly resorted to extreme means to kill your Highness. How could he be so willing to hand over the prosperous city of Yangzhou to us for nothing? Even so, Yangzhou City has suffered a great loss. After a pause, he said, you must immediately lead your men to search the entire Yangzhou City and gather all usable items. Otherwise, resupply will be difficult this time. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, the captain took the order and left. After the captain left, Yi Qingyan's face suddenly turned gloomy. The most important thing in marching and fighting is supplies. This time they only brought 3 days of dry food when rushing from Tongzhou to Yangzhou. If there are not enough supplies in the city, the soldiers will starve. Thinking of this, he immediately sent someone to pass the message to Qingzhou. 3 days later, the news from Yangzhou reached Qingzhou, causing an uproar in the officialdom. Fiji and Pengu immediately went to the palace to discuss the matter with Xiao Ming, and Niu Ben also rushed over. Your Highness, the King of Wei is truly a madman. I request to personally lead the troops to attack the King of Wei and must capture him alive to thank the world, Niu Ben said angrily. Pengu said, Your Highness, this may not be a bad thing for us. The Yangzhou massacre will inevitably cause the King of Wei to lose the support of the people in Wei. Now we should use this incident to disrupt the people's hearts in Wei and use them to our advantage. What Prime Minister Pang said makes sense, Your Highness. Now we should publish this matter in the newspaper and make the King of Wei's evil deeds known to the world, so that everyone can understand the King of Wei's atrocities. Fiji echoed. Niu Ben was dissatisfied when he heard this and said, You scholars are just so nagging. Why bother being polite to the King of Wei? Wouldn't it be much easier to just attack Jinling City and destroy him? Xiao Ming frowned. What the King of Wei did was nothing more than what later generations called the scorched earth policy. His only purpose was to prevent Xiao Ming from getting any supplies from Yangzhou City, thereby restraining Xiao Ming's actions in Yangzhou. After the contract was signed, Xiao Ming was a little worried, because they did not expect that King Wei would eventually adopt such an inhumane approach. However, King Wei's approach also completely made Xiao Ming break his long-standing way of looking at the world from a modern perspective. Unlike modern civilization, the level of human civilization during this period was very low. In other words, it was basically just a short time since they came out of the jungle, and their barbaric nature was clearly revealed. That's why the age of exploration was so bloody, and that's why there were so many massacres during the war. After experiencing this, Xiao Ming found that he was still too kind. If he wanted to defeat the barbaric enemies, he had to be more barbaric than them. This world is a jungle. The high-ranking aristocratic families will not believe the tears of the people. It doesn't matter to them how many people die. The main thing for them is to maintain their rule. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, It is certainly necessary to publicize the atrocities committed by the King of Wei, but the most important issue right now is the supply problem for Yangzhou City. What do you think we should do? An eye for an eye, massacre the city, Niu Ben suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Pang Yukun said, Commander Niu, what do you mean? Why are we massacring the city? Aren't the people in this city miserable enough? Prime Minister Pang, I'm not talking about the common people. I'm talking about slaughtering all the powerful families in Yangzhou and its surrounding counties. This will not only prevent them from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos, but will also allow us to collect food and supplies. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. What Niu Ben said was exactly what he wanted to say. Now the Dengzhou army has no supplies in Yangzhou City and is facing unstable factors such as the powerful families and their troops. Only by adopting this method can Yangzhou City be stabilized as soon as possible. In fact, many massacres in history also killed local powerful families. After all, when the powerful families were in power, food was in their hands. Commander Niu's method is not bad, Fiji said. Your Highness, great benevolence is not mercy. At this time there must be no womanly mercy. In troubled times, extraordinary measures must be used. Well, this is truly what I mean. Xiao Ming said to the scout sent by Yi Qingyan, Go back immediately and tell Yi Qingyan to wipe out all the wealthy families in Yangzhou. Yes, Your Highness, the scout responded and turned to leave. After deciding this, Xiao Ming continued, This truce is merely a temporary measure to prevent the 4 vassal kings from uniting. Now that our goal has been achieved, you must use this time to sort out internal affairs, stockpile food, and recruit and train new soldiers. 6 months from now, I will launch a simultaneous attack on Wei from Huzhou and Yangzhou, annihilating the King of Wei in one fell swoop. After saying that, Xiao Ming slammed the table hard. King Wei's despicable behavior had completely infuriated him, and he would not give him another chance to continue. Yes, Your Highness, Pengu and Fiji responded in unison. Niu Ben also clasped his fists and nodded in agreement. After instructing the three on some details of government affairs, Xiao Ming asked them to go back. However, as Pang Yukun said, during this period, he wanted to take the opportunity to disrupt the people's hearts in Wei so that he could get everyone's support when he attacked Wei. So he immediately sent someone to find Fan Zheng to draft the manuscript. The Yangzhou massacre is horrible. The king of Wei's atrocities are shameful. The next day, the headline on the front page of Qingzhou Daily roared with anger. After reading this article, the scholars, merchants, and dignitaries who got the newspaper were all filled with righteous indignation and cursed the king of Wei. At the same time, reporters arrived in various counties and cities with newspapers, delivering the news to the people in every village. Hey, King Wei, what can I say about you? Aren't you just giving them a handle? There is a large courtyard in a residential area in the south of Qingzhou City. A plaque on the courtyard reads Princess Mansion. This is Princess Pingyang's residence in Qingzhou. At this time in the princess's pavilion, Princess Pingyang was reading the Qingzhou newspaper. Since she came to Qingzhou, reading newspapers has become a habit for her because she can learn about everything that is happening in Qingzhou from the newspaper without going out. That's right. Since Yangzhou City has already been ceded, why bother with another massacre? People all over the world sympathized with him, but now he's become a tyrant. Ouyang Mu said. When Xiao Wengxun was alive, Princess Pingyang had close contacts with King Wei, and he also received many benefits from King Wei. Now he can't help but feel a little regretful. I'm afraid my third brother is desperate. He must have seen that Xiao Ming is determined to destroy him. Now it's just a matter of when Xiao Ming will make his move. Princess Pingyang gently put down the newspaper, revealing her snow-white arms from her purple silk sleeves. Seeing this, Ouyang Mu's eyes grew hot. He said, the king of Wei is undoubtedly very powerful, yet he was defeated so easily by Xiao Ming. I think the future of the world may belong to the king of Qi. My brothers will already named him the crown prince. That's very clear, Princess Pingyang said lazily. By the way, go get the brocade from the storehouse. I'll go to the palace this afternoon to give it to the princess. Now that we're living under someone else's roof, we should be more attentive. Yes, Your Highness, Ouyang Mu said. This brocade is a tribute from Shu and is very precious. Even in the storehouse of the princess's mansion, there are only a few pieces. As the two were talking, there was suddenly a noise outside the princess's mansion, and then a group of people dressed in elegant and noble clothes walked in. Your Highness, have you read the newspaper? How can the king of Wei be so confused? Now there is no way for us to talk to Your Highness about this matter. The old man in the lead sighed. Duke Tang, we'd better not get involved in this matter. It's time to find someone to revitalize the royal family. I think the only one who can revitalize our royal family now is Xiao Ming, Princess Pingyang said. Duke Tang hunched over and said, Your Highness is right. The Prince of Wei and the Prince of Yang are no match for Xiao Ming these days. However, Your Highness, we have something else to discuss with you this time. Princess Pingyang looked at Duke Rong, Duke Xia, and Duke Song standing behind Duke Tang and understood something in her mind. These four people were all members of the royal family and were very close to Xiao Wengxuan's lineage. These four dukes of hers can be said to have the same grandfather. After Changen was captured, they later went to Qingzhou. You are talking about the regular silver, right? Princess Pingyang said calmly. This time, those who came with the Duke of Tang were all royal relatives, including a large number of county marquises and county kings. These royal family members did not have any real power, but when they were in Changen, they were always supported by the royal family, which means they received a monthly salary. Now that Changen is gone, their regular wages are naturally gone. Although these people seem to be living a glamorous life on the surface, they are actually living in a difficult situation. After all, not everyone has a business in Qingzhou like her. Your Highness is a sensible person, said Duke Tang. If this continues, we'll be completely destitute. Princess Pingyang rolled her eyes and smiled, but Xiao Ming is not the emperor. He has no obligation to give you money. It will be useless even if you find me. Duke Tang and the others exchanged glances, their eyes thick with disappointment. He said, Does Her Royal Highness have the heart to watch us starve to death on the streets? Where will the royal family's reputation be saved then? Don't worry, Duke Tang. I haven't made my final decision yet, so I'm going to the palace this afternoon and will take this opportunity to discuss this matter with the princess and consort Zhen. You all know the Prince of Qi's temper, and even I wouldn't dare to say anything. Only consort Zhen and the princess can persuade him. Thank you, Your Highness, Princess. Thank you, Your Highness, Princess. Duke Tang was overjoyed. The tall Duke Rong said, Your Highness, tell the ladies that His Highness is in need of someone new. Although most of the royal family members are good-for-nothings who only know how to eat, drink, and have fun, there are also a few who are smart and capable. Is there anyone more reassuring than hiring one of your own people? Princess Pingyang nodded and said, Duke Rong's words do make some sense. I will tell Her Majesty as well. You all should go back for now. Duke Tang nodded, thanked everyone, and turned to leave. Your Highness, why do you have to stop such a thankless task? Aoyang Mu was a little confused. Princess Pingyang smiled. How can it be thankless? I'll go and tell you. Whether it succeeds or not is up to His Highness, but I've definitely gained a favor. And in my opinion, His Highness might select some outstanding royal children to serve in the army and government. Why? Whether it's the Fei family or Pang Yukon and the others, they are all outsiders after all. Governing a fiefdom is one thing, but governing the world is another. Xiao Ming doesn't understand it yet, but he will soon understand that he needs a group of people who can support him and protect his throne. Aoyang Mu seemed to understand, but not quite. In his opinion, Princess Pingyang's words were too complicated. However, Xiao Ming never played by the rules, and no one could predict what he would do next. Take the article about King Wei in the newspaper, for example. Who would have thought that Xiao Ming would use this incident to attack his opponent's mind? At the same time, Qingzhou newspapers began to spread from Qingzhou City to the surrounding villages. When the reporters told the people about the atrocities of King Wei, the people in the villages immediately became furious. This reminded them of the days in the past when the aristocratic families slaughtered the people wantonly and did not regard the people as human beings at all. Influenced by this news, a large number of young people went to the military camp to request to join the army to attack King Wei, and the Qingzhou military camp was surrounded by people. When the news came, Xiao Ming was also a little surprised. He did not expect that this article denouncing King Wei would actually increase the enthusiasm of the people to join the army. The Qingzhou camp was crowded with people. At this time, Xiao Ming, Fiji, and others were standing in the military camp, looking at all this with smiles on their faces. Pang Yukon said, Congratulations, Your Highness. I didn't expect that the King of Wei's brutality helped Your Highness rally the people's hearts. Now, the feudal state is united from top to bottom. This is indeed a bit unexpected, but it's not difficult to explain. The people today don't want to go back to the time when they were oppressed by the powerful families. Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. Fiji and Pang Yukon nodded. Fiji said, although the people are furious, we can't afford to recruit so many soldiers. Our state finances can't afford it. Quality is more important than quantity. Although Xiao Ming ordered the expansion of the army this time, there were indeed more people who came to sign up for the army. However, this shows that the national and ethnic education for the people during this period has begun to show results. Such numb words as, what does the country have to do with me, can no longer influence the people's thoughts. Yes, this time Yangzhou was massacred, and our plan to obtain a large amount of supplies from Yangzhou City has failed. Even if we recruit troops now, our treasury will probably be stretched to the limit, Xiao Ming asked. Pang Yukon and Fiji looked at each other, sighed, and said yes. Xiao Ming felt annoyed. The King of Wei's scorched earth policy had turned the original war dividends into negative assets. Now he had to find a way to reverse the situation. Thinking of this, he said to the two of them, I have an idea. The treasury has money and grain, but the merchants and people of Qingzhou have it. I plan to issue war bonds. Anyone who buys the war bonds will be able to get a share of the spoils in the future. What do you think? War bonds, Fiji and Pang Yukon were both stunned. Xiao Ming came back to his senses and remembered that the two of them had no idea what war bonds were, so he explained them. In fact, his war bonds were just equivalent to national debt. It was only because it was a wartime period and the wars were one after another, and the people were very confident that he decided to issue war bonds. Similar to national debt, the purpose of war bonds is to raise supplies in advance. The strategic goal set below is 6 months later, so he has to use this 6-month period to raise war supplies. In fact, he had done this kind of thing before, during the Northern Expedition, but at that time only a few big businessmen benefited. Now these businessmen almost monopolized the grasslands of the 16 prefectures of Yanyuan. Out of vigilance against monopoly capital, Xiao Ming did not recruit investors this time, but decided to issue war bonds throughout the entire feudal state, so that the people could get war bonds even if they had to pay for food. In this way, he can prevent his fiefdom from being controlled by war capital. After all, as history has shown, he does not want to be controlled by fanatical war capital. After the explanation, Fiji and Pang Yukon understood that the war bonds were nothing more than borrowing money from merchants and civilians to fight the war. When there were war dividends, the dividends would be returned to the people and interest would be paid. Pang Yukon was immediately amazed, and Fiji also shook his head repeatedly. He didn't know how Xiao Ming came up with this wonderful method. If the normal system of Dayu Kingdom is followed, the solution to the treasury being out of money is very simple, that is to impose heavy taxes. Now Xiao Ming didn't even consider this option, but directly adopted this gentle method. Do you understand now? Xiao Ming asked. I understand. When I get back, I will ask the Chamber of Commerce to put the war bonds up for sale, Pang Yukun said. Xiao Ming nodded, but you have to control it and limit the purchase quantity to prevent a few merchants from buying in bulk and making huge profits. What Xiao Ming is worried about now is no longer the problem of unifying the Great Yu Kingdom, but that with the reform of the feudal state, social changes may move towards an uncontrollable stage. As people's wisdom blossoms, various advanced ideas will be mastered by the people. What he worries most is that public opinion will be exploited by people with ulterior motives, leading to the division of the country due to ideology. The people who are most likely to take advantage of public opinion are the big capitalists. Now Qingzhou is only in the embryonic stage of capital. Once he unifies the Dayu Kingdom and goes to the ocean, capital will inevitably grow rapidly like a wild horse. How will he tame this beast then? After all, in this era of information blockade, backwardness, and barbarism, it is not as easy to maintain stability as in modern times. After saying this, Xiao Ming remembered that Princess Pingyang came to the mansion yesterday and talked about the royal family. He was with concubine Zhen at that time. Princess Pingyang mentioned this matter after giving gifts to Fei Yuer and concubine Zhen. So he asked, "What do you think of the Qingzhou royal family this time? They are now asking for money." Upon hearing this, Fiji immediately looked at his nose and pretended to be confused. He was an old fox and didn't want to offend these people. Pang Yukun said sternly, "Your Highness, you must not continue to support these royal relatives for nothing. Since Emperor Geazu, the number of royal relatives in Dayu has reached over 100,000. The tributes of these 100,000 people have become a heavy burden on the national treasury. If your Highness continues to support this group of people, the kingdom will soon be dragged down." Xiao Ming agreed deeply with this. It reminded him of the Ming Dynasty. At that time, these royal relatives were also a heavy burden on the court. However, the Ming Dynasty would rather support them than let them fend for themselves. Secretary Fei, what do you think? Xiao Ming looked at Fiji. He didn't believe that the Duke of Tang and the Duke of Rong had never looked for Fiji. Compared with Xiao Ming, these people have a closer relationship with Fiji, Luo Quan, and others. Your Highness, there are not many royal relatives in Qingzhou City now. In fact, there are only more than 1,000 people. The others are distributed in various places in Dayu Kingdom. However, these 1,000 people are all people with relatively high titles, Fiji said. Xiao Ming actually wanted to force Fiji to express his thoughts, but now it seems that Fiji agrees to support these people. Lord Fei, you know exactly how much silver is in the treasury now. Aren't you just causing more trouble? Pang Yukun naturally heard the hidden meaning in Fiji's words. Fiji remained calm as usual. He sighed and said, "Don't worry, Prime Minister Pang. I have my reasons for saying this. We can't let these people starve to death on the streets. After all, they have fled thousands of miles to Qingzhou, where they are unfamiliar with the place. To be honest, these people are your relatives. Even if you don't pay for their support, you must find a way out for them. Moreover, I am doing this for your Highness's future ascension to the throne. After all, these people will be needed to preside over the worship at the ancestral temple, and they will be more important at that time. Moreover, with their support, your Highness's throne will be more stable." Xiao Ming glanced at Fiji. After all, Fiji's thinking was still stuck at the familial management of the country. The scorching midday sun shone through the gaps between the tree trunks, casting mottled shadows on Xiao Ming and the other two. After arguing, Fiji and Pang Yukun finally looked at Xiao Ming, waiting for Xiao Ming's decision. It is indeed very troublesome to deal with these royal relatives. If he turns a blind eye, Xiao Ming will inevitably be labeled as unkind and unjust. After all, in thousands of years of history, even incompetent emperors had to take care of their clans. Only then did Xiao Ming gradually realize that the royal family itself was a huge and powerful family, and the emperor was the head of this family. But even so, Xiao Ming was somewhat reluctant in his heart. He knew the situation of the treasury very well. The fiefdom itself was not rich, so how could he support these relatives? Moreover, he has no feelings for these relatives. One reason is that Xiao Ming's predecessor left Beijing when he was young, and the other is that he came from the modern era and knew that this was not a solution. The more this royal family grows, the more it will become a heavy burden on the country in the long run. After thinking it over carefully, Xiao Ming said, "It's not right to keep him, and it's not right not to keep him. In this case, I have a compromise." Pang Yukun asked how to compromise. "It's very simple. Allow the royal family to do business," Xiao Ming said lightly. In feudal society, the emperor kept a close eye on the royal family. He would rather keep these people like pigs than let them fend for themselves, for he was afraid that these people, with their power and money, would have ideas about the throne. After all, they are all descendants of Emperor Geazu. If there is no eldest son in the legitimate line to inherit the throne, it will fall to the side branches. Your Highness, this is absolutely not allowed, Fiji exclaimed in shock. This is a rule established by Emperor Geazu. It's for the stability of the Great Yu Kingdom. We cannot tolerate these royal relatives engaging in business. Xiao Ming always got a headache when he heard about ancestral family rules. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, Xiao Yuanji was great, but in Xiao Ming's view, he was ultimately the monarch of a feudal dynasty, and their own ideas were very backward. So he said, since this is the rule established by Emperor Geazu, then I would like to ask you if the Great Yu Kingdom is stable now. This, Fiji suddenly stopped talking. As the saying goes, a true hero is one who adapts to the times. How can we still abide by some stubborn rules when Dayu is in civil unrest now? Xiao Ming said lightly. Fiji was shocked. Even Xiao Wengshuan did not dare to say such rebellious words. The ancestral family law was the foundation of the country. If this happened in Changen, it would definitely be opposed by many officials. But this is Qingzhou, and when he saw Pang Yukan's smile, he knew that this matter was irreversible. Xiao Ming looked at Fiji, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated. He knew that he had said something very crazy in this era, because the rules established by the founding emperor of Dayu Kingdom were equivalent to the constitution. Now Xiao Ming is violating the constitution and openly breaking the rules, which is basically equivalent to the US president not recognizing the Declaration of Independence. If Qingzhou was not basically controlled by the officials trained by him, it is estimated that a large number of officials would soon kneel in front of the palace and ask him to retract his order. Your Highness is right. After all, the country of Dayu is going to change. Fiji's expression suddenly became a little strange. Pang Yukan's eyes flickered and he smiled. Fiji had compromised. In fact, compared to Fiji, he understood Xiao Ming's thoughts better. A vassal state is a vassal state and Dayu is Dayu. Naturally, the rules must be changed. Xiao Ming nodded. In that case, you should inform these royal relatives and ask the King of Japan to meet with them and make things clear. The world today is no longer the same as it was before. Only those who adapt to local conditions can maintain their wealth and prosperity. Yes, Your Highness, they both said in unison. After formulating this strategy, Xiao Ming basically did not plan to care about these royal relatives anymore. After giving them the last batch of silver, they could do whatever they wanted, and at most he would take care of them in business. He was determined not to spend millions of taels of silver every year to support these people. After saying this, the two entered the Qingzhou camp. At this time, some new recruits were watching the daily training of the Qingzhou army. Unlike before, there are now many training facilities in the Qingzhou camp. These facilities were created by the generals after reading his soldier training manual. There are running tracks, horizontal bars, climbing rockeries, single-plank bridges, and mud pits on the training ground of the camp. The training programs for new recruits are also extremely modern, including 5 kilometers, 100 meters, single and double bar exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, long jump, and grappling techniques. In addition to these physical trainings, there are also technical trainings such as array, bullet loading, 3-stage shooting, rolling in, and climbing, as well as another one that involves carrying backpacks and equipment. Looking at the soldiers training on the training ground, the eyes of these new recruits who passed the inspection were full of curiosity. As the saying goes, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. The training methods of veterans in the past are completely different from those now. Now these soldiers are doing all kinds of strange movements, which is really something for them to see. It was also the first time that Fiji saw the training of Qingzhou soldiers. This strange appearance made him shake his head frequently, but he understood that it was this kind of training that made the Qingzhou soldiers stronger. But his surprise was yet to come. At noon, Xiao Ming led them to the cafeteria of the Qingzhou camp. When the food was served, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Your Highness, this is what ordinary soldiers eat." At this time in front of Fiji were 3 white flour buns, a dish of leek and egg, a dish of braised pork, a dish of celery and shrimp, and a bowl of millet porridge. 3 of the dishes are stir-fried. Pang Yukan smiled and said, "Master Fei, now you understand why military spending is so high. I see what these soldiers eat is almost as good as what the nobles eat," Fiji said as he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The taste of the dish made him even more impressed. Xiao Ming said, "We are lucky today. We get to eat meat once a week. This is not the case every day. If the Qingzhou army did not raise pigs themselves, the soldiers would have no meat to eat." Speaking of which, it has only been 3 years since Xiao Ming came here, and the real government reform has only been going on for more than a year. It will take time to rebuild all the wasteland. At present, the material resources in the closed country are still not abundant enough. After all, even raising a pig takes a year before it can be slaughtered. There is no hormone ripening here. In that case, this is much better than what the Imperial Guards eat. No wonder the Kingju army is strong and well-fed. Coupled with high-intensity training, how can these soldiers not be strong? Fiji became more and more confident about the future, and the matter of royal relatives was put behind his mind. While the three were inspecting the recruitment of new soldiers, Xiao Ming's order arrived in Yangzhou. After receiving the order, Yi Qingyun immediately ordered his soldiers to retaliate against the powerful people in Yangzhou City and its neighboring counties. There was a shortage of food and grass during the 2 days of occupying Yangzhou City. He had received news that the powerful families in the neighboring counties seemed to be a little restless. Jinling City. It has been 5 days since Xiao Qi returned here. After he came back, he gave the letter of truce to King Wei. Now he still remembers the anger of King Wei when he tore the letter of truce into pieces. At that time, he only felt a wave of sadness. The weak would be bullied. This was an iron rule throughout the ages. However, compared to this incident, what made him most disappointed was that the King of Wei ordered the massacre of all the people in Yangzhou City. When he learned the news, he knew that Wei was finished. Now the King of Wei has not only lost his land, but also lost the support of the people. In anger, he broke into the Prince of Wei's palace to question the Prince of Wei, but all he got was a cold reply from the Prince of Wei. "You are just an outsider. There is no need to question the orders of the Wei land." At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was just a chess piece in the heart of King Wei. The reason why he treated him as his own son was just to gain sympathy in the name of King Ning and thus dominate the world. But when his ambition was crushed by Xiao Ming, he gradually realized that he no longer needed this chess piece. Standing on the bank of the Qinhuai River, looking at the pleasure boats passing by in the river, and listening to the frivolous singing of the actors, Xiao Qi couldn't help feeling sad. All he wanted was a peaceful and prosperous age and to assist a wise monarch. This is exactly what his father wished, but the King of Wei is obviously not someone worthy of assisting. "Uncle 3, I have been giving you advice over the years and risking my life to help you win the battle against the invaders and preserve the territory of Wei. I think it's time I repay what I owe you. Now I will go and assist a truly wise king," Xiao Qi said. He was just thinking when he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. He turned around and found Xiao Han coming towards him with his guards. When he arrived in front of Xiao Qi, Xiao Han sneered and said, "Xiao Qi, you should now understand your position in Wei. If you behave yourself in the future, your father will reward you with food. But it's hard for your father. You have been hiding yourself so deeply all these years. Otherwise, I would have thought he treated you as a treasure, ha." There was a hint of sarcasm on Xiao Qi's face, like father, like son. In the past, Xiao Han was as kind to him as the King of Wei, but now he finally tore off his hypocritical face. "No need, I'm going to leave Wei. Since I'm an outsider, there's no need for me to stay here," Xiao Qi said. Xiao Han said sarcastically, "That won't do. Father said you still have some ability. You'd better stay in Jinling City. Maybe one day we can give you to Xiao Ming. After all, his father is your father's murderer. I think he must want to wipe out the whole thing." After saying that, Xiao Han laughed and left with his guards. It seemed that all the resentment he had suffered over the years was released today. The fact that King Wei humiliated Xiao Qi in front of all the officials already shows King Wei's attitude towards Xiao Qi. Looking at Xiao Han's figure, Xiao Qi's face showed a trace of fatigue. At this moment, there was only hatred in his heart. He hated the King of Wei for his cruelty, viciousness, and cunningness. He had been deceived all these years, and every time he thought of his gratitude to King Wei, he became more and more resentful. King of Wei, you are courting your own destruction." Xiao Qi's eyes suddenly turned cold. He knew very well the situation King Wei was facing now. There was no one available in Wei anymore, and the people surrounding Xiao Han were just a group of flatterers. This bad idea must have been suggested to Xiao Han by these people, and Xiao Han advised King Wei, but they only thought of delaying Xiao Ming's attack for a while and ignored the impact of this incident on people's morale. And this matter will inevitably lead to revenge from Xiao Ming. Just as he thought, 2 days later, news came that the Dengzhou army had massacred local nobles. All the nobles in Yangzhou City and its vicinity were killed, and the Dengzhou army obtained a large amount of food and supplies from these nobles. The most important thing is that wherever the Dengzhou army went, the local people would help them transport provisions and send them water and food. In just a few days, the people of Yangzhou City returned home, and provisions were no longer a problem. Prince Wei's palace. After receiving this news, the King of Wei was not angry, but instead thought that his plan had succeeded. "Father, this time Xiao Ming only won the hearts of these lowly people, but he offended the powerful families. The powerful families in Yangzhou were completely slaughtered. The powerful families in the world will know who he is. Humph, the great Yu kingdom was founded on the powerful families. Now that he has offended the powerful families in the world, who will support him? You are right, the powerful families in Wei will definitely fight to the death to resist Xiao Ming's army. I will make it impossible for them to move forward. The king of Wei looked crazy. Xiao Hen laughed along, then he said, "But father, what about the 5 million taels of compensation?" "Just give it to him, it's only 5 million taels. The Ding family alone has assets of tens of millions. Kill a few merchants and the money will come." King Wei said calmly, "That's a good idea. It is said that Ding Wangquan sent his illegitimate son to Qingzhou. He has ulterior motives. We will target him this time." Xiao Han said. The king of Wei nodded and said, "Xiao Qi has gone too far. Now we can only expand our military and prepare for war. If we don't have silver, we can find a way to extort money from these merchants. If that doesn't work, we can increase taxes on the people." "Yes, father, I have asked the craftsmen in Jinling City to forge weapons all night long. By then I will definitely build Jinling City into an iron wall," Xiao Han said. The father and son looked at each other and seemed to have a tacit understanding. What the two of them didn't know was that after the Yangzhou massacre, the atrocities of the Wei army began to spread to Pengu City, Huzhou City, Tongzhou City, and Yangzhou City. Those who spread this news included merchants, ordinary people, and officials. While publicizing the atrocities of King Wei, they also publicized the prosperous life of the people in Qingzhou. Under deliberate propaganda and incitement, the local people were all indignant, and in the following days, they became even more angry because the people who witnessed the massacre in Yangzhou City were sent to the 4 states. After hearing their eloquent speeches, the people could no longer be like a giraffe burying its head in the sand. Following the stories told by the eyewitnesses, they began to hate the king of Wei, but at the same time, under the propaganda of the people of Qingzhou, they were full of yearning for Qingzhou. After the government office moved in and began to distribute the land of the wealthy families to them, the people were completely excited. The merits of the king of Qi were praised everywhere in the 4 states, and the people were in favor of him for a time. Yangzhou City. After Li San finished his passionate and moving complaints with the villagers, he returned to the city. In the government office, Yi Qingyun was waiting for him. After seeing him return, Yi Qingyun smiled bitterly and said, "You secret guards are really amazing. In such a short time, you have made the people so supportive of His Highness. I admire you." Li San traveled all the way from Pengu City to Yangzhou, which was the last stop. The job of the secret guards is not only to gather intelligence, but also to gather people's hearts for Xiao Ming. It's not that the secret guards are powerful, but that the king of Wei is too stupid. He only knows how to protect the interests of the powerful, but forgets that there are more ordinary people in this world than the powerful. Sitting in the government office, Li San took a sip of tea. He was really exhausted these days. According to Xiao Ming's request, they organized a grievance meeting in the village, allowing the people who were oppressed by the powerful families to come on stage to complain, and then ended with cursing the king of Wei and the powerful families. In addition to the grievance meetings, there were also propaganda slogans in every village. The content of these slogans was naturally words like supporting the king of Qi and eliminating the king of Wei. At the same time, they were also cooperating with the government to establish local militia organizations to rally people's hearts. Of course, no matter how much you say, it is not as useful as actual action. Distributing the land to the people is the key to making them let down their guard. With all these measures combined, the 4 states finally won the support of the people, and many young and middle-aged people were eager to join the army. Yi Qingyun smiled. The secret guards were always very mysterious. He was afraid of Li San because he felt that they must be being watched by Li San. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Where are you going next?" "Jinling City," Li San said without hesitation. "To capture a thief, we must first capture the king. If we can assassinate the king of Wei, it will be much easier to capture the city, right?" "Assassination?" Yi Qingyun was shocked. "Aren't you afraid of it getting out when you tell me this?" "If the governor leaks it, I will be the first to know about it," Li San smiled. Yi Qingyun shuddered all over. This further confirmed his guess. He was even more in awe of Xiao Ming because in his opinion, the king of Qi was really unpredictable. How did he establish an organization like the Secret Guard? But this was not the question he should think about. After chatting with Li San for a while, he left the government office to busy himself with recruiting new soldiers. Yangzhou City is a large city with a population of 600,000. Because they arrived in time, after the massacre, there were still more than 400,000 people remaining in the city. Combined with the population of nearby prefectures and counties, the population of Yangzhou City is considerable, basically around 700,000. Recruiting soldiers with such a surplus population is naturally not a problem. Now there is an order from Qingzhou, asking him to recruit 30,000 new soldiers from Yangzhou and Tongzhou. Half a year later, He needs to lead the army to cooperate with the Southern Expedition Army to completely take over Wei. Qingzhou. Amidst the heated publicity in the four states, war bonds began to be issued in the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce. In conjunction with the issuance of war bonds, the Qingzhou Daily gave a comprehensive explanation of what war bonds are. When the people and merchants learned that the war bonds were issued by Xiao Ming, the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce was blocked by the people for a while. With food and silver, the people exchanged them for war bonds in the Chamber of Commerce to support the war. Compared with the common people, merchants were more interested in war bonds. They took out silver to buy them. At the same time, the dignitaries who came to Qingzhou from Changen did not miss this opportunity. Taking their own property, they exchanged gold and silver for a few thin pieces of paper, which were the bonds issued by the Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Ming had not expected such a hot scene, but the enthusiasm of the people and merchants was enough to show his current status in the hearts of the people. As for the merchants who had tasted the sweetness after the northern expedition, naturally did not want to miss the opportunity. The only thing that made them regretful was that Xiao Ming set a limit this time, and they could not buy more than 10,000 taels of war bonds. The Chamber of Commerce was packed with people, and Xiao Ming's palace was bustling with traffic. After the war bonds were issued, Cao Zhengyang and other wealthy businessmen came to the palace to discuss the war bonds. Your Highness, you did not set a limit during the last northern expedition. Why do you want to set a limit this time? And this 10,000 taels is really too little, Cao Zhengyang said. Ding Wu also echoed, Your Highness, please believe in our loyalty to the country. We hope that Your Highness can win victory after victory and expand the territory. Yes, Your Highness, we are all Qingzhou people now, and we have no ulterior motives. The merchants were talking at once, and the main hall was filled with noise. Xiao Ming sat in the main seat, expressionless, sipping tea while listening to the merchants' complaints. After they finished speaking, he said, Everyone, setting this limit is not because I don't trust you, but because the amount of war bonds issued this time is limited, and I can't let you all take it. After a pause, Xiao Ming said also, I don't want too much silver and banknotes for this war bond. It won't be of much use to me, do you understand now? Cao Zhengyang, Ding Wu, and others looked at each other, and they immediately understood that this time the people were exchanging food, cloth, and other supplies for bonds. After all, the people did not like silver, but liked to exchange silver for supplies. However, these merchants had a lot of silver in their hands, and the 50,000 taels of bonds were purchased in the form of silver and silver notes. Your Highness, do you mean that as long as we exchange supplies, we don't have to worry about these restrictions? Cao Zhengyang asked tentatively. Of course not. I can consider raising the upper limit to 300,000 taels, Xiao Ming smiled. This restriction was actually a trap, in order to make merchants find ways to obtain various materials from outside the closed country. The power of one person is limited, but the combined power of so many merchants in Qingzhou is huge. After all, they have connections in other places. If they take action, it will save him a lot of trouble. 300,000 taels, Ding Wu repeated. This limit was acceptable. He asked, What supplies does Your Highness need? Iron ore, saltpeter, sulfur, cloth, and horses. Xiao Ming said that these things were in short supply for him. After expanding the army, he needed more steel, gunpowder, military uniforms, and war horses. Cao Zhengyang frowned upon hearing this. Your Highness, these supplies are in short supply right now and are very difficult to find. If it were easy, why would I tell you about this? But I can give you a reminder about iron ore. There are many iron mines in King Yang's fiefdom. You can go there to buy mines and start mining. Xiao Ming said. He now had to mobilize the power of capital to reserve supplies for the war. The businessmen looked at each other, but when they thought of the generous rewards, they finally couldn't resist the temptation and agreed to it. Your Highness, in this case, we will prepare these supplies for you. I have 20,000 war horses in my horse farm. If a batch of horses costs 15 taels, that would be exactly 300,000 taels. Cao Zhengyang glanced at the others proudly. 20,000 war horses. Xiao Ming was also shocked. Cao Zhengyang had only taken over this grassland for a year, but after a little thought, he understood that Cao Zhengyang must be engaged in some smuggling business from the grassland, otherwise he would not have so many horses. But now he is too lazy to care about this matter. Sometimes capital and politics are contradictory. They are wary of each other, but also need each other. The atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat quiet. Cao Zhengyang made a group of businessmen feel the gap between them and the Cao family. Xiao Ming smiled and said, Manager Cao is truly a model businessman. I will accept these 20,000 war horses. Your Highness, you're welcome, Cao Zhengyang said. Ding Wu said, Your Highness, I will send you some iron ore. Your Highness, I will give you some cloth. I'll provide food and fodder. A group of businessmen rushed to express their opinions, fearing that they would fall behind others. They had tasted the sweetness of the last northern expedition, and now they all wanted Xiao Ming to continue to launch the war. In that case, thank you very much. Xiao Ming was very cautious while feeling the enthusiasm of the businessmen. Capital pursues profits. These businessmen came here saying that they were buying war bonds, but in essence they still wanted to profit from the war, so they were very attentive with the aim of not stopping Xiao Ming. However, Xiao Ming really couldn't stop. He didn't get the rich supplies he wanted in Yangzhou this time, so he could only capture the Changen Kingdom, an island country colonized by Japan. For the sake of food and fodder, and also for the safety of sea routes, because Yue Yun brought news that the Japanese pirates were getting supplies from the Changen Kingdom and harassing merchant ships on the route. Now the sea route is the lifeline of Qingzhou, and he doesn't want any mistakes, so a day ago he ordered Yue Yun to lead 3,000 marines to capture the Changen Kingdom and incorporate the Changen Kingdom into the territory of the vassal state. At this time, the huge Qingzhou fleet was sailing on the sea. After receiving Xiao Ming's order, he headed from Tongzhou to the Changen Kingdom. On the third day, Yue Yun walked onto the deck and saw the island known as the Three Mountain Kingdom through his telescope. With a smile on his lips, Yue Yun felt relieved. It was very difficult to find an island in the vast ocean. If he didn't have a sea chart, he didn't know how long it would take. Ziachengmo, is there a pier in the Three Mountains Kingdom where we can dock? Yue Yun turned and asked a dark and thin young man. Because it was the first time for the fleet to come to this sea area, they were not familiar with this area. So when they were in Tongzhou, Yue Yun paid someone to find a person who had been to the Three Mountains Kingdom to serve as a guide. The young man called Ziachengmo said, "There is a pier where we can dock, but..." "Just tell me what it is," Yue Yun said. "Ever since the Changen Kingdom became a vassal of the Wo pirates, few civilians have come here. This is because the Changen Kingdom's navy has become the pirates' pawns, and they have attacked Dayu Kingdom's merchant ships together with the pirates. They are more like pirates than navy. The leader of the Changen Kingdom's navy is called Hu Hai." "Hu Hai, how dare you attack the merchant ships of our Dayu Kingdom?" Yue Yun said angrily when he heard this. Ziachengmo continued, "He's more than just audacious. In the past, all merchant ships passing through this area had to pay a toll, otherwise they would be robbed within a few days, leaving no one alive. Now that the Dayu Kingdom's fleet is patrolling the sea, they're behaving a little more peacefully." As the two were talking, the first mate came up from the cabin. He heard their conversation and said, "General, His Highness has asked us to recapture the Three Mountain Kingdom, and this time we'll destroy Hu Hai. I also encountered Hu Hai's pirate ship during training in this area." After the number of warships increased, Xiao Ming promoted Yue Yun to general and also promoted some naval generals. Liu Chen was one of the outstanding naval generals. Upon hearing this, Ziachengmo smiled bitterly and said, "Captain Liu, don't underestimate these pirates. The king of Chu has sent out warships to eliminate these pirates before, but the pirates would flee when they saw the warships and return as soon as the warships left. It was completely useless. The sea is so vast, where can we find them?" In the end, even the king of Chu was too lazy to intervene. The fleet was getting closer and closer to the distant coastline. Yue Yun said, "Don't worry about this. We have our own way. You just need to lead us to the Three Mountain Kingdom's dock where we can dock." After saying so much, Liu Chen and Yue Yun both had determined expressions, without any fear on their faces. A hint of pride flashed in Ziachengmo's eyes. In the past, they were afraid of pirates and Japanese pirates, but now with the Qingzhou fleet as their backing, he was not afraid of anything. If it were in the past, even if he was given 100 taels of silver, he would not take them to find the devil Hu Hai. Ever since the Qingzhou warships began patrolling at sea, Hu Hai had been keeping an eye on their movements. Naturally, the fact that they were coming to the Changen Kingdom was not hidden from him. At the dock, looking at the approaching fleet, Hu Hai's face was extremely gloomy, and his eagle eyes narrowed slightly. "What should we do, General?" Next to Hu Hai was a burly man with a broad back and strong waist. The clothes he wore were obviously different from those of the Dayu Kingdom. He was a Japanese. Hu Hai had been plundering at sea for so long, and he had experienced many storms. He pondered for a moment and said, "You will lead 200 ships to an ambush in the sea 10 miles outside the dock. The Qingzhou fleet will simply dock, but if they want to attack us, we may have to fight them." "Hee, maybe we can get these warships then." The dock was getting closer and closer. Yue Yun on the warship picked up a telescope and looked at the dock. In his field of vision, there were many ships docked at the dock, including some of the Adikabun, which are unique to Japan. Yue Yun looked more closely and saw that everyone coming and going on the dock was carrying a musket, and some were being driven to carry goods. "Apart from this pier, are there any other docks?" Yue Yun asked again. This time he was ready to catch them all in one fell swoop and not give Hu Hai a chance to escape. Ziachengmo told him that the current king of Changen Kingdom had become a puppet, and the real power was in the hands of Hu Hai. "I don't know about that either. We are not allowed to wander around here." Nodding, Yue Yun said to the flag signaler, have the warships form a formation 500 meters from the dock, surrounding the transport ship in the center. On the outer side, have all the gunners man their positions. Yes, General, the flag signalman went to the bow and began to signal. After the signal was finished, the 24 warships began to change their direction. When they were about to arrive at the dock, the fleet's formation basically became a straight line. As they sailed, Liu Chen and Yue Yun kept watching the dock through binoculars. It looks like they're not up to any good, Liu Chen said, putting down the binoculars. Many people at the dock had already hidden in the boats, and some musketeers were hiding in the bushes, but nothing escaped their eyes. If it were you, I'd just fire a few cannons at the dock. We are not here to cause trouble. Our purpose in occupying the Three-Mountain Kingdom is to turn it into our maritime supply base and provide food for the vassal states. We didn't gain anything from Yangzhou this time, Yue Yun said thoughtfully. Liu Chen nodded. So, are we going to land using a small boat? Yue Yun nodded upon hearing this. Lower the boat and prepare for the attack. After confirming the order, Liu Chen gave the order. Upon hearing this, the Marines ran up from the cabin one after another. Liu Chen then asked the flag signalman to pass on the message to other warships. Soon, more than 3,000 musketeers gathered on the deck and headed towards the dock in the small boat that was lowered. At this time, Hu Hai was sweating profusely on the dock. The numerous transport ships on the sea told him that the Dayu Kingdom was serious this time. He looked around the dock and found that he only had 2,000 people on the dock, while this was the entire force of the Three Mountains Kingdom. Moreover, most of the soldiers did not have muskets and used swords. However, every soldier from Dayu who came by boat carried a musket with a bayonet. Yue Yun was always watching the movements on the dock. What he and Liu Chen said was just a joke. If they really encountered a dangerous situation, he would not hesitate to destroy the dock to ensure the safety of the Marines. It was not easy for him to train these soldiers. In order to compete with Niu Ben for equipment, the two almost fought in Qingzhou. The military is currently short of equipment, and no one wants to give in to anyone else. At this time, Liu Chen was also preparing to land with the Marines. After landing this time, they would completely occupy the main island of the Three-Mountain Kingdom. Wait for my orders at any time, Liu Chen ordered the soldiers on the same boat. In Qingzhou, every general always rushed to the front in battle, and this time Liu Chen naturally inherited this tradition. The water was rippling and the fleet soon arrived at the dock. Liu Chen was the first to jump onto the wooden dock. At this time, soldiers on the dock ran over with guns drawn. Some soldiers pointed their guns directly at them. One soldier asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Liu Chen scanned the area and found no more than 100 soldiers holding muskets. He said calmly, "We are the fleet of the King of Qi, under his orders to drive out the Japanese pirates for the King of Sanshan." King Qi? Who is the King Qi? Only our general who has the final say here. The general said that if you are only stopping here temporarily, you can leave after resting. If you have bad intentions, don't blame us for being rude, the soldier shouted. These soldiers had also followed Hu Hai to plunder at sea, so they were very brave. Liu Chen was a straightforward person. Their goal was to capture the Three Mountains Kingdom. Regardless of whether the soldiers of the Three Mountains Kingdom were friendly or not, war was inevitable. He sneered, "That's not up to you to decide. If it's not up to us, do you have the final say?" the soldier said disdainfully. Liu Chen looked behind him. He was the only one on the shore at this time, and there were only 50 people on the boat, but he showed no fear. The hallmark of the Marine Corps was bravery. He drew the long knife from his waist and stabbed it directly into the soldier's chest. "Kill them, brothers, go ahead and kill them." Liu Chen snorted coldly and then shouted, "Fire." Bang, bang, bangs. The musketeers behind Liu Chen pulled the triggers one after another. White smoke came out of the muzzles, and more than 10 soldiers who rushed over fell down immediately. But at the same time, more and more soldiers poured in from the dock. Liu Chen was neither hurried nor slow. He needed to open up the battlefield at the dock, so he shouted, "Hold on, wait for support." "Yes, Captain." After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly formed a formation on the dock and continued shooting. At the same time, the second and third ships docked at the dock, and the soldiers rushed to the dock. As the number of people increased, the Marines' firepower became more intense, and the soldiers who rushed over fell one after another. When did the army of Dayu become so powerful? Hiding in the warehouse outside the dock, Hu Hai felt as cold as winter as he watched the soldiers falling one after another. Under the fire of the Dayu soldiers' firearms, the soldiers of the Sanshan Kingdom were completely vulnerable. At this moment, he couldn't help but turn pale with fear. He had never fought such a war before. "Withdraw." A trembling word came out of Hu Hai's mouth. Now he finally realized that he could not defeat this group of soldiers at all. However, he still had naval warships. During his escape, he ordered his men to light a bonfire on the dock. He could give up the island, but he wanted the warships of Dayu Kingdom. As long as he could get one, Hu Hai would be able to dominate the sea. The beacon fire on the island attracted Yue Yun's attention. This unusual behavior made him alert. He believed that this was definitely not an accident. Sure enough, after a while, Yue Yun saw through the telescope that there were 300 ships gathered in the western waters, and there were many armed soldiers on the ships. This is going to be interesting. Yue Yun looked at the 300 warships. The enemy had an advantage in the number of warships, but he was not worried. Naval battles required more than just numbers of people. "General, do you want to open fire? These warships are about to come into range," the second mate said at this time. Putting down the telescope, Yue Yun shook his head. "Don't be impatient. Get them closer before you attack. These ships are very weak and can't withstand the bombardment of grapeshot. Have all the gunners switch to grapeshot. I'm going to teach them what naval warfare is." "Yes, Admiral," the second mate turned and went down to the cabin. Following the wind, Hu Hai's ships approached very quickly. In just half an hour, more than 300 pirate ships arrived in the sea 500 meters away from the fleet. On the warships, the flag signalmen kept waving flags, and the gunners of the 10 warships were all in position. On the outer side, the firing ports of the galleons were opened one by one, and all the cannons were pushed out and aimed at the navy warships of the Three Mountains Kingdom. When black smoke rose from the dock, Murayama Kayaki ordered the fleet to move forward. He was the Japanese who was with Hu Hai. As the fleet approached the Kingju fleet, Murayama Kayaki became more and more uneasy. His intuition on the battlefield made him feel something unusual. Any fleet would either flee or send out defensive soldiers when facing hundreds of pirate ships, but these dozen or so warships did not move at all. Suddenly, many square holes opened on the side, and some black tubular objects stretched out, while the deck of the ship remained very calm, as if they didn't care at all. But despite this, the smoke rising from the dock was conveying Hu Hai's order to seize these warships. "Kill!" The huge warship was right in front of them. The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted, and at this moment, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Murayama Kayaki saw countless flames lighting up on the opposite side, and then a black ball flew over like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The black iron balls made a dull sound when they hit the pirate ship. The pirate ship was instantly shattered by dozens of shells. Some soldiers were directly hit by the shells and were beaten into mud. Fear, deep fear, the shouts of the Three Mountain Kingdom soldiers instantly turned into wails. One ship after another was torn apart, and the entire fleet was in chaos. Kayaki Murayama stood on the ship. There was no one on either side of him. Countless shells whizzed past his ears and took away all his crew members. He could no longer speak. His legs were shaking and he couldn't move. In his eyes were countless flying wood chips and blood. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the ships sank one after another. Yue Yun looked at the group of fleeing soldiers and the desperate expressions on their faces, and once again fully realized the horror of this weapon. Just 100 meters away, the pirates' warships were directly pierced by shells. A dozen shells were enough to destroy a ship, and most of the pirates were directly hit by the dense shells, flying out in a string, and it was obvious that they were not going to survive. The battle was fierce. The warships of the Three Mountain Kingdom had nowhere to escape. The ships that tried to escape were sunk one after another. Half an hour later, only floating wood and corpses were left on the sea. "Stop shooting and capture a few alive," Yue Yun gave the order. The navy of the Three Mountains Kingdom had completely collapsed and no longer posed any threat. After his order was given, the fleet began to move, heading towards the destroyed warship. Ropes were thrown down, and the soldiers who were not dead yet climbed up along the ropes as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. "General, we've captured a Japanese." Yue Yun was staring intently at the sea when a soldier carried a trembling man and threw him in front of him. According to those soldiers, he was the one sent by Japan to monitor Hu Hai. In addition to this pier, there's another one where some Japanese pirate ships are docked. Glancing at the Japanese, he asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Kayaki Murayama." At this time, Kayaki Murayama was so scared that he dared not hide anything. Yue Yun sneered, "You should know where that pier is. Now lead the way, or I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish." "Yes, yes," Murayama Kayaki nodded repeatedly. At this time, Liu Chen had been chasing on the coast for nearly 40 minutes. After crossing a hillside, the view in front of him suddenly opened up. It turned out that outside the woods was a semicircular sea area surrounded by mountains. The area was very vast and very hidden. When the fleet came just now, they were blocked by the woods and did not see this bay. The fleeing soldiers were still running down the hillside, and on one side of the beach were more than 100 ships of various sizes docked. Some of the ships had already begun to flee, and the people on the ships were all dressed as Japanese pirates. "Follow me," Liu Chen shouted, and rushed down one by one. Seeing this, the Marines rushed down with howling. He had just heard the sound of cannons, and he thought the fleet had already started fighting. Once they took over the dock, they would truly control this sea area. At this time, the soldiers of the Three Mountains Kingdom had no desire to fight anymore. Liu Chen easily occupied another dock more than 10 miles away and seized more than a dozen warships. However, he was powerless to do anything about those warships that had already escaped. But after a while, he saw the fleet led by Yue Yun entering the bay, and the deafening sound of cannons rang out again. After a while of bombardment, Yue Yun ordered the fleet to sail into the bay. On the way, Murayama Kayaki had explained the characteristics of this excellent bay. According to him, the water in this bay is very deep, more than 10 meters, so it is very suitable for ships to dock. They have only recently built a dock here to use as a new dock for the Japanese pirates. The warships came ashore one after another, and Yue Yun got off the ship. Who are these people? There were thousands of people squatting on the dock, and Yue Yun couldn't help but ask. General, these are the people of Dayu Kingdom. They were captured by Hu Hai and brought here as slaves, Liu Chen said. Find a few people to lead the way. We are going to talk to the kingdom of Changen Kingdom, Yue Yun said after a moment of thought. The two nodded. Although they had driven away Hu Hai and the Japanese pirates on the island, they still had to occupy the island. To completely occupy the island, they had to talk to the king of the Changen Kingdom. Moreover, according to Xiao Ming's plan, they have to temporarily station troops on the island to prevent counterattacks from the Japanese pirates. After all, this place is too close to Japan. Yue Yun's proposal was approved by the two. Besides the garrison, they also needed to build a bastion to defend against the enemy. These slaves would still be needed for the time being. Besides these slaves, they also captured a number of surrendered soldiers. Building the bastion required quarrying rock, and these prisoners were the most suitable. Your Highness, I'm afraid your concerns are unnecessary. Why would we need a bastion to deal with the soldiers on this island? Liu Chen said. You are wrong. These bastions are not meant to deal with the local people, but to deal with the Japanese pirates. And these are not our concern. His Highness naturally has his considerations. Our duty is to carry out the mission. Now let's go along the road to the residential area, Yue Yun said. Yes, Liu Chen said. After that, the two men led their soldiers towards the island. After passing through the woods in front of the dock, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. At this time, there were many rice fields in front of them, and at the end of the rice fields were densely packed houses. These houses were no different from the buildings in Dayu Kingdom. The king's palace is in the center of the city, said the commoner who led the way. He was captured on the island 5 years ago and was familiar with everything here. Yue Yun and Liu Chen nodded and led the army to continue advancing into the island. After walking 20 miles, they arrived at the residential area. The people who guided them on the way here had explained to them that the writing system of the Changen Kingdom was the same as that of the Dayu Kingdom, and the clothing was exactly the same. However, since being occupied by Japanese pirates, some of the powerful people on the island started wearing kimonos and even learned the pirates' language. Some children of the common people were also required to learn the Japanese language. The arrival of the army aroused the vigilance of the island residents, who hid in their homes and watched them through the cracks in the windows. Yue Yun didn't care. He understood the situation on the island. This island country with a population of 200,000 had a very small army. Because of this, they were like fence-sitters, trying to survive in the gap between the Japanese pirates and the Dayu Kingdom. However, from now on, there will no longer be the Three Mountains Kingdom, and this place will be part of the territory of the feudal state. The warm sea breeze blew by, and the soil on the ground was still a little damp, as if it had just rained. Under the leadership of Xia Chengmo, Yue Yun and Liu Chen quickly arrived at the royal city of the Changen Kingdom. After passing through the houses, a stone wall appeared in front of everyone. The stones of the wall were green, and some green moss grew in the cracks. The city wall is about 5 meters high and extends from north to south, protecting the royal city of the Ryukyu Kingdom in the middle. General, this is the entrance to the royal city, Yig Pass, Xia Chengmo said to Yue Yun. At this time, there was a very narrow pass in front of everyone. The gate of the pass was only 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. There was a small tower above the gate. This type of tower is very common in the Dayu Kingdom and is similar in structure to a pavilion. When the fully armed army arrived at the pass, the hundreds of soldiers on the city wall immediately became nervous, and a dozen archers aimed their bows and arrows at them. Who are you? The soldier on the city wall asked in a trembling voice. They had just heard the sound of cannons and gunfire from the direction of the dock, so they were now very wary of this group of strangers. Yue Yun glanced at these soldiers. According to the information provided by Xia Chengmo, the Changen Kingdom had limited military strength, and most of them were in Hu Hai's hands. Now that Hu Hai has been driven away by them, there is basically no resistance in the royal city. It is estimated that there are only about 1,000 people left on the wall. We are soldiers from the Dayu Kingdom. We have driven away the Japanese pirates and Hu Hai. Now open the city gates quickly. We want to see your king, Yue Yun said coldly. The soldiers on the city were shocked when they heard the news. With the support of Hua, Hu Hai had become the #1 powerful official in the Sanchen Kingdom. The people and soldiers of the Sanchen Kingdom were all afraid of him. Now suddenly a group of people came and drove Hu Hai away, and they suddenly became a little panicked. We have already notified the inner palace. Please wait outside the pass. The soldiers on the city wall did not dare to offend and said carefully, these people could drive away Hu Hai, so it would be very easy for them to capture the castle. They don't have the capital to be arrogant now. Yue Yun was not a warmonger. Upon hearing this, he nodded and waited for a reply. While he was waiting, Liu Chen and his soldiers had already circled the castle. Returning to Yue Yun, he said, General, this castle is not big. I estimate that one circumference is only about 6 miles. There are few defenders on the walls outside the pass, so it will be easy to capture this castle. Yue Yun looked at some of the buildings inside from the top of the city wall. The exposed buildings had the same roofs as the buildings of Dayu Kingdom, with overhanging eaves and yellow tiles on top. Wait for a while. If the Ryukyu king doesn't know what's good for him, we might have to take action. You should prepare the gunpowder barrel now, and then we can blow up the city gate directly, Yue Yun said. Yes, General, Liu Chen responded and prepared to go. After giving the order, Yue Yun found a high ground and looked to the east. Through the telescope, he saw an ocean on the opposite side. Then he looked to the south again, and the territory of the Three Mountain Kingdom was in full view. Just as marked on the nautical chart, the territory of the Three Mountain Kingdom was long and narrow, with the narrowest part from east to west being only 4 or 5 miles, and the widest part being no more than 30 miles. Compared to the width, this island was very long and narrow, measuring a full 200 miles from south to north. The place where they are now is the widest part. It looks like a bump on the worm's neck that bulges out to the west. The 2 docks just now were exactly the upper and lower sides of a semicircular lump. It was for this reason that he could not find the other dock. After all, he came from the southwest, facing the south pier. After waiting for a while, some beads of sweat appeared on Yue Yun's forehead. Kingzhou has become cooler now, but it is still very hot here. Having studied geography at Bowen College, he knew that the Sanchen Kingdom was located in the subtropics with a warm and rainy climate. It was for this reason that the Sanchen Kingdom was favored by Japan. Just as he was observing the terrain, there was a sudden commotion on the city wall, and then a figure who looked like a general appeared on it. He looked at the 2,000 soldiers under the city, and the general's face turned pale. Open the city gate quickly, the general ordered. After receiving the order, the gate of Yig Pass slowly opened, and then the general came out from inside the pass and bowed his head. General Chak of the Three Mountains Kingdom pays homage to the angel. No need for formalities, Yue Yun showed a smile. The Sanchen Kingdom has always called the envoys of the Dayu Kingdom angels to show respect. Chak stood up and carefully looked at Yue Yun and his group. Then he stood aside, stretched out his hand and said, Angel, please. Yue Yun nodded and prepared to enter the pass when Liu Chen came running up from behind to stop him and said, General, be careful, there might be a trap. Let me take the soldiers to investigate first. Hearing this, Yue Yun suddenly came to his senses and nodded slightly. Liu Chen glanced at Chak and led 1,000 soldiers into the pass. After searching the entire castle and finding no ambush, he came back to inform Yue Yun that he could enter safely. Chak remained silent until this moment, saying the angel is being overly suspicious. The king has been waiting for Dayu's help. Now that the angel has arrived with a large army, how dare we, his subjects, become his enemies? The Sanchen Kingdom and the Dayu Kingdom have cut off contact for some years, so we have to be on guard, Yue Yun said as he walked into the castle. As soon as they entered the castle, a group of red buildings suddenly appeared in front of everyone. These buildings were decorated with carved beams and painted rafters and looked like a small palace. The only difference was that these buildings were all made of wood, and there were many small windows on them, which made them look quite exquisite. Following Chak, Yue Yun and his group walked towards the palace. The entire route was under surveillance by the Marines. When he arrived in front of the largest palace in the complex, Yue Yun saw a middle-aged man in a red official uniform with a gold thread cloud edge, surrounded by a crowd of people waiting for his arrival. I am honored to have the angel visit me. The middle-aged man clasped his hands together and bowed to Yue Yun. Yue Yun looked at the middle-aged man. When Sanchen Kingdom was a vassal state of Dayu Kingdom, the Prince of Dayu Kingdom once sent an envoy to bestow the title of Sanchen King on Sanchen Kingdom. There was nothing wrong with the king calling himself the Little King at this time. However, seeing these people rushing around, Yue Yun realized that they must have just changed into this outfit. He didn't care but said frankly, This time, I will be acting in the name of King Qi of Dayu to expel the Japanese pirates and return the Sanchen Kingdom to Dayu's vassal state. I wonder what King Sanchen thinks. Yue Yun's words were a bit forceful. The current world situation is one of the survival of the fittest. Moreover, he did not like superficial hypocrisy, but would directly state his purpose. King Shan was shocked when he heard this and said, "King Qi, isn't he the emperor of Dayu? What don't you want to?" Yue Yun's voice was cold. He didn't want to waste any more words with King Sanchen. If he didn't listen, he could just find someone else. He could easily control an island with a population of only 200,000. King Sanchen broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, he had no ability to challenge this army. Before this army came, the power of the kingdom was controlled by Hu Hai. Now he just wanted to take this opportunity to regain power. I am willing, King Sanchen smiled. He said, but the angels have also seen that my king has been harassed by the Japanese. This time the angels have done a good deed by driving the Japanese pirates away, but once you leave, the Japanese pirates will soon return. Then the kingdom will suffer from the Japanese pirates again. Therefore, I hope that the angels can station troops in the kingdom to guard against the Japanese pirates and maintain the kingdom's eternal peace. Yue Yun said calmly, as long as you can obey His Royal Highness the Prince of Qi's orders, the position of King of Three Mountains will always be yours. I will ensure that a figure like Hu Hai will not appear again. Of course, we are also considering garrisoning troops, but in the end, it all depends on your performance. According to Xiao Ming's idea, the Sanchen Kingdom was to be stationed there this time to capture it. It was because of the indifference of the Dayu Kingdom that the Sanchen Kingdom was eventually annexed by the Japanese Kingdom. Yue Yun held the trump card in his heart and knew that the current King of Three Mountains had no real power. The purpose of his saying this was just to completely control the King of Three Mountains. Although the Sanchen Kingdom will be incorporated into the territory of the vassal state this time, Xiao Ming does not have any extra officials to send to the island, so the King of Sanchen will still serve as the ruler of the island. When the time comes, the island will be supervised by the garrison. The Sanchen Kingdom will truly become the first overseas colony of the Dayu Kingdom. The little king will obey the angel's orders. King Sanchen was overjoyed. When Hu Hai was on the island, he was just a puppet. Now that he truly holds the royal power, he doesn't care to whom he pays tribute. Yue Yun nodded with satisfaction. He was satisfied with the attitude of King Sanchen. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to change another king. Next, Yue Yun and the King of Three Mountains determined the tribute materials. After Japan occupied the Sanwen Kingdom, the Sanwen Kingdom provided Japan with large quantities of grain every harvest season. Although there are only 200,000 people on the island, due to the pleasant climate, the crops are harvested every year, and the harvest is quite considerable. The angel has come at the right time. The rice in the fields is about to be harvested, and the grain can be sent to Qingzhou. I hope the angel can say a few good words for me in front of King Qi, King Sanchen said. When Yue Yun was communicating with him, he briefly talked about the situation in Qingzhou, and now he has some understanding of Qingzhou. Of course, as long as the food arrives in Qingzhou, your highness will be very happy. At that time, your position will become more stable. When Yue Yun landed, he noticed the rice in the fields. The rice ears had turned yellow and could be harvested soon. Upon hearing this, King Sanchen expressed his gratitude again. In addition to rice, another source of income for the Sanchen Kingdom is fishing. This time, Yue Yun returns to teach the trawling technology to the craftsmen of the Sanchen Kingdom. In this way, the Three Mountains Kingdom can continue to provide seafood to Qingzhou. After talking about the supply of food, Yue Yun finally talked about the construction of the bastion. Since it was decided to station troops, the bastion must be built. The reason is very simple. This time he only plans to station 1,000 troops on the island. With these 1,000 troops combined with the bastion defense, even if the Japanese pirates come to attack here, reinforcements will have time to arrive to support. After all, there will be food in the bastion and artillery on the city walls, and 1,000 people will be enough to resist the Japanese pirates for a period of time. After explaining the plan for the island clearly, Yue Yun was invited by King Sanchen to have dinner together. He had arrived in the morning and it was already night, so he could only rest on the island. The next day, he ordered a warship to return and bring back the news of the capture of the Three Mountain Kingdom. 5 days later, the news of the capture of the Shanwen Kingdom reached the Qingzhou government office. Can the Three Mountains Kingdom provide Qingzhou with 600,000 dan of grain this time? Pang Yukon said in shock. Fiji was puzzled. Your Highness, Changen also has records of the Three Mountain Kingdom paying tribute. The Mountain King Kingdom only paid tribute in the form of corals, gold, and silver statues. Why did they provide your Highness with so much food this time? This time is different from that time. Back then, the Sanchen Kingdom was a vassal state of the Dayu Kingdom, but now it is our colony, Xiao Ming said lightly. Now the status of the Sanchen Kingdom in his heart is only in this category. After all, this is a country independent of Dayu Kingdom, and the people do not yet recognize Dayu Kingdom. However, after he promotes education on the island, this place will eventually become the Hawaii of Dayu Kingdom, rather than the Hawaii of Japan. Fiji had only just begun to understand the concept of colonization. He said, "Your Highness, is this appropriate? To conquer the world, we must use the way of the king, not the way of hegemony. If we don't follow the way of mercy, we will lose the hearts of the people. Who among the foreign nations will still respect Deu as the celestial empire?" Hearing this, Xiao Ming frowned. He said, "Lord Fei, the world should be governed by the way of the king, not the way of the tyrant. Hegemony should be fought for by the way of the tyrant, not the way of the king. Now that the world is unsettled, isn't it too early to adopt the way of the king? Furthermore, the surrounding barbarians fear our power and do not cherish our virtue. Our great Yu kingdom has been generous to these barbarians, yet we have always suffered their bullying when we were poor and weak. Have they ever considered how much we appreciate the kindness shown to them by our great Yu kingdom?" "Your Highness, this," Fiji was suddenly speechless. After a pause, Xiao Ming said, "You keep talking about the kingly way, but why did the kings of Deu treat the people like grass and dogs, but treated the barbarians like guests of honor?" Fiji's face turned pale and then red, and then red and then pale. This time Xiao Ming seemed very angry. He sighed in his heart. He finally understood why Kingzhu was so unique, because Xiao Ming's ideas were very unique. When Pang Yukon saw Fiji being scolded, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat. In fact, his views were almost the same as Fiji's, but now that Fiji had blocked the knife, he stopped talking. Originally, Xiao Ming was very happy about the news that the Three Mountains Kingdom was in his hands, but at this time, all of his thoughts were destroyed by Fiji. He waved his hand and asked Fiji and Pang Yukon to go back. Fiji's words this time were full of Confucian so-called benevolence, righteousness, and morality, but the prevailing rules of the Age of Discovery were more barbaric than anyone else. And what made him most indignant was that history from ancient times to the present has been full of Fiji's idea of preferring to make friends with outsiders rather than domestic slaves. In fact, many people have misunderstood the tribute, thinking that the Deu kingdom took advantage of it. In fact, this is not the case, because after each tribute, the Deu kingdom would give the envoys of the vassal state things worth several times the value to take back. Even during the Ming Dynasty, Japan took great advantage of the tribute, even paying tribute twice a year, because it was a sure-win business for Japan. It was like giving someone $100 and calling him boss, and then the person being called boss happily gave him $10,000. It was extremely stupid. Because of this, he has come to this era to break the cycle of this thought. From now on, the country of Deu will not be a fake gentleman, but a real villain. He will conquer and plunder abroad and be lenient and benevolent at home, because in his opinion, this is a normal country. However, Fiji's words finally made him understand why dynasties changed, but the people had no attachment to the court. In fact, the people had their own yardstick in their hearts. If you treat me like a national hero, I will repay you like a national hero. If you treat me like a weed, I will repay you like an enemy. Outside the palace, Fiji and Pang Yukon walked side by side. Fiji, who was scolded to death, said depressedly, "Ah, your Highness's temper is really unpredictable. Was I wrong just now?" From ancient times to the present, every dynasty has treated foreign vassal states in this way. Lord Fei, regardless of right or wrong, your Highness is at least wrong. However, if I think about it carefully, your Highness is not wrong. For example, if we continue to treat the Three Mountain Kingdom in the same way as before, it will surely fall into the hands of the Japanese pirates again in a few days. Once the Japanese pirates have sufficient food and fodder, they will inevitably invade. Then our kindness will be cruel to the people of Deu Kingdom. If that's the case, your Highness is absolutely right. What you said does make sense, Fiji suddenly realized, but what about the reputation of the great Yu Kingdom? Can face be eaten? Pang Yukon said something Xiao Ming often said. Fiji opened his eyes and sighed deeply. Looks like I need to go to Bowen College to read more books. Maybe I can understand His Highness's thoughts. As the two were talking, they suddenly saw Li Kaiyuan and two others carrying a basket of things walking towards the palace. Pang Yukon stopped him and asked, "What is this?" "Sweet potatoes." Li Kaiyuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said he had just delivered this batch of sweet potatoes after they were unloaded from the merchant ship. Pang Yukon's eyes widened immediately. "Is this a sweet potato?" "Yes, the Dutch merchant ship was sent to Dengzhou, and I quickly transported it back," Li Kaiyuan said, calling people to leave. Fiji looked at the somewhat dazed Pang Yukon and asked, "Prime Minister Pang, why are you so excited?" "Because this thing is more productive than potatoes." Pang Yukon's eyes filled with tears. It seems that people in Deu Kingdom will no longer starve to death in the future. Higher yield than potatoes, Fiji was also shocked. He looked at the things in the frame, but Li Kaiyuan took his men away. After entering the palace, Li Kaiyuan went straight to Xiao Ming. "Your Highness, these are the sweet potatoes sent by the Dutch," Li Kaiyuan said, pointing to the sweet potatoes piled in the bamboo basket. The sweet potatoes are here. Xiao Ming was feeling depressed, but the moment he saw the sweet potatoes, he suddenly became excited. We arrived in Dengzhou 3 days ago. As soon as we landed, I had someone deliver it to you. Your Highness, can this thing really yield 30 dan per acre? Li Kaiyuan still didn't quite believe it. Of course, this could be false. Now potatoes have proven themselves, and now I will let sweet potatoes prove themselves as well, Xiao Ming said happily. In his opinion, sweet potatoes are more valuable than potatoes. The preservation of potatoes is still a problem, but sweet potatoes can be cut into slices and dried into sweet potato chips. When he was young, he often ate sweet potato chips, and the old people at that time said that they also ate this when they were young, and they even ate steamed buns made of sweet potato leaves. Li Kaiyuan nodded. If that's the case with potatoes and sweet potatoes, the food problem in the closed country will be solved. It's not that simple. We have to wait until it becomes popular. Xiao Ming smiled. Abundant food means population growth. During the age of great navigation, the population of the West was exploding, and he could not fall behind because, in his opinion, after the end of the civil war in Dayu Kingdom, the population would inevitably decline on a large scale. With sufficient food, he could encourage childbirth. Looking at the sweet potatoes in the basket, Xiao Ming was happy but also a little greedy. He had not eaten roasted sweet potatoes for a long time. At this moment, Ziyuan passed by outside the main hall. Xiao Ming called her and asked her to take the sweet potatoes to the kitchen to roast them. Your Highness, is this sweet potato? Ziyuan's eyes rolled around. How could Xiao Ming not know what this girl was thinking? He had told them about the deliciousness of sweet potatoes, so he said, there are a lot of sweet potatoes here, just take a few and eat them when the time comes. Thank you, Your Highness, Ziyuan said happily. After the sweet potatoes were delivered, Li Kaiyuan had nothing else to do, so he said goodbye and left the palace. At this time, Xiao Ming returned to the bedroom with a smile on his face. Fei Yuer was reading a book at this time. Seeing Xiao Ming so happy, Fei Yuer smiled and said, What makes Your Highness so happy? Li Kaiyuan has sent sweet potatoes, and the Three Mountains Kingdom will be sending grain soon. Now the grain in the vassal state will be harvested soon, and potatoes will also be harvested in autumn. In this way, the vassal state will have abundant food. Xiao Ming became happier the more he thought about it. Food is the most important thing for people. With these grains, he won't have to worry about anything. Fei Yuer was also happy for Xiao Ming after hearing this. When she first came to Qingzhou, she thought she would live a hard life, but she didn't expect that life in Qingzhou would be more comfortable than in Changen. Congratulations, Your Highness, Fei Yuer said with a smile. Xiao Ming felt proud when he heard this. The construction of the feudal state was progressing steadily, and he felt more and more at ease. While the two were talking, the kitchen was already in a mess. The aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes attracted Green Radish and Xiao Huan. After learning that this was the sweet potato Xiao Ming mentioned, the two girls immediately became greedy and rushed to grab it. Ziyuan looked helpless, but she didn't bother to care because he had taken a big sweet potato in advance. She giggled and took a light bite. The sweetness and fragrance immediately spread in her mouth. The taste was much better than boiled potatoes. At this time, Liu and Xiao Huan also started to eat it with relish. Your Highness is really capable. He can even get such delicious food. Ziyuan ate several mouthfuls in a row, then sighed with satisfaction. Liu ate the fastest. After she finished what was in her mouth, she squinted her eyes in enjoyment. Then she looked at the sweet potato in Ziyuan's hand and said unwillingly, Sister Ziyuan, can you finish such a big sweet potato? Let me help you eat it. Ziyuan rolled her eyes at Liu and gave her some of the food. Your Highness is right, you are just a little foodie. Green Ivy doesn't take care, as long as she has something to eat. After the sweet potatoes were baked, they were naturally sent to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was not very surprised to see the sweet potatoes on the plate. After all, he had eaten this thing a lot in modern times. But Fei Yuer was different. She excitedly picked up one and stuffed it into her mouth. Xiao Ming snatched it with his bare hands and said, Peel it before eating. As he said that, he peeled the skin of the sweet potato and gave it to Fei Yuer. Fei Yuer took it with a smile, took a bite, chewed it gently, and said in her mouth, it's delicious. Xiao Ming also picked up a sweet potato and started eating it. Sweet potatoes, like potatoes, are a tool for solving famine problems. When there is enough food, they will not be regarded as staple food. Potatoes can be used for cooking, while sweet potatoes become ingredients for snacks. Fei Yuer felt choked halfway through the meal and quickly drank a few sips of water. Since it was her first time eating it, she felt it was delicious. However, like potatoes, sweet potatoes are choking when eaten dry. However, she had to admit that this sweet potato was really delicious. The bedroom was filled with the sweet smell of roasted sweet potatoes. Xiao Ming and Fei Yuer each took one and ate it happily. Of course, he did not forget Zhen Fei. He had just sent someone to deliver some roasted sweet potatoes to Zhen Fei. Your Highness, these sweet potatoes are so delicious and high-yielding. This is truly a blessing for the kingdom of Deu. Fei Yue chewed slowly, the smile in her eyes growing more intense. Xiao Ming nodded. Now that we have potatoes and sweet potatoes, I am relieved about the agriculture of the vassal state. For him, he mainly introduced these two high-yield crops. As for other economic crops, he was not in a hurry. After all, the people of Deu Kingdom now only pursue food and clothing, rather than the luxurious nutritional balance like modern people. Fei Yue nodded and continued, Your Highness no longer needs to worry about agriculture or the textile industry. Since the steam engine was installed in the textile workshop, the production of cloth has increased dramatically. The cotton sent from Chu is no longer enough. As she spoke, Fei Yue took a piece of blue cloth from the table and placed it in front of Xiao Ming. Is this the cloth spun in the textile workshop? Xiao Ming spread the cloth in his hand and stroked it. Although the cloth had been dyed, the surface of the cloth was very smooth and each cotton thread was very tight. Holding the cloth, he pulled it hard again, which showed that the cloth was very strong. Overall, this was the most exquisite cloth Xiao Ming had ever seen in Deu Kingdom. That's untrue. Only the looms in the textile mill and the steam engine can produce this kind of cloth. I'm planning to use this cloth to make uniforms for the army. However, the steam engine has greatly increased the textile mill's production, so there's not enough cotton. Moreover, the price of cotton in Chu has also increased because of this. Speaking of this, Fei Yue was a little unhappy, probably blaming the cotton merchants in Chu for taking the opportunity to raise prices. Xiao Ming didn't take it seriously. He said, it's actually very simple. The price of cotton has gone up, and the price of this cloth has also increased. When the time comes, we can have our merchants sell it to Chu at a high price, and we can make back the profit. Fei Yue laughed when she heard this. She said, Your Highness is right. Tomorrow I will ask Luluo to raise the price of the cloth sold to the merchants in Chu. During this period, Xiao Ming had less time to spend with Fei Yue because of the war in Wei. Now that he had some free time, Fei Yue seemed to have endless things to say. After talking about the sweet potatoes and cloth, Fei Yue suddenly asked with great interest, Your Highness, when I was giving a lecture at the women's college yesterday, a female student talked about the feudal system and the constitutional monarchy system. Who said that? Xiao Ming frowned when he heard that. Seeing Xiao Ming's serious expression, Fei Yue didn't dare to hide anything and said, This female student is none other than Yang Shimin, the daughter of Yang Chengai, the governor of Dengzhou. I also asked her about this, but she said that a Dutch merchant told her about the dual monarchy and parliamentary monarchy. Dutch merchants? Xiao Ming nodded. That's not surprising. Yang Chengai has dealt with the Dutch a lot, so it's inevitable that he would learn some Western things from them. Fei Yue was his bedmate, and Xiao Ming usually taught her a lot of knowledge that the Deu Kingdom did not have, but he did not tell Fei Yue about the political systems of these countries. When Fei Yue asked about it, he explained, the feudal system that the Dutch refer to is the current state system of Deu. This system is based on the aristocratic ruling class distributing fiefdoms layer by layer, and owning wealth such as land and farmers. As for constitutional monarchy, it is the political system of many Western countries today. Generally speaking, constitutional monarchy is divided into dual constitutional monarchy and parliamentary constitutional monarchy. Fei Yue showed an interested look. After reading the books from Bowen Academy, she gradually became interested in other parts of the world. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, The essence of a monarchy is to establish a parliament to limit the power of the monarch. However, the difference is that in a dual monarchy, the emperor's power is higher than that of the parliament, while in a parliamentary monarchy, the emperor will lose some of his power and may even become a mere figurehead. What is this parliament? Fei Yue asked. Simply put, it is the highest authority representing the interests of merchants. This institution has all the powers of the emperor, Xiao Ming explained. Fei Yue frowned and said, This Western country is really strange. Why can an organization representing the interests of businessmen rule a country? If so, won't this country become a tool for businessmen to make money? Xiao Ming was a little surprised. He looked at Fei Yue and asked, Do you think this national system is bad? Not good, Fei Yue answered firmly. Merchants are profit-driven. They will do anything for the sake of profit. Xiao Ming smiled and said, It's just that feudal autocracy also has its own drawbacks. It's just that the people who make money have changed from businessmen to the powerful. There is no difference in essence. Fei Yue said, Your Highness is right. That is why a wise ruler can make a country prosperous, and a foolish ruler can destroy it. However, the king's will is granted by heaven, so why should Your Highness be interfered with by Western countries? Xiao Ming sighed. To him, the real crisis was not the civil unrest in Deu, nor the covetous foreign powers. The biggest crisis actually came from within Deu. Now, in order to improve the level of civilization, he popularized education in the feudal state, and the result was to enlighten the people. Once the people were enlightened, the people and merchants would actively participate in state affairs. It is unknown whether the Glorious Revolution in Britain or the French Revolution will happen in Dayu by then. Because of this, the matter mentioned by Fei Yuer suddenly made him feel gloomy in his heart, because perhaps one day his enemies would be the people who once supported him. Because he would not allow events similar to the Glorious Revolution in Britain and the French Revolution to happen in the Kingdom of Yu, nor would he allow capital to control the country. In his view, the system is not the decisive factor in determining the rise and fall of a country, because no matter what system it is implemented by people, and the ultimate problem lies in the hands of the implementers. Precisely because of this, contemporary China has always advocated the rule of the country by wise men since ancient times. However, it is not appropriate to continue to maintain the feudal autocracy of divine mandate, so he will follow the pace of the times and make some changes to the political system of Dayu Kingdom, but he will not follow the example of the West. For him, he is more inclined to combine Chinese and Western cultures, adopt the doctrine of the mean, and govern the country with the strengths of both. However, it is too early to talk about political reform before the Great Yu Kingdom is stable. He now needs a stable environment to concentrate power to end the current situation of fighting among the princes. Otherwise, if civil unrest occurs, it will be like cutting off his own arm. The candlelight in the bedroom flickered, and the night outside was pitch black. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and said, "I have already made up my mind. However, now that someone in the women's college has mentioned you, you should be properly guided. You must not allow remarks that disregard the overall situation to spread openly among the students." "Yes, Your Highness," Fei Yuer said softly. Xiao Ming nodded. Disrupting a country's internal affairs has always been the West's specialty. He didn't want Dayu to fall into civil strife before it was revived. It would not be too late to try to reform the political system after he built Dayu strong and prosperous enough. Moreover, even if this trend of thought spreads among students now, the vast majority of the people still don't understand it. Political reforms occur at this time, the vested interests will still be these students and businessmen, and the people will not gain any advantage. In this case, why should he be impatient? After all, for him, the foundation of his rule is the people. The two chatted for a while and then went to bed in their clothes. The next day, Xiao Ming went to the government office. Li Kaiyuan had already delivered the sweet potatoes yesterday, but Pang Yukun and Fiji did not see them because it was too late. When he arrived, Pang Yukun and Fiji were eating roasted sweet potatoes, and the house was filled with the smell of roasted sweet potatoes. "Your Highness, this sweet potato tastes really good." Pang Yukun's mouth was full of sweet potatoes, and Fiji kept eating. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "You've eaten these sweet potatoes. Now it's time to grow the sweet potato seedlings. You can go find Kui Wu for this. He's been studying at Bowen College for so long, he knows how to grow sweet potato seedlings." "Yes, Your Highness." Pang Yukun stuffed the last bit of sweet potato into his stomach. After a pause, Xiao Ming continued, "By the way, the autumn harvest is almost here. You should have the provincial governments organize militias to strengthen patrols of the fields to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation and burning the crops." Pang Yukun's expression turned serious. What happened 3 years ago seemed to be still vivid in his mind. At that time, the powerful families burned the wheat fields in order to sabotage the Battle of Kangju, and Xiao Ming was almost killed. Now that Qi and Wei have engaged in direct confrontation, similar incidents may not necessarily occur again. It is for this reason that Xiao Ming gave this reminder. Pang Yukun nodded and said, "I will send someone to inform the government offices of each state later. Now that every village has militia, the situation should be better this time." Fiji has always had mixed feelings about the village militia, because in his opinion the government was too busy confiscating weapons from the people, but Kingju was organizing the people's own armed forces. However, after slowly understanding it, he gradually realized that the reason for this was based on the people's support for Xiao Ming and their recognition of the feudal state. The three were talking about sweet potatoes and autumn harvest when a burst of explosion came from the direction of Bowen College. Pang Yukun said, "It's been a long time since there's been a laboratory explosion at Bowen College. What went wrong this time?" Xiao Ming was also a little puzzled. Lu Tong didn't seem to be doing any dangerous experiments during this period. However, since there was a commotion again, he had to go. So he said, "You guys handle the government affairs and I'll go and take a look." After that, he took Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to Bowen College. As soon as they entered the college gate, he saw smoke rising from the direction of the chemistry laboratory. He took a few quick steps and rushed over immediately. "What's going on?" Lu Tong was also outside the laboratory, and Xiao Ming asked directly, Seeing Xiao Ming coming over, Lu Tong's face was filled with sorrow. He said, "Your Highness, a student touched a bottle of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. In a panic, he took off his clothes to wipe it and then used fire to dry the clothes. Unexpectedly, the clothes were instantly burned to ashes and ignited the laboratory, causing an explosion." Xiao Ming looked strange. He asked, "Doesn't he know that clothes soaked in a mixture of sulfuric acid and nitric acid have become smokeless gunpowder?" Lu Tong said, "This kid is a new student. He's just helping out in the lab. He doesn't even know what smokeless powder is." Speaking of smokeless gunpowder, Lu Tong suddenly remembered something. He said, "Your Highness, the laboratory has been developing smokeless gunpowder these days, but this smokeless gunpowder is very unstable. This problem has not been solved, so I have not reported it to Your Highness." "This is nothing. How is that, student?" Xiao Ming said. Lu Tong felt relieved. He said, "I got burned, but it's not a big deal." Xiao Ming nodded. In fact, the principle of smokeless gunpowder is very simple. It is to soak cotton in a mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid for 10 minutes, then take it out and dry it in the shade. However, the gun cotton or smokeless gunpowder produced in this way is very unstable and needs to be processed with camphor, graphite, and alcohol, their mixed solvent, and rolled into shape. Otherwise, this gunpowder can easily explode before it is fired. The problem Lu Tong is facing now is the problem of alcohol, their mixed solvent. If this problem is solved, smokeless gunpowder will become the propellant of guns and artillery as an upgraded version of black powder, which will increase the range of bullets and artillery shells. Originally, Xiao Ming had always been indifferent to the development of gun cotton, but now that he encountered this matter, he had to ask about it. As he guessed, the problem Lu Tong faced was indeed the stability of gun cotton. Xiao Ming currently has no solution to this problem and can only let the laboratory try to synthesize it. After all, this kind of gun cotton is not only many years ahead of the technology of Dayu Kingdom, but even more than 100 years ahead of the current West. It is not so easy to make. However, Lu Tong now dares to develop gun cotton, which shows that he still has confidence in smokeless gunpowder. After all, as long as ethylene glycol and propylene glycol are synthesized, there will basically be no problem with alcohol ether solvents. Of course, Xiao Ming would also think of a solution for Lu Tong on this issue. After all, no matter how much Lu Tong and others learned, they would never have as many ideas as he had in his mind. However, Lu Tong was still a little impatient about this matter. The technical level of gun cotton was 100 years ahead of the West, and it was not so easy to achieve it in one step. Don't be too impatient for quick success. Even if you synthesize ethylene glycol and propylene glycol, you can't produce gun cotton in large quantities with the current output of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Therefore, your most important task now is to realize the industrial production of synthetic chemicals. The 3 acids and 2 bases should also be industrialized and mass-produced. Otherwise, the chemical industry will continue to stagnate at a mediocre level, Xiao Ming said seriously. Lu Tong felt a little ashamed when he heard this. He admitted that he had been a little too ambitious recently, and it was all because of the steam engine in the School of Physics that stimulated him. "Your Highness, I know I was wrong." Lu Tong looked embarrassed. Xiao Ming smiled and said, "To study and produce, you have to be down to earth. You have to take one step at a time." The explosion at Bowen College was just a false alarm, which made Xiao Ming breathe a sigh of relief. However, the experiment with smokeless gunpowder still made him see the students' passion for progress. In more than 3 years, Kingzhu's science and technology have not completely surpassed the West, but with the efforts of these students, he believes that there will be trains, electricity, and internal combustion engines. It won't be long before Dayu Kingdom will once again stand proudly in the world in science and technology and become a holy land for all nations to come. After understanding the situation, Xiao Ming explained to Lu Tong the matter of establishing a chemical industry, and then took advantage of his free time today to inspect various workshops in Kingzhu. With the establishment of steam engine workshops, steam engines began to be used on more and more machines. During the attack on Wei, steam engines were used on drilling machines, boring machines, milling machines, and grinding machines. Now, not only is the production speed of gun barrels increasing by leaps and bounds, but the production speed of flintlock spare parts has also been greatly accelerated, because craftsmen no longer need to use traditional manual polishing methods, but can directly use mechanical polishing. In addition to the military industry speeding up under the impetus of steam engines, the textile industry under Fei Yuer's control is also thriving, and the output and quality of cloth have been greatly improved. However, this is only part of the function of the steam engine. Lin Wentao is leading the students of the institute to prepare to use the steam engine in the chemical and metallurgical industries. After all, the steam engine can perform linear motion and can also be converted into circular motion through a crankshaft and a flywheel. It can be said that the steam engine of this era is a truly universal machine. Even many modern industries are still using steam engines. Now its only shortcoming is that the steam engine can only be used within the small area of Kingju. As for other states and counties, they are now rarely affected by steam engines. But all things are difficult at the beginning, and you have to eat one bite at a time. Arriving at the workshop area, Xiao Ming first went to the steel workshop. Lin Wentao had already installed 2 steam engines here. When he arrived, the steam engines were driving the bellows to continuously blow air into the converter. There is burning coal under the converter, and craftsmen are supervising the molten steel on the observation platform above the converter. Once the molten steel is refined, the craftsmen below will pull the converter to tilt it. At this time, the molten steel in the converter will flow out along the steel outlet, flow down from the groove on the other side, and enter various molds to be shaped. In addition to the steam-poured bellows, today's steel workshops also have their own forging hammers, but unlike the hydraulic forging hammers, they use stable steam-poured forging hammers. Some large steel structures are gradually formed under the hammering of this forging hammer. Very satisfied with the reform of the steel workshop, Xiao Ming went to the paper mill. This industry has been using manual manufacturing since Xiao Ming established it, so the output of the paper mill has always been low. Now the steam engine is responsible for the most important pulping stage in the papermaking process, which immediately increases the output of papermaking pulp. Now the craftsmen only need to focus on the subsequent screen loading and pressing work. In this way, most craftsmen are freed up to devote themselves to the subsequent work, and the paper production volume has doubled. After leaving the paper mill, Xiao Ming went to the white sugar workshop. Just like the pulping stage of papermaking materials, the sugarcane chewing work in the white sugar workshop was now also handed over to the steam engine. When combining the steam engine with other machines, Xiao Ming naturally did not forget to give the structure of simple machines, such as the crusher, to Lin Wentao. These crushers were produced by the craftsmen under the guidance of Lin Wentao and others in the steel workshop. After all, the structure of the blender is very simple. It is just a large cylinder with a fan-like turbine structure inside. After gaining an understanding of the current pilot experiment of the steam engine, Xiao Ming finally went to Lin Wentao's steam engine workshop. In order to facilitate the acquisition of raw materials, the steam engine workshop was located inside the workshop area, only 1,000 meters away from the steel workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, Lin Wentao was talking to the students in the workshop's laboratory. "Your Highness," seeing Xiao Ming coming, Lin Wentao bowed, and the students in the laboratory looked excited. Nodding, Xiao Ming looked at the picture on the blackboard in the laboratory and said, "Are you researching the conveyor belt in the coal mine?" "Yes, Your Highness. Steam engines require large quantities of coal, but there are not many coal mines in Kingju, and most of them are deep mines. If steam engines were used to pump water and transport coal, the output of the mining area would increase significantly. Moreover, once the coal mines are operational, other mines would also be able to use them, and this would allow the development of Kingju's metallurgical industry." Lin Wentao said, "Your Highness once said that what Kingju lacks now is raw materials. I am thinking of developing the machinery needed for the mines first." Hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction. Over the past 3 or 4 years, these students have made greater progress day by day. His hard work in writing science and technology books every day has not been in vain. "You really think what I think, but this time I want to tell you that, for example, we can directly separate the machinery and steam engines, and let some students in the Research Institute be responsible for the research of machinery in various industries." "How about it?" Xiao Ming said. "In modern times, mechanics is an independent discipline. The steam engine only provides power, and the machinery is the purpose of using the power." Now with the steam engine, Xiao Ming can teach the mechanical knowledge in the Science and Technology Library to Lin Wentao and others. Lin Wentao thought about it and realized that the Research Institute's main work had indeed shifted from steam engines to machinery. He said to Xiao Ming, "Your Highness, this is also possible. Now that some machinery has been built from scratch, we do need a group of people to be responsible for it." Xiao Ming smiled. The books in Bowen College were only a part of the content. It could be said that they were just simple junior high school knowledge plus some high school knowledge, while mechanics was a serious university major. In order to prevent technology leaks, he always picked out important technologies from books and compiled them into volumes for each laboratory and research institute to study independently. So he said, creating something from scratch is too time-consuming. "This king will give you a book on mechanics. You just need to refer to the book and make the machines for each industry in the book." Lin Wentao was somewhat shocked. As he gained more knowledge about science, he understood more and more that any subject in Bowen College required a lot of energy from a person to achieve something. However, Xiao Ming downplayed everything and seemed to have a very good grasp of all the knowledge. Thinking of this, he admired Xiao Ming even more. This admiration was not the admiration of a common people for a monarch, but the admiration for a knowledgeable person. After deciding on the mechanical manufacturing, Xiao Ming chatted with the students of the Research Institute for a while, and then he went to the Qingzhou camp. He had prepared food and firearms, and the only thing left was the army. Your Highness, the total number of recruits enlisting in the 6 states this time is 20,000. After all, the number of young and middle-aged civilians in the 6 states is limited. However, relatively speaking, the number of soldiers enlisting in Pengu, Yangzhou, Huizhou, and Tongzhou is large. Lu Fei said that there are 10,000 recruits in Pengu alone, and together with the recruits from Huizhou, the total is about 25,000. Yi Qingyun reported even more recruits than Lu Fei, a total of 30,000. In the tent of Qingzhou camp, Niu Ben reported the conscription matters during this period to Xiao Ming. 75,000 people. Xiao Ming was a little surprised when he heard this. This number has exceeded his expectations. After all, the new recruits joined the army voluntarily, not by force. Niu Ben nodded, a proud look on his face. He said, "We lost 3,000 soldiers in the Battle of Wei. Now with these reinforcements, the total number of our army will be 160,000, including 100,000 infantry, 40,000 cavalry, and 20,000 charioteers. 160,000 people. Well, the annual military pay would be close to 2 million taels, not including the silver consumed for war horses and equipment." Xiao Ming sighed and said, if it weren't for the war, he really didn't want to maintain such a large military force. The number of new recruits recruited this time almost caught up with the number of old soldiers before. Niu Ben said, "Your Highness, our number of soldiers isn't very large. From what I've learned, the kings of Wei, Yan, Liang, and Xiao are all recruiting soldiers, some even conscripting men directly. With the turmoil in the world right now, who wouldn't want to command a large force and dominate the world?" "You are right, but these vassal kings' forced conscription of men has now incurred the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. I cannot follow their example. A stable rear is the foundation of conquest, and quality is more important than quantity. The number of troops I have now reached is what I want. The 4 states I have captured can support these 75,000 men." "Yes, Your Highness," Niu Ben said. "Also, you can't slack off when training these new recruits. You have to train them as strictly as you trained the Qingzhou army." Xiao Ming said, "Your Highness, if I can't even do this, I might as well go back to farming." Niu Ben laughed a few times, then pointed to the training ground outside and said, "Your Highness, please look, those are the new recruits in training." According to the training manual, when these new recruits first enter the barracks, they will first be trained in physical strength, endurance, and discipline. Once they are physically strong and able to strictly abide by the discipline, they will then begin training in loading and firing muskets. Xiao Ming looked outside and called Niu Ben to go with him to the training ground to observe the training of these new recruits. Different from the traditional training methods of Deu Kingdom's soldiers, Xiao Ming's army is now a modern army, so the training and subjects are naturally different from those of a feudal army. Because of this, new recruits do not start training in battle formations immediately after joining the army, but instead begin physical training first. After all, if a soldier is weak, his survival rate on the battlefield will still be very low. Niu Ben has explained it very clearly in the tent just now. Generally speaking, training a feudal army into a modern army requires several requirements. The first is modern national and state concepts. The second is a high martial spirit, and the status of soldiers is no longer lowly. The third is strict discipline. The fourth is scientific training, which includes reasonable allocation of physical strength, diet, and sleep. The fifth is strict exercises, such as shooting, drills, standing in line, folding quilts, and doing housework. The sixth is the selection of grassroots officers and theoretical study in military academies. The seventh is standard equipment. Now, for the Qingzhou army, these 7 conditions have all been met, which means that the Qingzhou army has completed the transformation from a feudal cold weapon army to a modern hot weapon army. After watching the physical training of the new recruits on the training ground for a while, Xiao Ming and Niu Ben walked towards a camp of new recruits who were resting. At this time, the soldiers in the camp were sitting on the ground. The military officer in dark green uniform was explaining to the recruits what nation and country are. When the commander of the new recruits' battalion saw Xiao Ming and Niu Ben approaching, he immediately shouted, "Everyone stand up and salute." At the order of the chief secretary, the new recruits immediately stood up and saluted Niu Ben and Xiao Ming in unison. Seeing this, Xiao Ming smiled with satisfaction. According to Niu Ben, the first thing these new recruits had to learn to obey orders when they entered the camp. "Go on," Xiao Ming said. He He wanted to hear how the military historian popularized ideological education among the soldiers. After the soldiers sat down, the military historian talked about Valhalla, saying that being a soldier was a noble thing, and dying on the battlefield was the most glorious destination for a soldier. Next, the military chief recounted the history of Dayu Kingdom being bullied by the barbarians. The soldiers gradually became excited. After all, the barbarians' atrocities were not far away from them. After arousing the soldiers' emotions, the chief secretary sang the Kingju army's war song at the right time. The soldiers' faces flushed with excitement, and they sang along with the chief secretary. After observing the entire work of the military chief, Xiao Ming felt relieved. He looked towards the direction of Jinling City in the south. In a few months, he would lead his troops forward. The Great Yu Kingdom had suffered too much, and he used the army in his hands as a sword to cut through the darkness that shrouded the Great Yu Kingdom. "Your Highness, are you satisfied with the training of these new recruits?" Niu Ben said with a smile when he sent Xiao Ming to the gate of Kingju camp. Just barely, Xiao Ming didn't want Niu Ben to get too complacent, so he reminded him, "The only thing that makes me dissatisfied is the selection of grassroots generals. You need to improve on this. I've looked at the list of generals in Bowen Academy. Many of them are descendants of military families, but there are still few generals like Zhu Sansi. In a few days, I will separate the military academy from Bowen Academy to expand the scale of training for grassroots generals. This time you should select more outstanding generals without backgrounds to study." Niu Ben nodded when he heard this. It was not that he deliberately gave preferential treatment, but most of the grassroots generals were illiterate. To enter the academy, they had to learn to read first. It was for this reason that he chose the one who could read first. Now that Xiao Ming brought it up, he had to explain. "This is the reason." Xiao Ming frowned and said, "How about this? Let me teach these generals how to read. I will teach them myself." "Yes, Your Highness." Niu Ben was a little envious. These guys were so lucky to have the King of Qi teach them in person. Xiao Ming naturally had his own considerations for taking such great pains. If the army was still dominated by these generals who came from military families, his army would inevitably have generals forming cliques. In this case, if such a modern army mutinied, it would be a very serious matter. The shouts of the soldiers during training resounded throughout the Kingju camp. Looking at the soldiers who were full of fighting spirit, Xiao Ming felt much more at ease. The saying that political power comes from the barrel of a gun has been unchanged since ancient times. As long as he controls the army, any enemy in front of him can be crushed. After leaving the Kingju camp, Xiao Ming returned to the palace. At this time, he began to concentrate on writing books on mechanics. The steam age had just begun, and only by producing all the machinery of this era could he upgrade various industries in Kingju. Otherwise, with Kingju's current industrial foundation, it will face many obstacles in moving towards the era of internal combustion engines and electricity. After all, in this era, no one can provide it with ready-made industrial product upgrading technology. Taking advantage of the truce with Wei, Xiao Ming immersed himself in the internal affairs of his fiefdom. In addition to writing books on mechanics, as he promised Niu Ben, he began to teach literacy to grassroots generals at Bowen College. At the same time, he officially began to split up Bowen College and refined its categories, so Kingju officially established Kingju Military College, Kingju Medical College, and Kingju Government College. The original Bowen College has become a comprehensive university with disciplines such as chemistry, physics, astronomy, mining, and shipbuilding. The reason why Xiao Ming did this was very simple, which was to formalize Kingju's education, so that those who studied could focus on studying, those who were engaged in politics could focus on politics, and those who were engaged in military affairs could focus on military affairs. In this busy time, 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. The weather in Kingju gradually turned colder, followed by heavy snow, and then another new year. However, compared with the past, this year's new year in Kingju has a different flavor. In the past, every new year, officials and royal relatives in Changen would always wish Xiao Wengxuan a happy new year. This year, officials and royal family members from Changen took the opportunity to wish Xiao Ming a happy new year. The palace became much more lively for a while. Of course, the purpose of many officials and royal family members visiting him was not simple. After studying in Bowen Academy for more than half a year, they were eager to take up their posts again. Among them, what they are most concerned about is the position of cabinet minister. Now there are only 2 of the 9 cabinet ministers in office, and the remaining 7 positions are vacant. Everyone wants to enter the highest power body of the country. Your Highness, the officials are currently discussing the positions in the cabinet. Currently, there are only 2 of you, Lord Fei and I, among the 9 ministers in the cabinet. I wonder if Your Highness has found suitable candidates for the remaining 7. After all, the affairs of the vassal state now involve 4 more states. Lord Fei and I are worried that it will be more difficult to handle them in a timely manner as time goes on. After the New Year's Eve, Pang Yukon and Fiji went to the palace together to pay New Year's greetings to Xiao Ming. After singing the New Year's greetings, Pang Yukon spoke first. Yes, Your Highness, as long as the positions of the 9 ministers in the cabinet are not determined, the hearts of the officials will not be at peace. It is inevitable that there will be infighting on the daily basis. After all, everyone wants to show off, Fiji echoed. Xiao Ming's eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. He said, when did you two become like-minded? Now that you say that, do you have someone in mind? Pang Yukon was a member of the legalist school, while Fiji was a stubborn Confucian scholar. For this reason, although the two worked together on government affairs, they disliked each other privately. Of course, this dislike is not directed at individuals, but at the schools of thought that each other supports. This situation is similar to the dislike between liberal arts students and science students. Although Xiao Ming has been busy dealing with internal affairs and solving some difficult problems in the fiefdom during this period, he has never given up on supervising the fiefdom, especially the dynamics of Kingju, which he has almost real-time control over under the surveillance of the secret guards. Generally speaking, after adapting to the environment of Kingju, the officials from Changen gradually began to have conflicts with the local officials. During this period, many officials ran to the Fiji government. Of course, there was a reason for the behavior of the Changen officials. After this group of officials from Changen arrived in Kingju, local officials became wary of these people. Simply put, they just don't like these people. It is precisely because of the atmosphere of mutual vigilance that the two groups of officials now dislike each other. Before the Chinese New Year, he even received a memorial impeaching the magistrate of Dingyang County, Kingju, for corruption and bribery. Your Highness, I don't have a candidate in mind. Now that this government system has been established, it needs to be completed, Pang Yukon said. I second the motion, said Fiji. Glancing at the two of them calmly, he said, I don't have any suitable candidates right now. Anyway, you can still handle the current government affairs. For the time being, you will have to work hard. I will then review the performance of each official. If I am satisfied, I will consider promoting them to the cabinet. Pang Yukon and Fiji looked at each other. In fact, they didn't want to ask about this matter, but they had no choice because the officials forced them to do so. Although the two of them disliked each other's schools of thought, they had the same goal of assisting Xiao Ming in achieving great things. However, they were also helpless because of the distinction between local officials and Changen officials due to the Changen rebellion. Yes, Your Highness, Xiao Ming said this, and the two of them didn't mention it again. Glancing at the falling snow outside the main hall, Xiao Ming said sternly, I know what you are thinking, and I also know what the other officials are thinking. Mutual supervision is a good thing, but I cannot tolerate collusion and framing of colleagues. I hope you will be careful. Pang Yukon and Fiji's hearts sank suddenly, and they both answered yes at the same time. The two of them left. At this time, Zhen Fei walked into the main hall with the support of Liu Lei. She looked back at Fei Jai and Pang Yukon and said, It's very rare for Prime Minister Pang and Lord Fei to come to you to wish you a Happy New Year at the same time. In front of concubine Zhen, Xiao Ming completely relaxed. He said they both have bad intentions and are trying to get their own people into the cabinet. Ah, the officialdom is truly a double-edged sword. I never thought that Pang Yukon, who used to be so straightforward, would become so cunning and calculating. Concubine Zhen reached out to straighten Xiao Ming's wrinkled clothes and said, I've also heard about the affairs of the officials in Fengguo and Changen, but this is good news for Your Highness. What my mother said is that we are not afraid of these officials undermining each other, but we are afraid of these officials protecting each other, Xiao Ming said thoughtfully. Concubine Zhen nodded. Your father once said that factional strife is a double-edged sword. If used wisely, it leads to political order and harmony and peace for the country. If used poorly, it leads to internal chaos, and the whole world is out to get you killed. Whether this leads to peace or chaos depends entirely on your strategy. Even so, I still don't want to see the existence of factional strife. Xiao Ming sighed. Concubine Zhen smiled and said, Officials are also human beings. As long as they are human, they have 7 emotions and 6 desires. When they have desires, they will attract people with similar interests. Besides, the word official has 2 mouths and the court is full of noise and bustle. That's what my mother taught me. Xiao Ming smiled. He was influenced by Xiao Wengshuan and felt that Concubine Zhen understood the court better than he did. As Concubine Zhen said, there were always conflicts between officials in any dynasty. He is also unable to avoid this problem, and what he should do is to use this contradiction to make the government more peaceful. Precisely for this reason, he has never given in on the issue of the 9 ministers of the cabinet. in order to allow the two groups of officials to transform conflicts into motivation for handling government affairs and make the operation of internal affairs smoother. At the same time, officials who dislike each other can also supervise each other. This is just like the ruling party and the opposition party, who can expose corrupt officials in the other camp during quarrels. Okay, think about this matter yourself. Yue and I are going out to see a play. I heard that there is a new play coming out in this theater. Zhenfei just passed by the main hall and came in to take a look. Xiao Ming nodded and said to Qian Dafu, who was following behind concubine Zhen, butler Qian, please pay attention to mother's safety. Your Highness, there will be no problem with this old servant here, Qian Dafu said with a smile. With Lialai's support, the three of them slowly walked out of the main hall. Xiao Ming stretched and walked outside. During these 5 months, he had not had a single day of rest. He taught grassroots generals, supervised production in various industries, wrote books, and trained new soldiers. At the same time, a bumper harvest before the new year made the granaries of the feudal state more prosperous. Yue Yun's return from the Sanchen Kingdom with 800,000 dan of grain made Xiao Ming even more confident. Everything was gradually completed with his efforts. Xiao Ming looked towards Jinling City again. It was time to take action. He still had many enemies and could not keep wasting time with King Wei. Moreover, the sooner the Wei territory is taken, the less losses can be avoided. The last time King Wei used scorched earth policy in Yangzhou, it gave him a lot of headaches. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. After the new year, the weather gradually warmed up and the snow on the roads melted. At this time, Xiao Ming urgently ordered Lu Fei and Yi Qingyun to return to Qingzhou from their respective cities. After the order was issued, Yi Qingyun arrived in Qingzhou by sea, but Lu Fei arrived earlier than Yi Qingyun. After the two came back, Xiao Mingxuan and Niu Ben went to the main hall to discuss matters. Your Highness, are we going to take action? Lu Fei asked excitedly. Xiao Ming's expression was serious. He said, indeed, the 6-month period has come to an end. Now is the time to conquer Wei in one fell swoop. But how are you two training the new recruits? Yi Qingyun said, Your Highness, the new recruits I have trained are ready to join the battle at any time. There will be no problem with my new recruits. Lu Fei was very confident. Now the new recruits he recruited were not only trained, but also had standard equipment. Xiao Ming nodded. He stood up and faced the map on the wall of the main hall. He said, Lu Fei, when you return, you will be responsible for the feint attack on Chuzhou. Yi Qingyun and Yue Yun will help you reach the city of Jinling. Capture the enemy first and then serve the king. If we can directly capture Jinling City, Wei will inevitably be in chaos. Then it will be easy to capture other prefectures and counties. When the two heard this, there was a strange light in their eyes. If this plan succeeded, all of Wei would be incorporated into the territory of the vassal state. With a rich Wei and a musket team, King Xiao would not be their opponent. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Fei and Yi Qingyun stood up at the same time and saluted Xiao Ming. At this time, Niu Ben said, Lu Fei, after you return, send troops to Chuzhou on February 6th. Yi Qingyun, after you return, send troops to Jinling City on February 15th. The two nodded when they heard this. After a battle plan against Wei was formulated, the entire fiefdom began to operate. Li San's secret guards continued to pass intelligence from Wei to the army. At the same time, a batch of food and fodder set out from Yizhou and arrived in Pengu. After Lu Fei returned to Pengu, he immediately led 45,000 people to Chuzhou. As soon as the army moved, the spies in Wei quickly passed the news to Jinling City. What? Lu Fei's army is heading towards Chuzhou. The king of Wei in his mansion almost jumped up from his chair. Your Highness, it is absolutely true. This time the Southern Expeditionary Force has as many as 40,000 to 50,000 soldiers heading towards Chuzhou, and there are more than 100 artillery pieces alone. The king of Qi is preparing to completely destroy us, a nobleman from Chuzhou said tremblingly. King Wei's expression was extremely grim. Xiao Ming, you bastard. What a bullshit armistice agreement. This is a trap, a trap. The Wei officials in the main hall were all terrified. Chuzhou was only 300 miles away from Jinling City, and now they had no way to retreat. Xiao Han's expression was even uglier than King Wei's. He had never been a vassal king for a single day, and now his country was about to be destroyed. How could he be willing to accept this? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Father, Xiao Ming must be dissatisfied with the fact that our compensation is too little. We can continue to cede land and pay compensation. The king of Wei angrily said, Fool, what Xiao Ming wants now is not land or silver, but my life. It is useless to give him anything. I have been managing the Wei area for more than 20 years, but I never thought that I would be making clothes for others today. Sitting down slowly, the king of Wei looked frantic. Xiao Ming wants the prosperous land of Wei to dominate the world, but I won't give him this opportunity. Immediately inform the generals of Chuzhou to burn everything that can be burned in the city. Also Shuzhou, Taizhou, Suzhou, and Jinling City. Burn everything. Your Highness, absolutely not. No, Your Highness. A group of ministers in the main hall shouted one after another, and Xiao Han felt a chill in his heart. He looked at his father. At this moment, he was no longer the once powerful king of Wei, but a madman. Father, if everything is burned, we will surely die without a burial place. Now the only way out is to cede land, Xiao Han advised earnestly. He was willing to exchange all the cities in Wei for the prosperity of Jinling City. Shut up, I knew I shouldn't have compromised in the first place. It's all because of you spineless people. Since Xiao Ming is forcing me, I will fight him. If any of you dare to say no again, don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. After saying this, the king of Wei suddenly drew the sword from his waist, his eyes wide open in anger. The ferocious look of King Wei shocked Xiao Han and all the officials. They had never seen King Wei look so ferocious. Glancing at the crowd, the king of Wei said, Xiao Ming is going too far. You should quickly gather your retainers and followers. I don't believe that the 400,000-strong army of Wei can't defeat Xiao Ming's small force. Xiao Han and the officials looked at each other. During the past 6 months, King Wei had summoned troops from various states and increased the garrison troops in Jinling City to 200,000. All these actions were to deal with the threat from Xiao Ming, but no one expected that Xiao Ming would attack immediately after the Chinese New Year. Chuzhou, the army led by Lu Fei, has been stationed here for 5 days. According to Xiao Ming's order, he now wants to besiege Chuzhou but not attack it, to attract King Wei's army to come to the rescue so that the military force of Jinling City will be empty, thus preparing for Yi Qingyun to take Jinling City in one fell swoop. General, the horse traps around the camp have been dug. Bai Mu walked into the tent and said, after passing Pengu City, the terrain of Wei is basically flat. Now their camp is set up on a flat map with very open space around it, which makes it extremely easy for cavalry to use it as a target. So after settling down, Lu Fei ordered his soldiers to dig horse traps to prevent a surprise attack by the king of Wei's cavalry. Now that they were getting deeper and deeper into the heart of Wei, Lu Fei became more and more nervous because he knew that the king of Wei's personal soldiers still had not appeared, and these soldiers were the king of Wei's real trump cards. These troops include 30,000 cavalry, 8,000 musketeers, and a huge number of traditional cold weapon troops. If the king of Wei gets impatient and sends all these troops to the Chuzhou battlefield, it will be really a disaster for them. After all, even he cannot guarantee victory in this situation, which is why he is so cautious. After Bai Mu finished his report, a scout in charge of reconnaissance hurried into the tent and said to Lu Fei, General, another 30,000 cavalry are heading towards Chuzhou City. At the same time, there are also a large number of infantry following the cavalry, numbering about 100,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Fei's face turned green. He consoled himself by saying, Bai Mu, see, this time we are the main attacking force. This shows that His Highness trusts me very much. Yi Qingyun is not important enough, so he can only do sneaky things. Bai Mu rolled his eyes and said, General, it seems the king of Wei is ready to fight us to the death this time. He has sent out all of Wei's cavalry. What are you afraid of? Haven't I dug trenches and horse traps? Lu Fei said. While the two were talking, the gate of Chuzhou City suddenly opened, and then a group of infantrymen wearing armor, holding shields in their left hands and swords in their right hands, rushed out of the city gate. Following these soldiers were archers wearing green lining. After leaving the city, these soldiers immediately formed a battle formation. At this time, every soldier had a serious expression. The unusual movements of the Chuzhou defenders attracted the attention of the Southern Expedition Army. At this time, Lu Fei walked out of the tent, picked up a telescope, and looked at the Chuzhou army 700 meters away. Everyone, the Chuzhou defenders, have been staying at home for many days, but today they suddenly deployed for battle. It seems that the king of Wei is really preparing to fight a fierce battle with us in Chuzhou this time. Luo Xin also came over at this time and said, General, this unusual movement in Chuzhou must be a trick. Although the king of Wei is incompetent, Wei still has some outstanding generals. We cannot take this battle lightly. Lu Fei pondered for a moment, then said, could it be that they are planning to use a human wall to block the guns and then shoot us with archers after they get close to us? Well, what the general said makes sense. In the Battle of Pengu and the Battle of Huzhou, they figured out the range and power of our firearms. Maybe they have a way to deal with it this time, Luo Hong said. Lu Fei nodded, but they underestimate our firearms. Let the soldiers form a battle array. Luo Xin switched to grapeshot. Yes, everyone took the order and left. At this time, Xiao Han and the Chuzhou governor Chen Wei were standing on the wall of Chuzhou. Looking at the camp of the Southern Expedition Army, Xiao Han said, has the Southern Expedition Army not been attacking? Chen Wei said, Your Highness, I believe they are surrounding Jinling City, but not attacking in order to tie down the armies of other states. The real danger may be the troops of Yangzhou. Jinling City is impregnable, and Yangzhou and Tongzhou are isolated and helpless. They don't even have time to defend the city. How can they attack Jinling City? Xiao Han sneered. Chen Wei's face was a little embarrassed. He said, Your Highness, I am not exaggerating. The King of Qi has always used unconventional tactics and may take risks. Xiao Han was a little impatient. He didn't want to fight at all, but this time the King of Wei was crazy and asked him to lead the troops in person to support Chu City, and also asked him to be responsible for defeating the Southern Expedition Army led by Lu Fei. No need to say more. With my father in charge of Jinling City, nothing will go wrong. Now let's think about how to deal with the current Southern Expedition Army. Otherwise, we will have a hard time explaining ourselves to my father. Chen Wei responded with a yes. He looked towards the main camp of the Southern Expedition Army and said, The Southern Expedition Army's strength lies in their firearms. Infantry is at a great disadvantage in a fight with them. Therefore, I plan to use a strategy of combining infantry and archers, combined with cavalry raids, to defeat the Southern Expedition Army. This time I brought 30,000 elite cavalry, plus the local garrison and 100,000 soldiers. It should be no problem to deal with them. Xiao Han asked. If we coordinate properly, there shouldn't be any problems. Chen Wei pondered for a moment, but I think it's best not to initiate the attack. Xiao Han said, Do you think I want to? My father is like a madman now. Told me to defeat the Southern Expedition Army this time, kill Xiao Ming's fighting spirit, and stop the war with war. Sigh. Chen Wei's expression suddenly darkened when he heard this. Even though the Southern Expeditionary Army had only 40,000 to 50,000 soldiers, he did not believe that King Wei's army could defeat Xiao Ming, because there was no comparison between the soldiers in terms of morale. These troops were more than enough for him to defend the city, but not enough for attacking. But since Xiao Han had given the order, he had no choice but to go ahead. However, before he gave the order, the soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army came out of the camp and headed towards the city gate. At this time, Luo Hong led the soldiers across the 3-meter-wide passage on the trench and rushed towards the gate of Chu City. The trenches they dug were not continuous. There were 3 meters of undug areas every 100 meters. These areas were guarded by infantry in order to concentrate troops to annihilate the cavalry. After analysis, Lu Fei believed that the purpose of the Chu army was to use infantry as a human wall, archers as consumption, and finally cavalry to attack. So after discussion, they decided to adopt the strategy of feigning defeat to lure the cavalry out of the city and severely damage the cavalry supporting Chu. The 700-meter road was not far for the soldiers. Luo Hong led 10,000 soldiers to form a square formation and advance slowly. As they advanced, more and more infantry appeared outside Chu City. They were divided into 3 groups, left, center, and right, and they were neatly facing them. The Southern Expedition Army is too arrogant. They think they can defeat us with only 10,000 men, Xiao Han scoffed. This time they sent 20,000 infantry, while 30,000 cavalry were already assembled within the city, ready to charge out of the city gates at any time. Seeing the Southern Expedition Army soldiers gradually moving away from the main camp, he smiled cruelly. In his opinion, the Southern Expedition Army's generals were nothing more than that. Your Highness, be careful of traps. Chen Wei looked at the 10,000 people with a somewhat surprised and doubtful expression. Xiao Han said unhappily, Father is right about your overly suspicious nature. Now that this army has left the main camp, isn't this a good opportunity for us to make a contribution? After a pause, he said, Don't hesitate any longer, attack. But Chen Wei was still a little hesitant. Well, are you the head coach or am I the head coach? Xiao Han said angrily. Chen Wei sighed upon seeing this. He had long heard that this prince was stubborn, self-righteous, and uneducated. Now he finally understood. Now that Xiao Han had given the order, he had to obey, so he had no choice but to order the troops outside the city to fight. At this time, the musket team led by Luo Hong was only 200 meters away from the Chu army. They were lined up in neat formation. Looking at the dense crowd of Chu soldiers, Luo Hong licked his dry lips. He looked at the new recruit beside him and smiled. Boy, are you scared? The new soldier said, I'm not afraid. I'm just a little nervous because it's my first time on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, Luo Hong laughed out loud. Our Southern Expedition Army fought bloody battles in Pengu City and Huizhou City. Not a single soldier retreated a single step. This is the spirit of our army. We face death with indifference and march forward courageously. Luo Hong's words made the recruits' blood boil. Their right hands holding the muskets trembled slightly. General, I will not bring shame to the Southern Expedition Army. Very good, but today we have to pretend to be defeated. This is also a kind of bravery, Luo Hong said, looking ahead. The two sides were getting closer and closer. At this moment, the Chuju army suddenly shouted, "Kill." In an instant, the Chuju army, which was 100 meters away, suddenly rushed towards the Southern Expedition army frantically. At this time, Luo Hong immediately ordered to shoot. Bang, 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 gunshots rang out, and a group of Chuju soldiers fell down, but the remaining Chuju soldiers still rushed forward fearlessly, and the archers behind them also drew their bows and arrows and prepared to shoot. Lu Fei had been observing the situation on the battlefield. Seeing the Chuju army adopting this combat method, his heart suddenly sank. This army was definitely an elite one, and he didn't know who trained them. Just when he was nervous, the armies of both sides were getting closer and closer. When they were within the shooting range of the archers fired a rain of arrows towards the Southern Expeditionary Army. Arrows rained down, and many soldiers of the Southern Expedition Army fell down immediately. At this time, Luo Hong issued an order to retreat, and the soldiers supported the injured soldiers and retreated quickly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han on the city wall laughed out loud. The Southern Expedition Army is nothing special. The defeat of Pengu and Huizhu is simply due to the incompetence of your generals. Come, send the cavalry out of the city to kill the defeated soldiers. Yes, the morale of the Chuju army was greatly boosted. After the order was given, the cavalry in the city immediately rushed towards the defeated Southern Expedition Army like a steel torrent. This time, Chen Wei rode his horse in the middle position. The Southern Expedition Army was already in front of him and could rush in front of them in the blink of an eye. At this time, the cavalry raised their weapons. Although he was confused, he could not retreat among thousands of troops and could only rush forward. But the next moment, he suddenly saw the most terrifying scene in his life. The cavalry in front of him suddenly fell down like dumplings in a pot, and the howls of people and horses resounded throughout the battlefield. But this was only the first step. At this time, the fleeing musketeers immediately turned around and launched rounds of archery at their cavalry. With traps and shooting, the Chuju cavalry suffered heavy casualties in a short time. "We've fallen into a trap. Retreat, retreat." Chen Wei pulled the reins tightly and shouted the order to retreat, but the thousands of cavalry in front of him still couldn't stop the inertia and fell into the pit. The first pit was filled with horses and soldiers. The cavalry behind continued to charge and then fell into the next pit, and this repeated over and over again. His body was instantly soaked with cold sweat, and Chen Wei led the remaining cavalry to retreat without looking back. An intuition told him that he could not continue to charge, but when he turned to flee, he despaired again. A group of cavalrymen in silver breastplates appeared in his eyes. The cavalrymen's horses marched in neat steps, and the rumbling sound was like thunder in the sky, and the earth seemed to be shaking. Seeing the cavalry galloping towards them, he immediately ordered only a part of the cavalry to go and block them, but the cavalry that went forward were directly dispersed by this group of cavalry. These cavalry in silver armor were like killing gods, fighting one against four. In an instant, the cavalry he sent out was in chaos. No one wanted to fight with this group of cavalry anymore, and they all fled for their lives. Bai Mu refused to let go of this group of cavalry coming out of the city. He led the cavalry to charge left and right among the fleeing Chuju cavalry, like driving ducks, and drove the remaining cavalry back to Chuju City. The Chuju infantrymen who left the city were even more vulnerable. They were directly smashed to pieces by the cuirassier cavalry, suffering heavy casualties. "Ha ha ha, these idiots." Bai Mu waved his saber and laughed at Xiao Han, who was standing on the city wall. Xiao Han's face turned red and then blue, and then blue and then red again. He didn't expect that he had really fallen into the trap just as Chen Wei said. After laughing, Bai Mu calmed down and said to the soldiers, "Don't linger in the battle. Clean up the battlefield quickly. These war horses are all valuable." The Chuju cavalry retreated in a panic, and many soldiers abandoned their horses and fled. Now the battlefield is full of abandoned war horses. Some were thrown away, some were killed by their owners, and there are many injured war horses lying on the ground, obviously not going to survive. Upon hearing this, the cavalrymen lined up in a row and began to drive their war horses. What Qingzhou lacked now was war horses. In the camp, Lu Fei handed the telescope to Luo Xin with a smile. Bai Mu is such a war-free guy. Luo Xin was also shocked. Bai Mu's attack immediately revealed the superiority of these cavalrymen. The Chuju cavalry is no match for the Qingzhou cavalry. Lu Fei thought to himself that that was natural. This breastplate was thicker than their plate armor. This was actually a heavy cavalry unit. The Chuju army was defeated, and the Southern Expedition Army began to clean up the battlefield. Faced with the fierce Southern Expedition Army soldiers, the vast majority of Chuju soldiers chose to surrender, and those who stubbornly resisted were shot to death by muskets. In Chuju City, the news of the initial defeat quickly spread through the words of the defeated soldiers. This news caused panic among the supporting troops. Now the facts have once again proved the invincibility of the Southern Expedition Army. On the city wall, Xiao Han's face was as pale as paper. He had witnessed an extremely cruel war with his own eyes. Living in the wealthy city of Jinling, he had never seen such a bloody war scene. Before, war was nothing more than a number of deaths to him, but now he understood what war was. Just as Xiao Han was trembling, Chen Wei, covered in blood, walked up to the city wall. He pointed at Xiao Han's nose and cursed, "The king of Wei is like this, the crown prince is like this. There is not a single person in Wei who has the appearance of a wise ruler. How can the Wei kingdom not perish? Chen Wei, this is all your fault. If you hadn't fled during the battle, how could there have been such a crushing defeat outside the city? Now all 8,000 cavalrymen have been killed by the enemy. You deserve the death penalty." Chen Wei's angry accusations suddenly brought Xiao Han back to his senses. He pointed at the disheveled Chen Wei and shouted that they had lost the first battle. Not only had most of the Chuju army lined up outside the city been killed, but the cavalry he brought with him had also lost more than 8,000 people. Thinking of the fact that he must obey the order of the king of Chu City before leaving, Xiao Han felt a chill in his heart. If Chu was lost, there must be a scapegoat to bear all the blame for him. The Chu governor Chen Wei was undoubtedly the most suitable person. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei was immediately enraged. He roared, "It was clearly you who was greedy and reckless, yet you are now framing me. I will report this failure in detail to His Royal Highness the Prince of Wei. How dare you slander me? Don't forget, you are just a servant of the Prince of Wei's palace." Xiao Han's eyes were filled with disdain. He then said to the guards beside him, "Chu Governor Chen Wei has escaped from battle. His crimes are extremely serious. Arrest him and throw him into prison." As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, the captain on the city wall hurriedly said, "Your Highness, this is absolutely impossible. The only person who can turn the tide now is Commander-in-Chief Chen. Without Commander-in-Chief Chen, the Chuju army will be in chaos." The Chuju army has been killed to pieces by the Southern Expedition Army, and only a few people are left. Now the Chuju city relies on the troops brought by the Little King. 100,000 soldiers plus the remaining 20,000 cavalry cannot defeat the Southern Expedition Army. Can't they defend the Chuju city? Xiao Han said coldly. When he entered the city, he was still a little afraid of Chen Wei, but after most of the Chuju army outside the city were killed, he was no longer afraid of Chen Wei. After all, what can a general do without soldiers? He waved his hand and asked his guards to pull Chen Wei away. The quarrel on the city wall did not escape Lu Fei's observation. He said to Luo Hong, "It seems Chen Wei has been arrested." "That's great." Xiao Han simply cut off his own arm. Luo Hong said. He had seen Xiao Han before in Changen, so when Xiao Han appeared on the city wall, he recognized him at the first sight. After checking with the telescope, Xiao Han continued, "General, this Chen Wei is a talented person. He comes from the Chen family of Chuju, but he doesn't have the arrogance of a child from a wealthy family. In the army, he eats and lives with the soldiers and is very considerate to them. Because of this, the Chuju army is more powerful than other armies in Wei." Lu Fei nodded. When the two armies were fighting, the strategy Chen Wei adopted was correct. If they had not pretended to be defeated this time, but had directly confronted each other, although they could have won, they would have suffered considerable losses, because these Chuju troops fought with a completely reckless style, which shows the morale of the Chuju troops. It looks like Xiao Han wants to use Chen Wei as a scapegoat. This cavalry has always been the treasure of King Wei. Now that so much has been lost, King Wei will definitely blame us. But no matter what, this is a good thing for us, Lu Fei said slowly. Luo Xin then asked, "Are we going to bombard Chuju City next?" "No need. Now the King of Wei has crammed 130,000 troops into a small city called Chuju. The food and grass in this city will definitely not be sustainable and can only be allocated from other cities. If this is the case, we will continue to besiege them without attacking. We only need to cut off their supply lines," Lu Fei said. At this time, Bai Mu Yijin returned and said, "Leave the attack on the supply line to me." The road from Huizhou to Jinling City was flat, perfect for utilizing the cavalry's strengths. He said, "Well, you're the most suitable person for this." A plan was made to besiege Chuju City. Lu Fei asked Luo Hong to lead a team of muskets to cut the official road on the south side of Chuju City in half. In this way, Chuju City was completely besieged by the Southern Expeditionary Army. Faced with the Southern Expedition Army's open deployment, no army in Chuju City dared to come out to fight. Xiao Han could only watch as Chuju City was surrounded on all sides. Upon seeing this, he immediately sent a carrier pigeon to convey the news to the city of Jinling, hoping that the Southern Expeditionary Army would be attacked from both inside and outside. At the same time, Yi Qingyun, with the help of 16 warships and 50 large merchant ships, loaded the soldiers onto the ships at night. The next day, the fleet sailed along the Yangtze River directly towards Jinling City. It has to be said that this landing in Jinling City was a risky military action. If this battle could be successful, Jinling City could be captured in one fell swoop, and even the King of Wei could be captured. In this way, the cities in Wei would be like a group of dragons without a leader and could be easily defeated one by one. However, according to the information provided by Li San, the King of Wei placed most of the artillery purchased from Qingzhou in Jinling City. There was even a musket team in the city. Compared with other cities, Jinling City was a tough nut to crack.
Set off.
According to the scheduled time, the warship carrying the Dengzhou army and recruited soldiers headed towards Jinling City. On the deck of the flagship, Yi Qingyun walked to Yue Yun and stood side by side with a sharp look in his eyes. Yue Yun smiled and said, "After 2 battles, Commander Yi has become much more mature. Please forgive me for laughing, General Yue. I just witnessed the atrocities committed by the King of Wei in Yangzhou and felt deeply sorry for him." Yue Yun was silent for a moment, then said, "I've heard about this as well. The Great Yu Kingdom is falling apart and the people are suffering the most. That's why we must stand firm and support His Highness in restoring the legitimacy of the Great Yu Kingdom." Yi Qingyun's expression was firm. He said, "General Yue is right. The northern barbarians are still a major threat. We should resolve the problems in Dayu as soon as possible." "It's more than just the barbarians. Dayu's real enemies are on the sea." Yue Yun frowned. "Oh, I wonder what General Yue has to say." After receiving Xiao Ming's order, Yue Yun headed for Tongzhou. He also left 1,000 soldiers stationed in the Sanshan Kingdom to ensure its safety. He said, "Besides the barbarians, there's also the Japanese. The Japanese are also equipped with matchlock muskets and have been trained by the Dutch. Fighting them will definitely be different from fighting the vassal kings of Dayu. Secondly, Western nations other than Japan are extending their tentacles towards Dayu. The Dutch have already warned Your Highness that a war is inevitable." Yi Qingyun shook his head upon hearing this. The Great Yu Kingdom has truly suffered many disasters, and it's in a turbulent time. If this is the case, then they should stabilize the country sooner rather than later. Speaking of this, Yi Qingyun realized why Xiao Ming wanted to take Jinling City directly, which was to end the war in Wei as soon as possible. In the current Dayu Kingdom, only Wei, Yang, and Qi are of royal blood, and all other cities are occupied by vassal kings of different surnames. Only by taking over the rich Wei land and controlling the source of minerals can they have the capital to fight alone. Thinking of this, a hint of determination flashed in Yi Qingyun's eyes. Jinling City, Prince Wei's palace. A carrier pigeon broke the tranquility of the early morning. After learning that the Southern Expeditionary Army was approaching Chuzhou, the King of Wei urgently dispatched 130,000 elite troops to provide support. However, as the news brought back by the carrier pigeon came, his heart suddenly felt like it was soaked in ice water. "Chuzhou is under siege and the situation is critical. I hope my father will dispatch a large army to support us. Then we can work together inside and outside to annihilate the Southern Expeditionary Army in one fell swoop." The King of Wei's hands trembled slightly after reading the contents of the letter. In the main hall, the ministers were divided into 2 groups. All the civil and military officials looked at King Wei, waiting for his decision. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is imprisoned. Your Highness should send a large army to rescue him now," said a man who looked like a civil servant. As soon as the civil official finished speaking, a general spoke up. "Your Highness, absolutely not. This is a trap set by the Southern Expedition Army. Your Highness has taken away nearly half of Jinling City's elite troops, and now he's trapped in Chuzhou City by the Southern Expedition Army. This shows that the current battlefield situation is not favorable. If that's the case, then we should go and rescue His Royal Highness the Crown Prince," the civil servant said urgently. The King of Wei had a gloomy expression. The general who had just spoken was none other than El Meng, the captain of the Jinling City garrison. Although Xiao Han tried his best to conceal what had happened in Chuzhou, anyone with a discerning eye could tell what had happened. The current situation in Chuzhou City must be bad. "Your Highness, it is not appropriate to mobilize the troops in Jinling City at this time. The Dengzhou army in Yangzhou is also eyeing us covetously. If the troops in Jinling City are empty, they may be taken advantage of at that time," Lu Meng said. Upon hearing this, the civil official's face immediately turned pale with displeasure. He said to the King of Wei, "Your Highness, if the Crown Prince is captured, what will happen then? Are we going to have to watch the King of Qi execute the Crown Prince?" The King of Wei looked solemn. This was indeed a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he asked an official to his lower left, "Are there any unusual movements by the troops in Yangzhou and Tongzhou?" "Highness, the defenders of Yangzhou have been silent, and our spies in Tongzhou have not reported any unusual movements by the Tongzhou army," said the official. The King of Wei nodded. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. He said, "The Southern Expeditionary Army led by Lu Fei is Xiao Ming's elite troops. If we can defeat the Southern Expeditionary Army, Xiao Ming will definitely retreat. The more than 100,000 soldiers in Chu City are the elite troops of our Wei land. If we don't rescue them, I'm afraid they will all die at the hands of the Southern Expeditionary Army, said the King of Wei. Upon hearing this, El Meng said anxiously, Your Highness, don't you understand even now? Our army is no match for the Southern Expedition Army, which is armed with firearms. Even if we send more people now, it will be useless. Moreover, Your Highness's massacre of Yangzhou has already lost the hearts of the people. Even if the army marches out, how many soldiers will be willing to risk their lives for Your Highness? The only solution now is to inform the King of Yan, the King of Liang, and the King of Xiao of the current situation. All three families witnessed the truce that day. Now Xiao Ming has torn up the truce agreement, which is a blatant betrayal. The four families must jointly attack him and force him to withdraw. Otherwise, there will be no way for Wei to recover. Bold Lu Meng, you are boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige. The massacre in Yangzhou left the Dengzhou army without food. This just proves Your Highness's wise decision. How can you slander at the civil servants accused? This strategy of fortifying the city and clearing the countryside was proposed by a group of civil officials. El Meng sneered at the scholars and said, Now the people of the four states all praise the King of Qi and regard us as enemies. Doesn't this prove something? What do you, a mere lieutenant, know? That's just nonsense. The civil servants suddenly became anxious and started to give Lu Meng some instructions. The King of Wei was also displeased. This Lu Meng was just a garrison captain and had been a minor official in Jinling City before. Now that the war was urgent, he summoned all the generals to discuss matters, but now he was speaking so shamelessly. With a soft snort, the King of Wei said, No need to say more. The Crown Prince needs to be rescued, and these three vassal kings also need to be contacted. Let's disperse. After saying this, the King of Wei waved his hand and asked the officials to disperse. Then he ordered another 50,000 troops to be dispatched from Jinling City to Chu City, and at the same time sent someone to bring Xiao Qi to the palace. After a while, Xiao Qi, looking tired, arrived at the main hall and simply bowed to King Wei. Seeing this, the King of Wei suddenly smiled and said, My dear nephew, your uncle only made a slip of the tongue that day. I hope you don't take it to heart. Your uncle has raised you for so many years. Don't you understand his sincerity? This time the war is urgent. Your uncle hopes that you will once again send an envoy to Yan, Liang, and Changen to persuade the three families to raise an army to rescue us. Xiao Qi glanced at the King of Wei, a hint of subtle mockery flashing in his eyes. He bowed and said, Uncle, I have never taken your words to heart. In this critical moment, I naturally feel obligated to do my part. The King of Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Qi was familiar with the route, so it was most appropriate for him to go get reinforcements this time. So he said, That's very good. However, the King of Yan, the King of Xiao, and the King of Liang are all people who act for profit. If we want them to send troops, 2 million taels of silver will probably be indispensable, Xiao Qi said. The King of Wei's fat face stiffened for a moment. Although the Jinling treasury was well stocked, it had been depleted greatly during this period. However, seeing that Wei was in danger of collapse, he gritted his teeth and said, I will have someone take you to the treasury to get some money. Xiao Qi smiled and nodded, then continued, Uncle, there are wars everywhere these days, and bandits are rampant on the roads. Last time I was on a diplomatic mission to Yan, I was almost robbed. So please, Uncle, send Captain El Meng to escort me. I've heard that El Meng is highly skilled in martial arts, and he will surely be able to keep me safe. That's easy. Your uncle will call Lu Meng to you right away, said the King of Wei. Only then did Xiao Qi nod with satisfaction. On that day, boxes of silver and gold were moved from the Jinling City treasury and transferred to merchant ships at the Jinling Wharf. The transportation work lasted for an entire afternoon. Early the next morning, Xiao Qi and Lu Meng appeared at the Jinling Wharf. The two led 20 merchant ships along the river towards Yan. After traveling 50 miles, the merchant ship left the area of Jinling City. At this time, Xiao Qi and Lu Meng looked at each other, and Xiao Qi said, Kill all the people of the King of Wei. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Meng's eyes turned cold. With a whistle, the guards on the merchant ship immediately drew their swords and slashed at the officials who accompanied Xiao Qi on the diplomatic mission to Yan. Suddenly, bursts of screams were heard from the merchant ship, followed by the sound of corpses being thrown into the water. Everyone was killed. At this time, Lu Meng said, I thought His Royal Highness still hasn't figured it out. Jinling City will be broken in these few days. If we don't leave now, when will we leave? Xiao Qi's eyes were deep. Then where are we going now? Lu Meng said. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qi said, Xiao Ming has changed so much because of the teachings of Western missionaries. I want to see what's so different about the West. Your Highness is going to the West. Lu Meng was shocked. Xiao Qi shook his head slightly. No, the King of Wei had been asking me to find Western merchants to buy muskets and cannons a while ago, but we unexpectedly ran into General Liang Dapping, one of my father's former subordinates at sea. General Liang has now become a pirate near Luzon Island. He also said there's a kingdom on Luzon founded by descendants of the Dayu Kingdom, called the Huyan Kingdom. Huyan Kingdom, Lu Meng said in shock. Yes, I didn't believe it at first, but General Liang was very confident. He said that these descendants of the Dayu Kingdom have settled on Luzon Island for hundreds of years. When the Dayu Kingdom no longer existed, they followed the ocean to this island. However, the Huyan Kingdom was occupied by the Portuguese 30 years ago, and now the rulers of Huyan Kingdom are Portuguese. General Liang said that as long as you go to Huyan Kingdom, you will be able to come into contact with Westerners. But Your Highness, since the Huyan Kingdom has been occupied by the Portuguese, won't we be bullied by the Portuguese if we go there? Lu Meng said worriedly. Xiao Qi smiled. With General Liang here with us, we'll be safe. Besides, there's no place for us in Dayu anymore. In my opinion, the world will definitely belong to Xiao Ming in the future. And now that he knows my identity, how could he tolerate the son of his enemy remaining in the world when he ascends the throne? Your Highness is absolutely right, Lu Meng said sternly. No matter where Your Highness is, we will follow you to the death. Xiao Qi gave a bitter smile. In the Ning Wang rebellion case, many of Ning Wang's old subordinates escaped, and Lu Meng was one of them. Lu Meng has been living in Wei for many years. If Xiao Qi had not been disheartened, perhaps they would have lived in Wei with this identity for the rest of their lives, but now everything is over. After killing the officials on board, the merchant ship changed course and entered the Yangtze River towards the estuary. On the third day, they encountered the oncoming Qingzhou fleet. When seeing these warships, a smile appeared on Xiao Qi's face. Your Highness, you'd better hide for a while. Lu Meng was a little nervous. No need, no one can recognize me now. Xiao Qi's face was dark, like a businessman who was traveling all year round. His clothes were also changed into those of an ordinary businessman. The soldiers on the ship also took off their military uniforms and dressed like ordinary sailors. Their merchant ship passed by the fleet on the other side of the river. On the land not far away was the city of Jinling, where they had lived for more than 10 years. Lu Meng was still a little nervous, but the river was full of merchant ships, and the Qingzhou fleet didn't seem to notice them. They only breathed a sigh of relief when the merchant ships gradually went away. Then they suddenly heard the rumbling sound of cannons. Your Highness, it has begun. Lu Meng sighed. The King of Wei has dispatched another 50,000 men from Chuzhou. Now there are only 120,000 men in Jinling City. Whether they can hold it off is truly unknown. Xiao Qi's eyes were cold. We've said everything we need to say. How could Xiao Ming give up the opportunity to attack Jinling City? I just didn't expect Xiao Ming to use warships and merchant ships to hide soldiers and launch a surprise attack on Jinling City. Lu Meng looked at the merchant ship from Qingzhou. Just now there were only a few boatmen on the ship, but now the ship was full of soldiers wearing dark green clothes. Xiao Ming is really brave, Lu Meng said. It's not that he's brave, it's that he's confident in his own army. Xiao Qi said, it's a pity for the rich land of Wei. The King of Wei is smart, but it's all just small tricks that can't accomplish anything great. If he had agreed to an alliance with Xiao Ming, at least he could have been a free and easy prince in the future. Now Xiao Ming probably won't leave him anything. Lu Meng nodded. The merchant ship was getting farther and farther away from Jinling City, and the sound of cannons gradually became quieter. They were about to bid farewell to the Dayu Kingdom for a while. After a round of bombardment on the Jinling City wharf, Yue Yun ordered the warships to dock at the side of the wharf. At the same time, merchant ships also docked one after another. At this time, the Dengzhou army got off the ship and quickly occupied the Jinling City wharf. At the same time, the field guns on the battleship were also lifted down. The commotion at the dock naturally attracted the attention of Jinling City. For a moment, the entire city was in chaos. The King of Wei hurriedly got up from his bed and asked, "What's going on? What's going on?" Officials and generals in Jinling City also heard the sound of artillery fire. After asking around, they rushed into the Prince of Wei's palace in panic. "Your Highness, it's bad. The Dengzhou army has broken in," the officials shouted. What? King Wei was shocked. "Didn't you say the Yangzhou garrison hadn't made any unusual moves?" "I don't know what's going on either. The defenders of Yangzhou haven't moved," the official said anxiously. The King of Wei was furious. He kicked the official and cursed, "You bastard, you useless bastard. Why don't you gather the troops to defend the city immediately?" "Yes, Your Highness." A group of officials ran out crawling. Seeing the officials leave, King Wei immediately climbed up the city wall of Jinling City. When he saw the Dengzhou army landing at the dock, his face suddenly turned as pale as paper. "Your Highness, there are more than 30,000 Dengzhou troops." The general defending the city pointed to the Dengzhou troops who were forming a square formation on the dock. A part of the Dengzhou troops had already approached Jinling City. King Wei had cold sweat on his forehead. There were only 5,000 cavalrymen left in Jinling City, and most of the soldiers had been transferred to Chu City. It was impossible to send out cavalry to attack now. How could 5,000 people be a match for 30,000 people? Call up the musketeers and let all the gunners go up to the city walls. We must defend Jinling City to the death. The king of Yan's army will come back to rescue us. The king of Xiao will also come back to rescue us, and the king of Liang will also come back. The king of Wei was already incoherent. Under the city of Jinling, almost all the Dengzhou troops got off the boats. For an hour, no army came to attack them, which made their landing very safe. After the soldiers gathered, Yi Qingyan said, "Common, you are facing Jinling City. The king of Wei is in Jinling City. As long as we take Jinling City, the Wei territory will be within our grasp. You must also know that the dry food on the ship is only enough for 2 days. If we don't take Jinling City in these 2 days, we will all starve to death here. We have no way out now." The soldiers pursed their lips tightly. They naturally understood what Yi Qingyan meant. After they went ashore, the Qingzhou warship left the dock and began to return. Now they were left at the foot of Jinling City. Looking at the gradually departing warship, a hint of determination appeared in the soldiers' eyes. "But don't worry, there's plenty of food in Jinling City. As long as you take Jinling City, you can eat whatever you want. You will also receive a huge bounty, allowing your family to live a wealthy life from now on." Under Yi Qingyan's encouragement, the soldiers' expressions gradually became excited. At this time, Yi Qingyan shouted, "Capture Jinling City, go." Kill, the soldiers shouted and advanced towards Jinling City. Yi Qingyan wiped the sweat from his forehead, hoping that the double act he and Yue Yun performed would allow the soldiers to fight to the death.